challenges Halsey faced. He immediately grasped that Auckland, 2,000 nautical miles away in New Zealand, could not serve as Guadalcanal's logistical anchor. Noumea and New Caledonia, at half that distance, made much better sense. The problem was that the supply situation in Noumea was a nightmare. By October, 80-odd freighters with 88,000 tons of cargo lay anchored in the harbor, waiting to be unloaded. 52 more ships were due within the month. Gormley had been hindered by a lack of longshoremen and warehouse space, not to mention a free French governor who had resisted all his entreaties toward improving Noumea's accommodations and harbor facilities. Similar situations existed at Espiritu Santo and Yfete. The Americans were being compelled to use their freighters as floating warehouses. Given the Allies' global shipping constraints, this was intolerably inefficient. Halsey did not engage frontally with the French right away. Later in December, when a request for accommodations was again rebuffed by Governor Henri Montchamp, Comsopac was done with diplomatic niceties. Storming ashore with a contingent of armed Marines, Halsey seized the abandoned Japanese consulate for his own HQ, ordered a five-fold increase in covered warehouse space, and requisitioned the makings for an immense new pier. Montchamp was left sulking in his hilltop residence. Halsey put an Army brigadier general in charge of the harbor, who soon commanded a full contingent of support personnel. Noumea's cargo handling would jump from 48,000 tons unloaded in November to 214,000 tons 2 months later. The logistical snafus in the South Pacific were going to be fixed, by God. The most immediate problem, however, was getting a handle on Guadalcanal itself. As soon as he took command, Halsey summoned Vandegrift to Noumea for a conference. Vandegrift arrived on the 20th, and the tale the Marine general told was unemotionally delivered, but grim in portent. Incessant combat and air raids, a horrid climate, scant supplies, aircraft and pilots being consumed at frantic rates, soldiers and Marines wasting away from disease, and the sure knowledge that another powerful Japanese ground assault was in the works. The subtext to this was the feeling of the Marines that they had essentially been abandoned by the Navy and by their country. "Can you hold?" was Halsey's final blunt question. Vandegrift replied, "Yes, I can hold, but I have to have more active support than I have been getting." To a man like Halsey, Vandegrift's answer could not have been more personally wounding, as it called into question the Navy's bravery and good faith. "You go on back there, Vandegrift," Halsey replied. "I promise to give you everything I have." The Japanese prepare their assault. With the success of the fast convoy, General Hayakatake's troop strength on Guadalcanal had ballooned to over 14,000 men. Of those, General Maruyama's newly landed Sendai Division troops were the freshest, whereas the 3,000 survivors of Iki and Kawaguchi's commands by now could barely count 600 effectives between them. With intelligence telling Hayakatake that he faced only about 10,000 weakened Americans, many of whom couldn't help but be aviators and service personnel, 17th Army's commander deemed the time ripe for an all-out effort. Looking down from the same IJN observation post on Mount Austin that had just coordinated the bombardment, a pair of Hyakutake's staffers gained the impression that the jungle south of the American airfield was more open than had been previously thought, and that the Americans apparently had nothing in the way of prepared defenses there. Given that they were contemplating an attack little more than a stone's throw east of Edson's Ridge, which Kawaguchi could attest had certainly been stoutly held a month prior, the chances of encountering American defenses in that neck of the woods should have seemed high. But given that the western edge of the American perimeter was now miles from Henderson, and the eastern edge was completely unreachable, a southern approach still seemed the most likely bet. If that attack could be delivered by surprise, in combination with fixing attacks on the Matanikau River that drew American reserves to the west, the airfield could be captured. 17th Army's commander was counting on being able to mass against a single unsuspected point on the enemy perimeter, while Vandegrift had to stretch his manpower along its entire length. Both Hayakatake and Maruyama also placed their faith in the Army's cold steel and the ferocity of their infantry. Hyakutake was certain that no position could not be taken if his troops were able to make a coordinated charge against the enemy. Kawaguchi's earlier attack had counted on the same, of course, but Hyakutake also recognized that one of the things Kawaguchi had been missing last month was supporting arms. 17th Army's commander intended to support Maruyama's assault with substantial artillery firepower, including both 75mm and 150mm pieces, and even 32cm spigot mortars, which would all be hauled to the south of the American perimeter for the attack. What Hyakutake didn't know was that his intelligence estimates were, once again, faulty, and he was actually facing off against more than 23,000 American troops. Many of them were by now weakened and sick. Malaria alone would hospitalize nearly 2,000 soldiers from 1st Marine Division during October. But the area Hyakutake and his staff had selected for the Sendai's thrust, just a few hundred yards east of Edson's Ridge, was strongly held by two quality units. To the west was the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, led by Lieutenant Colonel Louis Chesty Puller. To Puller's east were the fresh Army troops of the 164th Infantry Regiment, a total of about 1,500 men. Hyakutake realized he didn't have much time to act before the jungle began wearing down Sendai's newly landed soldiers, too. On 12 October, their machetes and axes swinging industriously, Maruyama's engineers began hacking out an approach route toward the American perimeter. To maximize the chances for surprise, this path would need to stay under cover and well out of sight, necessitating a truly deep, looping route behind Mount Austin's shielding heights. The trail first cut south from 17th Army's HQ near Kokumbona, then climbed a 2,000-foot ridge, before plunging precipitously back down into the Lunga River's high-sided gorge. The track then headed east, generally following the banks of the swift-moving river downstream, before striking off northeast again into the rough country between the Lunga and the Tanaru. For much of the march, up there in the steaming hills, not a trail or village was to be found. It was virgin jungle. The troops soon dubbed their route the Maruyama Road. In reality, it was nothing more than a 2-foot-wide track winding under the verdant canopy, barred by numerous sharp ridges, enormous hardwood trees, and the usual teeming undergrowth. All in all, the track was every bit of 30 miles, which required Sendai Division to cut through some of the most formidable terrain on the island. This they did, at a respectable 3 miles a day. The jungle, though, rapidly began doing what the jungle does. A Japanese soldier scribbled in his diary, "After a few days of this, our uniforms were in tatters, and we had many open sores. We trudged on at the bottom of an ocean of foliage that denied us the benefit of sunshine, in extreme discomfort." With each passing day spent hacking forward under the green gloom, Japanese rucksacks grew emptier. Each man was not only carrying his own equipment, but also an artillery shell for the divisional guns. These latter, meanwhile, were disassembled and carried by hand along the trail, just as Horii's troops had done on the Kokoda track a month or two earlier. The difference here was that while the track was incredibly rugged, it had actually existed for quite a while, was well trodden by indigenous peoples, and took what was generally the easiest route over the terrain at hand. Maruyama's road, by contrast, was narrower and had only been hacked out of the jungle that same morning. Groups of 4 to 6 men trying to hand-carry a gun barrel up the road found the going almost impossible. The gunners often resorted to block and tackle to muscle their pieces up the muddy hills, falling further and further behind in the process. Gradually, they began abandoning many of the heavier guns along the verge, focusing on bringing what few lighter pieces they could up to the front. Toward the end of the march, in accordance with Maruyama's orders that no cooking fires be used, the men were living on uncooked rice balls. By the time the Sendai made it to where it was supposed to hook back north toward the marine perimeter, it was already well behind schedule, leading the offensive to be delayed from the 20th to the 22nd to the 23rd, and finally to the 24th. Hyakutake, however, remained serenely confident that Maruyama's upcoming assault would deliver the airfield, radioing a concerned Rabaul on the 18th, "The victory is already in our hands. Please rest your minds." Early on the 23rd, Maruyama reached a point he judged to be just south of the airfield. His battalions, strung along the trail, tightened their already wasting belts and began hacking parallel trails north toward the enemy. There was also a pair of existing local north-south trails handy to hand, and the evidence suggests that many of Maruyama's soldiers ran into these and made use of them as well. Maruyama planned on delivering a classic two-up, one-back assault, with two regiments organized into a left wing and right wing and a third held in reserve for exploitation. But in practice, these arrangements began falling to pieces almost as soon as the battalions started moving north. With no way to stay in lateral contact with each other, the Sendai was blindly groping its way toward contact with little coordination. The men were exhausted and fixated on their growling stomachs, one writing, "Soon we feast on Yankee food, Roosevelt rations, breakfast biscuits, and coffee." The Sendai Division attacks. As Maruyama began making his final march, Hyakutake's units west of the perimeter started their diversionary assaults. A company of Japanese medium tanks tried forcing the mouth of the Matanikau River, while two battalions of the 4th Infantry Regiment waylaid the river crossings. The result was disaster, with Marine AT guns fatally perforating 9 tanks, and Pedro de Valle's artillerymen flattening the attackers with more than 6,000 rounds. Not one Japanese reached the Matanikau's east bank alive. Meanwhile, a composite regiment under Colonel Oka Akinosuke crossed the muddy Matanikau well to the south and out of sight. Oka then hooked back through rough terrain toward the relatively flimsy defenses along the southern flank of the American salient. But he too failed to breach the Marine lines as the Americans rapidly brought in reinforcements. That said, the Japanese feints did succeed in keeping American attention riveted on their western flank. By the evening of the 23rd, the Americans still had no real idea where the main Japanese blow would land. The terrain Maruyama was traversing, and starving in, was so literally trackless that nothing of his approach had been detected by either American patrols or indigenous scouts. That began changing on the evening of 24 October, as the Americans started catching fleeting clues of Japanese forces massing to their south, glimpses of Japanese officers peering at the American perimeter through binoculars, and the telltale smoke from cooking fires, in violation of Maruyama's orders for strict secrecy. As the sun set, a heavy rain started pelting down. Out in the soaking jungle, Maruyama's troops kept groping blindly forward. The slated attack time of 1900 came and went, by which time his two wings had become hopelessly uncoordinated. Meanwhile, the Americans waited. There weren't many of them, just 2 battalions strung out along nearly 2 miles of frontage, facing Maruyama's 9. On the other hand, this portion of the line now featured a contiguous series of foxholes and dugouts, some with overhead cover, and interlinking fields of fire for the machine guns. Wire obstacles studded the front, and intricate fire plans were in hand to drench any attack with 81mm mortars and divisional artillery. When the Japanese finally opened their assault after dark on the 24th, what was supposed to be a simultaneous 2-regiment punch devolved instead into a series of company-sized finger pokes. The left wing, under Major General Nasu Yomio, 2nd Division's infantry commander, began blundering into Chesty Puller's wire at about 2200 and spent the next 5 hours battling the Marines. Things were perilous enough that 1st Marine Division's Chief of Staff, Colonel Gerald Thomas, quickly fed his single reserve battalion in piecemeal to reinforce Puller. Many of the GIs had to be led by hand to the line through the dripping undergrowth. Though the Japanese did succeed in overrunning some isolated American outposts, they found themselves hammered to the ground by a combination of artillery, 37mm canister, and machine gun fire. The fighting dragged on in fits and starts until dawn, lit by the glare of overhead flares and streams of red, yellow, and orange tracers zipping back and forth. Thereupon, the left wing withdrew into the jungle to lick its wounds. The bulk of the right wing, under the 230th Infantry Regiment's commander, Colonel Shoji Toshinari, had meanwhile drifted obliquely off to the northeast and largely missed the assault. However, Shoji's troops apparently got close enough to encounter a crude emergency landing strip just south of the American lines that had recently been hacked out of the scrub by the Seabees. Stumbling onto this grassy bowling alley in the dark and rain, exhausted and disoriented from their march, Shoji's men thought they'd hit pay dirt. Just after midnight, 17th Army radioed Rabaul and Crux that the right wing had captured Henderson Field. Only later in the morning were they disabused of their fantasy. October 25th, which Guadalcanal's defenders referred to hereafter as Dugout Sunday, dawned with reports of a naval battle shaping up to the north. With Vandegrift still away in Noumea, Colonel Thomas was now keenly aware that substantial enemy forces lay massed both to his west and south. He promptly beefed up his southern line, leaving the reserve battalion of the 164th Infantry where it was, while consolidating Puller's Marines around Edson's Ridge. Overhead, the sky was in constant motion as vigorous Japanese air raids plastered Henderson. Pistol Pete was back in action too. The fevered aerial war overhead, coupled with another looming night of ground combat, charged the air with anticipation. The Americans had never felt more besieged. "Looks like this is the night," scrawled one of Vandegrift's staff officers in his diary. The Sendai Division did not disappoint. As soon as the sun set, Maruyama's troops launched another flurry of ferocious blows across the line. Yet again, Shoji's right wing was nowhere to be found, as they guarded against an imaginary thrust against the right flank. The net effect was that Maruyama's division, much like Kawaguchi's regiment a month earlier, fought with one hand tied behind its back. Still, the combat was sharp, bitter, and unrelenting. Waves of Japanese soldiers came hurtling out of the jungle, screaming, "Blood for the Emperor!" The Americans invoked FDR's wife in return, jeering, "Blood for Eleanor!" or simply trading profanities. This lethal conversation was punctuated by the sharp cough of American mortars and artillery. The Japanese had damned little of either, as the affray rattled on all night. By dawn on the 26th, the Americans once again had matters well in hand. The jungle in front of their lines was carpeted with a bloody welter of green-clad Japanese corpses and all the hideous flotsam of battle. Maruyama's attack and Hayakutake's larger plan of campaign had failed, and everybody knew it. The Japanese had uselessly expended no fewer than 2,200 men killed around the perimeter, and probably many more. Among them was General Nasu, the highest-ranking Imperial Army fatality of the campaign, shot down by American rifle fire. American losses on all fronts numbered no more than 90 killed. Vandegrift later succinctly summarized the bloody futility of Maruyama's onslaught, noting, "It was just as stupid as anything you can imagine." Maruyama, like Kawaguchi a month earlier, now had no choice but to retreat back the way he'd come. Hundreds of his men wouldn't make it, dying of wounds or starvation along the road. 5 days later, a sodden, malarial Colonel Tsuji staggered into 17th Army's HQ, having walked the whole way back from the front despite a blazing fever. In a rare admission of responsibility, he announced that he deserved a sentence of 10,000 deaths for the failure of Sendai Division's assault. The survivors of the Sukching massacre and Bataan Death March would no doubt have cheerfully meted out such a punishment. But this defeat had many fathers, starting with Hayakutake and his staff, through Tsuji, and down to Maruyama and his unit commanders. The Japanese had again displayed an unwarranted optimism regarding terrain, logistics, tactics, and the quality of the opposition. The reconnaissance for Maruyama's approach march had been risible. Basically nothing more than a couple guys standing on a mountain, staring down at the treetops, and convincing themselves that, yeah, that ought to work. By the time Sendai Division made it to its jump-off point, it had already been wrecked by the jungle and was in no real condition to attack. The jungle had likewise negated any realistic chance of delivering the coordinated blow that Hyakutake was counting on. Japanese tactics were unimaginative, a naval liaison officer assigned to 17th Army noting caustically that the Army apparently knew nothing but charging. But the fundamental issue was raw firepower. Despite the heroic labors of Japanese gunners to lug their weapons within range, the terrain had made that impossible. Sendai Division had no real artillery support to speak of, whereas by this point in the campaign, General Del Valle's gunners could bring annihilating fire to bear on any sector of the line in a matter of minutes. That an ostensibly division-sized offensive was brought to utter ruin by a thin cordon of 3 American infantry battalions backed by heavy weapons says everything that needs to be said. The Battle of the Santa Cruz Islands. Even as Maruyama began slogging toward disaster, 1942's fourth and final carrier battle was shaping up. One of Halsey's imperatives upon taking over as Comsopac was to begin asserting control over the waters around Guadalcanal. Accordingly, he designated his new senior carrier commander, Rear Admiral Thomas Kinkaid, to take his 2 remaining carriers, Hornet and Enterprise, on an aggressive sweep of the waters north of Santa Cruz. American intelligence knew that the fleet carriers Shokaku and Zuikaku were likely in Truk, meaning Kinkaid probably faced even odds if they sortied. The positions of the converted carriers Hayo and Junyo, however, along with the light carrier Zuiho, were unclear. Halsey's professed intent was to release Kinkaid's forces for their northward sweep only if no Japanese heavy forces were located in the neighborhood. Halsey failed to relay this nuance to Kinkaid, however. The stage was set for a collision of the 2 opposing carrier fleets. And for the first and only time during the war, the Americans would find themselves outnumbered in the air. Kinkaid's 2 carriers had 175 aircraft between them. Unbeknown to the Americans, though, in support of Maruyama's upcoming offensive, the Japanese were bringing south every flat top in their inventory. Shokaku, Zuikaku, and light carrier Zuiho of Carrier Division 1, the striking force, under Vice Admiral Chuichi Nagumo, were joined by Hayo and Junyo of Carrier Division 2, the advance force, under Vice Admiral Kondo Nabutake. Between these 5 flight decks, the Japanese possessed 238 aircraft. Fortunately for the Americans, Hayo suffered an engine room fire on 22 October, sending her back to Truk and reducing Nagumo's available aircraft to 194. As in the Battle of Eastern Solomons, the Imperial Navy was using a vanguard force of fast battleships, cruisers, and destroyers to act as an air raid warning system and to soak up enemy air raids before they reached the carriers. The carriers themselves, meanwhile, were determined to keep their strike planes on deck and launch as soon as an enemy was sighted to avoid a repeat of the Midway debacle. With 17th Army running behind schedule while hacking out the Maruyama Road through Guadalcanal's cheerless jungle, Nagumo's forces had been marking time north of the Solomons. Nagumo finally began heading south on the 25th and was promptly detected by PBY scout planes from Santa Cruz that morning. Kinkaid was then nearly 375 nautical miles away and well out of range. Halsey, too, had been monitoring the same scouting reports and let Kinkaid know exactly what he expected. With the fighting on Guadalcanal clearly heading toward a climax, Halsey knew the Navy needed to make good on its promise to back Vandegrift to the hilt. Comsopac immediately radioed Kinkaid, "Strike. Repeat, strike." The morning of the 26th dawned with mostly clear skies and the occasional rain squall scudding across the gentle swells. Both sides promptly lofted scout planes at dawn, and then equally promptly located each other's carriers around 0700, unleashing a flurry of air activity. Hornet put up a strike of 29 aircraft at 0732, with Enterprise following suit at 0747 with 20 aircraft, and Hornet then doubling down with another 25 planes shortly thereafter. For his part, Nagumo's carriers sent up a powerful strike of 64 planes at 0730. As it happened, just 10 minutes later, two American SBD scouts chanced upon Kido Butai completely undetected. They swiftly nailed Zuiho with a 500-pound bomb, blowing a 15-meter hole in her flight deck aft and leaving the diminutive carrier no choice but to exit the battle before it had fairly begun. By this point in his career, Nagumo had undergone a few too many surprise dive bombings for his mental well-being, and lost no time launching a second strike of 25 aircraft from Shokaku at 0800, followed by another 20 from Zuikaku. All told, by around 0910, Nagumo had 110 warbirds in 3 groups out looking for Kinkaid, whereas the Americans had only about half as many aircraft flying the other way. Enterprise's outbound strike had the bad luck of running into a pack of Zuiho Zeros from Nagumo's initial strike, losing 8 American aircraft for just 4 Japanese fighters. Almost immediately thereafter, Hornet's radar lit up, and her crew started bracing themselves for the first strike of what was to be a very long day. Beneath their feet, they could feel the deck plates vibrating as the big carrier began working up to 31 knots. Hornet had a formidable cap of 37 Wildcats overhead, but those fighters were being directed by an inexperienced team on Enterprise. Worse, the normally reliable CXAM radars on board both flat tops failed to detect the incoming raid in time. The results reflected it, with the Wildcats being placed too low to put together an effective interception. This left Hornet sitting on the receiving end of a lethal Sunday punch, now in the sights of 20 Kates and 21 Vals. Splitting left and right, the torpedo planes bored in from both bows as the dive bombers started queuing up overhead. At 0910, the first green-painted Vals tilted over into their dives. Hornet's anti-aircraft suite was formidable by 1942 standards, but she hadn't yet been fitted with the newer, more lethal 40mm Bofors mounts. Moreover, unlike Enterprise, she had no fast battleship in company to add her weight of defensive firepower. Still, probably no amount of AA would have sufficed to ward off the swarms of enemy aircraft assailing her from all sides. In short order, the fast-stepping carrier was hit by 3 250-kilogram bombs, leaving her with serious fires, a badly holed flight deck, and heavy casualties. Even as the dive bombers were finishing their work, Japanese torpedo planes were lining up their runs. They managed punching 2 torpedoes into her, one of which flooded her forward engine room and 2 fire rooms. Hornet started coasting to a dead stop, burning and listing. Adding insult and yet more injury, she was then crash-dived for good measure by a pair of damaged valves. By the end of this ruinous encounter, Hornet was dead in the water, desperately hurt, and badly in need of air cover. While in no immediate danger of sinking, she was a sitting duck, heavily afire and without power or pumps. Any further blows were likely to be fatal. The Japanese, though, had paid dearly for their success. Of the Emperor's 53 Sea Eagles taking part in the strike, only 15 would land back on their carriers. Among those shot down in flames was Lieutenant Commander Murata Shigeharu, the Navy's finest torpedo pilot and leader of the torpedo attack that had wrecked Battleship Row at Pearl Harbor. 150 miles to the northwest, the Americans began returning the favor. Hornet's strike had flown past Abe's vanguard force, looking for worthier targets, eventually finding Nagumo's Kido Butai. During their subsequent attack, flagship Shokaku pirouetted for all she was worth, but ended up taking a plastering from Hornet's dive bombers regardless. Between 4 and 6 1,000-pound bombs devastated her after-flight deck, blowing it upward into a gigantic A-frame and smashing the hangar decks below. Fortunately for Nagumo, his emphasis on getting his aircraft launched promptly meant that there were few planes left in his flagship's hangars. The Japanese had learned their lesson in that regard. Damage control crews promptly smothered Shokaku's fires, which were never in danger of destroying her. However, she was clearly incapable of flight operations, and she quickly hauled out to the north at high speed, carrying Nagumo out of the battle for some time before he managed to transfer his flag. He was now down to 2 operable flight decks, Zuikaku and Junyo, which were still operating in two separate task forces. Meanwhile, sundry smaller American strike groups, having gotten split up, ambushed, and otherwise diverted en route, were making their presence known against Abe's vanguard force. Some of Enterprise's torpedo planes put in unsuccessful runs against heavy cruiser Suzuya. An element from Hornet that located the heavy cruiser Chikuma fared better, putting two 1,000-pounders on either side of her bridge, wounding her captain and inflicting heavy casualties. Almost immediately after this strike, a trio of Enterprise dive bombers showed up and bombed Chikuma again, scoring a near miss that flooded an engine room. Some of Hornet's second strike torpedo bombers attacked Chikuma's sister Tone as well, with no luck. Finally, a group of bomb-armed TBF Avenger torpedo planes selected hapless Chikuma once more, delivering another hit that started fires amidships. Heavily damaged, with 192 dead, she began retiring to Truk. If the details of these American strikes are dizzying, that's precisely the problem. Even after 11 months of war, American flat tops still had difficulties putting together coordinated strikes from even one flight deck, let alone two. Kido Butai's initial strike had been launched from 3 carriers, but at the point of attack, it had approached the target as a single cohesive unit, and then executed a near-perfect high-low punch against Hornet, with a hammer and anvil torpedo attack thrown in for good measure. By contrast, the groups from Hornet and Enterprise had been launched separately and transited separately, and then had fallen apart into no fewer than 9 different tactical formations. They had communicated poorly and gotten ambushed a few times, and their fighter escorts had been largely ineffective. They had succeeded in putting Shokaku and Chikuma out of action. However, as John Lundstrom noted, 75 American planes had failed to yield results commensurate with their numbers. The Americans still had a long way to go with their deck and flight operations. Indeed, they would not be able to fully replicate Japanese prowess in coordinated strikes until 1944. Now it was time for Enterprise to pay the piper, because the Japanese still had several more strikes in the air, 2 of which were now boring in on her. The first was under the command of Lieutenant Commander Seki Mamoru, Shokaku's air group leader, and one of the most experienced dive bomber pilots in the Imperial fleet. Spying crippled Hornet lying motionless below, Seki pressed onward, looking for an undamaged target, and was shortly rewarded with the sight of ship wakes ahead. Soon, Enterprise and her ring of escorts came into view. American radar detection was once again tardy, leading to another botched cap intercept, with only 2 of Seki's aircraft shot down before he began attacking at about 10:15. Enterprise, however, was much more heavily defended, with battleship South Dakota trailing Kincaid's flagship and the new AA light cruiser San Juan off her bow. Enterprise, South Dakota, and San Juan all wielded lethal radar-directed 5-inch 38 batteries, and the 2 larger vessels had the new 40mm Bofors as well, without question the finest light AA gun of the war. Down came Seki's Vals. Up came American AA fire in livid torrents. The result, as one American participant noted, was that as each plane came down, a veritable cone of tracer shells enveloped it. You could see it being hit and bounced by the exploding shells. Seki's bomber was among the first to be shot down, and the remainder of his squadron suffered cruelly. Their accuracy suffered as well, with Enterprise absorbing only 2 hits. One crashed through the extreme front end of her flight deck, detonating by the bow and doing little damage. The second landed near the forward elevator, igniting a fire and inflicting many fatalities. The cost to the Japanese? 10 dive bombers. Zuikaku's follow-up strike of 16 torpedo planes was then mauled by American cap fighters and inflicted no further damage. Between the 2 Japanese strikes aimed at Enterprise, the Japanese had lost 24 of their 44 aircraft. All the same, Kincaid was in real trouble. The Big E was still operational, though damaged, and with her forward elevator temporarily jammed in the up position. Hornet, however, was crippled and in need of fighter cover until either power was restored or she could be dragged clear of the action. Yet most of Kinkaid's cap fighters were now low on gas and ammunition, and he needed to land his strike aircraft too, which was difficult since he was now down to only one semi-operational flight deck. Worse yet, Enterprise's search radar had been temporarily disabled by battle damage, meaning her remaining cap was essentially flying blind, not a propitious way of performing fighter direction. This almost proved disastrous, because 2 more Japanese strikes from Junyo were out looking for her. As fleet carriers went, Junyo was no great shakes, a converted ocean liner whose cranky engines could barely eke out 25 knots, carrying a smallish air group to boot. But every dog has its day, and this was destined to be Junyo's. At 0905, she had lofted a strike of 29 planes at the extreme range of 280 nautical miles. By around 1100, and nearly at the end of their tether, they chanced on crippled Hornet and nearly unloaded on her. A last-minute sighting report emphasized the presence of a second American carrier somewhere nearby, and onward they flew. Not long afterward, TF-16's wakes began painting the cerulean waters ahead, and in they bore. For her part, Enterprise was just beginning to land aircraft at 11:15 when her bulky CXAM radar finally flipped back on, revealing the startling presence of Japanese aircraft closing on her from just 20 miles away. She barely had time to prepare herself before Junyo's dive bombers began tipping into their dives from astern. Enterprise was saved by 3 things. First, there was a low cloud layer overhead, making accurate diving more difficult. Second was the astonishing volume of fire that South Dakota and the rest of the screen once again poured forth in defense of Kinkaid's sole remaining flight deck. Third, and perhaps most important, Junyo's pilots were evidently not the A-team, and that instead of focusing on Enterprise alone, they frittered away their striking power going after not only the carrier, but also South Dakota and the smaller San Juan. At a cost of 11 aircraft, Enterprise received just a single near miss. This bomb, however, hopelessly jammed her forward elevator. As soon as Junyo's surprise onslaught ended, Enterprise had no choice but to resume bringing her own and Hornet's aircraft aboard. The situation was critical because many of the American strike planes were short on fuel, and her damaged elevator meant she had only a single lift to stow them below. In the end, in a display of superb deck operations, Enterprise landed every bird aloft in a single go, cramming her flight deck full of planes from the forward crash barrier back practically to the fantail. With Hornet crippled, Enterprise had now become indispensable. Were she sunk, American hopes in the South Pacific would sink with her. Having received reports of at least 2 undamaged Japanese flight decks still in action, Kinkaid now bowed to the needs of prudence and turned for Noumea. This necessarily signed Hornet's death warrant. At 15:13, Junyo's second strike was detected approaching. 7 torpedo planes and 8 Zeros. This was an anemic blow in anyone's book, but it found Hornet now almost completely undefended. The AA cruiser Juno had mistakenly departed to rejoin TF-16, and Hornet had no fighters overhead. Though a pair of torpedo planes and a trio of Zeros were down by American fire, one of the surviving Kates nailed Hornet with another torpedo in her already devastated engineering spaces. This blow doomed any chance of her operating again under her own power, and her captain reluctantly ordered her scuttled. Hornet thereupon demonstrated yet again the resilience of the Yorktown-class carriers, with American torpedoes and copious gunfire proving unable to sink her. At 2015, with Japanese surface contacts now looming on their radars, Hornet's escorts had no choice but to clear the area. Soon, the gray, whippet forms of 2 Japanese destroyers began circling their helpless quarry, noting with satisfaction the number 8 on the burning American carrier's hull. Firing a quartet of long lances, they finished the job the Americans couldn't, ending Hornet's agony at 01:35. The Battle of Santa Cruz was over. The Japanese understandably rated it a tremendous victory, and one which seemingly evened the score from Midway. The Imperial Navy assessed American losses as 3 heavy carriers, a battleship, a cruiser, a destroyer, and more than 200 enemy aircraft. Japanese ship losses had been nil, although Shokaku, Zuiho, and Chikuma had all been badly damaged. Though Japan overestimated U.S. losses, there was no question it had been a near disaster for Kinkaid and Halsey. They had sacrificed the Hornet, and might well have lost Enterprise too, but for a healthy dollop of good luck, and Kinkaid deciding to play it safe and retreat. As it was, America's sole remaining carrier in the South Pacific was nearly useless with her jammed elevator. Granted, American intelligence had been none too good concerning Hayo and Junyo's whereabouts prior to the battle. But Halsey had overplayed his hand, sending 2 carriers up against basically 3.5 of his enemies, at a decided disadvantage in aircraft, and largely outside the range of land-based air power. Comsopak was duly chastened, noting afterward, "The yellow bastards have been playing us for suckers." At the operational level, however, the Japanese had less cause for satisfaction, and Halsey less cause for woe. Sea control around Guadalcanal had not been appreciably altered. The Americans were still in possession of Henderson Field, which continued commanding the seas all about, at least during the day. Meanwhile, the Japanese had paid heavily in a very vital commodity: carrier aviators. The Imperial fleet had subtracted 113 aircraft from its roster, but 148 Japanese aircrew had died, 38 more than had been killed at Midway. The Americans, by contrast, had lost 81 aircraft, but only 24 aircrew killed or captured. More important than the quantity of Japanese losses was their quality. Santa Cruz was the death ride for the last remnants of Japan's elite pre-war flyers. Shokaku, Zuikaku, and Junyo's air groups had lost 5 of their 6 attack squadron commanders, and most of their section leaders too. Aviators like Murata and Seki were irreplaceable, especially given Japan's anemic pilot training programs. While the IJN's carrier air groups would eventually be rebuilt, they would never see pilots of the same caliber, and their skills would be but a shadow of the Pearl Harbor elite. Santa Cruz also rang down the curtain on Pacific carrier warfare for the next 20 months. By now, both sides' naval aviation forces were basically shot, although Enterprise would have one last crucial vignette in the ongoing struggle for Guadalcanal. Despite having won the battle, the Japanese sent home not only damaged Shokaku and Zuiho, but also Zuikaku, to begin rebuilding Carrier Division I's air groups. This left just Junyo and bulky Hayo and Truk, and there is no evidence that anyone in Combined Fleet wanted to risk fighting a major battle with them. Both sides had pretty much run out of maritime monopoly pieces. Perhaps fittingly, this was also Vice Admiral Nagumo Chuichi's final carrier battle. Like his frequent nemesis, Frank Jack Fletcher, his war at sea was now over. Nagumo's track record was distinctly less impressive, having lost to Fletcher at both Midway and Eastern Solomons. However, he must be given credit in his final battle for having put together a crushing combined arms strike against Hornet, which Richard Frank calls the most devastating single example of its type mounted by Japanese carrier aviators during the war. The final aspect of Santa Cruz, and the one that had the most dramatic implications for the conduct of the remainder of the war, was the rapid maturation of American defensive power. Despite the poor showing of Enterprise's fighter direction crew during this battle, Cap fighters still extracted a heavy toll of Japanese aircraft. During 1943, all of America's carriers would be fitted with sophisticated combat information centers, CICs, allowing the integration and dissemination of data to guide American fighters to their targets. Newer second-generation fighters like the F-6F Hellcat and large numbers of well-trained pilots would be coming in 1943, too. The combination of the three would eventually permit the U.S. Navy the ability to array massive, coordinated air power in defense of its carrier task forces. Equally impressive was the burgeoning gunpowder being fitted on American warships. When the surviving aviators from Junyo's strike against Enterprise staggered out of their cockpits back on board ship, some of them were so shaken by what they had just flown through that they were almost incoherent. Launching attacks against American carrier task forces now necessitated losing a minimum of half the strike force, if not more. Nagumo's superlative morning strike that had crippled Hornet had been consummately delivered using many aircraft, combined arms, and multiple altitudes and approach vectors. And it had still suffered 70% casualties, with practically every surviving plane damaged. Yet this stunning volume of American firepower, skies choked with anti-aircraft shell bursts and tracers, in the words of one Japanese officer, was just the beginning of a process that would shortly see the USN festooning their warships with automatic weapons, bolted onto any empty patch of deck they could find. Between fighters and flak, American carrier task forces were becoming gigantic defensive porcupines, 100 miles across, and capable of impaling anything that came too close. The Japanese didn't realize it yet, but the frenetic growth of American defensive strength was invalidating their carrier force. Just as Monty at El Alamein was busily destroying the Wehrmacht's signature ability to maneuver, American defensive power was destroying Kido Butai's ability to attack. Everyone understood that aerial warfare was a dangerous business. Training a naval aviator for a year and a half, only to plunge him into a combat environment where he was unlikely to survive even 2 missions, was simply madness, as the Japanese would ultimately understand. In a sense, Santa Cruz can be seen as the first step on the road of aerial futility that eventually led to Japan's developing kamikaze tactics. All that, however, lay in the future. In the immediate aftermath of Santa Cruz, the Japanese truly believed, and with some reason, that they had wrecked the American carrier force. Only Henderson Field seemed to be shielding Guadalcanal now. With American radio broadcasts describing the desperate situation on the ground, Japanese intelligence came to the conclusion that American morale was crumbling and that another good, hard push would secure victory. The question was how to provide the wherewithal for that push. Rabaul and Tokyo had no idea as yet of the Sendai Division's condition, though more men and supplies would surely be needed on the island. Army and Navy staffers in Rabaul began calculating supply needs that ballooned into requirements for as many as 50 transports, 800 destroyer runs, and 20 seaplane carrier loads. Yamamoto's scathing reply was that with heads like that in charge, victory might well be unattainable. Nevertheless, by the end of October, plans were coming together to ship down the bulk of the elite 38th Division and more supplies using another fast convoy out of Rabaul. At the same time, a heavy surface force from Truk would neutralize Henderson Field once and for all. A new ground offensive, scheduled for some time in the second week of November, would then witness the final capitulation of the Americans. The stage was set for the final, most desperate phase of the fighting around Guadalcanal. Retreat across the Owen Stanleys. Meanwhile, in the verdant, vertical hell that is the Owen Stanley Mountains, it took the Australians a couple of days after retaking Yoribaiwa on 28 September to comprehend that the Japanese were actually retreating. On 2 October, 7th Division's 25th Brigade began its pursuit, although it was rather deliberate in its onset. The same style of fighting retreat that the Australians had played on Harii was now reversed. The difference was that South Sea's force forward elements had already fought all the way over the range, and now would have to fight all the way back again. Harii's men, weeping tears of blood, as one of them wrote, now had no choice but to endure the grimmest sort of privations. They were sick, exhausted, and starving. Uniforms and shoes had rotted away in the mud. The men were dressed in tatters. For many soldiers, it became every man for himself. Altruism and unit cohesion fell apart in the struggle simply to survive and make it back to Kokoda. Personal weapons and unnecessary bits of kit quickly began being cast aside. So too were the Japanese wounded, many of whom had actually been carried forward during the advance in anticipation of capturing Port Moresby and establishing a field hospital there. The result was that the Australians found themselves advancing along a sort of single-file charnel house on the heels of a scarecrow army reeling back toward Kokoda, As they marched, the Aussies encountered Japanese abandoned on their stretchers, some dead, some nearly so. Unburied corpses from earlier battles or men newly starved lay strewn along the trail. The Australians realized that in some places the Japanese had resorted to cannibalism. For the Allies, this new thrust over the Owen Stanleys would be fundamentally reshaped by a factor that was manifesting itself on many of the world's battlefields at roughly the same time: the rapid maturation of Allied air power. In the Southwest Pacific Theater, this was being driven by MacArthur's new air commander, Major General George Kenny. Kenny had arrived in Australia in July and quickly realized two things. First, the sort of targets his 8th Air Force counterparts were focused on in Europe were meaningless in the Pacific. There were no major industrial centers to demolish, no dense road or rail networks to disrupt. This reinforced Kenny's natural inclinations toward full-spectrum air warfare, much like Arthur Tedder and Arthur Coningham in the Mideast. What mattered in New Guinea was securing air superiority, delivering ground support, delivering supplies, and interdicting the enemy's waterborne logistics. Second, Kenny knew he would always be on the short end of the supply stick compared to Europe. He wouldn't be getting as many aircraft, nor necessarily the models he wanted either. He would have to make do. Fortunately, he was innovative by nature, and had an endlessly inventive special projects officer named Paul "Pappy" Gunn under his wing. And one of the very first field modifications Gunn cooked up was a weapon that would become a crucial component in asserting Allied air control in the theater in the coming months: the 5th Air Force Strafer. Take an A-20 Light or a B-25 medium bomber. Get rid of the bombardier in the front and replace them with 4 or 6 50-caliber machine guns. Slap 2 or 4 more 50s and blister pods on either side, just under the cockpit. The B-25's top turret can train forward too, adding to the deluge of shells coming out of the plane's front end. The 50 caliber is a beast, firing a heavy slug easily capable of ripping through light armor. Being on the receiving end of between 8 and a dozen barrels together was the stuff of nightmares, like hitting a brick wall traveling at 1,000 miles an hour, according to one American flyer. The resulting plane was an immensely powerful weapon, ideal for zooming in low and fast and ripping up airstrips, flak batteries, bridges, and barges, and performing skip bombing, strafing attacks against unarmored ships. Enemy soldiers or laborers caught exposed on a jungle trail were like bugs on a windshield. 5th Air Force strafers also employed Kenny's own personal invention, the Parafrag, a 24-pound fragmentation bomb on a parachute, which was ideal for scattering over airfields, supply dumps, and other soft targets. The parachute let the bomber come in very low for accurate delivery, while delaying the detonation long enough to let the plane get clear. Kenny's strafers, along with Australian P-40s and Beaufighters, now dominated the air above the track. The crude suspension bridge over the Camusi River at Wairopi was destroyed and had to be rebuilt countless times by Hari'i's engineers. The airfield at Buna was subjected to the same treatment, snuffing it out of existence by the beginning of September. Coastal barge traffic, supply ships from Rabaul, Japanese-occupied villages, all of these were fair game and assaulted whenever they were found. This also included strafing the terrified Papuan workers being used by the Japanese to lug supplies up the track. Many of them were serving unwillingly anyway, and they deserted now in droves, forcing Hari'i to press his own soldiers into service. By early October, 1,200 of the 2,000 bearers the Japanese had brought with them from Rabaul had deserted. All that said, and despite grand post-war claims by the AAF, it's unclear just how much Japanese supply forward of the Camusi was actually interdicted. At least one Japanese general after the war claimed that the AAF attacks did not seriously interfere because the land movement of supply was carried out during the night or during intervals of the bombing. Maybe so, but it was also one more thing the Japanese had to deal with, and in a broader sense, the palpable, near-total loss of Japanese air presence over the battlefield was ominous. The AIF's troops, conversely, were benefiting from increasingly effective airborne supply. Both sides had experimented with dropping supplies to their troops during Hari'i's advance. These early efforts had served mostly to confirm the unsurprising hypothesis that when materiel is tossed out of an airplane, even when flying quite low and slow, it will, in fact, tend to be completely smashed to bits upon hitting the ground. The Japanese apparently had neither sufficient transport aircraft nor the inclination to overcome these unwanted gravitational effects, particularly as the campaign wore on. The Allies, on the other hand, were determined to make airdropped supply a reality and began experimenting with packaging, parachutes, and delivery modes. In short order, they were able to reduce the amount of wastage, both from damaged materiel and from goods dropping off target into the jungle, to less than a third. That wasn't exactly great, but it meant that Kenny's so-called biscuit bombers could now keep a light infantry force in adequate provender while traversing the jungle death zone. Carrying out these various missions required the RAAF and AAF to employ, and also expend, a lot of aircraft. Flying conditions in the Owen Stanleys would have been regarded as almost laughably bad if they hadn't killed so many young pilots in the process of just doing their jobs. Primitive dirt strips were the norm. Metal Marsden matting was considered a luxury and exclusively reserved to the Allies. Concrete runways were practically unheard of, except at major bases like Moresby. Most strips had to be hacked out of any patch of jungle that seemed flat enough to suit the need. The notorious Australian field at WWII, which would become critically important in early 1943, was nothing more than a grass strip on a 10-degree incline that terminated directly against a mountain, a configuration that no right-minded engineer would ever have selected for an airfield. Nonetheless, it was used, and used heavily, because there was nothing else in the area that would serve. The same could be said of practically any strip in New Guinea. Planes crashed all the time for every conceivable reason. Enemy damage was one, of course, but just as common were mechanical failures, pilot error, or navigational mishaps, particularly in the mountains. Aircraft didn't have radar, nor did many of the bases. Ground-based navigational aids didn't exist. Tropical weather was unpredictable. The jungle was nearly as trackless as the ocean, requiring the same sort of dead reckoning methods as overwater navigation. Not surprisingly, many pilots got turned around and simply vanished. For all these reasons, non-combat losses in the South Pacific often approached or even exceeded aircraft lost in combat, particularly as the war continued. For pilots, ditching in the ocean meant you might possibly live, whereas ditching or parachuting into the jungle meant almost certain death. Even if an aviator somehow made it down alive through the towering canopy of trees, there were practically no trails, food, or shelter. Hostile indigenous peoples, on the other hand, not to mention poisonous snakes, tropical diseases, and outright starvation, were to be found in plenitude. A plane going down even a few miles from a base almost always took its crew with it to oblivion. Consequently, pilots on both sides did everything in their power to nurse even terribly damaged aircraft back to an airfield, or at least to a coastline, where they could ditch in comparative safety. For all these reasons, flying in the tropics was some of the most hazardous aviation duty to be found anywhere. Meanwhile, for the Australian diggers on the track, Allied air power was wonderful and all that, but it still took hard-nosed infantry to capture and hold ground, meaning there was plenty of bloody work ahead to get to Kokoda. Despite Hari'i's men being on their last legs, they still knew how to fight, and there were ample locations along the tortuous, constricted mountain path for them to do so. Not only that, but they had gotten a head start from WWII before the Australians knew they were gone, and had used that time to good effect to dig in at the top of the range. After 10 days of fitful advance, the AIF ran into a series of 3 well-prepared positions near Templeton's Crossing and Eora Creek on 11 October that stopped them cold for more than 2 weeks. This was not at all to MacArthur's liking back in Moresby, and he questioned why, if the Japanese had been able to get across the range in about 2 weeks, the Australians were not able to repeat the trick. The answer was the fundamentally different nature of this counter-advance. During August, the Japanese were in direct contact with and harrying an Australian force conducting a fighting retreat, never allowing them to catch their breath. But going the other way, and with the head start they'd been given in reverse, the Japanese were now able to dig in at each location, with trenches and fighting pits, backed by mortars and machine guns. This meant that the Australian advance had to be more deliberate. With the Eora Creek ravine being nearly vertical in this section of the track, 25th Brigade found it difficult to flank the Japanese positions. It's arguable that Hirii might have held there quite a bit longer had he been able to commit anything other than a malnourished rearguard. But on 29 October, the Australians pushed again and found the way forward unblocked. Hirii had pulled his men out. On 2 November, the Australians finally raised their flag in Kokoda. The AIF was now out of the mountains. Ahead of them lay the long trail leading gently down into the greasy swelter of the coast. At the same time the Australians were forcing the Kokoda track, the Americans were making their own advance across the Owen Stanleys. During the panic of Hirii's initial advance in September, MacArthur had rushed 2 regiments of the American 32nd Infantry Division to Port Moresby. The 32nd was a National Guard unit, originally slated for service in Europe. Back in March, it had been one of the 2 American divisions shipped to Australia in barter for keeping the Australian 9th Division in the Middle East. Having been peremptorily shipped up to Moresby during the emergency, the question had become how to get it into battle. There was no room on the Kokoda track for American troops to advance across, too. Just keeping one brigade supplied there was difficult enough as it was. But to the south, a parallel trail running 84 miles from Kappa Kapavia Jore and then on to Buna was duly located, and the 2nd Battalion of the 126th Infantry Regiment sent across it. This path, so narrow that one survivor recalled that even a jackrabbit couldn't leave it, proved to be longer and significantly more difficult than the Kokoda track, which was really saying something. Going up to nearly 9,000 feet, it skirted past the flanks of Mount Aubrey, shortly dubbed Ghost Mountain for the eerie luminescence that the phosphorescent moss on its emerald flanks gave off at night. The terrain here was so steep, frigid, remote, and downright uncanny that even the indigenous people considered it haunted. One GI remembered, it was ungodly cold. There wasn't a sign of life, not a bird, not a fly, not a sound. If we stopped, we froze. If we moved, we sweated. Starting on 14 October, it took the battalion 42 days and 56,000 feet of ascent-descent to make their way across, by which time they were so debilitated by hunger, disease, and exhaustion that they were barely serviceable for combat. Fortunately for the rest of the 32nd Infantry Division, even as the 2nd 126th was toiling through its lush, private perdition, other Allied scouting parties nearer the coast had found long-forgotten dirt airstrips or locations where the same could be created in short order. By the time 2nd 126th began lurching out of the hills, the remainder of their regiment, along with the bulk of the 128th, had been flown across the Owen Stanleys to the north coast and were advancing, if rather soggily, from the coastal town of Pangani toward Hirii's coastal base. As soon as the Australians made their way down from Kokoda, MacArthur would have the better part of 2 divisions converging on Hirii's redoubt, and it was hoped he could be ejected in relatively short order. By this time, however, Hirii's base personnel and the survivors of South Sea's force had been busily digging for weeks, creating a ring of new defenses around a tiny cluster of coastal villages, Buna, Gona, and Sanananda. Their names would soon be well known to both the Australians and Americans. 13. November 1942. You felt as though you alone held the fate of Russia in your hands. Vyacheslav Kondratyev. We served the imperative of history as specks of dust in the whirlwind, and were privileged to participate in the end of our world. German soldier Willy Peter Rees. Today, even the most optimistic temperaments see the morrow in dark colors. Count Galeazzo Ciano. And thus we come to the month with the longest chapter in this book, and with reason. In fact, it would be easy to write an entire book just on the events from 23 October, the beginning of Operation Lightfoot at El Alamein, to 23 November, when the Red Army's jaws snapped shut at Kalak in the rear of Stalingrad. This one-month period was unquestionably the most devastating collective blow to Axis strategic fortunes during the entire war, rivaled only by the triple disasters of D-Day, Operation Bagration, and the Marianas Campaign in June-July 1944. By 1944, though, the basic trajectory of the war had long been decided. Here, even at the end of 1942, the overall issue of Allied military competence was still in question. By Christmas, it no longer would be. The climactic events of November 1942 would create a fundamentally different war. Grand strategy, economic. Building ships. Previous chapters examined how critical shipping and naval power were to the Western Allies. Having also discussed the approaches the major powers took in manufacturing tanks and aircraft, it makes sense to explore shipbuilding as well. By this point in late 1942, after the bitter naval combat in all theaters, the U.S. and Britain had pressing needs for both launching warships and replacing the swaths of cargo vessels that the Axis had culled from their merchant fleets, particularly since naval power and sea lift were the coins of the realm for all the major operations the Western Allies needed to undertake. The damage the Axis had inflicted on Allied sea power had been enormous. Roughly speaking, every time an Allied cargo ship was sunk, 5,000 tons of carrying capacity, deadweight tons, went with it. Admiral Dönitz's U-boats alone had done that roughly 1,100 times from September 1939 to December 1941, racking up 5.2 million tons sunk. During the same stretch, British and Commonwealth shipyards had replaced about 2.7 million tons, and American yards another 1.9 million. Thus, even before Pearl Harbor, the Western Allies were already down at least 600,000 tons from German submarine sinkings alone. In fact, this understates the matter because Kriegsmarine surface raiders, the Italians, and particularly the Luftwaffe, had extracted additional tonnage during the first 2 years of the war as well. Then, in January 1942, Dönitz unleashed Paukenschlag, at the very same time the Japanese Navy was rampaging across the Pacific, at which point everything went to hell in a handbasket. Dönitz's boats would sink another 1,100 ships for 5.8 million tons in 1942, more than equaling his tonnage haul from the first 28 months of war. In April, the Japanese bagged 140,000 tons of shipping in a single week during Nagumo's foray into the Indian Ocean, adding to the toll already extracted off Singapore and Java. Thus, only toward the end of the year could the Allies even begin clawing their way back from the harm they'd already suffered, let alone start creating the enormous additional lift capacity needed to haul the American war machine all over the planet. Much like the situation with aircraft manufacturing, however, the groundwork for the Allied recovery in shipping had already been laid before the U.S. entered the war. In response to British pleas for help in offsetting their heavy merchant losses through 1940, the U.S. Maritime Commission and its leader, the recently retired Rear Admiral Emory Jerry Land, undertook supplying 260 standardized cargo vessels for both the U.S. and British merchant fleets. The Commission then set about selecting civilian yards on both coasts and the Gulf of Mexico with the requisite expertise to aggressively expand their operations. Among these were relative newcomers like industrialist Henry Kaiser and his 7 West Coast shipyards. In early 1941, as the German undersea onslaught continued, costing the British 40 ships a month, it was clear that much more needed to be done. 260 ships wouldn't even cover Britain's losses, let alone provide the sea lift needed in the event of a global war. The British would require 1,000 ships at least, and the U.S. thousands more. With British yards already maxed out, the Americans would have to conjure up the vast majority of these new vessels. As Donald Nelson, then the head of the Office of Production Management, stressed to Congress in the middle of 1941, "This emergency is so dire, so immediate, and so pressing that no effort we could conceivably make would be more than just enough. The very best we can possibly do will be just good enough, with nothing to spare." Congress responded, appropriating $314 million in February 1941 for emergency construction, followed by $550 million in April, and another $700 million in August, a total of $1.6 billion just to get things rolling. These were huge sums. The Americans had just plunked down 5 times as much money on the table for launching humble cargo vessels as the Japanese were currently spending building warships. All that was needed to get the program rolling was a standardized cargo ship design and the building ways to construct them. After much wrangling, Jerry Land settled on a design based on a pre-war British tramp freighter. Designated EC-2 for emergency cargo, the vessel was 441 feet long and capable of hauling 10,419 deadweight tons of cargo at a rather sedate 11 knots. Its propulsion system was an outdated, low-pressure, triple-reciprocating plant. It was, frankly, a solution more befitting a ship laid down for the previous war, rather than this one. But it could be bought cheaply and in quantity, and it didn't compete with the Navy's pressing need for more sophisticated steam turbines and diesels for its warships. The EC-2's lines were boxy, as every effort was made to reduce hull curves that would elongate manufacturing time. Conditions aboard would be Spartan: a minimum of ventilation for the holds, engine rooms and accommodations, along with cramped quarters, no emergency generator, no gyro compass or radio direction finder on the bridge, and concrete floors in the showers instead of tile. The Liberty ship, as the design came to be known, was actually suboptimal in a lot of ways. Too slow, poorly laid out in terms of holds and booms, and with limited ability to unload in ports that were damaged or undeveloped. They had other drawbacks as well, the most prominent being a combination of variable steel grades and uneven expertise in welding, leaving many Liberty hulls with an unfortunate proclivity for cracking. It was numbers of ships that mattered, however, not their accoutrements. In this sense, the Americans embraced their own zen of shoddiness in much the same way the Soviets had come to peace with their austere tank designs. To further speed construction, the Maritime Commission took its cue from a similar emergency effort mounted in the First World War. Then, 122 emergency freighters had been assembled from prefabricated sections built at inland steel plants, loaded on trains, and assembled at Philadelphia's Hog Island shipyard. The commercial yards now working for the Maritime Commission took much the same approach, but fabrication occurred at the yards themselves, because the nation's steel mills were already overloaded just trying to roll sufficient steel plate for all manner of war production. Welding was used extensively to speed construction and make the vessels lighter. This was important, because the plan was to fabricate complete sections of the ship off the ways, then use large cranes to hoist them into place. The yards themselves varied substantially in layout, though the general material flow was uniformly linear. Steel and other components came into railroad sidings and were stored near expansive fabrication areas, where hull sections, including the entire superstructure, were welded together, then moved into staging areas. From there, they were hoisted into place as the ship was assembled on the building way. As soon as the ship's major equipment was installed and the hull made watertight, it was launched, clearing the ways for the next ship. A new keel was laid down immediately, many of its own prefab components having already been lined up and waiting. The newly launched ship was towed to an outfitting dock, where more than half the actual construction process took place. Here, final components were installed: hatches, radios, bunks, showers, etc. The component tree of a Liberty ship was defined right down to the crockery that stocked its galley. Technically speaking, this wasn't true mass manufacturing. It was station-based batch production, or multiple construction, in the parlance shipbuilders preferred. But the extensive usage of welding and ingenious prefabrication methods totally transformed the game. Once the yards really got rolling, their output was phenomenal. The average time to build a Liberty typically fell by half from the first ship constructed to the second, then kept declining from there. Build times on the WAIs went from 180 days at first to 30 to 40 days by about the fourth or fifth production cycle. By 1943, the average time to put an entire ship together was about 85 days, 35 in prefab, 40 on the WAIs, and 10 fitting out. The yards all worked around the clock, with local businesses and even small towns springing up to provide food, housing, goods, childcare, and other services to the workers. The West Coast yards, benefiting from abundant land and less crowding from existing cities, were the most productive. The Gulf yards, shorter on educated, skilled labor of all kinds, were the least. Nevertheless, all the yards saw substantial reductions in build time. Much has been written about a learning effect and its role in accelerating Liberty ship production. Building the same thing over and over allowed workers to figure out better ways to organize and perform production tasks, thereby speeding things up. The primary driver of productivity increases in the yards, however, was money. Continuous infusions of capital that purchased larger cranes and more machine tools for fabrication. The reason building times had fallen so dramatically in many of the yards was that initially the yards themselves were still being built and equipment installed, even as the first vessels were being constructed. In the end, capital equipment increased labor productivity by 70%, while the yards had simultaneously increased their workforces dramatically, meaning that by 1943, Liberty ships were fairly flying down the WAIs. In all, the Americans would build 2,710 of them, the most produced class of ship in history, contributing substantially to America's total of 50 million tons of merchant shipping launched during the war. By the end of the war, the Americans would be using them to deliver roughly 7,600 tons of war materiel every hour to ports around the world. No other nation constructed anywhere near this much merchant tonnage. British shipbuilders had a well-earned reputation for excellence, and they labored mightily throughout the war. However, their yards were often cramped by American standards, with little room for expansion, meaning that new fabrication buildings often had to be multi-story, with less efficient layouts. Machine tools were in much shorter supply and hadn't been significantly upgraded between the wars owing to the collapse of the international shipbuilding industry during the Depression. British yards also labored on a wide range of both commercial and naval vessels, allowing few chances to specialize. Repair work on Royal Navy warships, which normally took place in the Navy's own yards, spilled over into commercial yards as war damage increased. The Japanese were in much the same situation. While some of their yards, Mitsubishi, Nagasaki, Kure, and Yokosuka in particular, had impressive physical facilities, their wartime production was hampered by a welter of both cargo and naval construction projects as well as repair work. It was almost impossible to manage and coordinate their shipbuilding effectively under such conditions. That said, as Phillips Payson O'Brien has noted, Japan produced nearly as many naval and merchant vessels as did Britain, an impressive achievement given their industrial constraints. Germany, for its part, hardly built merchantmen at all, focusing instead on naval construction, almost exclusively submarines. This left Italy as an also-ran. With a mere 48,000 workers in its shipyards in 1942, compared with 640,000 Americans building merchant ships alone, and likewise laboring with little rationalization of cargo, naval, and repair jobs, its output could not help but be anemic. During the course of the entire war, Italy launched about 470,000 tons of merchant shipping. Japan did better, launching 4.1 million tons. This was still 5 million tons less than the Commonwealth and 46 million tons behind the U.S. Impressive as slapping together 10,000-ton freighters was, building warships was an entirely different matter. Here, mass production simply wasn't applicable, even when wielded by the Americans. Warships were vastly more complex than a freighter or even a heavy bomber, packed with weapons and ammunition, high-performance propulsion machinery, armor, and delicate sensors, all of which had to be damage-resistant and designed to Navy specs. America's Fletcher-class destroyers, the most numerous class of destroyer ever produced, only amounted to 175 units, an order of magnitude less than the Liberty ships. Nor were all those 175 ships identical. As production continued, modifications were made to reflect combat experience, leading to minor differences between many of them. Furthermore, unlike freighters, when it came to trade-offs of quality versus quantity, for its warships the Americans needed both. Whereas a Liberty ship was optimized for ease of manufacture, eschewing heavily curved hull plates, for instance, such corner cutting for a fleet destroyer was unacceptable. A Fletcher couldn't do its job without high speed, which required an optimized hull form. Creating a hull shaped to exacting tolerances, in turn, required workers in the plate shops who had deep expertise using massive machines to fold, bend, snip, and shear steel plates to conform precisely to the wooden templates developed in the mold loft. Thus, in contrast to the use of semi-skilled labor and assembly line techniques for other weapon systems, in naval shipbuilding, skill and experience were absolutely de rigueur. A shipyard that has never built a destroyer, one admiral remarked, is simply lost in trying to do it. As many of the recently recruited small boat yards on the East Coast would now attest, trying to construct even as small a warship as a 173-foot submarine chaser was a lot more challenging than putting together a tuna trawler. This is not to say that there weren't some highly successful crossover efforts, as relatively inexperienced commercial yards did yeoman's work in launching hundreds of destroyer escorts, LSTs, and smaller combatants. Two of the larger commercial Liberty yards also produced escort carriers based on standard Maritime Commission C3 and P1 hulls. But those little flat tops weren't designed to remotely the same level of sophistication as a fleet carrier. For real combatants of destroyer size on up, the Navy primarily turned to those builders that it knew had the requisite expertise. This meant the Navy's 8 owned building yards were those of the big 3 commercial shipbuilders: Newport News Shipbuilding, Bethlehem Steel, and New York Ship. The Navy's own yards featured heavily in the tackling of the most demanding naval projects, particularly battleships. The 4 Iowa-class battleships, and $130 million apiece, by far the most complex and expensive individual weapons of the war, were all constructed by U.S. Navy yards. In contrast to its tank industry, which the Army basically built from scratch starting in 1940, America arguably had the world's most robust naval shipbuilding capability even before the war. As the world situation deteriorated in the late 1930s, the Navy began spending lavishly to upgrade its own facilities and those of the commercial naval yards. 49 of them received a total of nearly $230 million in federally funded capital improvements, dwarfing the private investments being made by their owners. In contrast, Britain's investments in naval yard upgrades totaled only about $24 million until the midpoint of the war, and only 1/4 of this was from the exchequer. Unsurprisingly, British shipyards struggled throughout the war with equipment that was badly behind that found in American yards, particularly with respect to heavy cranes and welding. The Kriegsmarine paid out larger sums for improvements in its yards, but again, nothing remotely on the scale that the Americans invested. Along with massive capital infusions, the Americans also benefited from a large pool of technical expertise. At New York Ship, for instance, 80% of the foremen had worked in the yard their entire careers, averaging more than 30 years on the job. This was typical of many yards, which could boast workers with deep experience across many specialties. For instance, assembling, installing, testing, and calibrating the intricate Mark 37 fire control system that controlled a large warship's anti-aircraft guns and cost $175,000 a pop, required electricians capable of doing more than snaking power conduits around inside a hull. Thanks to government warship contracts that helped these yards make it through the Depression, the Americans already had a large cadre of such workers on hand. During the course of the conflict, accelerated shipbuilding apprentice programs churned out thousands more. In all, American yards launched 8 million tons of warships, 1,247 vessels, including 203 submarines, plus 82,028 landing craft of all sizes during the Second World War. This was more tonnage launched than Britain, Germany, Italy, and Japan combined. Of the other major shipbuilders, Britain's naval yards labored under the same restrictions with regard to producing merchant tonnage: a lack of space, sparse capital funding for modern equipment, and limited specialization, with the same yards building both merchantmen and warships. Even so, they completed 871 warships, with Canadian yards adding another 191 smaller ships. Thus, despite its early heavy losses, the Royal Navy continued increasing in strength. Among the Axis powers, the Japanese had perhaps the most ambitious pre-war building programs, including the desire to complete 2 more Yamato-class battleships and a number of aircraft carriers. But it did so under the constraints already enumerated: shortages of space, limited capital, and having to crank out merchant ships and warships in the same yards. To these complications was added an increasingly dire lack of raw materials, which would accelerate as America's submarine campaign started ramping up in mid-1943. Shortages would begin strangling Japanese steel production, not to mention the oil needed to power both domestic industry and the very warships the yards were producing. Japan's wartime production amounted to 90 warships, including 1 super battleship, 16 aircraft carriers of various sizes, 9 cruisers, and 63 destroyers, along with 167 submarines. These were impressive achievements in an absolute sense. However, they were completely dwarfed by the output of American yards. As for Italy, given the strictures and industrial base, shipbuilding manpower, and raw materials shortages, it could do little to increase the country's fleet strength. To Italy's credit, 3 new or refitted battleships were finished early in the conflict, but its total production beyond this amounted to only a dozen more surface combatants and 28 submarines. Italy fought the entire war essentially on a fixed-size navy and struggled to repair the damage its warships suffered in battle. This left Germany as the world's second-largest naval shipbuilder of the war measured by units, not tonnage, although her production was almost exclusively in the form of 1,141 submarines and 17 destroyers. The Germans launched nearly twice the warship tonnage the U.S. did in 1941. In 1942, though, despite increasing their own launchings, the Germans would find themselves outbuilt 2-1 by America, and then by 5-1 in both 1943 and 1944. Additionally, 785 of the submarines that the Germans launched during the conflict would be sunk by war's end. However, Germany's naval shipbuilding should not be discounted simply because it was focused mostly on a single platform. The U-Bootwaffe consumed over 10% of Germany's total weapons and ammunition production in 1942 and would continue at this rate for the rest of the war. The engine powering America's monumental building effort was located at 1500 Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington. Here, the U.S. Treasury Department was pumping out funds like there was no tomorrow. In all, the United States would spend $13.3 billion simply on building humble merchant ships, launching 4,368 cargo vessels of 39.9 million gross tons. Liberty ships alone, at $1.8 million apiece, consumed $4.8 billion of this, more than twice the cost of the Manhattan Project. The U.S. expended another $30.6 billion on naval construction. In all, the Americans would drop almost $44 billion over 5 years to secure sea control, a sum roughly equivalent to Great Britain's entire annual GDP. By 1944, the vision of insuperable naval supremacy funded by the Two-Ocean Navy Act in July 1940 would become a stark reality. By then, the U.S. Navy would be larger than all the other navies in the world combined. All that, however, still lay well in the future. Those ships certainly weren't available for the night fighting going on right now off Guadalcanal. Indeed, the U.S. Navy was going to have to find a way to muddle through some painful, bloody months ahead. But by the end of 1942, the production miracle that would transform the meaning of true sea power was already well underway. The geography of death. The topic of casualties in the Second World War is burdened with large uncertainties. Coming to a general agreement regarding the total numbers of dead for this or that country is difficult enough, let alone understanding their temporal ebb and flow, as well as the more precise locations in which the bulk of the killing occurred. Nevertheless, some general statements can be made now that the war was truly global in extent. Despite the Nazi regime's post-war reputation as a machine of mass murder, up until the launch of Operation Barbarossa, it was the Japanese who had done the lion's share of the killing in the war. Whereas Hitler's legions had slain perhaps 600,000 people prior to June 1941, by that time, around 7.5 million Chinese had already perished from either starvation, direct combat against Japan, or the deliberate, defensive flooding of the Yellow River in 1938 by the nationalist government. However, Barbarossa's inception marked an inflection point in the demography and geography of death in the war, as Soviet mortality immediately assumed immense proportions. These included military casualties, dead POWs, and civilian deaths caused by starvation and by the Einsatzgruppen that followed immediately behind the Wehrmacht spearheads, murdering as they went. These squads would kill about 1.35 million persons in the occupied USSR by the end of 1942. Meanwhile, in Poland, the Germans were busily employing the quartet of extermination camps that epitomized the horrifically premeditated, industrialized nature of the Holocaust. More than 1 million innocents had been liquidated there already. The conflict had thus established itself in the two main areas where the bulk of the war's killing would continue: Eastern Europe and China. The former area, aptly termed the Bloodlands by historian Timothy Snyder, centered on Poland and the occupied portions of the USSR, the Armenian, Moldovan, Lithuanian, Latvian, Estonian, Ukrainian, Georgian, Belarusian, and Russian Soviet Socialist Republics, SSRs. Practically speaking, the killing zone also extended south along the Adriatic coast to encompass both Yugoslavia and Greece. Later in the war, as they were overrun by the Red Army, Hungary and Romania would figure in the mix as well. In this area, including German military casualties on the Eastern Front, but excluding German civilians, who died from a variety of causes, a minimum of at least 34 million, and perhaps as many as 46 million humans would ultimately perish. Of these, between 3.3 and 4.4 million were German soldiers killed in the East, another 500,000 Axis soldiers, 300,000 to 450,000 Yugoslav soldiers, and finally, between 8.6 and 11.4 million Soviet troops, a total of some 13 to 17.3 million combatants dead on the field. The remainder, between 20.5 and 28.7 million, depending on whose math you believe, were civilians. In per capita terms, the Soviet Union suffered 13.7% of its population killed, roughly 1 in 7. Certain areas obviously fared worse than others, with Belarus topping the list with 1/4 of its population killed, followed by Ukraine, 16.3%, while the Russian SSR, which provided the bulk of the USSR's soldiers, suffered an aggregate of 12.7% of its population slain. Poland suffered horribly, with 17% of its citizens dead. Even in Greece, which saw little active combat but a great deal of starvation, 9% of the population perished. These were searing events that left indelible marks on the survivors and initiated ripples of regional suffering, resentments, and cultural memory that reverberate to this day. The other great killing ground was in Asia, where roughly 25 to 35 million people would perish. The bulk were in China, which suffered between 15.3 and 21.9 million fatalities, both military and civilian. During 1942, a major famine in Henan province was taking shape, which would claim some 2 to 3 million dead before the middle of 1943. However, later in the war, there would also be large civilian mortalities elsewhere in Asia, including a war-related famine in Bengal, 2 to 3 million dead, as well as starvation in both French Indochina, 1 to 2 million, and the Dutch East Indies, 2.4 to 4 million from both famine and forced labor for the Japanese. All three of these calamities were at least partially the product of militaries, both Allied and Axis, prioritizing their own wartime transportation concerns over civilian needs, as well as Bengal being cut off from its traditional source of Burmese rice. The late war famines in Tonkin and Java were further exacerbated by the broader economic collapse of Southeast Asia under Japanese misrule, coupled with America's submarine onslaught against Japanese merchant shipping. The primary engine of death in the region, though, was the Japanese military. The emperor's troops ultimately were responsible for killing roughly 3.3 million Allied soldiers, overwhelmingly Chinese, and between 8.2 and 9.0 million civilians through direct military action, bayonet, bullet, and sword, while losing between 2.1 and 2.3 million Japanese soldiers, sailors, and airmen in the process. The dead in both Europe and Asia were overwhelmingly Allied. Even using conservative figures for Allied losses and high-end figures for the Axis to illustrate the point, it seems likely that the Allies lost a minimum of about 53.3 million fatalities, both military and civilian, to a maximum of about 14.3 million for the Axis, or at least 3.7 to 1. The real figure was probably closer to 5 to 1. Of those Allied deaths, a minimum of 39.6 million were civilians, against a maximum of 6 million Axis civilians, or at least 6 to 1. The actual figure was probably closer to 11 to 1. In Asia, the civilian toll was even more lopsided. A minimum of 19 million Allied innocents perished, as opposed to a maximum of 1.3 million citizens of the Empire of Japan, that is, close to 15 to 1, and almost certainly more. It should be noted, too, that as many as 500,000 of the Empire's civilian fatalities weren't ethnic Japanese, but rather their Korean subjects, probably more than 350,000 of whom perished as a result of forced labor, in essence, victims of Japanese aggression. Thus, in per capita terms, Japan probably suffered only about 4% of its ethnic population killed, less than either French Indochina or the Indies, and far less than the 10% its ally Germany ultimately suffered. There is no question that the firebombing campaign America unleashed on Japan's civilian population during the war's last 6 months caused enormous human death and suffering. Likewise, anyone who has visited Hiroshima's Peace Memorial Museum will readily acknowledge the unique horrors of atomic warfare that were the capstone of that final, terrible onslaught. But Japan's own civilian death toll from the conflict it initiated is utterly eclipsed by the truly gigantic slaughter imperial troops inflicted across the breadth of Asia, particularly in China, where their butchery continued non-stop for 8 years. A word is also in order regarding the massive yet almost unknown wartime tragedy that befell Persia during 1942 through 44. Despite being officially neutral, Persia was partitioned by both the Soviet Union and the British in 1941, with the latter commandeering the majority of the country, along with its railroad system and ports, to transship Lend-Lease materiel to the USSR. A poor harvest, hyperinflation, the collapse of the food distribution system, and a typhus outbreak were overlain by indifference on the part of Britain, the USSR, which admittedly could barely feed itself, and ultimately the U.S., to whom the Persians turned desperately and futilely for aid in 1943 when the British had failed them. The result was between 3 and 4 million Iranian civilians dead, roughly a quarter of the country's population. In fact, It is possible that Iran may have suffered the greatest per capita mortality of any nation in the Second World War, despite having been a neutral party up until 1943. This in turn leads to another implication. Great Britain was at least partially responsible for the starvation of as many as 6 million souls during the war. The extenuating circumstances in Bengal and Persia, persistent lack of available wartime shipping, and with it, the necessity of deprioritizing military operations if civilian aid was to be actively rendered, the crippling lack of Burmese rice production, prioritized rationing, hoarding, and speculation on local black markets, callousness and incompetence on the part of local Bengali authorities, the compounding effects of natural disasters and disease, the role of the Soviets in the northern portion of Persia, and so forth, are certainly all debatable. There are undoubtedly many fingers to be pointed. However, the ultimate administrative responsibility of the areas in question is not arguable, and these civilian horrors reflect no very great credit on Winston Churchill or the British. Wars have always killed the innocent, of course, although the degree to which non-combatants have been either avoided or deliberately targeted has varied widely from conflict to conflict. This war was not only by far the widest spread in human history, but also often witnessed a return to deliberate savagery more appropriate to Genghis Khan's time and moral scope. In many cases, too, this new barbarism was being aimed explicitly at civilians. Modern land weapons were already exceptionally effective at killing innocents, either caught in the crossfire or deliberately targeted, and to these were added aerial bombardment by all parties, industrialized death camps in the case of the Germans, germ warfare in the case of the Japanese, mass internal deportations and genocide in the case of the Soviets, and ultimately atomic weaponry in the case of the Americans. Marching hand in hand beside them were the timeless, familiar specters of famine, disease, and natural disaster. The result was the largest human culling in history, exceeding even the Black Plague in absolute numbers, if not per capita mortality. It must be reiterated that the burden of ultimate culpability for the vast majority of this enormous death toll falls squarely on the Axis powers. Despite the transparently revisionist attempts of museums like the Yushukan, attached to the Yasukuni Shrine in Tokyo, to pin the blame for the Asia-Pacific War on American sanctions and embargoes, those sanctions never would have been necessary in the first place, were it not for Japan's war of aggression in China and subsequent expansion into Indochina. Likewise, Hiroshima and Nagasaki would never have occurred, had not the Japanese chosen to extend their Chinese conflict onto a wider Asian stage, committing further widespread atrocities in the process, including against their own civilians later in the war on Saipan, Tinian, and Okinawa, and fighting with a militarily pointless absolutism that obliged the virtual annihilation of every Japanese unit the Allies encountered. Greater Asia has not forgotten the true nature of the war, even if the Japanese themselves have yet to come fully to terms with it in a cultural sense. All too often, treating the war as something awful and inexplicable that passively happened to them, rather than something they actively participated in. Naked aggression was the driver in the Bloodlands as well, where the Nazi Reich unleashed a campaign of deliberate mass extermination, the likes of which mankind has never seen. We may understandably recoil now at the way Bomber Harris implemented his methods of deliberately paving Germany's urban areas and the resulting immolation of cities like Hamburg and Dresden, along with their inhabitants. However, the utter destruction of Nazi Germany was an unmitigated good in world history, and one that most modern Germans would readily acknowledge. Hitler's demise saved Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union from further mass murder that might have ultimately doubled the death toll of the conflict. Allied methods for winning World War II were neither uniformly pretty nor perfect, but they clearly served a greater moral imperative, and one still worth honoring today. Battle of the Atlantic. Max Horton takes over. Perhaps the most momentous event in the U-boat war in November occurred nowhere near the seaways, but ashore in Great Britain. On the 17th, British Admiral Sir Max Horton was appointed C&C Western Approaches Command and given overall charge of guarding Britain's sea lanes. His predecessor, the congenial, technologically apt Admiral Sir Percy Noble, had built a capable organization but was not universally respected by his subordinates, nor seen as a real warrior by the Admiralty or Churchill. Horton, by contrast, was pugnacious and ruthless. A famous submarine ace in the First World War, he was equally infamous for his abrasiveness to subordinates and superiors alike. "The ultimate result of shielding men from fools is to fill the world with fools," was one of his favorite quotes, and gives some idea of what Horton was like to work for, at least for those who didn't know their jobs. Horton's effect on his new command was as soothing as a bandsaw, but he got results and was unrelenting in his quest for better solutions to battlefield problems. Immediately upon taking over, Horton had requested a demonstration of the tactics being generated by one of his ASW training think tanks, the Western Approaches Tactical Unit, WWII, which was staffed primarily by young women. Horton decided to personally play the role of the attacking submarine in a series of war games. His opponent playing the escort group commander was 20-year-old Janet O'Kell, the acknowledged virtuoso among WWII's Women's Royal Navy Service, WRENS, who mercilessly sank Sir Max several times. Horton was a bit suspicious of the results, but broad-minded enough to recognize that the WRENS were effective teachers, and that WWII had a useful role to play in acting as a primer school for helping bring up to speed the masses of Royal Navy and other Allied reservists then being funneled into the fleet's ASW groups. Horton began introducing other innovations as well. Though he knew that the notion of free-roaming hunter-killer groups had been thoroughly discredited in the RN earlier in the war, Horton was alert to the feeling among some of his escort commanders that there could be utility in having independent support groups that could shift from hotspot to hotspot, reinforcing the normal convoy escorts. In other words, rather than going out looking for trouble, these new groups would steam to where the trouble already was. The first of these groups had already been established in September. It was commanded by Engelbert Endress's assassin, Captain Frederick Johnny Walker. More RN and RCN escort groups would shortly be forming, able to focus on conducting lengthy hunts while freeing up convoy escorts to shepherd their flocks. Horton, knowing that fair fights were for suckers, ensured that the support groups would always be intensively trained in the latest group tactics, allowing them to gang up on their prey. Horton likewise ushered in specialized convoy rescue ships to pluck sailors from the icy waters, thereby reducing convoy casualties and bucking up morale. The latter was important, as by now, given the year's extraordinarily heavy losses in cargo vessels, there was some question as to whether Allied merchant mariners would continue carrying on in the face of Germany's relentless assaults on the northern shipping routes. All of Horton's innovations would prove crucial in the months ahead. Admiral Dönitz, no slouch himself when it came to ruthlessness, emotional hardness, and adaptability, had met his match. Convoy battles. Meanwhile, out at sea, November opened with SC-107 being pounced upon by a U-boat pack east of Newfoundland. Numerous HF-DF intercepts from both the escorts and shore-based installations had warned the Canadian convoy commander, Lieutenant Commander Desmond Pearce, that he was in for trouble. But with a slender group of only 4 corvettes and a destroyer, there was little he could do about it. Though a Canadian aircraft sank 2 shadowing submarines in quick succession, as soon as the convoy reached the Black Pit, all hell broke loose. On the night of 1-2 November, the U-boats closed in from all sides. For hours, the darkness was rent by scenes of arcing star shells, gunfire, depth charges, and burning vessels. The subs brushed aside the harried, outnumbered escorts, sinking 7 freighters and damaging an 8th. On the morning of the 2nd, the Allies sent a group of 4 additional escorts south from Iceland. Dönitz simultaneously dispatched a dozen U-boats to join their compatriots. The question was, whose forces would arrive first? During the following 2 nights, Periodic fog and rain rolled in to confuse the situation still further, with subs and escorts moving through the swirling murk like wraiths, playing a deadly game of blind man's bluff. The convoy commander desperately tried maneuvering his charges to evade the submarines, but only succeeded in scattering his ships more widely in the haze. More merchantmen were sunk, although the Germans lost the experienced Ernst Vogelsang in his U-132 with all hands under bizarre circumstances. Having torpedoed a cargo ship on the evening of the 4th, Vogelsang surfaced to finish it off. Unbeknownst to him, the vessel was loaded with ammunition. Equally unknown, a second U-boat took this opportunity to fire its own torpedo at the crippled vessel, with Vogelsang apparently caught in the enormous resulting explosion. Ironically, the ammunition vessel's own crew had abandoned ship promptly after U-132's initial attack and survived the detonation that claimed their tormentor. This was small consolation for the convoy, though. When it finally reached Iceland's air cover on the morning of the 5th, Allied aircraft drove off the remainder of the U-boats. SC-107 had nonetheless lost 15 vessels for about 83,000 tons. It was the fourth worst convoy disaster of the war for the Allies. The British leveled charges of incompetence at the Canadians, charges that were both patronizing and unfair. SC-107 had been mauled by no fewer than 15 U-boats, and the Canadian escorts, as already discussed, lacked the centimetric radars that were by now becoming standard issue aboard RN and USN escorts. The Americans produced a more charitable assessment, knowing Piers well and rating him highly. He would in fact retire a rear admiral. Given all the convoy's disadvantages, one USN officer in Londonderry remarked, "Against such a scale of attack, a group of this kind cannot be expected to suffer other than heavy losses." The Canadians had a right to be upset. Throughout the summer and fall of 1942, the British had been pulling many of their own ships out of battle to refit them, taking advantage of those breaks to rest and retrain their crews. Meanwhile, the burden of the North Atlantic routes had fallen lopsidedly on the Canadians. The RCN was shouldering an absurdly high operations tempo, with many of their ships at sea 24 days out of 30. In fact, the only reason the British had had the luxury of refitting their own vessels during the period, according to historian Mark Milner, was the willingness of the RCN to drive its own men and ships to the limit of their endurance. Yet, this generosity was left unacknowledged by the senior Navy. Thus, just as with the matter of very long-range VLR aircraft, the British were again being hasty in pointing fingers of blame at others regarding problems substantially of their own making. One Canadian officer, in a fury over Horton's withering critique of Piers and SC-107, scrawled on the cover of the British report, "How about giving us a few decent destroyers in the Canadian groups, Maxie, instead of the discarded sweepings you've given us now?" Beginning on 17 November, convoy ONS-144 was attacked by a U-boat pack inside the Black Pit while being guarded by the same Norwegian outfit, Group B6, that had stoutly defended SC-104 just a month prior. The Germans found them no less pugilistic this time around. Though the escort group comprised only 5 corvettes, one of them British, they proved an aggressive quintet, using their up-to-date Type 271 radars to good effect, and continually driving the submarines off. Eventually, numbers began to tell, however. Over the next 2 days, one of the Norwegian corvettes was sunk, and a steady toll extracted from the merchantmen. When the battle concluded on the 20th, the convoy had lost 5 ships for 25,000 tons, along with the escort. Given the odds, it might have been much worse. Unlike the scorn heaped on the Canadians for SC-107, British authorities were quick to praise their doughty Norwegian allies for fighting with skill and determination. Then again, doughtiness was distinctly easier to come by when one's corvettes were equipped with top-shelf radar and HFDF. Dönitz also continued dispatching boats to the gates of the Caribbean, just to keep the Allies honest. These craft were to prey on tanker traffic if available, or any unescorted vessel they could lay their periscope on. In early November, two of these boats came across convoy Tag 18, heading from Trinidad to Guantanamo Bay. George Lassen and U-160 sank 4 vessels on 3 November, while Hans Ludwig Witt sank another pair 2 days later. All told, Lassen would bag 8 ships for nearly 45,000 tons, while Witt would sink 5 for nearly 33,000 tons. At about the same time, their compatriot, George Stats and U-508, was busily picking off stragglers and loners that he found in the same neck of the woods, eventually bringing home a respectable haul of 9 ships for over 50,000 tons. Thus, while the interior of the Caribbean and Gulf of Mexico was now fairly safe, the area around Trinidad and the eastern coastline of South America remained dangerous waters indeed. In the waters off South Africa, Dernitz's boats continued the work begun by Group IJsbeer in October. A quartet of robust Type 9D2 cruiser subs went all the way around the Cape of Good Hope and into the Indian Ocean. One of them was captained by Wolfgang Luth, whose Nazi fervor and insistence on maintaining the morale and moral purity of his crew was the stuff of both legend and derision throughout the U-Bootwaffe. Currently sitting only behind Otto Kretschmer and Eric Topp in total tonnage sunk, Luth was on a personal mission. Between 3 November and 2 December, he bagged 13 vessels for 58,000 tons, not enough to overtake Topp, but still a prodigious haul. Luth's quartet sank a total of 27 ships for 161,000 tons, in return for 1 boat lost. That came out to nearly 7 ships and 40,000 tons per patrol. Quite a profitable outing. One of the sinkings was the British troop ship Nova Scotia by ace Robert Guzzi's U-177, which also happened to be carrying 765 Italian internees. A total of 858 people died, including 650 of the Italians. With the taste of Laconia's September sinking still bitter in Dernitz's mouth, Guzzi was ordered not to attempt to aid the survivors. Dernitz instead alerted Portuguese authorities, who sent a frigate from Mozambique and plucked 194 people from the water. This marked the 6th unaccompanied British troop ship sunk by U-boats in the previous 2 months, and gives further insight into why Admiral King had made the decisions he had at the beginning of the year regarding heavy escorts for troop convoys. Overall, November had been the grimmest month yet in the Allied shipping war, with U-boats sinking 123 vessels for 768,000 tons, and another 19 vessels for 109,000 tons damaged. In return, 13 U-boats had been lost, 8 with all hands. This was an unprecedented slaughter, roughly doubling the monthly haul off the East Coast in March-April, and making the even larger massacres of May-June in the Gulf and Caribbean pale in comparison. The result was that imports into Britain plummeted to their lowest level in the war, down from an average of around 2 million tons per month to just 1.2 million tons for the next 4 months, a 40% drop, with food falling by nearly half. There is a case to be made that the distortions in global shipping and escort allotments forced by Torch were responsible for a substantial portion of this crash in imports. Of course, no one in the UK could tell whether this downward trend was just a dip or a permanent trend line. From where they were sitting, the shipping crisis had gone from bad during Paukenschlag to even worse, with no relief in sight. U-boats and the RAF. 2 consecutive months of mayhem on the seaways saw Winston Churchill facing up to the threat of the U-boat and the political pressure accompanying it. Up to this point in the war, when push had come to shove in the war of who got aircraft from the Air Ministry, Bomber Command had usually triumphed at the expense of Coastal Command. This stemmed from the failure of the Air Ministry to recognize that if shipping losses continued at this rate, the underpinnings of Bomber Command's strategic assault on Germany were themselves jeopardized. Without avgas, bombers could not fly. With the UK's fuel reserves currently slim and spiraling downward, that eventuality was no longer as outlandish as it once seemed. Imports for domestic consumption, too, were weakened, and the Americans were signaling that they might not be able to guarantee the 27 million tons of imports for 1943 that Churchill considered politically non-negotiable. Having finally seen the light regarding the criticality of both shipping and the need for air cover over the Black Pit, the Prime Minister performed a rapid volte-face regarding the allocation of four-engined heavy bombers. Similarly, the 12 November meeting of the Anti-U-Boat Warfare Committee concluded that it was imperative to find VLR aircraft, either of British or American make. In the end, it was decided to remove the 33 Liberator 3s then patrolling the Bay of Biscay, convert them to VLR, and send them to air bases around the Black Pit, partially because B-24s were not seen as suitable for night bombing in any case. The Air Ministry had no objection to converting B-24s, since it did not detract from the bombing campaign against Germany. Unfortunately, the conversion process would take much longer than anticipated, a month or more per plane, at least at the outset, as Scottish Aviation and Prestwick wrestled with the technical headaches associated with this avian birthing process. Only 2 would be converted by February. Ultimately, though things were now heading in the right direction, the bulk of these aircraft wouldn't reach their new bases until after April 1943. The U.S. Army Air Forces also took formal steps in October to work with the Navy in patrolling the seaways. The newly formed Army Air Forces Anti-Submarine Command, AFAC, would shortly deploy 2 squadrons of Liberators to England to assist in hunting U-boats in the Bay of Biscay, as related earlier. By the following summer, the AFAC would field 25 squadrons, the majority equipped with B-24s. There were initial squabbles between King and the Army on how best to use the assets. The Navy preferred a defensive deployment of aircraft over threatened convoys. The Army, a more offensive-minded approach to finding and sinking U-boats transiting near their operational bases in France and elsewhere. Likewise, the ability of the 2 American services to coordinate their efforts, not to mention coordinating with Coastal Command and the Royal Canadian Air Force, would remain rocky until the middle of 1943. Nonetheless, the pieces were now finally coming together for a massive increase in Allied airborne patrol capability in both the Central and North Atlantic. At the same time, aircraft were becoming more lethal. Until the middle of 1942, search planes had sunk only a handful of U-boats, despite having made over 600 attacks. That began changing around June. With the introduction of the airborne ASV-3 centimetric radar and similar sets, German U-boats could be detected on the surface further away, despite choppy seas or icebergs, which had previously confounded aircraft radar operators. Centimetric sets were also proof against the German Metox radar threat receivers. Furthermore, many Allied aircraft were now carrying depth charges that could be set to detonate at just 25 feet, increasing their lethality against U-boats caught on the surface. The introduction of the powerful airborne Lee light, an 80 million candle power searchlight carried under an aircraft's wing, gave Allied pilots a deadly new tool. Allied aircraft could now ambush U-boats in the dark, initially detecting them with radar, closing on them, and then suddenly illuminating and often blinding the target, which was often caught still on the surface. This made the plane's initial depth charging run even more accurate. The results began to tell, and airborne kills began ramping up. Even in the hitherto relatively safe waters of the Bay of Biscay, U-boat sinkings became more and more common. This, in turn, began directly affecting Dönitz's ability to keep enough boats on station in the middle of the Atlantic. Attacking Torch. One reason fewer convoys had been assaulted in the North Atlantic was the torch landings against North Africa, which commenced on the morning of 8 November. As related in October, convoy SL-125 conveniently sucked all the U-boats around the Azores and North Africa into its beleaguered wake as it headed north toward the UK, creating a void behind it. The torch convoys flowed neatly into this U-null and proceeded to their destinations with nary a scratch. Once word reached Hitler regarding the landings, the Führer ordered Dönitz to send every available boat speeding toward North Africa. Dönitz was unenthused about the mission, knowing it would not only be highly dangerous, but was also unlikely to be profitable. Given the circumstances, though, there was no gainsaying the Führer. Hitler reinforced the urgency of the matter, personally reminding the U-Bootwaffe that the existence of the Africa Corps depends on the destruction of the Gibraltar Force, and demanding that his boats destroy the torch landings in a ruthless, victorious operation. The Führer's exhortations notwithstanding, his submariners failed abjectly, for a variety of reasons. While Dönitz promptly ordered an attack, German intelligence initially provided muddled insights regarding where exactly the Allies were landing. Given the scale of Torch and its widely disparate landing sites, this was perhaps unsurprising. Casablanca was separated from Algiers by more than 600 miles of coastline. Moreover, the grim, frowning edifice of Gibraltar clove the U-Bootwaffe's efforts in twain. However, Vice Admiral Leo Crux, Germany's submarine commander in the Mediterranean, compounded these difficulties by micromanaging the interception orders he sent to his boats. Crux had been fooled by Allied counterintelligence into believing that Bougie, east of Algiers, was the most likely landing site. Crux first sent 8 boats that direction, leaving only 4 to cover Algiers, then yanked his octet back once he realized his mistake, then repeated his east-west gyration a second time for good measure. By this point, 2 precious days had been lost, and the British were already ashore in strength. Once the U-boats attacked in earnest, they did eventually net a few kills off the northern coast of Algeria, notably including the 20,000-ton troop ship Viceroy of India, but it was too late to reverse the verdict of the landings. However, the primary reason for Dönitz's defeat was the lethality of the naval and air forces facing his boats, and the restricted coastal waters they were forced to operate in. Allied ASW efforts were intense, with numerous escorts ringing the invasion fleets. Furthermore, having anticipated exactly such a massive U-boat reaction as part of their landing plan, the Allied navies had deliberately brought along their best-equipped escorts, as well as every flight deck they could lay their hands on. A total of 4 fleet and 9 escort carriers were busily blanketing the seas with ASW patrols. As soon as Algerian air bases were captured, the Royal Air Force had immediately flown in Hudsons and Whitleys, further thickening the ASW coverage. Between Gibraltar and Algeria, the RAF shortly had 5 ASW squadrons in the air, and the Americans were flying Catalina PBYs into Morocco as well. The result was that the Allied ASW air umbrella was extended over the battle area almost immediately, smothering any sub they sighted. Against Torch's Atlantic landings, the U-boats fared much the same. Allied air patrols were constant, with American and British escort ships hounding any submarines that attempted to attack or to run the gauntlet past Gibraltar into the Mediterranean. This is not to say the Germans weren't able to inflict some damage. The 13,800-ton British escort carrier Avenger was sunk near Gibraltar on the 14th by ace Adolf Cornelius Piening in U-155. Hit amidships by a single torpedo that exploded her bomb stores, she sank within 2 minutes with the loss of all but 12 of her crew. Several troop transports were also sunk, including the 10,000-ton Ettrick and 20,000-ton Warwick Castle. Both vessels were homebound after landing their troops and consequently suffered relatively little loss of life. These random sinkings never deflected the Allied armadas from their missions or seriously threatened Torch's logistical premises. In return, the Allies extracted heavy casualties from the attacking U-boats in both the Mediterranean and the Atlantic. A total of 8 were sunk between 12 and 17 November, and 15 more forced to abort with battle damage. In all, Dönitz's submarines sank 19 Torch ships for 176,200 tons and damaged another 7 for 37,700 tons. Was it painful for the Allies to lose this much tonnage over and above what this brutal month had already extracted from the North Atlantic routes? Unquestionably, yes. But were those 19 ships a reasonable price for a successful invasion of North Africa? Again, unquestionably, yes. This was doubly true, considering that Allied ASW forces had extracted a ruinous exchange rate of 1 submarine destroyed for roughly every 2 merchantmen sunk, while accomplishing their larger mission of ensuring the landing success. When set against the longer-term strategic benefits of Torch, the eventual destruction of the Africa Corps, the permanent succor of Malta, re-establishing Allied shipping through the Mediterranean, and creating a launching pad for further operations aimed at Italy, this down payment in Allied shipping was, in retrospect, trifling. Furthermore, the U-Boot-Waffe's failed efforts against Torch had dire implications for the future. This had been an all-out effort on the part of the Kriegsmarine, with Dönitz committing 25 U-boats in the Atlantic and another dozen in Mediterranean against the Allies. Yet more than half his subs had been sunk or forced to abort with battle damage. It was clear that the Type 7 and Type 9 U-boats did not have the endurance needed to approach undetected when submerged, the speed to evade attack, or the weapons with which to counterattack their tormentors. The Allies had shown that they could swarm incoming U-boats with defenders, at least at selected points, and those defenders were now achieving a high degree of success. These portents augured very badly for the Axis being able to defend themselves against future Allied amphibious operations in the Mediterranean and Northwest Europe. The U-boat reaches its limits. Despite the fact that more and more U-boats were coming into Dönitz's force, the defeat in the waters off North Africa pointed to a larger problem. German submarines were becoming technologically obsolescent, and the Admiral knew it. Both the Type 7 and Type 9 boats were solid designs, but they weren't all that different from First World War boats in a lot of respects. In fact, they weren't actually submarines at all, and instead, relatively short-duration submersibles. Once submerged, their range and speed were both limited, as was the duration of their underwater stay, typically a day at most. By then, they were obliged to resurface to recharge their batteries and replenish the crew's breathing oxygen. Transiting to and from their patrol areas, they likewise mostly had to run on the surface. U-boat battery capacity hadn't changed all that much, nor had their torpedoes. In fact, the Germans started the war with many of the same torpedo problems, faulty magnetic and contact exploders and poor depth keeping, now plaguing the Americans. The only truly major innovations following the First World War and the U-Boot-Waffe had been in the areas of secure communications, Enigma, better tactics, wolf packs at night, at-sea replenishment, milch cows, and most recently in August, a crude radar detector, Metox, that was only effective against meter wavelength sets. Other than the Wolfpack tactics, which received such publicity from mid-1940 on, none of these were game changers. By the middle of 1942, the Allies had managed to negate almost all these advances, or at least understood how to do so. Back in 1941, the breaking of Enigma had initially increased convoy safety through rerouting. The emergence of four-rotor Enigma, Triton, had thrown spanners in those works and made rerouting more a matter of traffic analysis and guesswork. But if Triton could be compromised, admittedly a big if at the moment, it would restore that ability. It would also make German milch cows more vulnerable by exposing their mid-ocean rendezvous points. Meanwhile, better radar was progressively stripping away the U-boat's advantages after sunset, making it more difficult to transit the Bay of Biscay, and making it more risky to assail convoys at night, too. Better radar would shortly obviate Metox as well. Allied HF-DF equipment compromised the Kriegsmarine's entire radio net, making it much more difficult for submarines to safely tail convoys, or for Dönitz to assemble wolf packs and then coordinate their attacks. Better Allied depth charge designs, the ongoing fitting of the ahead-throwing Hedgehog mortars, and improved tactics and training were all increasing the effectiveness of the Allied escorts. More escorts were either being launched or were on the ways. Finally, of course, the influence of Allied air power was now being felt almost everywhere in the Atlantic except the Black Pit. Throughout the year, Dönitz had done a masterful job of maximizing the opportunities given him. His campaigns during the first half of the year against lightly defended areas had been well worth it. Still, his Spreading the field into new operational areas was a tacit admission that his submarines didn't have the tools to go toe-to-toe with Allied convoys without paying a heavy price. By the end of 1942, fewer and fewer portions of the world's oceans offered those kinds of rich pickings. Not only that, but most were quite distant, and the transit times necessary to reach them made them increasingly inefficient from the standpoint of tonnage sunk patrol day. What Dönitz needed was a technological breakthrough of some sort, so that he could wage war on more even terms. The Germans did have some surprises on the drawing boards. The T3 model of the German G7E torpedo had a better magnetic influence fuse, which would increase its damage, and the fish could also run with a pre-programmed undulating pattern that gave it multiple opportunities to hit ships by zigzagging back and forth through a convoy. A follow-on model, T5, would also have an acoustic homing warhead that would make it more accurate, particularly against escorts. This was all well and good, but it presumed the submarine could get into a firing position in the first place. With Allied radar and HFDF working, and aircraft flying overhead, that was becoming a dicier proposition all the time. The Germans were also developing what would become known as the snorkel, a collapsible mast, allowing oxygen to be sucked into the sub's diesels while running submerged at periscope depth. This, in turn, would allow the sub to transit dangerous areas while submerged, but the snorkel wouldn't come online until 1943. What Dönitz really needed was a better all-around submarine, something that could bring the war to the enemy with good odds of success and survive in the current threat environment. He had reason to be somewhat optimistic, as he knew that such boats were in the offing. The planned Type 21 Electro boot was double the displacement of a Type 7, but streamlined for higher underwater speed, an unheard of 17 knots, and much less noise and detectability when submerged. Larger battery capacity gave it triple the underwater endurance of earlier boats, combined with much superior crew accommodations for longer patrols. German wonder weapons like the Me-262 have been badly overhyped down the years. Nonetheless, had the Type 21 been available this year, it certainly would have been a formidable opponent, and might have been transformational. However, problems in its fabrication and manufacturing eventually meant that only a handful would be operational before the war's end. Dönitz would be playing technological catch-up for the remainder of the conflict, with his sailors paying the ultimate price in their increasingly obsolete steel coffins. Air War Europe. Air Operations. The combination of dodgy weather over northern Europe, along with the resounding defeat just inflicted on Axis forces at Alamein, made it seem an optimal time for Bomber Command to continue piling on the Italians. The result was a series of 8 raids throughout the month, aimed evenly at Genoa, 392 sorties total, and Turin, 573, several of them turning in good results. Although Italian records are sketchy regarding the effects on the ground, it is known that fires were started, and heavy damage caused in some areas, including damage to Turin's Fiat factory. Bomber losses were light, at just 16 aircraft across all 8 attacks, 1.7%. The real story here was the impact on the Italian home front. The average citizen already had a sense that Italy's war wasn't going well, but the collapse of the Libyan front, along with these unprecedented aerial attacks, produced a tremendous shock. What was so alarming about Bomber Command's new assault was how helpless Italy was in the skies overhead, a tremendous irony, given Regia Aeronautica's prominent role in the early development of aerial bombing. That was part of the problem. Italian air doctrine had been almost completely offensive from the get-go, meaning scant attention had been paid to home defense. Italy's fighter forces were mostly located in Libya and Greece now, leaving few night fighters to defend Italian cities after dark. By September, Italian day fighters had accumulated 158,000 hours worth of combat time. Its night fighters, just 380. Only limited numbers of searchlights and anti-aircraft guns were available, most of them light 20mm pieces with a very low ceiling, and only a handful of radars. Further, there was no integrated national air defense system in the sense the British, or especially the Germans, would have understood it. This was exacerbated by the fact that while the Air Force controlled the fighters, the Army controlled the anti-aircraft guns, and no coordinated command existed. The situation was so embarrassing to the government that the chief of the Italian Air Staff, General Rino Fuggier, had to admit that Italy was in practice without effective defense. About the only thing the authorities had going for them was the nature of Italian cities themselves, whose prevalent use of stone construction and generally wide streets made them less prone to incendiary attack. Still, the net effect of an increasingly poor economy, bad news from the war front, and naked skies overhead was a rapid deterioration of morale by month's end. In the country, pessimism and concern are growing beyond all measure, Count Ciano recorded in his diary on 23 November. One cannot speak with any person of any class or station in life without hearing the same thing. Harris's bombers also fit in 2 German raids, one against Hamburg on the night of the 9th-10th, 213 aircraft, and the other aimed at the always elusive Stuttgart on the 22nd-23rd, 222. Hamburg turned in poor results, with Harris's planes encountering unforecast clouds, icing, and heavy winds, leading the pathfinders astray, with many bombs falling either in the Elbe or well wide of the town itself. Only 3 people were killed on the ground, for 15 bombers downed, 7% of the force, one crashing directly into the city's main cemetery. Stuttgart, likewise, maintained its reputation for obscuration. Although 88 houses were destroyed, another 334 seriously damaged, and 2 low-flying bombers managed to heavily hit the main railway station. 10 bombers, 4.5%, went down. Taken together, Bomber Command's sortie count nudged up to just shy of 2,500 on the month. On the other hand, thanks to attacking the unprepared Italians, losses fell from last month's 5.4% to a much more manageable 3.5%. with 87 machines going down, the first time losses had fallen below 100 since February. It was a respite not destined to last. In fact, it was the lowest monthly loss figure that Bomber Command would see for the rest of the war. As for the Americans, 8th Bomber Command was again tasked with attacking French targets, primarily German submarine pens at Brest, Saint-Nazaire, and Lorient. Brest led things off on the 7th, with 68 planes sent up, yet only half reaching the target, and again, unable to damage the pens. At this point, General Ira Eaker changed tactics, moving his aircraft down from 23,000 feet to as low as 8,000, hoping to improve their accuracy. What the Americans didn't know was that the Germans had deduced that their submarine pens were a prime target for American bombs, and had moved more than 100 flak batteries into their Biscay ports. The first attack against Saint-Nazaire on the 9th, 47 aircraft, of which 43 attacked, was quickly apprised of the risks of such low-level attacks. 3 B-17s went down over the target, another crash-landed in England, and 23 of the remaining 39 aircraft were damaged to some extent. Eaker abruptly reversed tactics, moving back to high altitude. He hit Saint-Nazaire 4 more times during the month, adding Lorient to the mix on both the 18th and 22nd. None of these raids did any appreciable harm to the German pens, and by month's end, Saint-Nazaire's moniker as Flak City had been firmly cemented in the minds of Eaker's flyers. In total, 8th Bomber Command flew a fairly impressive 519 airborne sorties, losing 13 aircraft in the process, 2.5%. German air defenses in November. By the end of 1942, months of heavy combat over Germany had fundamentally transformed the Kammhuber Line, and more broadly, the Reich's anti-air defenses. When the year began, the line was basically composed of a coastal band of 5 darkfighting zones, with radar-directed night fighters, backed by a thin strip of light fighting zones, featuring radar-directed floodlights and more night fighters, and finally, a handful of combined fighting areas around Hamburg and Berlin, The line itself stretched from the Danish border south to the Belgian-French border, but left key axes of approach to northern and southern Germany uncovered via Denmark and France, respectively. These defenses had proven effective against bomber command, but lacked depth. A year later, however, the Reich's defenses had mushroomed. There was no line anymore. Instead, a dense network of more than 70 night fighting zones, arrayed 2 or 3 deep, now stretched from southern Norway all the way to Switzerland. The Kammhuber Line's light fighting boxes, meanwhile, had been extended in a curving arc through northern France to guard the southern approaches to the Reich. These were currently in the process of being switched over to night fighting zones themselves, with the searchlights moved out to town defense and the existing command stations now using additional Würzburg radars rather than searchlights to direct the night fighters. In essence, the 28 Himmelbett boxes were becoming an ultra-dense band of night fighting zones themselves, with overlapping radar coverages. A second band of 9 new Himmelbett boxes guarded the direct approaches to Berlin as well. Additional combined light, dark fighting zones had also sprung up around the Ruhr, Frankfurt, Bremen, and north of Stuttgart. The use of radar had increased across the board. The long-range Freya air warning sets were being augmented with even longer-range Wassermann, FUMG 41 and 42 radars, with ranges as great as 300 kilometers. Some of the night fighting zones were also beginning to double up on radars, so that 2 night fighters equipped with identification friend or foe, IFF transponders, could be used simultaneously against 2 bombers. In the air, most German night fighters were using Liechtenstein search radars with a 3 to 4 kilometer range to make their final approaches to their targets, which in turn freed up the Würzburg radar below to guide another waiting fighter toward the next bomber intercept, thereby increasing the throughput of the entire night fighting zone. The net result was that the Reich's western approaches now bristled like a hedgehog. That was on the positive side of the German defensive ledger. The downside was that manning those expanded defenses required a vast increase in aircraft, guns, searchlights, radars, fire control equipment, and most of all, personnel, all of which the Reich was struggling to provide. By the end of 1942, Luftwaffe flak batteries in the Reich had expanded from 490 heavy batteries to 838, a 71% increase, and light and medium batteries from 442 to 538, 22%, with hundreds more in the western occupied territories. The Kriegsmarine had moved in 69 heavy and 54 light flak batteries to protect its French U-boat bases. The Luftwaffe also fielded 200 barrage gun batteries, so called because they lacked director-based fire control equipment but simply fired barrages into predetermined blocks of the sky. This same shortage of fire control equipment had led to the creation of what the Germans call Grossbatterie, comprising 12 guns or more, all using a single director. This was wasteful and meant that fewer discrete aircraft could be targeted, but there wasn't much choice in the matter. By the end of 1942, 30% of the heavy flak batteries didn't even have fire control computers, and only 25% to 30% had radar fire control, because radar systems were in such short supply. There was also a labor crunch. The number of men in flak units had almost doubled in strength from 255,000 in 1940 to 439,000 in 1942. Starting in January 1943, these would be augmented by members of the SA, SS, Hitler Youth, and Reich Labor Service, and large numbers of young women, as increasing numbers of men were called away to combat. The flak batteries that would shortly be sent to Italy's aid would end up being manned largely by Soviet prisoners of war. Difficulties were mounting for the Reich's night fighter squadrons as well. Kammhuber's aircraft strength had sagged in the middle of the year, just as Bomber Command's sortie count had surged. The number of available fighters had fallen from 263 machines in September 1941 to 255 in June 1942, and a mere 215 in September, at a time when Joseph Kammhuber felt he needed more like 315. Increasing German fighter production had pushed Kammhuber's strength back up to 375 total machines, of which probably about two-thirds, 250, were operational. By then, recognizing the threat the larger, more capable British bombers represented, Kammhuber was calling for a standing strength of 641 aircraft. Though he was already using 30,000 women and auxiliaries in his signal corps, he also figured he needed an additional 150,000 men and about 600 more Würzburg sets, at a time when their monthly production rate was just 30 units. Goering and Hans Jeschenek found these requests laughable. Goering noting that at this rate, it would be easier to simply attack the British and eliminate the threat at its source, which was equally risible. It was in the day squadrons, though, that things had suddenly gotten very threatening, now that decent-sized formations of 8th Bomber Command planes were becoming more active. Despite 8th Air Force's lack of outsized results thus far, the German official histories note that American bombing forces marked a fundamental shift in the bomber war, because as a result, the second daytime theater in the air was to be activated, demands were made on German air defenses round the clock, and the superiority of the Allies became oppressive. The Luftwaffe's daylight defenses in Western Europe were controlled by Luftflotte III, which had lagged in priority for aircraft compared to the units on the Eastern Front and Mediterranean, given that this was not currently a high-intensity combat area. With Bomber Command having moved to night attacks, German day fighters had been called upon mostly for combating occasional British fighter sweeps and small-scale daylight bombing missions, circus operations, as the British called them, intercepting reconnaissance flights and that sort of thing. The Germans couldn't exactly ignore these, and thereby cede air control over the coastal areas. However, they did have the ability to decide when and where to fight, often sidestepping British fighter sweeps by standing out of range, and only coming up in force when British bombers were involved. There were some good German fighter pilots in the area, with Jagdgeschwaders 1, 2, and 26 all being quality outfits. That said, there were also a fair number of training and reserve units. Like the night fighter branch, Luftwaffe day fighter strength had climbed from 213 to 471 fighters, 313 now being operational. But 209 of these aircraft were in replacement units being brought up to speed and weren't available for combat. Moreover, many of Luftflotte III's fighters were FW-190s, which were great for taking on Spitfires at medium altitude, but not so much for tackling a Fortress or Liberator higher up. American aircraft often flew 10,000 feet higher than British bombers, obliging German fighters to get up to 29,000 to 36,000 feet if they wanted an altitude advantage. This necessitated very long climb times, which often meant that the Americans had dropped their bombs before they could be intercepted. Not only that, but the FW-190's engine began running out of steam above about 24,000 feet, making those climbs even more difficult, and meaning such sluggish performance that a Wehrmacht 4-engine could only be overtaken painfully slowly. Luftflotte III's near-term solution for that problem was swapping their FW-190s out to the Eastern Front in return for late-model Bf-109Gs, which had better high-altitude capabilities. Regardless of what fighter they used, the Germans quickly discovered that approaching an American bomber formation was a ticklish proposition. You had to get in very close, under 200 meters, to have much chance of causing damage. Yet attacking from most directions meant running a gauntlet of dozens of heavy machine guns, like opening a wasp's nest, according to one German pilot. Another recalled later, "During an attack from behind, we were under defensive fire from the bombers too long, and at least 3 machine gun positions fired at us from each aircraft." Only from the front were things a little easier, because American bombers currently had weak nose armament. That meant making head-on passes at hair-raising speeds with a literal split second for firing. Yet, the Americans were having their own problems with the fighters, with many of their poorly trained crewmen firing wildly off target. Curtis LeMay remembered later that in his 305th BG, "The gunners I got came supposedly from a gunnery school, but they had never been in an airplane. We had no airplanes to train with, and nobody knew how to shoot well enough to train our people. We were just terrible. The high-flying American bombers caused difficulties for German flak batteries, too, simply because of the daunting physics of the fire control problem. At 8,000 meters, 26,000 feet, which was on the low end of the altitude the Americans typically flew, the fearsome 88mm flak 1836 gun only had about a 40-second engagement window, given the 25 seconds or so the shell needed to travel to that height and the aiming off allowance required to compensate for a fast-moving target. The larger 105mm and 128mm flak guns were better off in that sense, but there weren't nearly as many of them. LeMay deduced roughly the same thing, remarking later, "The quicker you got through where he could shoot at you, the less rounds could be fired at you, and the less chance by the laws of probability of being hit. If you weaved around, you stayed in the vulnerable area longer. It was actually better to go straight through. We just ignored flak. I did, right from the very start." It may well have been that LeMay, semi-affectionately named Old Iron Ass by his crews, was capable of ignoring the heavy guns. For normal mortals, so much as a minute spent in the flak zone had the effect of distorting the time-space continuum in such a way as to make it feel endless. The thing about flak was that there was absolutely no way of fighting back. You simply had to endure it and hope that today was not your day to be on the unlucky end of the bell curve. The end of 1942 witnessed the Americans and Germans still feeling each other out, trying to get a handle on the technical and tactical realities of the daylight battlefield. As the German histories note, the problem of fighting the American bombers was still unsolved at the end of 1942. Already, the Americans were gaining confidence, perhaps unwarranted, in their methods and approach. Among other things, these early raids into France had delivered a side benefit, in that the heavy Spitfire sweeps accompanying them had inflicted severe losses on the Luftwaffe's coastal fighter forces and would eventually force them deeper into the interior. Instead of delivering a sharp check to 8th Bomber Command from the outset, the Germans had simply emboldened the Americans. Mediterranean Theater. The approach to North Africa. At 7:30 p.m. on the evening of 5 November, the first of the torch convoys began parading through the Straits of Gibraltar. Given that both sides of the strait were crawling with Axis agents, there could be no possibility of hiding what would eventually amount to hundreds of warships and transports heading east for the next 2 days. Fortunately for the Allies, large convoys heading somewhere could mean different things to different people. This was particularly true when coupled with the misinformation Allied military intelligence had been actively spreading for months. Denmark, Belgium, Holland, and northern France had all been seeded as potential targets, along with Churchill's favorite, Hitler's too as it turned out, Norway. Now, with convoys definitely heading into the Mediterranean, the list shortened, but not appreciably. French North Africa was certainly one strong possibility, and one that Commando Supremo had been presciently fixed on for months. But so were Sardinia, Sicily, Tripoli, and even southern France. Or the Allies might simply be launching another huge resupply effort for Malta, which certainly needed it. Albert Kesselring ordered additional recon missions, but that's about all he could do. The Italian Navy didn't have sufficient oil to sortie into the western Mediterranean and offer battle. The Axis would have to wait to react until the Allied operation revealed itself. Still undetected out in the Atlantic, Admiral Kent Hewitt, commander of the American Task Force 34, had a hard decision to make on the night of the 6th. The weather had deteriorated as he approached Morocco over the past 2 days. Should he stand out to sea, await better conditions and land later, or proceed into the Mediterranean to his secondary landing sites, or continue to hold course for Morocco? London's forecasters predicted Moroccan surf would be high on the morning of the 7th-8th, but his own fleet meteorologist opined there would be a window of fair weather. In the end, Hewitt chose to press on and land as scheduled, trusting to luck and courage. In Gibraltar on the eve of the invasion, things had taken a turn for the farcical. General Henri Giraud, having slipped his German mountaintop prison back in April and recently been whisked out of France by the industrious submarine Seraph, arrived at the Rock on the afternoon of the 7th to meet Eisenhower for the first time. Over 6 feet tall, with a rigid carriage and clipped demeanor that would have thrilled a Hollywood movie director, the French escape artist stalked into Eisenhower's dank underground office, set down a briefcase stuffed full of his plans for the liberation of France, and announced, "General Giraud has arrived." After a short briefing by Eisenhower and Clark, Giraud was handed the text of a radio announcement he was to make, whereupon he said, "As I understand it, when I land in North Africa, I am to assume command of all Allied forces and become the Supreme Allied Commander." Eisenhower, flabbergasted, demurred. Giraud, now reciprocally offended, bristled. In October, when General Clark had met with the Vichy collaborators in Morocco, the French party had come away with the impression that Giraud would assume supreme command of North Africa at the appropriate time, and relayed as much to the general. Robert Murphy, aware that there had been garbled communications, grappled unsuccessfully with how to correct them, leaving Giraud to enter the Rock with a distorted vision of his role, and Eisenhower unaware the ball had been dropped. To Giraud, the appropriate time to hand over command to him meant as soon as the landings were concluded. To Eisenhower and Clark, the notion of the Frenchman commanding the entire operation was ludicrous, despite Giraud's pointedly noting that he outranked Eisenhower 4 stars to 3. 7 hours of circular argument in fractured French ensued, with Giraud demanding that the operation be reoriented toward invading southern France, or, barring that, be delayed by several weeks so that his own plans for North Africa could be substituted, both of which were rightly rejected by the Americans as non-starters. The Americans, for their part, offered Giraud command over French forces, which he rejected in chilly third person. Finally, an exasperated Eisenhower declared that Giraud's chance to seize his opportunity had a definite expiration date. "We do not need you after tonight." In reply, the French general announced, "Giraud will be a spectator in this affair." While this fiasco was unfolding, unbeknownst to Eisenhower and the Allies, a second and potentially even larger monkey wrench was being tossed into the political works. Admiral François Darlan, the chief of the Vichy military, had recently flown to Algiers to be at his only son's bedside after he was suddenly stricken with polio. During the Churchill meetings in October with Robert Murphy's little cabal, Darlan's potential involvement had been greeted with horror by General Mast and the other French collaborators. Subsequently, Murphy had been noncommittal toward Darlan's own collaborative feelers, preferring to place his bets on Giraud as the more effective tool to pry loose Vichy military loyalties. Now, though, with Darlan in Algiers, the sight of a landing to take place this very night, the wisdom of Murphy's wager would shortly be put to the test. The landings in Morocco. If it had been a troubling evening for Eisenhower, it was doubly so for the various task force commanders. Even now, they were gingerly trying to shepherd their blacked-out charges toward their appointed landing zones, all the while keeping a lookout for any French convoys or warships that might be about. The Allied navies were soon to discover whether their abbreviated training would be up to the task of landing equally amateurish troops on potentially hostile shores. It was destined to be a long night. In the west, Casablanca, the main target of the operation, was to be surrounded by forces landing 130 miles south at Safi, and a mere 16 miles north at Fadala, now Mohammedia. Still further north at Mahdia, another landing team was to come ashore and seize an airfield a few miles upstream at Port Lyautey. The landings at Safi came off in good order, with French resistance quickly quelled, but fierce fighting broke out at Mahdia that would last for 2 days, with the airfield not being secured until the 10th. Fadala, the most vital landing since it was closest to Casablanca, was a mess. Troops were landed all over the place, equipment was lost, and general confusion reigned. Dawn broke to shellfire from French shore batteries hitting several of the landing beaches. Ashore, the rest of General Patton did what he would do throughout this war: apply profuse profanity and formidable willpower to get things moving, in this case, his assault echelons from off the beach. Patton later remarked, "Had the landings been opposed by Germans, we would never have gotten ashore." Lucien Truscott, his experienced subordinate, concurred, noting that his own landings further up the Moroccan coast would have suffered disaster against a well-armed enemy intent upon resistance. Despite initial success, as the day wore on, the fall Atlantic surf, combined with inexperienced coxswains, overloaded boats, and copious collisions, began extracting an ever heavier toll on landing craft. Many ended up sinking, or broaching, or being tossed onto the beach like bathtub toys. At Fedallah alone, 242 of 378 landing craft were lost by the end of the day. The Naval Battle of Casablanca. The day's most dramatic events unfolded in and off Casablanca as the American landings got underway. The French began receiving word in the pre-dawn darkness of mysterious ships offshore, and then of landings at Safi and Fedallah. As the sun rose on the 8th, the hulking shape of the American fast battleship Massachusetts could be made out some 15 miles offshore, trailed by Tuscaloosa and Wichita. Up to this point, the Americans had been holding themselves in check, waiting to see what the French reaction would be. At 07:04, the French shore battery at El Hank, a quartet apiece of 7.6-inch and 5.4-inch guns, fired a 4-gun salvo at Massachusetts, leaving no doubt as to French intentions. In the harbor lay the not-quite-commissioned battleship Jean Bart. She was intentionally immobilized, but featured a fully operational turret mounting 4 15-inch rifles. Had she been completed and at sea, this would have been a fascinating matchup, as both battle wagons were modern, well-protected, and formidable. As it was, Massachusetts' mobility gave her the edge, as she began lobbing 16-inch shells toward the harbor. Jean Bart responded in kind, lifting enormous yellow splashes close aboard her opponent. In short order, though, Massachusetts delivered 5 crucial hits to Jean Bart. One of her 2,700-pound projectiles skipped into Jean Bart's barbette, jamming her single heavy turret and train and obliging her to cease fire. Combined American gunfire gave the harbor a terrific beating, blasting warehouses on the quay and sinking several merchantmen, warships, and submarines at anchor. Thousands of refugees from Dakar were debarking onto the quay from 3 separate steamers when the first American salvos came thundering in. Loss of life was thankfully light, with the civilians plucking up their children and running pell-mell for the city as the shelling continued. While all this was going on, French warships and submarines began boiling out of Casablanca's harbor like angry hornets, heading for the landing beaches lying barely a dozen miles away. Not much of a steam when 30-knot warships are involved. The French commander, Admiral Gervais de Lafond, didn't even know the nationality of the ships he was fighting when he sortied. But with the reports of transports off Fedallah, he was determined to use haze, smoke, and the glare of the rising sun to his advantage. Despite their edge and firepower, the Americans were in real trouble. Rear Admiral Robert Giffen, the task force commander on board Massachusetts, had been so focused on Jean Bart and El Hank that he neglected to bottle up the harbor. During the initial shooting, the American battle wagon had maneuvered to the northwest, meaning that de Lafond's racing flotilla was now closer to Fedallah and the American transports than Giffen was. Only Admiral Hewitt's flagship Augusta, light cruiser Brooklyn, and a pair of destroyers lay closer to hand. If the French got among the anchored transports, the result could be carnage. De Lafond's ships advanced under cover of smoke, hugging the coastline. At 0816, American aircraft reported the oncoming threat and swooped in to deliver the first of dozens of savage strafings that would plague the French this morning. Admiral Hewitt came about in Augusta and ordered Brooklyn, stationed on the far side of the transports, to close on him at flank speed. Brooklyn was another of the U.S. Navy's hulking light cruisers, a sister to Boise and Helena, which had meted out such terrible destruction to Rear Admiral Goto at the Battle of Cape Esperance a month prior. Augusta's powerful 8-inch battery, supplemented by the deluge of Brooklyn's rapid-fire 6-inch guns, soon drove back the onrushing French destroyers. Only at 0845 did Giffen in Massachusetts realize that Hewitt was under attack. He came about and plowed east at all ahead full, taking de la Fond's ships, now supplemented by light cruiser Prima Gay, under fire a half-hour later. The situation was highly confusing, with the French warships peeking out from their clouds of smoke and ducking back in again, but the Americans sensed the French were retreating. Hewitt therefore checked fire and began retiring toward the transport area. Brooklyn followed suit, heading once again for the east side of the anchorage, where a French shore battery was making a nuisance of itself by taking pot shots at the transports. Massachusetts, concerned that she was entering restricted waters too close to the invasion transports, likewise came about and began heading west. Thus, just as the Americans reached the point of concentrating and annihilating the French squadron, they instead disengaged. With a light cruiser and 6 destroyers still on hand, the French were being handed a second shot at Padala, with only a pair of American destroyers in position to stop them. De la Fond came about, determined to try again. Around 0940, Hewitt became aware of this attempt and yanked on Brooklyn's leash, calling her back. An alerted Massachusetts, though now steaming away from the action, managed to land a solid 16-inch hit on the destroyer Foucault, leading to her explosive demise a short time later. An 8-inch shell damaged destroyer Frondeur, and a 16-inch shell savaged de la Fond's flagship, destroyer Milan. In the midst of this, French submarines made a sudden appearance, firing torpedo spreads that caused Tuscaloosa, Massachusetts, and Brooklyn some anxious moments. El Hank, which had been nattering away throughout the morning, now punctuated the proceedings by landing a long-range hit on Massachusetts, causing minor damage. The Americans again thought the fighting was over and turned away, only to realize that the French destroyers and Prima Gay were emerging from their smokescreen to make a final lunge at the transports. This time, the Americans put paid to de la Fond. Coming about for a third time, Brooklyn crippled Boulonnais, then joined with Tuscaloosa to go after Prima Gay and the other French ships. The Americans found the shooting frustrating, as the nimble enemy repeatedly emerged from the smoke and haze to fire a few shots and dance back in. But one can only do so much dancing before the law of averages catches up. The weight of American firepower gradually told, combined with incessant attacks from Rangers aircraft that shredded both French superstructures and sailors alike. By noon, Boulonnais had joined Foucault on the bottom, and Frondeur, Milan, Albatros, Brestois, and Prima Gay all retired to the harbor, heavily damaged. The French submarine La Sabile went missing, and 3 more subs had been sunk at their moorings. Thus ended the Second World War's largest naval battle in the Atlantic, a confusing 6-hour-long melee. The Americans prevailed in their usual fashion, by expending prodigious quantities of ammunition. Massachusetts unleashed 798 16-inch shells, more than 60% of her loadout. Brooklyn fired nearly 2,700 6-inch shells, almost 600 more rounds than the total French expenditure in the battle. Wichita and Tuscaloosa were no slouches either, with nearly 1,300 shells apiece. Jean Bart, for her part, fired a mere 7 heavy rounds before Massachusetts disabled her. American surface gunnery wasn't particularly accurate, but in the end, it didn't really matter. To this must be added the damage that Rangers aircraft inflicted, whereas French aircraft were utterly absent. The Americans lost only 3 men killed and 25 wounded. The French lost 490 killed and 969 wounded. With the battle out of the way, the only question remaining was whether the French-Moroccan forces would fight back against the American landings. Capturing Oran. Oran, with its splendid harbor, was heavily defended by 45 bunkered coast guns and a division of 16,700 troops. The assault force, comprising 37,100 American and 3,600 British, would land on X-Ray and Yorker beaches west of the city, combined with a larger landing 18 miles east at Zebra Beach at the small port of Arzu. A battalion-sized commando force would storm into the harbor itself to capture the docks before the French could sabotage them. The landings at X-Ray and Yorker in the early hours of 8 November were mostly uneventful. The shore battery at Fort Dusanton near Yorker made a nuisance of itself, hitting a pair of transports, but could not prevent the Americans from coming ashore in strength. An ill-conceived airborne operation to seize the Tafarawi and Senia airfields south of Oran miscarried when the C-47 transports, flying all the way from Britain, became dispersed by bad weather and worse communications. Many landed on large salt flats nearby the objectives and failed to take either of them immediately. Finally, on the Zebra beaches, a Ranger battalion overcame the shore battery at Fort du Nord that loomed above Arzu's harbor without much trouble. The main American force from 1st Infantry and the remainder of Combat Command B, CCB, of the 1st Armored duly came ashore and began pushing south toward Oran. The commando attack aimed at Oran's harbor fared disastrously. With success depending on surprise and/or French goodwill, the mission had been declared beforehand by one American planner as suicidal and absolutely unsound. And indeed it proved. The pair of assault ships carrying the assault force, a duo of former U.S. Coast Guard cutters, renamed HMS Heartland and Walney, brandishing large American flags and loudspeakers blaring words of French-American comedy, were met instead by intense fire that raked the decks and scythed down men by the score. Both ships were sunk, and the commandos suffered 88% casualties, with nearly half their number killed outright. Shortly after this fiasco, a miniature version of the naval battle at Casablanca was reprised at Oran. A trio of French destroyers, hearing reports of hostile landings at Arzu, sallied forth and made their way northeast. They were met by the veteran light cruiser HMS Aurora, which coolly executed devastation upon them, sinking one outright, leaving a second to drift ashore afire, and sending the third one back to port badly damaged. With battle lines now drawn, the French launched a series of counterattacks supported by armor on the morning of the 8th. The Americans beat these off, but found their advance slowed by unexpectedly heavy resistance. They had already encountered a stiff fight on D-Day at the sturdily built farming town of St. Cloud, about a third of the way to Oran. These travails continued on the 9th, as a full-blown American assault was repulsed with heavy losses. French machine guns and snipers were by now well ensconced in St. Cloud's stone buildings and backed by heavy artillery support. The Americans contemplated bringing their not inconsiderable firepower to bear in what was quickly becoming a grudge match. But 1st Infantry Division's commander, General Terry Allen, concerned about civilian casualties, kept his men focused on the main objective. "Take Oran, or you don't eat," he told its commanders. Leaving a battalion to invest the town, Allen bypassed it and kept moving west. American armor and infantry were likewise advancing east from the X-Ray and Yorker beachheads. By dawn on the 10th, Oran was surrounded and ripe for a concentric attack. Battleship Rodney, along with light cruisers Aurora and Jamaica, lurked offshore, prepared to lend their support if called upon. British and American aircraft owned the skies overhead. All were unneeded, as American tanks pierced the perimeter with minimal fighting and occupied the city. Shortly after noon, the Oran Division's commander surrendered and issued a general ceasefire. Perhaps fittingly, the last place organized resistance ceased was at St. Cloud, where Vichy forces engaged the Americans all morning in house-to-house fighting. Oran had fallen, although its port facilities had been heavily damaged before the Americans could secure the harbor. Fortunately, the secondary anchorages at Mers el-Kabir, Ain el-Turk, and Arzu would suffice until Oran's harbor was cleared, which would take surprisingly little time. Eisenhower now had a solid logistical base to build upon in North Africa. Capturing Algiers. Algiers was the most exposed and easterly of the torch landings. If the race to Tunis was to be won, it was essential that things go smoothly at Algiers. They didn't, for reasons both military and political. The landing plan avoided a straight-ahead thrust onto the expansive beach next to the city, commanded by fearsome guns, and called instead for landings on either side, capturing the city with a double envelopment. Beaches Apples and Beer to the west would see landings by the British and Americans, with Beach Charlie an American affair. Simultaneously, as at Oran, a commando mission would use 2 old British destroyers to land a battalion of Americans directly on the city docks, to prevent the harbor facilities from being sabotaged. In all, the Allies would be landing about 23,000 British and 10,000 American troops, to oppose the roughly 16,000 French soldiers thought to be in the immediate vicinity. The operation at Apples came off well enough, despite tricky currents that set some craft down miles from their objective. By midday on the 8th, 2 battalions of the British 11th Brigade Group were ashore, one moving south to collect the crucial airfield at Blida, and the other heading east toward Algiers. The landing on Beer by the American 168th Regimental Combat Team, RCT, though, was a fiasco. The currents were strong, guide boats got lost in the dark, landing craft broached, and teams were landed as many as 8 miles from their designated spots, some all the way over in the British beaches at Apples. French resistance was initially slight, though French officers were not impressed with what they saw of the Green Americans. "What disorder," wrote one. "What straggling? Any armed opposition would have been catastrophic." The commando mission against the harbor was as violently received as at Oran, although with less bloodshed. Both British destroyers were taken under fire, one withdrawing, depositing only half the slated number of Americans on the docks, who were then surrounded and forced to surrender by lunchtime. Meanwhile, on the east side of town, landings at Charlie proceeded not quite as badly as Beer, and most of the Americans made it ashore in reasonably good order. They began advancing on the airfield at Maison Blanche, before turning toward Algiers itself. Losses among overloaded landing craft were substantial, and the unloading process fell badly behind schedule. The French were resisting, and several of their forts and shore batteries ignored American calls to surrender. As in Gibraltar with Giraud, so too in Algiers, the Hydra-like complexities of French politics immediately began raising their heads. The unexpected presence of Admiral François Darlan, Vichy's most senior military officer, meant that the efforts of General Mast and Robert Murphy's band of French conspirators to persuade Vichy forces to welcome the Allies were beset with all manner of difficulties. The morning of the landings on the 8th found Murphy in Algiers at the hilltop Villa d'Olivier, along with a small band of armed French rebels. Here, he attempted to secure a promise from General Alphonse Juin, commander of French ground forces in all of North Africa, to lay down his arms. The Americans ran smack into what was to become a recurring theme. The French need to draw at least a thin veil of legality and personal honor over whatever unpleasant realpolitik matters needed to be settled. Usually, this also involved passing the buck. Juin, although a fine officer who would go on to command Allied formations through the war, initially adhered to this pro forma and was disinclined to embrace the Allies without his superior Darlan say so. The admiral himself, showing up at the villa shortly thereafter, likewise said he would need Pétain's permission to issue a general ceasefire. Testy conversations ensued, resulting in Murphy placing Darlan and Juin under arrest. American troops were slow in materializing, and the following morning, Loyalist Vichy forces arrived at the villa. The pro-Allied uprising collapsed, and Murphy found himself Darlan's prisoner, and in tangible danger of being shot. Fortunately for him, American troops pushed into Algiers during the afternoon and released him from captivity. Darlan, now comprehending that the invasion was no phantasm, ordered hostilities ceased, but only in Algiers. Without Pétain's authorization, Darlan would not order a broader armistice. Enter Henri Giraud. As Eisenhower expected, the prickly general had eventually come around and accepted his role as commander of only the French military in North Africa, as well as being under American command. Having swallowed those bitter pills, he had flown into Algiers on the 9th, expecting fanfare and an honor guard. Instead, he received the coldest of shoulders from the Vichy officers, who considered him a traitor who had broken his parole. His radio broadcast ordering French units to cease their resistance was pointedly ignored. The Americans realized that the bets they had placed on Giraud had come up empty. Outside of General Mast's minuscule cabal, Giraud had no pull whatsoever in North Africa. If French arms were going to be laid down, Darlan would have to do the ordering. Whatever distaste the Allies may have felt about dealing with a known Nazi collaborator, at this point they had little choice but to swallow it. This war had moral ambiguities aplenty. If they could deal with Stalin, they could deal with Darlan. Enter Mark Clark. Eisenhower's deputy arrived in Algiers shortly after Giraud, continuing the farce as he proceeded to negotiate with Darlan, mostly in the form of table banging. After heated discussions, Darlan issued an order in Pétain's name for all French units to cease resistance. Pétain initially gave tacit approval. Then, under pressure from Premier Pierre Laval, who happened to be on his way to visit Hitler, he repudiated both Darlan and any notion of a ceasefire. The French, Pétain asserted, would defend their empire against any attacker. When a dejected Darlan tried rescinding his own earlier communiqué, an enraged Clark placed him under arrest again. Only on the morning of the 11th, with word that Germany had just invaded Vichy France, discussed shortly, did the admiral finally feel free to maneuver independently and order a general ceasefire. The Americans gulped and recognized Darlan as the supreme French civilian authority in North Africa. Giraud, gulping as well, agreed to serve under Darlan as head of French military forces in the region. The Americans had at last gotten their surrender, though at a political price Eisenhower was soon to regret. On the other hand, without Darlan's almost miraculous presence in Algiers, it seems unlikely that the Americans would have gotten even the messy ceasefire that they managed securing, nor so quickly. Darlan's order came just in the nick of time to avoid further bloodshed. The French were still resisting in Morocco, and Pétain was within minutes of launching an all-out assault on Casablanca when the French signaled that they were complying with Darlan's orders. American naval bombers, circling the harbor, waiting to attack, instead dumped their ordnance in the waters below and returned to their carriers. The fighting between French and Allied troops was over. Neither side's losses were insubstantial. The Americans lost 1,404 casualties, including 556 killed, and the British nearly 800 more. France suffered over 700 killed, 1,400 wounded, and 400 missing. Many of these latter were aboard 4 French submarines that had been sunk or disappeared, to add to the casualty rosters from a light cruiser and 10 destroyers lost in North African waters. Torch assessed. Torch had succeeded against the expectations of many military professionals on the Allied side, and no few in Germany and Italy. Much like Operation Watchtower against Guadalcanal 3 months prior, it had been an entirely jury-rigged affair. In the understated words of one American official history, neither the British nor the American general staffs would care to offer Torch as a model of planning. And yet, like Watchtower, Torch achieved complete tactical, operational, and strategic surprise. The gods of amphibious luck had indeed favored the Allies, a point not lost on the victors. A U.S. Navy officer, noting the numerous breaks the Allies had received in terms of weather, secret transit across the oceans, tactical surprise on the beachheads, and tardy U-boat resistance, noted, "I must say seriously and emphatically that I do not believe that under identical conditions of organization and training, this operation could be repeated as successfully once in 10 tries." Equally obvious was that such an operation would never have succeeded against the Germans in France. Patton and his subordinate Truscott both readily acknowledged that had they been up against the Wehrmacht, they would have been thrown back into the Atlantic. This validated British skepticism regarding the wisdom of hurling an untried army into France in 1942. As a first essay in the craft of modern amphibious technique, Torch hadn't been a spectacular success, but it earned the passing grade it deserved and sealed North Africa and Rommel's fate in the process. In the final analysis, what stands out about Torch, as amateurish and bungled as it occasionally was how vividly it demonstrated America's emerging superpower status. At this same moment, on the other side of the planet, the Americans were already fully engaged in a life-or-death struggle against Japan, and simultaneously fighting on the ground in both Guadalcanal and New Guinea, which were themselves separated by a distance nearly as great as Berlin to Moscow. Even with all this going on, the Americans had still managed to throw together and pull off a coordinated, multi-divisional landing in North Africa, launched from the other side of an ocean that was teeming with Donitz's U-boats, and then kept it in supply. This was no mean feat. One might argue that similar recognition should be accorded to the British, now fighting in North Africa, the Middle East, the North Atlantic, and India, and possessing a navy of similar global reach. However, Great Britain had no choice but to stretch its resources to the limit to protect its colonial holdings, its sources of oil, and some semblance of an empire. Already by the end of 1942, its war effort was constrained by looming manpower shortages, even with the help of the dominions in India, and its military forces were increasingly dependent on American supply. What made the United States so uniquely powerful was that its world-spanning military effort was being generated by a single, enormous domestic core. That core, located safely beyond the reach of its opponents and essentially self-sufficient in raw materials, was only just getting geared up. America's ability to solve its military problems by overwhelming them wasn't fully formed. It was nonetheless coming. In less than 2 years, the Americans would be able to carry off simultaneous, and much larger, invasions of both France and the Marianas, while displaying a level of sophistication unrecognizable in 1942. The political dimension of Torch was also crucial. The Americans had demonstrated they had the power and will to take the fight to the enemy. The Western Allies, likewise, had shown they could operate jointly in pursuit of common goals, both affirming developments. In Moscow, the news was greeted with satisfaction. Russians jubilant over African move, the New York Times announced on 9 November. All Red Army units were apprised of the development, which had a very good effect. If it wasn't exactly the second front the Soviets had been looking for, at least it was confirmation the West was on the move. For his part, as Stalin wrote privately later, the invasion opens the prospect of the disintegration of the Italo-German coalition in the nearest future, and demonstrated that the Western Allies were capable of organizing a serious war campaign. Hitler, Tunisia, and Vichy France. The very same day, 9 November, and on the very same page that the New York Times described Russian jubilation over the landings, another headline blared, "Rome is stunned. Berlin outraged by Allied movement on Africa. Duce summons fascist chiefs as radio tries to stem pessimism. Nazis call us gangsters. Tokyo assails invasion." That nicely summarized matters among the Axis at the political level, while also describing the mood in Axis high commands. With the Americans and British firmly ashore in Morocco and Algeria, the Führer had some decisions to make. Rommel's army was already in headlong retreat toward El Agheila. Shipping losses in the Mediterranean were climbing. Allied forces in Algeria would soon be pressing in on Tunis. The fundamental issue to be addressed was whether to write off North Africa or double down and fight for it. Secondarily, a decision had to be taken regarding Vichy France, now that word was getting back that their forces in North Africa were surrendering, or, in some cases, openly collaborating with the invaders in conjunction with Admiral Darlan's defection, tepid though it had been. In the Führer's eyes, the meaning of the North African War was transformed overnight. This wasn't about the British defending their empire. It was about the Allies securing an expeditionary base from which to threaten southern Europe. And Italy, his most important ally, lay squarely in their sights. The Italians agreed, with Count Ciano warning that Italy will become the center of attack by the Allies in the offensive against the Axis, while also noting that morale in the Italian army was already sensationally low as a result of Alamein. Given all this, Hitler barely hesitated before ordering German forces into Tunisia. Jodl summarized the matter. North Africa, being the approaches to Europe, must be held at all costs. This was a fine realization, although a little late in coming. Admiral Raeder in the German Navy, along with the Italians, had been saying as much for the better part of 2 years. With Hitler having belatedly decided to commit to North Africa, the question became how to create a lodgment in Tunisia and then supply it. Seaborne transport would have to handle the logistical lion's share of the new force being formed there, shortly to be designated 5th Panzer Army. But the only way to forestall a British lunge from Bonn toward Bizerte and Tunis was to begin pumping in troops right away from the air. Accordingly, Hitler ordered an additional 320 Ju-52 transports sent to the Mediterranean from the Russian front. By the 9th, a handful of Luftwaffe troops had landed in Tunis, along with about 50 German planes. They swiftly secured the city and its vital airfield. Then on the 12th, Kesselring got going in earnest, using the Ju-52s he already had to begin depositing elements of 5th Parachute Regiment into the city. The Italians, meanwhile, began landing elements of the Superga Armored Division in Bizerte. The French forces at hand, several regimental groups of the Tunis Division under General Georges Barré, began quietly edging up into the hills, declining to offer open battle to the Germans. This was unfortunate for the Allies. Had they wished, Barré's forces could likely have crushed any advance parties Kesselring could put on the ground before his paratroopers began landing on the 12th. Simply barring the airfield would have set the Germans back for days. Germany was violating French territory as badly as the Allies had in Algeria and Morocco. Given that the Germans didn't invade Vichy France until the 11th, the Tunisian forces may have held back in hopes of forestalling such an event. As it was, once Kesselring's paratroopers secured Tunis's port facilities, a flood of naval transports quickly landed several of the extemporized battle groups the Germans were somehow always able to conjure up. General Walter Nering, a seasoned veteran of the Afrika Korps, was put in charge of ground forces. Within a week, he had a handful of battalion-sized Kampfgruppen fanning out to the west of Tunis in an attempt to forestall British 78th Infantry Division's advance. So far, so good. The Germans had grabbed a Tunisian bridgehead. But multiple factors ought to have given OKW and Commando Supremo pause. Even before Torch, the Axis had been losing the shipping war in the Middle Sea. Rommel's army, wasting away for months, badly needed rebuilding. Yet Hitler was now doubling down on the Axis commitment. The Germans were playing logistical poker, with their cards being Tunis, Bizerte, and now a badly exposed Tripoli. The Allied hand comprised Casablanca, Oran, Algiers, and Bonn in the west, with Cairo, Port Said, and Alexandria in the east. Unless 5th Panzer Army could somehow drive Eisenhower back past, say, Oran, this was pitting a weak pair against a full house. Worse, Allied sea power now controlled both ends of the Mediterranean, and Germany's U-boats had failed to close the sea lanes near Gibraltar. Allied air power was growing daily. Given all that, 5th Panzer Army's long-term prospects hardly seemed propitious. Yet these cold logistical realities, as the German histories point out, were questions which Hitler shrugged off in the same way as he dismissed all previous and subsequent problems of a similar nature. In any case, with proceedings underway in Tunisia, the question remained of what to do with Vichy France. On 9 November, Hitler urgently summoned Italy's foreign minister, Count Ciano, and Vichy France's premier, Pierre Laval, to Munich. Just as General Clark had been looking for unequivocal indications that Darlan would actively join the Allies, Hitler was now looking for equally firm indications that Vichy would firmly resist the invaders, or maybe even ally with Germany. The spirited French resistance in Morocco had seemed propitious at first, but Darlan's subsequent accommodation in Algiers had changed all that, made even worse by Pétain's initial acceptance of the ceasefire. Only at Laval's urging had Pétain publicly repudiated Darlan and then fired him. This was exactly the sort of French equivocating and less than wholehearted enthusiasm for the Nazi cause for which the German leader always harbored suspicions. Laval arrived in Munich and was shown to the Führerbahn, with Count Ciano later mocking his white tie in middle-class French peasant attire in his diary, noting it was very much out of place in the great salon among so many uniforms. The Führer's mind was already made up. In an act of almost unbelievable cynicism, as Laval traded pleasantries with Nazi functionaries in the reception area, Hitler and Ciano were behind closed doors in the next room, discussing Vichy's dismemberment. When Laval was called in, Hitler asked him point blank if Vichy would cooperate in the fight against their common enemy by opening Tunisian ports to Germany and Italy. Laval, slippery as ever, replied that only Marshal Pétain could supply such permission. The meeting ended coolly. Later that night, Hitler issued the orders, and by the following morning of the 11th, 10 German and 6 Italian divisions were rolling into Vichy France. Operation Anton, the long-planned occupation of the rump of the French state, was underway. Within 3 days, against little more than diplomatic protests by Pétain, the operation was largely complete. The Italians promptly occupied the French Riviera and the island of Corsica. The final piece, though, Operation Lila, the seizure of the French fleet at Toulon, was delayed for 2 weeks by the Germans in hopes they could secure it diplomatically. The French ultimately declined. When panzers finally came crashing through the gates of the sprawling naval base before dawn on 27 November, the French fleet was already primed for destruction. Inside the warships, acetylene torches were plied on delicate reduction gears and turbines, hand grenades lobbed into fire control computers and rangefinders, and seacocks opened. When the German assault commander approached the apparently undamaged battleship Strasbourg and demanded her surrender, he was told by a French admiral, "The ship is sunk." She was indeed, her main deck soon underwater. In all, 250,000 tons of naval hardware ended up on the bottom of Toulon's harbor. 3 battleships, 7 cruisers, 27 destroyers and contre-torpilleurs, 10 submarines, and many other smaller combatants. Putting that in perspective, the French lost 60% more tonnage sunk at Toulon than the Americans had lost at Pearl Harbor, and almost all of it permanently. France's fleet, which over the past 2 years had generated so much animosity between 2 former allies, had been exterminated. The Allies advanced toward Tunisia. With Algiers finally in hand, the way was open for what the Allies hoped would be a speedy advance into Tunisia. On 9 November, even before the fighting with Vichy forces concluded, Lieutenant General Kenneth Anderson arrived at Algiers to assume control over the Eastern Task Force and the activated British First Army. If the Scots had a reputation for cranking out curt, abrasive soldiers, Anderson was destined not to disgrace the stereotype. Blunt, at times to the point of rudeness, remembered Eisenhower of his subordinate. Ike also noted, though, that Anderson's frankness played less well with his British colleagues than with the sometimes equally candid Americans. Tactically, the verdict on Anderson's generalship would be mixed. A fine soldier, in the words of the British official histories, a good, plain cook, according to General Harold Alexander a bit later, and perhaps somewhat unfairly. But as events were to prove, the forthcoming campaign was destined to generate a lot of finger-pointing, and Anderson was in for his share, fair or not. British First Army was currently an army in name only. By 14 November, Anderson basically had a pair of understrength brigade groups from Major General Vivian Eveille's British 78th Infantry Division, a small motley of tanks from 6th Armored Division, and whatever odds and ends the Americans could send his way. Tunis and Bizerta were still every bit of 500 miles away over Tunisia's twisting byways, but Anderson was determined to do the best he could. Allied columns took to the roads and began motoring east. He would also employ additional landings and paratroopers to secure points further up the coast. Anderson's motorized advance along the coastal road would necessarily be dispersed. Tempting as it might be to make a single direct push, anybody knowing anything about how the Germans preferred waging war understood that they were adept at making swift end-arounds, cutting the heads off spears, and then crushing the shaft with flank attacks. At the least, strong blocking detachments would need to be deployed along the flanks of any main thrust to prevent such a scenario. Accordingly, Anderson sent one of Eveille's brigades along the coast road, with First Army's other motorized forces paralleling them further inland. The goal was to take Tunis first, cutting the new Axis enclave off from support by Rommel's retreating army, presently in Libya. After that, Anderson would invest Bizerta and capture it. The terrain in front of them was daunting. Northern and central Tunisia is dominated by rugged hills and mountains of up to 5,000 feet. In the north, these heights are crowned by dense scrub. Further south, they tend to be rocky and barren, often commanding a wide view. The only way forward through the central massif was via the handful of east-west passes in the interior or along the coastal road. The road network trended southwest to northeast, basically a skewed grid aimed at Tunis, with a paltry number of north-south linkages. Forbidding hills abutted the roads, making cross-country flanking movements difficult to pull off. Until the coastal plains were reached, armor would be mostly restricted to the roads easily mined and dominated by the heights on either side. Well suited to defense, this terrain would give any tanker pause regarding the dangers that might lie around the next bend. On the 11th, the British landed their floating reserve, 36th Brigade Group, about 100 miles up the coast at Bougie to jumpstart the advance. With conflicting orders from Darlan and Pétain still being traded, and the loyalty of French forces still up in the air, the British were understandably skittish about how further landings would be greeted by Vichy forces. In the end, the French Fusiliers were compliant, even welcoming. The Regia Aeronautica and Luftwaffe, however, were not, and soon started putting in unwanted appearances that fatally damaged 2 transports and knocked the British monitor Roberts out of the battle. The following morning, the 12th, the anti-aircraft ship Tynwald was torpedoed by an Italian submarine, and another transport was bombed and sunk. 36th Brigade Group made it ashore without much human loss, but some of their equipment went to the bottom. Also on the 12th, this same general story was repeated at a landing further up the coast at Beaune, where a mixed British-American force of commandos and paratroops immediately found forest green flocks of Stukas from Flieger Corps II circling overhead. "Stukas are very frightening things," stated a British company commander, noting presently that they were to become the evil genies of the campaign. This morning, they did no major damage. Still, further shipping losses occurred back at Bougie. As should have surprised no one by this point in the war, it was becoming apparent that operating naval transports just to hop, skip, and jump away from Axis air bases in Sicily would require much better air cover than was thus far being provided. Spitfires didn't arrive at Beaune until the 14th. American paratroops grabbed the airfields at Tabessa and Souk El Arba the 2 following days, but lacked the means to support them adequately. Supply lines were tenuous, with lines of trucks crawling back and forth hundreds of miles to Algiers to bring forward whatever could be scrounged up. There was precious little avgas and ordnance to go around, and not a single repair or salvage unit anywhere in the forward areas. Poor landlines, a plenitude of mountains, and a lack of radios meant that forward troops found communicating with rear airfields an insurmountable problem. The forward fields in Algeria and Tunisia the Allies were forced to use were wretched. In many cases, little more than dirt strips, completely subject to the weather, which was growing worse daily. By contrast, the air bases in Bizerta and Tunis that Kesselring had recently secured were large, paved, and all-weather. Thus, all the advantages that had aided Coningham's WDAF in savaging Rommel's advance into Egypt back in July accrued here to the Axis instead. British 78th Division's thrust to Tunis would be beset by constant peril from enemy warbirds. For almost the last time in this war, the Axis had secured air superiority in a major theater of operations. The underlying reality, though, was that the Allied air effort in North Africa had been organizationally botched from the outset. Concerned that the British would overshadow American contributions, Hap Arnold and Karl Toohey Spatz had persuaded Eisenhower against a unified air command in the theater. Instead, the RAF's Eastern Air Command, under Air Marshal William Welsh, and the U.S. Western Air Command, i.e. 12th Air Force, under Brigadier General James Doolittle, operated as separate animals. All the lessons that Western Desert Air Force had so painstakingly learned in Egypt and Libya, unified command, centralized planning, and the importance of achieving air superiority above all other tasks, would have to be relearned from scratch here in Tunisia. In particular, the AAF's current doctrine was overly focused on tactical support missions, keeping American assets shackled to their ground units rather than battling the Luftwaffe for air superiority. Until these doctrinal handcuffs were unlocked and a truly unified air command established, Eisenhower would fail to have a fully effective air force. It would take until early 1943, with a lot of hard knocks along the way, for that to happen. On the ground, British forces kept picking their way eastward, and German Kampfgruppen kept picking their way westward. On the 17th, the British ran into a mixed German-Italian recon force on the coastal road, and the shooting started in earnest. The result was a standoff, with the Germans skillfully edging backward, playing for time. They sowed the road liberally with mines, laid on quick little ambushes, then edged back yet again. The British advance slowed to a crawl, not so much from casualties as from the need to be cautious. Every road turn held potential danger. The main action, though, was happening further south. For about a week after the Germans came ashore in Tunis on the 11th, General Georges Barré's widely dispersed and understrength Tunis division had been slowly giving ground as the Germans fanned out from the city. Meanwhile, he was increasingly hemmed in from the west by Anderson's advance. Neither side yet knew which way Barré's loyalties would fall. About 40 miles southwest of Tunis, as the land begins tilting up from the coastal plains into the central massif, Tunisia's longest river, the Medjerda, comes meandering down out of the foothills. At the town of Medjez el Bab, the orderly olive groves of the coast began giving way to the smaller, more jumbled farms of the uplands as the land becomes more constricted. For a conqueror coming down out of those hills, Medjez el Bab offers a bridge across the widening river, as well as roads leading away toward both Tunis and Bizerta. In the likely apocryphal words of Hannibal, whoever held Medjez el Bab has the key to the door and is the master of all Tunisia. And here, the Germans finally had enough of French prevaricating. Barré had been relatively compliant up to this point, but when several companies of gray-clad paratroopers arrived at the outskirts of town on the afternoon of 18 November, they found him obdurate. He would not surrender Medjez el Bab. By now, the rest of the Vichy forces in North Africa had either laid down their arms or actively joined the Allied cause. Neutrality wasn't really an option anymore. Having decided to side with the Allies, Barré wanted to deny the Germans this critical position and had been on the radio all morning begging the British for reinforcements. Yet little was forthcoming from Anderson's equally badly dispersed forces. The Germans didn't know this and still hoped to bring Barré over to the Axis cause. But when parleys turned increasingly testy, Despite direct entreaties from Marshal Pétain that Beret treat the Germans as allies, Kesselring had had enough. This gentleman's intentions and dealings were so inscrutable that I could not afford to waste any further time, he recalled later, adding contemptuously, "In war, it is futile to bargain with unreliable auxiliaries." On the morning of the 19th, rifle fire began spattering across the river as the Germans set aside diplomatic niceties and got down to killing. The French battle group holding the town was not strong, with only a few small mortars and AT guns, although they were now backed by a company of British paratroopers. Shortly after the shooting began, a single American artillery battery with a handful of British 25-pounders came rolling into the outskirts, unlimbered its guns, and began firing. Raised in Minneapolis just the year prior, it shortly had the dubious honor of being the first American ground troops to get shot at by the Wehrmacht. FDR had gotten his wish. American forces were now fighting the Germans. Nonetheless, the combat debut of this multinational pickup team against a seasoned opponent fared about as well as one might expect. The British commandos knew what they were about, but the French troops were untested and ill-equipped, and their new American friends little better. By contrast, the Fallschirmjäger they faced, veterans of both Crete and Russia, were some of the Reich's toughest soldiers. There were Italian paratroops as well, along with some Tunisian volunteers. Kesselring's evil genies were also here, as Stukas started raining down death with clockwork precision every 2 hours. Allied fighters were nowhere to be seen. Although the French managed to hold through the day, a sudden German assault after midnight captured the bridge intact. Rapidly dwindling French ammunition, little in the way of reinforcements, and the threat of further Stukas the next morning led to an 0430 decision to abandon Majez el Bab. Allied forces fell back 6 miles northwest to a ridge overlooking the town. General Neering held the key to Tunisia. The Axis bridgehead was building up far more quickly than the Allies had anticipated. Boxy German Ju-52s were shoveling almost 750 men a day into Tunis. By the end of November, 5th Panzer Army would have 15,575 Germans and 9,000 Italians on the ground. Not exactly an army, but roughly on par with Anderson's forces. Nering's command was still a hodgepodge. 2 battalions of paratroopers, about as many glider troops, a battery of field guns and 20 88s, the leading detachments from a couple panzer battalions, and a thrown-together headquarters. Yet, when it came to creative hodgepodgery, no one did it better than the Germans. In the face of this setback along the Majerda, Anderson's optimism, never his long suit to begin with, began dissipating. He was fighting Neering on the basis of bare parity, never a good idea against the Germans. He began warning Eisenhower that he'd need substantially more forces to seize Tunis and Bizerte using a direct thrust. The alternative would be stalemate. 5 days later, though, on the 25th, Anderson's luck changed. Blade Force, a mixed brigade of American and British tanks and mobile infantry, found a seam in the center of the porous German defenses in the next valley north of the Majerda. Charging through in true cavalry fashion, they drove east 24 miles, across a range of hills, and secured their own crossing of the Majerda further downstream, deep behind enemy lines. A group of American light tanks then pushed ahead another 10 miles to the airfield at Jadida. Discovering it full of German Stukas, they proceeded to shoot them up liberally, destroying 20 on the runway and causing maximal mayhem before withdrawing once again to the west. General Neering was a capable leader and Rommel's former right-hand man as commander of Africa Corps. But in August, his upper torso had been peppered with bomb shrapnel at Alam Halfa, and it seems likely he was not back in full form yet. In any case, he chose this moment to lose his nerve. With an unknown number of American tanks now barely 20 miles from Tunis, Neering decided to pull his forces back and toughen up his defenses. The following morning, the 26th, his Fallschirmjäger dropped the center span of the 17th century bridge into the muddy Majerda and abandoned Majez el Bab without a fight. Nering's men then recoiled back up the road toward Taburba. Eveille's 11th Brigade moved in and promptly threw a prefabricated Bailey Bridge across the river. Anderson now held the key to the door once more. Here was an opportunity to hit the Germans hard before they could fully reform and perhaps snatch Tunis away after all. Sadly, these allies did not yet have the sort of go-for-the-throat aggression they would develop later on, nor the Marshall technique to back it up. Anderson's forces began edging forward, both in the north and south, but without urgency. The moment came and went. Kesselring landed shortly thereafter, instructing Nearing to get a grip on himself and shove the perimeter outward again. There was little time to do so. Deliberate as Anderson was, he was now menacing Tunis. On the 27th, 18 miles further east up the valley from Ajaz el-Bab, the British took Taburba, along with Hill 186 a bit east of town, which gave a wide view all around. The next logical objective was Jadida again. This time, not to send tanks dancing across its airfield, but to take it, hold it, and push on to Tunis. Jadida was less than 4 miles away now, clearly visible from the top of Hill 186. And a dozen miles beyond that, like a glimpse of a mirage, beckoned the minarets and white buildings of Tunis. However, the Allied thrust against Jadida launched on the 28th failed to dislodge the Germans. 2 days of fighting ensued, much of it savage and at close quarters. Casualties were heavy on both sides. In the end, Jadida remained in German hands. Overhead, Kesselring's Stukas clawed mercilessly at the British infantry and American tanks. Allied fighters, straining to operate at the extreme end of their own logistical leashes, could make little headway in taming them. Happy Valley, the Americans dubbed one locale near the Majerta, one that was so regularly swept by Stukas and Bf-109s that you could almost set your watch by it. Dig or die became the motto of Allied troops. All too often, they found themselves pinned down in the olive groves or sparse scrub of the hills. Friendly fire incidents from inexperienced American pilots shooting up their own formations added insult to injury, leading to deep cynicism among the GIs. Meanwhile, 25 miles north on the coast road, Anderson's upper pincer was having a hard time as well. On the morning of the 28th, even as the fighting in Jadida was trending toward futility, 36th Brigade ran into its own problems. Near the village of Jeffna, the road passed through a narrow valley between 2 steep hills, soon to be nicknamed Green and Bald. Neither seemed particularly different from any number of similar heights Eveille's troops had already successfully pushed past. But this pair, carefully selected by a German paratrooper engineer company, had been turned into an interlocking maze of hidden machine gun nests and AT guns. Entering the valley around lunchtime, the lead British company was ambushed and shot to pieces. Subsequent counterattacks on the 28th and 30th were contemptuously hurled back. Eveille had been stopped in his tracks. The British would not advance past this point for another 5 months. By 30 November, Anderson was obliged to call a halt to the proceedings, both north and south. He needed to rest his forces and bring up further reinforcements and supplies before going over to the offensive once again. In his situation report to Eisenhower that day, Anderson noted, "My immediate aim is to keep pushing hard, with a first intention of pinning the enemy back in the fortress of Bizerte and confining him so closely that the danger of a breakout or a heavy counteroffensive will be minimized." Anderson's instincts about needing to contain the Germans were right on the money. In fact, the lead armored elements of Major General Wolfgang Fischer's veteran 10th Panzer Division had been deposited only 3 days earlier on Tunis's docks. Kesselring's orders to Nearing and Fischer were simple: attack, play for time, and hamper the enemy's massing his own troops. Anderson and Kesselring's competing visions would be tested on the morrow. Rommel retreats from Alamein. Far to the east, in Egypt, disaster was staring Rommel's decimated army in the face. Axis councils debated about how many men and how much equipment he could manage to save from the wreck, and how far he would be forced to retreat. Il Duce insisted on a limited withdrawal, wanting a new defense erected at Fuca inside Egypt. Rommel dashed any such hope. His army was in no shape to give sustained battle to anything more menacing than a field kitchen. Eventually, Hitler and Mussolini agreed on establishing a defensive line all the way back at El Agheila, 800 road miles west, on the far side of Cyrenaica. Already plans were underway to speed fresh troops across the Mediterranean to bolster the Panzer Army, the more so as word of torch began coming in. What was needed was time to put Libya's defenses in order. The Halfaya bottleneck, on the coast road near the Egyptian-Libyan frontier, had brought the British to ruin before, and it needed to be used now to delay Eighth Army as long as possible. Rommel had to hold. Unfortunately, though, like Auchinleck in July, Rommel was not holding. The Desert Fox was running from disaster at Alamein, running back almost without pause through Metra and Halfaya, offering only the briefest resistance at Tobruk and Gazala, running to a line hopefully scratched out in the sand. Where? In truth, Rommel saw little hope of holding even at El Agheila, which was still 300 dusty miles away. His army was shattered and near panic, a chaotic welter of desperate, disorganized columns, some casting away weapons and equipment, all streaming west. A month earlier, Rommel had fielded 4 German divisions and a parachute brigade. The remnants of all those units together now summed at most a weak division. As for his 8 Italian divisions, the original 3 from the mobile Italian 20th Corps were now a mere handful of troops, comprising no more than a tankless regiment. The 5 Italian infantry divisions at Alamein had been completely destroyed. 3 fresh infantry divisions were coming up to replace them now, along with the untested Centauro armored division. That was it. Any notion of Rommel's Panzer Army defending any extensive line was laughable. He had no choice but to make for the far side of Cyrenaica as rapidly as possible. And practically on the Panzer Army's bumpers, loping along like brawny but somewhat lackadaisical desert lions, Montgomery and Eighth Army came up rather too deliberately behind. The Panzer Army was badly beaten, and Monty knew it. He was chasing in hopes of nipping his wounded prey's heels and bringing it down before it could escape. Try as he might, however, he couldn't. And this had to do with a welter of factors. The exhaustion of Montgomery's troops after their hard fight, the traffic snarls behind British lines as their units threaded their way forward through minefields, the logistical difficulties in supplying the forward divisions, a torrential rainstorm on 6 November that turned the desert trails into a quagmire, the clever German mines and booby traps left sprinkled liberally on the coast road, and unquestionably Montgomery's own innate caution, which was shared by some of his divisional commanders. The result was that the Panzer Army was able to make it safely into the El Agheila position by the 24th of the month. They had retreated 800 miles in 3 weeks. Just 4 days later, on 28 November, Rommel left North Africa and flew to the Wolfschanze to present his recommendations to the Führer. They were not well received. Rommel noted the chilly atmosphere as soon as he entered the briefing room. The underlying message was already clear. After his recent defeat, his status as the Führer's fair-haired boy had ended. Running through the events of the recent Alamein battle, Rommel then came to the nub of the matter. Rather too abruptly, I fear, as he recalled later. Given Italy's inability to rectify its shipping difficulties, the eventual abandonment of North Africa must be accepted as the only possible strategic course. Hitler exploded. He accused Rommel and his men of throwing away their weapons and retreating without cause. Rommel fought back, which only made the Führer angrier. Finally, Hitler stated flatly that North Africa must be held. Italy's place in the Axis had to be preserved. That was the very reason that Rommel had been sent over to Africa in the first place. Germany's North African strategy, if it could be called that, had been set. The briefing was over. Hermann Goering, newly returned from a plundering trip to Paris, was ordered to Italy to sort out the supply situation, which was a lot like sending an alcoholic to sort out a wine cellar. Rommel was obliged to journey to Rome aboard Goering's special train, surrounded by the globular Reichsmarschal's fawning courtiers, while Rommel remembered Goering talked of nothing but jewelry and pictures. The subsequent meetings with Mussolini and Kesselring, where Goering blithely accused Rommel of abandoning the Italian infantry to their fate in front of Il Duce, were pointless. Count Ciano remarked to his diary on the proud ignorance of the Reichsmarshal, whose presence in Italy he suspected was to create confusion and give documentary proof that the blame for everything rests upon Italy's poor organization of transport. Goering solved nothing. Nothing really could be solved, and his only real accomplishment was to further embitter both Rommel and the Italians toward Germany's senior leadership. Flying back to Africa, Rommel realized that he was on his own, and that only a miracle would save Afrika Korps from eventual annihilation. Eastern Front. Last gasp in the Caucasus. Since Field Marshal Wilhelm List's removal from command of Army Group A in early September, little had happened in the Caucasus except more useless headbanging. German attacks in the city of Novorossiysk, for instance, had produced grudging gains for heavy casualties, but little meaningful movement. A late September thrust by 1st Panzer Army aimed at securing the Georgian military road made good initial gains and then, like everything in the Caucasus, ground to a halt. The simple truth was that with the lion's share of the Army's logistical resources now going to the struggle in Stalingrad, Army Group A was essentially stuck until matters on the Volga resolved themselves. In late October, though, General Ewald von Kleist, 1st Panzer Army's commander, managed to concentrate his remaining armored forces opposite what he hoped was a weak point in the Soviet lines along the Terek River. When a probing attack made rapid progress, General Eberhard Mackensen's 3rd Panzer Corps immediately went over to a full-scale assault on 25 October. Supported by 2nd Romanian Mountain Division, Mackensen was also backed up by copious Luftwaffe flak units and every tactical aircraft that Richthofen could spare, which by now wasn't many at all. However, some of Richthofen's flyers scored an early victory, destroying the Soviet 37th Army's HQ in the first hours of Mackensen's onslaught, leaving it essentially leaderless. After blowing a gigantic hole in 37th Army's right flank, 3rd Panzer Corps divisions charged in from the east as the Romanians advanced south across the Terek. 37th Army found itself herded into a pocket near the town of Nalchik, and 11,000 Soviet prisoners marched into captivity on the 28th, a better haul than the Germans had recorded in months. As Kleist put it, this victory represented a chance that will never come again. 40 miles to the southeast lay the town of Alagir, the head of the Ossetian military road, which snaked its way southeast over the Caucasus Mountains toward Kutaisi. And barely 20 miles beyond Alagir lay Orjanankidze and the gateway to the Georgian military road, running south over the range straight to Tbilisi. Capturing these byways would potentially hand von Kleist a way to break the deadlock on the Black Sea, or even advancing on Baku. Kleist immediately wheeled Mackensen's 2 panzer divisions, 13th and 23rd, around to the southeast and spurred them on their way. Mackensen, the scowling scion of a famous Prussian First World War field marshal, was a notable hard charger, even in an army hardly lacking in that particular commodity. He was also a winner, having closed the trap on Timoshenko back at Kharkov in May, thereby essentially ending Timoshenko's career as a field officer. Kleist knew that if anyone could pull off an offensive this audacious, it was Mackensen. Audacious or pointless? Because what now unfolded was a microcosm of the entire German summer campaign. Indeed, it is difficult to see what Kleist expected to accomplish by unleashing Mackensen here in early November. The idea that somehow pushing a pair of panzer divisions over 2 narrow mountain passes would magically transform the entire Caucasus equation and plop Baku into Mackensen's lap before winter came howling down from the heights was yet another case of the German army substituting operational-level wishful thinking for actual strategy. Reaching the southern slopes of the Caucasus, let alone Baku, was a phantasm, as Moscow had been the year before. Kleist and Mackensen were simply emblematic of an officer corps that Robert Citino describes as being notable for their aggression, their inclination to reduce the art of war to making a beeline for the nearest enemy force and launching an attack, their distrust of anything that smacked of an overly cerebral approach to warfare. This was particularly so when a juicy operational opportunity was waving its red cape in front of a pair of avowed fire-breathers. Neither of them needed to be told what to do, and they reacted in a fashion entirely congruent with the military culture that had produced them. They attacked the enemy and went for broke. Mackinson's divisions hurtled off to the southeast, advancing shoulder to shoulder. Initially, they ran wild, just as in the heady days of a summer offensive that by November seemed so long ago. With the snow-capped Caucasus looming on its right shoulder, 3rd Panzer Corps drove forward resolutely through the remnants of 37th Army. Ground fog made Luftwaffe support temporarily impossible, but it didn't seem to matter. Alligier fell to 23rd Panzer on 1 November. By late on the 2nd, Mackinson's forces were within 4 kilometers of Ordzhonikidze's western suburbs. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, Mackinson's advance came to a screeching halt. The weather turned to icy rain, and the few roads became quagmires. This was, after all, November, and these were the foothills of the highest mountain range in Europe. The air forces of both sides, whenever they managed to get aloft, reciprocally shot up the other side's struggling supply columns. Furthermore, 37th Army, badly battered though it was, had by this point been reinforced with a freshly formed Guards Rifle Corps, 2 tank brigades, and significant numbers of anti-tank guns. Mackinson, on the other hand, was down to his last pfennig, with only 5 battalions left at the head of his advance. By the 3rd Panzer Corps was within 2 kilometers of the city. The next day, it advanced a mere 600 yards. On the 5th, even fewer. Just as it had in Don Bend in September, mobile warfare gave way to city fighting, with the Germans clawing their way into town through successive lines of bunkers and entrenchments. 6th Army's General Paulus would have nodded grimly. He knew every inch of this particular narrative arc. On the 6th, the weather briefly cleared. Up went Richthofen's strike aircraft to support Mackinson's attack, only to find that no Germans were advancing. Instead, roaming groups of T-34s and Soviet infantry were busily smashing up 13th Panzer Division's rear areas. The Soviets had launched their own counterattack, and a substantial portion of 13th Panzer was in a sack of its own. Then the weather closed in again, rendering air support useless. Only the commitment of the fresh SS Viking Division allowed 13th Panzer to cut its way out of the pocket and retreat to German lines on the 12th, leaving much of their heavy equipment behind. The advance in the Caucasus was finally and definitively over. 3rd Panzer Corps had lost over 6,500 casualties and was in no shape to attack again. Kleist's calls for reinforcements were met with silence. A far greater crisis had begun unfolding around Stalingrad. It's important to emphasize the significance of this terminal failure at Ordzhonikidze. Unternehmen Blau had been launched, above all else, to secure key economic objectives, gaining oil for Germany and denying it to the Soviet Union. The termination of 3rd Panzer Corps' advance was the death knell for the Führer's grand summer offensive. Significant as Stalingrad had recently become, it was nothing more than a symbolic consolation prize, a pale substitute for Black Baku crude. Whether or not Paulus's 6th Army managed to push Chuikov back into the Volga, the Wehrmacht would have no more oil than it had begun the summer with, which is to say, far too little. In a worldwide struggle involving such powerful adversaries, no single event can be seen as determinative. But Army Group A's failure to secure the resource that mobile warfare utterly depended on was a blow to the Reich's fortunes. Hitler had known as much by the end of October when he'd stopped speaking to Halder, and further bad news was not long in coming from Army Group B. Last gasp in Stalingrad. Even as Kleist and Mackinson were coming up short, General Paulus was casting about for any additional soldiers and armor he could lay his hands on. He desperately needed to get things moving again in Stalingrad and destroy the last of the tiny Soviet enclaves that still stood between him and victory. Problem was that there wasn't a lot of extraneous manpower just lying around in 6th Army by early November. Throughout the course of the fighting, he had been forced to progressively thin his flanks to find troops for the all-consuming sausage grinder in the city. 1st, 14th, and 24th Panzer, then 94th Infantry, 305th Infantry, and 100th Jaeger, and finally 79th Infantry Divisions. All had been bled white. Now, he was considering pulling the drained 305th Infantry Division out of Stalingrad and using it to replace 60th Motorized Infantry Division, which was currently protecting the flank of 6th Army north of Stalingrad. However, having fought off 4 Soviet counterattacks in front of Kotluban, 60th Motorized was in poor shape itself. Likewise, 29th Motorized Infantry, currently 4th Panzer Army's only mobile reserve, was needed opposite 64th Army to thwart any further attacks against 6th Army's southern flank. Paulus was 150 meters from the Volga in many places, but 6th Army had nothing left. On 3 November, the suggestion came down from Hitler himself that combat engineers, Pionieren, or pioneers in German parlance, be employed. He'd learned how crucial these units had been during the earlier fighting in the tractor works. Thereupon, Army Group B cut orders stripping 5 engineer battalions, an assault company, and a small group of panzers from various formations scattered throughout the area and had them temporarily attached to 6th Army for use in the city. These units mustered 1,734 engineers and about 450 additional soldiers. Such was the thread upon which 6th Army's fate now hung. Only 2 months earlier, in September, Paulus had opened his assault on Stalingrad with 80,000 combatants on the front lines. Now, less than 2,200 fresh troops were somehow supposed to provide the margin of superiority to finally put this thing to bed. To say this was grasping at straws is a gross understatement. Nothing better illustrates the predicament that Hitler had gotten himself into by his inability to match the Wehrmacht's means to his ends. After a quick acclimatization to urban combat, using captured T-34s to practice anti-armor warfare, these Pionieren began reaching Stalingrad on 5-6 November. Paulus initially thought to form a new assault group to attack the tennis racket and the Lazar chemical factory, hopefully chopping 62nd Army in half. The Führer overrode these ideas, insisting that the Barricade and Krasny Oktober factories and their environs first be captured entirely. The Red Army had to be driven into the Volga in these 2 pockets before Paulus would be allowed to turn his attention southward. It's difficult to know who was right, the Führer or Paulus, but the material point remains that 2,200 fresh troops would never suffice to capture the remainder of Stalingrad, no matter where they were put to work. Paulus needed a couple more divisions, at least, not a weak regiment of combat engineers. Nonetheless, the Führer's wishes weren't up for argument. 6th Army's final assault would commence on the 10th. Stalingrad was by now a grim shell of its former self. Aerial photos taken by the Luftwaffe during this time reveal a lunar urban landscape. Hardly a roof remained intact. Whole blocks were reduced to washes of gray rubble, with occasional canted heaps of blackened timbers, or semi-intact walls like teeth poking up through rotten gums. Many of the larger apartment buildings and factories were still standing, if hollowed-out cadavers, their empty windows staring into nothingness. Soldiers flitted in and out of cover. Hostile shadows glimpsed only briefly before being hidden again by rubble and wreckage. To be seen was to be killed. Chuikov had been aware of German offensive preparations and had guessed that his defenses around the Barricade and Krasny Oktober factories would bear the brunt of the attacks. He was rightly concerned. Not only were his own forces far from robust, but they were also suffering from extreme privation. It was getting colder. The Volga was beginning to freeze, making it more difficult to get supplies across its broad waters. The only thing he could do was hold on. After the 5th, things settled down into a brooding sort of waiting, with aggressive patrolling, probing, and skirmishing on both sides. All through the night of the 10th-11th, 51st Corps launched probes across the breadth of its frontage in the city to try and deceive Chuikov as to where the main blows would fall. At 0340, 6th Army's artillery and Nebelwerfers came into action with a short, intense preparation. Given that the Soviet pockets were now so reduced, however, and there was no real room left to maneuver, only full-on head-bashing could occur. That's exactly what the Germans got as their engineers and infantry charged in, supported by every assault gun the Germans had left in the city, a mere 28 by now. Some accounts describe the pioneer battalions as specialists in street fighting. Nothing could be further from the truth. Nobody in the German army specialized in street fighting. Indeed, the bloodied German lancers accompanying the engineers were far more versed in urban warfare by now than the recently arriving pioneers would ever be. Engineers were good at two activities: building things and blowing them up. They had a wealth of equipment for doing the latter, principally flamethrowers and demolition charges, and the skills to use them. It was this equipment that made them so deadly when encountered at close range. The Soviet remnants in the barricade took the worst the Germans had to offer. Having already been ejected from most of the factory, the 138th Rifle Division only succeeded in holding on to a thin strip of ground between the factory and the Volga, though at the cost of being cut off from friendly forces both north and south, and being deprived of about half the real estate it began the day with. From here on out, the remnants of 138th Rifle would hold out in Lyudnikov's Island, named after the divisional commander. Subsisting on what meager supplies could be run across the Volga at night, they were essentially on their own for the remainder of the battle. Try as they might, the Germans could not destroy them entirely. Meanwhile, to the south, 79th Infantry and its newly attached Pionieren were aiming at two initial objectives in the Krasny Oktyabr factory: recapturing all of Hall 10, a portion of which had been lost to a Soviet probe the day before, and definitively capturing the infamous Hall 4. Hall 10 was taken back with surprising ease. Hall 4, however, proved too tough a nut to crack, no matter what the pioneers brought to the party. The Germans were stopped dead in front of its walls, then flung back. Hall 4 would never be captured. After only one day of fighting, 305th and 389th Infantry Divisions and their attached Pionieren had lost 445 men killed, wounded, and missing in action for the gain of Hall 10 in the Krasny Oktyabr factory, and perhaps 300 to 400 meters of ground taken near the barricade. This was an exorbitant price to pay, given the 6th Army's state of exhaustion. After this last spasmodic lunge on the 11th, things settled down into a series of attacks and counterattacks. 62nd Army labored at re-establishing communications with 138th Rifle Division, but this necessitated driving the Germans back from their newly won access to the Volga south of the barricade. They did not succeed. However, the Germans failed at destroying Lyudnikov's Island too. Having called off further attempts against the accursed Hall 4 for the time being, 51st Corps Commander Walter von Seydlitz reorganized his forces to concentrate solely on 138th Rifles positions. After further attacks fell short by the end of 15 November, the Germans were once again at the end of their rope. Seydlitz ordered a halt to reorganize his forces for another push planned in a few days' time. Despite 62nd Army's successful defense, it had suffered appalling attrition. The 138th Rifle Division had begun the defense of its little enclave with perhaps 2,000 men. By the end of the 14th, there were fewer than 500 of them left shivering in their foxholes. After a single meal that day, the food was gone. So, too, were all the grenades and submachine gun ammunition. Lyudnikov's soldiers were down to 20 to 30 rounds of rifle ammunition apiece. The wounded, hundreds of them, were lying unattended in the cold. If this wasn't the end of the line for the 138th, it was as convincing a replica as any divisional commander has ever had to face. Elsewhere on the west bank of the Volga, Rynok and Spartanovka's tiny bridgehead contained about 1,500 bayonets. Another similarly sized group centered on 95th Rifle Division was encircled near one of the ravines south of the barricade, while a 300 by 500 meter pocket near the northeast corner of the Krasny Oktyabr factory held perhaps 1,200 men of 45th Rifle Division. In the Krasny Oktyabr factory itself, another 1,200 men from 39th Guards Rifle and 45th Rifle defended Hall 4 and some of the lesser buildings, while 1,200 more from 284th Rifle Division held on to the region southwest of the factory. Last of all, 1,500 survivors of Rodimtsev's 13th Guards Rifle Division defended what was left of the city center. Taken together, 62nd Army's defenders on the western bank of the Volga probably numbered fewer than 9,000 men. Chuikov had 19 tanks. Thousands more support personnel were still there too, of course, but in terms of frontline combat strength, 62nd Army was no longer an army. It was, at most, a weak division. Worse, it was a division that had been chopped into about 5 separate pieces, several of which could no longer be effectively supplied. Yet 6th Army was completely finished too. It simply didn't have the manpower left to attack or defend itself. Over the course of 2.5 months of combat in the city, Paulus had seen the scope of his options narrowed down time and time again, in direct proportion to his failing strength. His grand assault in September had aimed at nothing less than the outright capture of Stalingrad in a matter of a few days. By October, he had enough left in the tank to attempt the destruction of the northern factory district. Now, in November, he had initially aimed at destroying the perimeters of 2 great factories, and by the end would have to content himself with the destruction of 138th Rifle Division's perimeter, if he was lucky. The Fuhrer, sensing how far his own options had narrowed too, sent a message to Paulus on 17 November, which was passed along to all of 6th Army's men that afternoon. In it, Hitler acknowledged that he was aware of the difficulties in fighting in Stalingrad and of the decline in combat strengths. Despite this, he exhorted his troops to devote their energy and spirit to at least getting through to the Volga at the gun factory and the metallurgical plant, and taking these sections of the city. The Fuhrer was essentially throwing in the towel on capturing the rest of Stalingrad. His troops knew it couldn't be done either. Win or lose in the coming days, they'd be spending the rest of the winter hunkered down in the ruins of the city they'd destroyed. Ominous signs. Given the open terrain out on the steppe, it's not surprising that German military intelligence had been catching whiffs of something brewing around Stalingrad's flanks for weeks. The question, though, was what these omens actually portended, and what could be done about them. Flank attacks against Army Group B were nothing new. The Red Army's bloody failures in the Kotlebane area had been a near-constant feature of the wider Stalingrad battle. Hitler had been concerned about a Red Army thrust across the Don for months, despite Colonel General Zeitzler, OKH's chief of the General Staff, being decidedly less so. The Romanians, for their part, were nervous, knowing a loaded gun might be pointing at them. They wanted to take measures to wrest control of the Don bridgeheads away from the Red Army, but the forces simply weren't available. Concerned or not, Hitler and most others felt that, because the Germans were exhausted, so too must be Soviet reserves, reflecting the same mental lethargy that preceded the Red Army's counteroffensive outside Moscow the year before. Meanwhile, the briefs coming in from Colonel Reinhard Gehlen, head of German military intelligence for the Eastern Front, were guarded and ambiguous regarding Soviet intentions. Gehlen's summaries didn't discount the possibility of an enemy offensive, noting that Romanian Third Army was one potential target. Like any practiced astrologer, though, his auguries were loaded with qualifiers regarding the strength and timing of any attack. Indeed, Gehlen's 6 November report was more concerned with the possibility of an offensive against Model's 9th Army near Rzhev, which was indeed in the offing in the form of Operation Mars. 5th Tank Army's presence on the northern bank of the Don was missed entirely, a crucial failing. Yet 6th Army had grown concerned enough by what might be lurking in the Serafimovich bridgehead to pull the HQ of weakened 48th Panzer Corps out from directly behind Stalingrad and move it closer to Serafimovich. Beyond this, there weren't any forces available to strengthen the front if it erupted. As the German official history phrases it, Hitler had thus once more become the prisoner of a dissipation of forces brought about by himself. In retrospect, it seems self-evident that the Germans could never hold the lengthy flanks of Army Group B with a polyglot mixture of ill-armed Romanian, Italian, and Hungarian troops against the armored might of the Red Army. Yet this was hardly obvious at the time. Up to this point in the war, the Red Army had never been able to pull off the sort of sustained deep operation that the Stavka now envisioned with Uranus. The winter offensive of 1941 through 42, while a victory for the Red Army, had been primarily a frontal, attritional affair. The Soviet forces before Moscow had bodily pushed the Germans back, rather than actively seeking to cut off and annihilate them. The one big envelopment the Red Army had tried, at Kharkov in April, had ended in outright disaster. Likewise, during the summer and fall of 1942, the Soviets had launched 4 counterattacks in the Kotluban region, and 2 more near Beketovka and Koporzhnoye. Each had been conducted by between 2 and 4 Soviet armies, sometimes supported by as many as 3 tank corps apiece. All of them had been smashed. Time after time, the Germans had shown an ability to absorb the momentum of a Soviet assault and then launch a devastating counterattack. The evidence seemed to confirm that the Germans still possessed a certain je ne sais quoi at the operational and tactical levels that the Red Army simply did not have. Indeed, it must have seemed questionable by November 1942 whether the Red Army would ever possess the skill for sustaining a counterattack into the German operational depths. Given all that, threadbare as Army Group B's flanks were, the Germans may still have harbored some confidence. Even if a Soviet attack did come, it would be as ill-coordinated, slow-moving, and inept as always. The Wehrmacht's traditional operational panache just might suffice to save the day, as it had countless times before. Operation Uranus, though, was going to be a whole different animal. In the first place, the Soviets were by now well aware of the virtues of attacking sectors held by Germany's satellite armies. Back in May, Timoshenko had kicked off one portion of the Kharkov offensive by aiming his opening blow at the Hungarian 108th Light Infantry Division. The same had been true in the limited counteroffensive the Soviets had launched in the Lakes District in October against the Romanians. By now, the Red Army knew a good thing when it saw it. As Stalin put it, the Axis satellite armies were the nitochka, thin thread, stitching the front together. There may be an added dimension here as well. Russian historian Alexei Isayev has claimed that Zhukov briefed a group of officers from 5th Tank Army on 3 November, stating that not only was Operation Uranus meant to achieve a decisive turning point in the war by trapping and destroying 6th Army, but also that its primary objective was to force the Romanians to leave the war by completely defeating the Romanian army. While Isayev provides no documentation for this, and the claim needs verification, it carries a certain plausibility. Stalin was a political creature to his core, and understood the close personal relationship between Hitler and Romania's Ion Antonescu. The Romanians were the most useful and active of Germany's allies in the theater, as well as the most exposed. There was an opportunity here to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, crippling the Wehrmacht while also permanently degrading Nazi Germany's alliance structure. Stalin's appraisal of the Axis satellite armies was correct in essentials, but requires nuance. The Romanians were not necessarily bad troops. Some of their units had fought credibly at Sevastopol, at Kerch, and in the Caucasus, and would do so again. True, the Germans treated them with some condescension, but then again, the Germans made a habit of sneering at pretty much everybody, enemy and ally alike, whether it was warranted or not. What the Romanians really lacked was mobility and heavy weapons. Those infantry divisions that had been issued German 75mm AT guns only possessed half a dozen per division, along with a hodgepodge of 47mm and captured Red Army pieces. But by this point in the campaign, nobody was operating full-strength divisions anymore. Romanian Third Army had 152,000 men, yet only 60 75mm AT guns to cover 160 kilometers of front. Fourth Army had a mere 75,000 men and 34 75s for 250 kilometers. By way of comparison, 3 weeks earlier at Alamein, the Axis had possessed more than 100 times the AT gun density, 20 guns per kilometer, well dug in behind enormous minefields, and the British had still crushed them. As the Soviets themselves knew all too well, infantry forces without heavy weaponry were nothing more than speed bumps against concentrated armor artillery assaults. Indeed, back in September, 4th Panzer Army's commander Hermann Hoth had concluded that German commands which have Romanian troops serving under them must reconcile themselves to the fact that moderately heavy fire, even without an enemy attack, will be enough to cause the troops to fall back. This would ultimately prove broadly untrue, but wouldn't affect the ultimate outcome either. For its part, the Red Army was planning on using considerably more than just moderately heavy fire against the Romanians, and not just from artillery. Against the southern portion of 6th Army salient, they would deploy 2 armies, the 51st and 57th, wielding 4th Mechanized and 13th Tank Corps as their armored fists. Against the Germans' northern flank, the 21st Army's 4th Tank Corps would stab south from Kletskaya. Located farther to the northwest, and more than 100 miles from downtown Stalingrad, was the real haymaker of the northern attack. Here, Lieutenant General Prokofy Romanenko's reformed 5th Tank Army, destroyed near Voronezh back in July, would burst out of the Serafimovich bridgehead. 5th Tank was composed of 2 tank corps, 1st and 26th, 6 rifle divisions, and an assortment of support and artillery units, a total of some 80,000 men and 359 tanks. The Red Army had not yet found the perfect recipe for the lethal tank armies it would create later in the war. This early version still had too little in the way of motorized infantry and support services to sustain it through extended combat operations. Among other things, the American all-wheel drive trucks that would eventually give them more substantial cross-country capabilities were not yet available in numbers. None of these nitpicks would matter a bit to the Romanians. Romanenko's armor-heavy force had more than enough offensive moxie to pulverize anything Germany's hapless minions could hope to put in its way. By way of increasing their odds of success, the Red Army was concentrating all its offensive firepower along extremely narrow frontages. 5th Tank Army was ostensibly responsible for 35 kilometers, but 25 of those were held by 2 rifle divisions, allowing both tank corps and the Army's other mobile troops to concentrate on a mere 10 kilometers of the line. The same was true of 21st Army's attack sector near Kletskaya and 57th Army's launch pad in the Lakes District. This was a completely different approach than the Red Army had used in front of Moscow during the winter of 1941 through 42. There, the goal had been to shove the Germans back across a wide frontage. Here, the objective was to use breakthroughs to cut off and annihilate an entire German field army. The Heer's armored reserves were in no position to effectively counter these threats. Lieutenant General Ferdinand Heim's 48th Panzer Corps had 2 divisions, 22nd Panzer Division, of Crimean Eau de Cologne fame, and the Romanian 1st Armored Division. Both were badly under strength. 22nd Panzer could field only 33 tanks and 9 assault guns. The Romanian division had more tanks, 103, but most were obsolete Czech PZ-35 TS. Early war Czech tanks might have been adequate against French Samuas in 1940, but they weren't going to get it done against T-34s and KV-1s in late 1942. Another 20 miles east, what was left of 14th Panzer Division was backing up 8th Corps' positions along the Don. It possessed only 41 AFVs. This is not to say that Operation Uranus was a sure thing. The heavy fighting during the summer, the need to feed replacements into Stalingrad, and the substantial forces about to be utilized for Operation Mars in the Rzhev all meant that the Red Army was not as strong on the eve of Uranus as it wanted to be. The Soviet assault formations lacked depth, being mainly deployed in a single echelon, not the multiple echelons that deep battle advocates would have considered ideal. This meant, in turn, that the main armored exploitation forces might have to be introduced too quickly before a clean breakthrough had been achieved. Likewise, artillery densities were still not as high as the Stavka would have liked, necessitating a longer preparatory bombardment, one likely to alert the enemy to what was coming. Moreover, no matter how well the initial assault went, it still involved sending armored thrusts deep into the enemy rear and exposing them to the same sort of slashing German counterattacks that had proven so devastating at Kharkov. In fact, on 17 November, a mere 2 days before the assault was due to open, a letter arrived at the Kremlin, addressed directly to Stalin, begging him to call off the attack. The author was General Vasily Volsky, the commander of 4th Mechanized Corps, which would play a crucial role in the upcoming operation. At the ensuing emergency meeting of the Stavka, Stalin grilled Vasilevsky closely on the operation's prospects. After a great deal of discussion, and some surprisingly humane smoothing of Volsky's feathers by Stalin himself, all parties were apparently satisfied that the operational scheme was sound. Instead of being sent to the Gulag, or worse, Volsky would remain in command of 4th Mechanized Corps, and Uranus would proceed as planned. This episode clearly illustrates the stakes and the mood in the Kremlin on the eve of this great offensive. A lot of people were nervous as hell. No one wanted yet another inept counterattack bouncing futilely off the armored flanks of the mighty Wehrmacht. If the Soviets botched things and lost Stalingrad in the process, the repercussions were incalculable. Neither the Soviet state's morale nor its physical resources were bottomless. Stalin had explicitly noted as much when he issued Order No. 227 back in July. The USSR's situation was absolutely desperate. The huddled masses of the Soviet people, the Narod, who had sweated and toiled and bled for this war, semi-starving on their miserable rations, sleeping in grim, unheated tenements and shacks, slaving away in ill-lit war factories 7 days a week, sending millions of their sons and not a few of their daughters to death against the hated invaders, needed a victory. They silently demanded a victory. Surely, the members of the Stavka must have told themselves, we will get it right this time. The Germans aren't invincible, are they? The winter offensive proved that. But Uranus wasn't a frontal attritional attack. It was a mobile operation, which meant facing off against the Wehrmacht in the very mode of warfare at which the Hitlerites most excelled. Despite the miracles that Chuikov had produced in the rubble of Stalingrad, it was far easier to play defense in an urban setting than to play offense out in the open. When it came to operational maneuver, the Germans had proven over and over again that they were simply better than any other army in the world. And despite the bludgeoning Montgomery had just handed out to Rommel in the desert, no one in this war had yet beaten the Germans in a large-scale mobile battle. Indeed, Operation Uranus had a decidedly German feel to it, a double envelopment aimed at the annihilation of the enemy's main force. Folks like Frederick the Great or Moltke the Elder would have felt perfectly at ease with its shape, would have understood its intent at a glance. This was precisely the sort of thing the Germans did to other people's armies. It was fervently to be hoped that in this case the Wehrmacht wouldn't have an antidote for its own medicine. Risky or not, the Stavka had to do something to save Stalingrad. Operation Uranus offered reasonable hope for success. No planning process was ever going to be perfect, but Vasilevsky's basic design was sound. The Stavka had ruthlessly hoarded its strength, bleeding Chuikov's forces white in order to assemble its trump cards. Although Chuikov's 62nd Army was now a shadow of its former self, the Red Army along the Stalingrad axis as a whole possessed over 1 million men, 22,019 guns and mortars, and 1,550 tanks. In terms of mobile forces, the Stavka was about to unleash a total of 5 tank and 1 mechanized corps, 14 independent tank brigades, and 4 cavalry corps backed by 127 artillery and mortar regiments. This was a staggering amount of firepower. For its part, at the end of 1942, the Red Army was beginning to reap the rewards of its painful 18-month rearming process. The infantry formations carried far more automatic weapons than they had a year prior. They had solid anti-tank weaponry. Red Army tank brigades were larger than at the beginning of the year, and they had more T-34s and fewer light tanks. Behind the front, General Nikolai Voronov's insistent reorganization of the artillery forces was producing results as well. Uranus would be backed by enormous weights of fire, at least in its initial phases. And while there's no question that Montgomery's artillery planning and fire control at Alamein were leagues more sophisticated, in terms of sheer numbers of gun barrels, the Red Army was in a class of its own. Overhead, the VVS's 8th, 16th, and 17th Air Armies possessed 1,529 aircraft, 1,277 operational, a threefold increase over the number of planes they had fielded during the summer. The bulk of the fighter aircraft were now newer types, Yak-9s and LA-5s, which were capable of fighting the Bf-109 on reasonably equal terms. Pilot for pilot, the Luftwaffe was still superior in air-to-air combat, but its technological edge, so devastating during the opening of Barbarossa, was long gone. The Red Air Force had also created an almost purely tactical aerial doctrine it termed the air offensive. Uranus would be its first major test. Concentrated directly over the battlefield, the air offensive was designed to sweep the Luftwaffe from the area and then provide sustained firepower to help the Red Army break through enemy defenses. Once the battle became mobile, VVS units would interdict German troop concentrations and reinforcements, preventing the enemy from regrouping and establishing a new defensive line. Tight coordination of air power with tanks and artillery was a prerequisite for this mode of air warfare. In comparison with the RAF and AAF, the VVS was a much more narrowly scoped sort of air force. Strategic missions, naval reconnaissance and attack, ASW, transport, and to a certain extent, even deep interdiction missions, all of these were basically outside its ken. It was also far less concerned with achieving and holding air superiority. This reflected the fact that the success or failure of the ground forces would determine the fate of Uranus as a whole, and supporting them was absolutely paramount. Collectively, on the ground and in the air, the Red Army's major components, armor, artillery, infantry, and air force, had been greatly strengthened. Vasilevsky was now aiming a truly enormous shotgun at Army Group B's flanks. Did Paulus miss his chance? Given the rumblings that were starting to reverberate through the German intelligence apparatus regarding what was going on out on the steppes, ambiguous as they might have been, it's reasonable to wonder whether Paulus should have taken greater precautions to protect his flanks and rear. Historian Antony Beevor has argued that the coming disaster was still avoidable even as late as a few days before Uranus kicked off. All Paulus needed to do was to withdraw most of his tanks from the wasteful battle in the city to prepare a strong mechanized force ready to react rapidly. This would have involved reorganizing supply and ammo dumps to ensure a rapid reaction was possible. This comparatively small degree of preparation and disobedience to Führer headquarters would have left 6th Army in a position to defend itself effectively at the crucial moment. This is debatable. It ignores the fact that the overriding priority for Paulus throughout November was delivering a victory in Stalingrad. He was, after all, working for a madman. Not only that, but the madman was daily scrutinizing Paulus's minutest tactical deployments and sending him instructions via teletype. Without the few tanks remaining in 16th and 24th Panzer's inventories, further attacks in the city by German infantry were going nowhere. There wasn't much chance that Paulus was going to be able to pull the wool over Hitler's eyes as to where the 50-odd tanks left in the city had gone, and why no further attacks were occurring. The notion of simply pulling the armor out by itself is also simplistic. Tanks alone wouldn't have created a credible reserve force. German military mastery was built on combined arms tactics that also required mobile infantry and artillery to be effective. But both 16th and 24th Panzer were completely fought out, amounting to nothing more than regimental Kampfgruppen. Assembling a credible German reserve would have meant pulling one, and probably both, of these Panzer divisions completely out of the line, lock, stock, and barrel. But Paulus was busy immolating his elite combat engineering battalions trying to take the factory district. He was scraping cooks and clerks out of the ranks to act as infantry, because desperate measures like this were the only way attacks in the city could continue. Removing 16th and 24th Panzer from the street fighting in early November was a complete non-starter. It meant stopping operations and admitting defeat. Finally, there is the question of whether two threadbare demi-divisions, even had they been joined by the equally threadbare 14th Panzer, would have been able to stop the forthcoming Soviet juggernaut. Neither 16th nor 24th Panzer possessed much combat power. Neither division was proximate to the location of the upcoming Soviet thrusts, and neither had the gasoline to make long marches to a threatened sector in any case. On the evening of 18 November, under cover of darkness, the Soviets quietly began moving their main assault forces into their jumping-off positions. For the past few days, reconnaissance forces had been probing aggressively, trying to pinpoint the location of the main Axis defensive positions. The first snow had fallen on the 16th, coating the hills and gullies, and making the Romanian trenches more discernible. General Chuikov was only informed of the upcoming offensive a little more than a day before it was scheduled to kick off. He would have the unenviable task of launching his own understrength spoiling attack to pin German forces in the city and prevent their being used to reinforce Paulus's flanks. Given the parlous strength of his own forces, it was a prospect he did not relish, but he had no choice in the matter. That same afternoon, a coded signal was received by the various Red Army commands. The assault would commence the following morning. The hour of national salvation, or destruction, was at hand. Operation Uranus. The 19th of November dawned misty on the River Don. Unbeknownst to Romanian Third Army, 3,500 green-painted gun and mortar barrels were now pointing in its direction. Sunrise was still about an hour away when, at 07:30, a thunderous bombardment announced the opening of Operation Uranus's northern assault. For a full hour, Red Army guns blazed away, aiming to destroy as many Romanian strongpoints and artillery positions as possible. 20 minutes of suppression fire followed, accented by howling swarms of Katyushas, intended to terrify the enemy, keep their heads down, and, of course, kill them as Soviet assault echelons prepared to advance. The morning haze made it difficult for Soviet gunners to discern what effect they were having. All we could see were the flashes of explosions lighting up the Milky Shroud, one Soviet general recalled later. Nor could the massive airstrikes called for in Vasilevsky's operational plan be sortied. The VVS was temporarily grounded by the mists. Nonetheless, even suboptimal fire from 3,500 tubes was more than the Romanians could handle. Their defenses were plowed apart, their communications shredded. As the bombardment abruptly ended, General Peter Dumitrescu's infantry staggered from their dugouts and into their slit trenches, knowing that an assault could not be long in coming. Within minutes, peering through the mist and smoke, the Romanian defenders were greeted with the sight of advancing waves of enemy troops, backed by dozens of roaring, spitting, diesel-powered monsters. T-34s stopped, fired, then roared forward again. Over the din of their engines and tracks, the dreaded cry of "Ura!" belled from the throats of thousands of Red Army infantry advancing on the run. 5th Tank Army slammed into Romanian 2nd Corps with all the grace of a bulldozer, while 21st Army fell upon Romanian 4th Corps. The opening assaults pitted well-supported Red Army infantry formations. 7 rifle divisions with armor support at Kletskaya alone, against their decidedly less well-endowed opponents. Once past the rough river bluffs, the terrain south of the river was mostly farmland and griddle-flat steppe, crisscrossed by occasional balkas and combs, as perfect tank country as one could wish for. Nevertheless, the initial fighting was not nearly as easy as the Red Army would have liked. Lightly armed or not, the Romanians held on grimly. Lacking much in the way of AT guns, they resorted to grenades, Molotov cocktails, and even bundles of burning branches to try and knock out the oncoming armor. Several Soviet formations were brought under heavy fire, in some cases by Romanian artillery firing over open sights, and in places the morning attacks were stopped altogether. General Nikolai Vatutin wasn't going to be denied. Around noon, He ordered both 5th Tank Army and 4th Tank Corps to help out their assault echelons by throwing in their main armor formations. Doctrinally, this was frowned upon. Those units were supposed to be withheld until a breakthrough had occurred, and then used for exploitation, rather than making the breakthrough themselves. Yet Vatutin knew time was of the essence. The longer it took to achieve a breakthrough, the sooner he'd have to deal with counterattacking panzers. At about the same juncture, the weather cleared up enough to allow more Soviet aircraft to take to the skies. The result was catastrophe for Dumitrescu's army. In some locations, the Romanian defenders found themselves staring at what looked like an oncoming wall of Soviet armor, with entire tank corps unleashed on them. Under the impact of this immense firepower, the Romanians began coming unglued. Soviet columns ambushed resupply columns and got in among Dumitrescu's ammo dumps. And when the ammo ran out, this and tank fright eventually caused whole regiments to surrender or flee in panic. By afternoon, effective resistance was lessening in front of both Soviet armies, although isolated pockets of Romanians were still holding out. Soviet cavalry and armor then pushed ahead through the gaps. By the end of the 19th, while progress was undoubtedly slower than they wished, and the Romanians had fought far better than the Soviets had expected, the prognosis for General Dumitrescu's Third Army was dire. His 2nd and 4th Corps had both been essentially destroyed as fighting units, and 5th Corps, with just 2 divisions, was now caught between the onrushing Soviet prongs as the formations on its flanks collapsed. A large, misshapen pocket developed, into which any Romanian capable of retreat then fled, becoming totally encircled on the 22nd. Under the energetic leadership of 6th Romanian Infantry Division's Major General Mihail Lascar, it would hold out until the following day, but its attempts to break out were first stalled by Hitler and later largely unsuccessful. Eventually, the Soviets would march 27,000 Romanian prisoners into confinement. A coherent German response to this unfolding disaster was slow in materializing. Because of the weather, the Luftwaffe could get no clear picture from the air, and only hints of the calamities befalling the Romanians were forthcoming. 6th Army spent the day largely focused on further fighting in Stalingrad, noting in its daily summary that night that the enemy succeeded in a small breakthrough in the sector of Romanian 12th Cavalry Regiment. The breakthrough is blocked. A counterattack is ongoing to return the previous positions. Further up the chain of command, though, Army Group B's Maximilian von Weichs was sufficiently alarmed that almost simultaneously he issued a new communiqué. The development of the situation at the front of 3rd Romanian Army requires radical measures to cover the depth of 6th Army's flank and supply line. He immediately ordered all offensive operations stopped in the city, and for 14th Panzer Corps to disengage and prepare to counterattack west. In fact, there was already a German armored formation near the breakthrough, Heim's 48th Panzer Corps. Having heard the opening bombardment, a dull, ominous thunder, from 30 miles away, it immediately prepared for action. Heim duly received warning at 0940 from Army Group B of an enemy attack and was ordered to counterattack toward Kletskaya, which the Germans believed was the site of the heaviest fighting. Tenuous communications with the Romanian infantry formations, however, meant the full extent of 5th Tank Army's assault on 3rd Army's left wasn't well understood. Barely an hour after Heim issued orders to his 2 armored divisions to head northeast and hit 21st Army in the flank, he received a second order directly from Hitler, instructing him to take a hard left, wheeling to the northwest, and strike toward 5th Tank Army's assault instead. Though low on fuel and slithering around on icy roads, Heim complied, only to find his communications with Romanian 1st Armored Division abruptly truncated. A surprise attack on the Romanian Division's HQ had destroyed the German liaison officer's radio, and they never received the new orders. Thus, 48th Panzer Corps was counterattacking along with 2 diverging axes, with insufficient force to deal with either threat. The results were predictable, if slower in developing than the Soviets wished. Despite their dissipated attacks, the 2 Axis tank divisions blunted Soviet momentum on the 19th and 20th. For its part, Romanian 1st Armored put in a credible counterattack, trying to break through to the 22nd Panzer, and causing a stir in a pair of Soviet rifle divisions trailing in the wake of the armored formations. Thus, unexpectedly stubborn resistance by the Romanians, as well as the frictional effect of Heim's units, which remained a vexing obstacle for the next 4 days, put the Northern Soviet pincer as much as 36 hours behind schedule. It also cost 1st Tank Corps all but 24 of its 136 tanks, a heavy price indeed. Vatutin had by no means accomplished his first day's objectives, nor had 5th Tank Army broken into the rear. Vatutin chewed out Romanenko soundly on the night of 21-22 November, tasking him with breaking into the clear and getting back on schedule. Romanenko delivered, with 1st Tank Corps duly crushing both 22nd Panzer and 1st Armored Division's rear areas the following day, destroying much of their supplies and ammunition. Though still resisting strongly, 22nd Panzer was basically tankless, and by now had largely been left in the wake of the larger Soviet advance. Romanian 1st Armored was briefly trapped in the Lascar pocket, but managed to break free to the southwest and rejoin 22nd Panzer, with both 48th Panzer Corps' decimated divisions managing to reach the west bank of the Chir River by the 25th. Despite Heim's stout resistance, he had been manifestly unable to close off the Soviet breakthrough. A furious Hitler had him arrested and thrown in prison, scapegoating him for failing to stem an assault beyond the powers of his weak corps, while also throwing a political bone to the furious Romanians who felt Third Army had been abandoned. Heim's imaginary failures were shortly rendered academic as new disasters began unfolding against Sixth Army's southern flank. On the morning of 20 November, 57th and 51st Armies were scheduled to open their offensive against General Constantin Constantinescu Clap's Romanian 4th Army. But the morning weather had again been dicey, hazy, snowy, and generally lousy for both artillery spotting and frontal aviation. By 07:30, a half hour before the bombardment was due to begin, visibility was down to only 200 yards. The Stavka, nervous about whether the offensive would commence on time, phoned Yeremenko and ordered a speedy start to operations. Yeremenko, though, was disinclined to listen to badgering from 500 miles away. He responded curtly that he was at a forward command post, and thus perfectly able to judge the weather for himself, thank you very much, and would order the attack when it was appropriate. By 09:30, the fog was lifting. 30 minutes later, Yeremenko's guns and Katyushas began thundering. Shortly thereafter, white-smocked Soviet infantry and whitewashed T-34s began boiling like vengeful ghosts out of the defiles around Lakes Sarpa, Tsatsa, and Barmatsak. Success against Romanian 4th Army was much more instantaneous than the day before against the 3rd. 4th Army's headquarters wasn't due to formally take over tactical management of its sector until the following day. Thus, Romanian 6th Corps was still under the operational control of German 4th Panzer Army. When the Soviet hammer blow fell, it led to confusion as to which HQ, German or Romanian, was in charge of organizing a counterblow. Romanian 6th Corps comprised 5 weak infantry divisions, with even fewer heavy weapons than its sister formation, and its defensive lines were smashed to pieces by the initial bombardment anyway. The only mobile element nearby, Brigadier General Radu Korn's motorized cavalry group, was under strength and with too few anti-tank weapons. When the Soviets drove in their initial assaults, 4 rifle divisions supported by independent tank brigades, 6th Corps' fate was largely preordained. After Soviet tanks got into the defenses and Romanian defenders had expended their limited ammunition, neither of which took long, the panicked defenders fell apart. 6th Corps was hurled backward to the south, with many troops throwing down their weapons and running away. Korn and 7th Corps tried intervening, but their efforts came to naught in the face of Soviet superiority. By nightfall, 4th Panzer Army had concluded that by the following morning, Romanian 6th Corps would have no combat value worth mentioning. With the Romanians disintegrating, Eremenko promptly introduced his two powerful armored formations. 13th Tank Corps wheeled inward to pin the Germans in Stalingrad. An initial encounter that night with elements of the German 29th Motorized Infantry Division coming in from the east inflicted a sharp reverse on one of its columns, but thereafter the Germans withdrew. Meanwhile, Volski's 4th Mechanized Corps headed to the northwest toward the link-up at Kalak, overcoming minefields and scattered groups of Romanians backed by German 88s. Along the westward edge of both Soviet advances, two Red Army cavalry corps were throwing out screening formations to shield the armored forces. Red Army rifle divisions, playing catch-up with the fast-moving tank formations, poured through the series of gaps torn in the Axis front lines. The Soviets were determined to put sufficient strength into their assault corridors to enable them to repel German counterattacks from both within and without. As events would reveal, Volski was something less than a fire-breather. His 4th Mechanized Corps had been tardy getting to the morning starting line, which was a 30-mile drive from its initial assembly areas. Volski was nearly 2 hours late getting in motion for the exploitation phase of the assault and failed in taking his initial objectives. This was not entirely his fault. His motorized rifle brigades had been robbed of 150 trucks by the front command, which needed them for other purposes. This meant that 2/3 of Volski's supposedly motorized riflemen were now pure leg infantry, with all the attendant problems of keeping up with the tanks. Not that Volski was inclined to motor ahead all that quickly in any case. By nightfall, his corps was alone on the snowy steppes, picking its way westward on a single icy road. The comforting bosom of 51st Army's supporting infantry and artillery was now far behind. His flank was growing longer by the hour, and he was concerned about 29th Motorized, lurking out there somewhere to the northeast. As darkness descended, Volski, reporting to his superiors, wondered whether to go on in the face of unknown German threats. Markian Popov, the deputy front commander, was unsympathetic. This was, after all, what exploitation forces were supposed to do: drive a knife into the enemy's vitals, and their own flanks be damned. Knowing the value of speed and shock, Popov ordered Volski to continue pushing through the night. Had Volski known what shape his enemies were in, he might have breathed a little easier and driven a little faster. Even now, Hermann Hoth was taking stock of his 4th Panzer Army's situation. It was grim. Romanian 6th Corps had utterly collapsed, and 7th Corps had been defeated and shoved south. A 20-mile gap had been ripped in his front lines. Although information was murky, it was obvious that enemy armored formations were pouring through. 29th Motorized had been clear enough on that matter. Hoth had essentially nothing to counterattack with. His Panzer Army no longer contained a single panzer division. His two motorized divisions, the 16th and the 29th that Volski so feared, between them contained no more than 20 armored vehicles. Hoth's units were so short of fuel that just moving was problematic, let alone fighting. Indeed, his own army headquarters had lain directly in the path of the Red Army's advance, obliging him to hastily scuttle out of the way earlier in the day. Fortunately, he'd had the good sense to scuttle west, away from encirclement. He now found himself outside the growing Soviet perimeter, unlike his two mobile divisions, which were inside. Given their weakness, and Hoth's now severed command arrangements, 4th Panzer Army was basically a phantasm. Volski knew none of this, and his fears eventually got the better of him. He called a halt on the evening of 21 November to regroup and replenish his units with fuel and ammunition. When Eremenko found out, he was furious. Sending a representative in a light aircraft to locate 4th Mechanized HQ, Volski was told that Eremenko categorically demanded he accelerate his movement and send reports every 2 hours detailing exactly what progress he was making. Meanwhile, in the north, 5th Tank Army's 4th and 26th Tank Corps were still coming down on Kalak. Though the town's bridges across the Don had been demolished by the retreating Red Army during the summer, German engineers had laid a heavy temporary bridge across the flow just north of town. 26th Tank Corps badly wanted that bridge. An ad hoc detachment of tanks, 2 of them captured German models, and some motorized infantry was formed, which drove forward in the middle of the night, lights blazing. Arriving at the bridge at 0300 on the 22nd, they were mistaken by German sentries for a column of captured Soviet tanks heading for target practice at the nearby anti-tank training facility. The Germans were promptly gunned down, and the Red Army had its bridge. Another detachment of Soviet tanks installed themselves on the heights overlooking the span. German counterattacks by the local security troops and Luftwaffe units were fierce but futile. And when the bulk of 26th Tank Corps arrived later in the day, the fate of Kalak was sealed. To the south, after having been none too gently goaded forward by Yeremenko, Volskii began doing a little whip-cracking of his own on the 22nd, telling his brigade commanders that the unit's honor required they capture the town of Sovietsky, southeast of Kalak, by lunchtime. This they duly accomplished, taking the village by storm. By now, Volskii's corps, despite being given the evil eye by several more senior Soviet commanders, had killed more than 14,000 Axis troops, captured about as many, along with an enormous haul of enemy equipment, and reduced 4th Panzer Army's rear areas to utter chaos. The following morning, the 23rd, Volskii pressed forward again. Red Army reconnaissance units had seen German tanks in the flats north of Sovietsky, and Volskii was concerned about the possibility of resistance. Indeed, the Germans were counterattacking feebly there. Nonetheless, Volskii had no choice but to continue pushing ahead. At 15:30, a fresh column of tanks was seen ahead, coming down from the north. Sending an armored car forward, there was an inadvertent exchange of fire, but it was quickly discovered that the tanks were not German, but rather a portion of 4th Tank Corps. Volskii's 4th Mechanized had finally linked up with 5th Tank Army. Paulus's 6th Army and the bulk of Hoth's 4th Panzer were now cut off. In the sack. During the initial days of Uranus, the German High Command had been struggling with the response to the crisis. It became apparent early on that a major Soviet operation was underway, though its full contours remained vague. Communications with the front were awful, particularly with the Romanians. Given the weather conditions, Richthofen's air forces were unable to gain a true appreciation of the situation. Orders had already been cut to advance 6th Army's mobile reserves, such as they were, to the west. When 14th Panzer Corps' ragtag Kampfgruppen encountered Vatutin's forces, they failed utterly to check the onrushing Soviet offensive. Meanwhile, German offensives were still ongoing in the city. Even as late as the 21st, 6th Army was dispatching reports to Army Group B describing the situation as not unfavorable. However, by the end of the 21st, after the southern Soviet thrusts demolished Romanian 4th Army, the true situation was emerging. Paulus's 6th Army had not one, but 2 completely destroyed flanks, and was facing total encirclement. With the enemy penetrating our front, Paulus's adjutant recalled, and no reserves whatsoever to stave off the deadly threat, we would be awaiting a terrible catastrophe if the German command did not act quickly and effectively. Radical measures were indeed called for. Realistically speaking, that meant Paulus disengaging from Stalingrad, conducting a fighting withdrawal, and breaking out of the developing Kessel. This was the opinion of Army Group B's von Weichs, and also Paulus. On the 23rd, Paulus sent a message directly to Hitler, outlining in no uncertain terms how radically the situation had now changed. Superior enemy forces continue to advance. Ammunition and fuel are coming to an end. Necessary and sufficient supply is not received. The army will be destroyed soon. The only recourse was to withdraw from Stalingrad. The corps commanders agree with me in assessing the situation. I ask once again on the basis of the situation to give me freedom of action. But freedom of action for German armies had died in the snows around Moscow back in mid-December 1941, as the Führer shortly demonstrated again. Not only that, but debate continues to this day over whether Sixth Army could actually have extricated itself from its predicament by attempting a breakout. Paulus claimed after the war that he could easily have done so. Indeed, 29th Motorized Division's temporary success against 13th Tank Corps suggests that there might have been opportunities against the weaker southern pincer of the Soviet assault had more force been employed. This is supported by Russian historian Isayev, who notes that the Kotelnikovo axis was particularly weak, where the forces of the Stalingrad Front's 51st and 57th Armies were defending along the external and internal encirclement front. In a word, during the first days following the closing of the Cauldron, Paulus had a good chance of breaking out, with at least part of the Sixth Army's forces. Historian Anton Joly likewise argues that by the time of the Kalak link-up, Soviet armored forces had suffered significant erosions to their tank parks, with Southwestern Front's formations down to a quarter of their original strength, an entire tank corps now counting only 30 tanks. Other observers, both contemporary and modern, are less sanguine about Paulus's chances. If anything had been shown in the 2-month struggle inside Stalingrad itself, it was that Sixth Army was nearing the absolute end of its strength. Most of its units were still deeply embedded in the city. What little armor was on hand had already been sent west and had seen their initial counterattacks defeated. The transport situation was a nightmare, with practically no gas for the trucks, and 3/4 of the horses already moved west before the onset of winter. The only way out was on foot. Napoleon would have understood perfectly what this entailed: a forced winter march across the Russian steppe, perhaps with a river crossing or two, just to keep things interesting. As the locks clicked shut at Kalak and Sovietsky on the 23rd, the situation in Sixth Army's rear was nothing short of cataclysmal. The plains behind Stalingrad were littered with wrecked equipment, cratered with shell holes, and strewn with tens upon tens of thousands of frozen corpses of men and horses alike. Temperatures had dropped to the pit's own level. Groups of terrified Germans and Romanians, survivors from the initial Soviet assaults, were trudging toward Stalingrad through driving snow, fog, and bitter cold. One Romanian recalled, "As far as the eye could see, the plain was dotted with soldiers, wanderers, strays, and officers among them, of course without weapons. I ran like a rabbit through the snow, not knowing in what direction." Starving horses, or equally starving Soviet POWs yanked from their cages, were hitched to the traces to drag wagon loads of survivors and artillery across the plains. The weaker POWs were simply shot or left to freeze to death. As the Germans began retreating behind the east bank of the Don to avoid the onrushing Soviet tank columns, horrific scenes of disorder broke out, with men doing anything they could to reach the perceived safety of friendly lines. Desperate soldiers, venturing across the Don's flimsy ice, fell through the crust and drowned in front of their comrades. In one case, a firefight broke out between retreating Romanian military police and some German bridge guards. Field hospitals, overflowing with wounded and with supplies and time running out, were simply setting aside the more serious cases to die untended in the deep freeze. The lightly wounded, wrapped in rags of bloody clothing, were quickly patched up and herded back to the front. Axis unity, never terribly heartfelt to begin with, was fraying dangerously as German units took over the few buildings for shelter, forcing their Romanian allies to camp in the snow. The ordinary troops' terror of being surrounded was both palpable and contagious. Sixth Army was rapidly devolving into a mob. If Paulus was going to make a breakout, he was going to have to get this calamitous situation in hand and restore some semblance of order. The heaviest equipment would have to be destroyed in place, and the dead and gravely injured, as many as 10,000 of the latter, left behind. Then he would have to slog across perhaps 100 miles of snow-swept hellscape, with his shattered, demoralized, demotorized army literally dragging its wounded along on jury-rigged sleds. Beyond the Don, and to the south, hundreds of Soviet tanks were roaming around looking for trouble. Nearer the city, Chuikov and Rokossovsky weren't going to just stand idly by and let the Germans disengage cleanly. All in all, Paulus was hardly in a favorable position to do a volte-face and then launch a breakout against the forces now hemming him all around. Nor did Paulus seem the sort of chap to pull something like this off. Bravery wasn't the issue. Absent from the city when the Soviet counteroffensive was launched, he was one of the few men to fly back into the Stalingrad pocket after it was formed, and then stay there until the bitter end. Yet Paulus had neither the robust constitution nor the sheer bloody-mindedness of the legendary Prussian stalwarts of yore. Frederick William I, the great elector, who had triumphed in the great sleigh drive of 1678 against the Swedes, might have had what it took to make it back across the Don with something resembling a functional army. The pugnacious and bloody-minded Marshal Gebhard Blücher, who was still leading men from horseback against Napoleon until well into his 70s, might have too. But Paulus manifestly wasn't cut from the same saddle leather. At his core, he was exactly what a personnel evaluation report had labeled him when still a junior officer: a meticulous desk worker. Neither inspiring nor terribly decisive, he was a fine staff officer, but not a leader of men. Airlift to nowhere. In the event, as so often happened in this war, Hitler rendered the whole question moot. Having received news of the unfolding catastrophe on the 19th, while on vacation at the Berghof in the Bavarian Alps, the Führer waited 3 days before taking the train back to his headquarters in East Prussia. Hitler was likely also overwhelmed by the rapid piling on of momentous events. First Rommel's defeat, then the Allied landings in North Africa, followed by the German invasion of Vichy France. However, his absence paralyzed deliberations over what was to be done in southern Russia. Returning to the Volschanze on the 22nd, a day of wrangling followed over the fate of Paulus's army. By the 23rd, OKH head Kurt Zeitzler had apparently come close to talking the Führer into allowing a breakout. However, by the morning of the 24th, Hitler's fundamental obstinacy reasserted itself. As he explained later to Manstein, relinquishing Stalingrad would be to cede the most substantial achievement of the summer's campaigning season. He reiterated it in his message to the troops on the 27th. You must, under the leadership of your outstanding generals, retain the positions achieved at the cost of such blood in Stalingrad. In other words, Hitler had never heard of the sunk costs fallacy. He simply could not relinquish his gains, even if it likely meant destroying Sixth Army in the process. Hitler's solution instead was to reach for whatever straws were available, in this case, using the Luftwaffe to resupply Sixth Army from the air, and then rescuing it in due course. The sheer idiocy of attempting to create an aerial bridge to Sixth Army has not lacked for commentary, yet bears reiteration here. Contrary to popular legend, this was not the fault, initially, of Hermann Goering, as he wasn't present at the Berghof when Hitler was first deliberating the matter. Back on the 20th, the Führer had inquired of the Luftwaffe's General Hans Jesenek whether or not Paulus could be supplied through the air. Jesenek, ignorant of the size of the pocket, being given no time to confer with either his own staff or that of Luftflotte 4, and weak-willed to begin with, simply made an educated guess and told Hitler it could be done. Like many bad ideas, the seeds of his reply lay rooted in a minor success. Back in February and March, the Luftwaffe had kept the pocket at Demyansk supplied long enough for it to eventually break out once the snows melted. But the flight distances to Demyansk had been only 60 to 80 kilometers. The distances to Stalingrad were more like 200 to 300 kilometers. Furthermore, the Demyansk airlift had been run from captured Soviet air bases in Ostrov around Pskov, which had concrete runways within easy reach of the Luftwaffe's core logistics apparatus in Germany. None of that existed out on the Kalmyk steppe. Even with those advantages, keeping Demyansk in supply had taken everything the Luftwaffe had, and success had been costly. Nearly 300 German transports of all kinds had been destroyed, including more than 100 Ju-52 trimotors, the workhorses of the Luftwaffe's air transport arm. Most critically, whereas the pocket at Demyansk had contained 90,000 men, the one at Stalingrad was gargantuan. During the initial assault, many of Paulus's units fleeing the white-clad Soviet hordes had recoiled inward, back toward Stalingrad. This meant the pocket now contained most of 6th Army, portions of 4th Panzer Army, and various specialist engineering and artillery units, along with about 13,000 Romanians, a regiment of Croats, and as many as 60,000 Russian Heavies and POWs. Altogether, some 344,000 men, 260 tanks, and nearly 8,000 artillery pieces were now encircled. Keeping a force that large supplied by air was probably beyond the capabilities of any air force then existing. On 22 November, General Richthofen quickly and starkly informed Yeshenek, 6th Army, and the OKH of these facts. 6th Army figured it needed 700 tons of supplies a day merely to survive. With the attrition of the summer's combat, Luftflotte 4 didn't have remotely enough aircraft to undertake such an effort. Hitler, though, having latched onto a notion that seemed to offer hope, wasn't about to accept fact-based second-guessing for an answer. Goering, desperate to restore his tattered reputation and not wanting to disappoint the Führer, thereupon doubled down and told Hitler that 500 tons was doable, blithely ignoring 6th Army's stated requirements, as well as his own staff's response that 350 tons was the maximum that could be delivered. It's difficult to know who was more criminally incompetent in this case, Goering for knowingly passing along such ridiculous falsehoods, or Hitler for so readily buying into them. As it developed, Luftflotte 4's staff knew exactly what they were talking about. The Luftwaffe's transport arm was badly overstretched, with about 750 Ju-52s in its entire inventory. Only 10 days earlier, Hitler had made the questionable decision to pump reinforcements into Tunisia to counter the Anglo-American landings in North Africa. Even now, groups of Ju-52s were busily shuttling elements of the newly formed 5th Panzer Army into Tunis. 150 trimotors had already been transferred from the Eastern Front to Sicily at the beginning of November. Another 170 would head there within days. That meant that just half the Reich's Ju-52s were theoretically available in the east to supply Stalingrad, where a maximum effort was now required. Meanwhile, the other half were busily pumping fresh soldiers into a second hastily conceived enclave in a completely different theater. Even a beginning student of logistics should have cast a highly skeptical eye regarding the success of either exercise, let alone both. In essence, Hitler was now doubling Germany's manpower wastage by allowing 6th Army to starve at the expense of creating his new 5th Panzer Army in North Africa, which itself was almost certainly doomed to ultimate capture. Meanwhile, back on the ground near Stalingrad, at the beginning of the siege, Luftflotte 4 had only 47 Ju-52s on hand. At an optimistic 2 tons per plane, 375 aircraft had to be flown in each day in order to deposit the necessary 750 tons. With aircraft availability rates hovering around 35%, it would have taken 1,050 Ju-52s to make that happen, even assuming good weather and minimal Soviet air activity. The effort was doomed from the start, and Luftflotte 4's staff knew it. Things nonetheless got underway on 25 November. Goering, having promised Hitler the moon, was nowhere to be seen during the planning activities. He had departed on the 22nd for a shopping trip, swanning off to Paris to plunder art galleries, in the contemptuous words of Richthofen. The air bridge did not have an auspicious start. The weather was routinely awful, and the planes all needed maintenance. On some days, nothing could fly, and only superhuman efforts on the part of the Luftwaffe field personnel kept the runways clear enough to use. In order to keep things going, training aircraft and pilots were stripped out of bomber units and training squadrons and sent to Luftflotte 4. The Stalingrad effort meant throwing both students and their precious instructor pilots into the maelstrom, where they would inevitably take heavy casualties. This desperation move would have grave consequences for the Luftwaffe's training and readiness later in the war. And as results would show, the minimal short-term benefits generated for these long-term losses would in no way justify the suicidal effort the Luftwaffe was being asked to make. Stalingrad and Tunisia sounded the death knell for Germany's once mighty air transport force. At the same time, the VVS was making a concerted effort to interdict the German airlift, especially around the only large airfield in the pocket, Potomnik. Once the lock snapped shut behind 6th Army, the VVS had the luxury of clearly defined stationary targets, which they could find and hit without difficulty, even during bad weather. Soviet air activity exploded. Between 24 and 30 November, the Red Air Force put up between 700 and 800 sorties a day, close to the rate that Richthofen had produced against Sevastopol back in June, and in an area roughly the same size. Attacks on German transport aircraft became a particularly popular pastime for Soviet fighter pilots. German fighter activity, conversely, waned due to lack of planes, spare parts, and fuel. When the airlift commenced, the Germans possessed only about 90 operational fighters in the area. As a result of all these factors, during the first 5 days, the Luftwaffe only managed to bring in a total of 300 tons of cargo, less than 10% of what 6th Army judged it needed simply to survive. On the 27th, 28 tons were landed. On the 25th, the first day of the airlift, the bread and meat ration in the pocket was cut in half. 6th Army was already beginning to starve. Manstein to the rescue? Having decided that Paulus must stay put, Hitler began planning a relief mission. Given his burgeoning reputation as an offensive wizard, Field Marshal Erich von Manstein was the logical man to turn to. But even before these ideas fully crystallized, Hitler had decided to form a new army group, Army Group Don, to plug the gap that was fast developing between Army Groups A and B. Composed of remnants of 6th Army, 4th Panzer Army, and Romanian 3rd and 4th Armies, Manstein was thus put in charge of the Stalingrad pocket. He was told he would receive 6 infantry and 4 panzer divisions in reinforcement, although the bulk of these would not be arriving until early December. Leaving the siege of Leningrad behind him, Manstein piled himself and his staff onto a luxuriously appointed train formerly belonging to the Queen of Yugoslavia. As it puffed its way south, Manstein met separately with Günther von Kluge, the commander of Army Group Center, and Maximilian von Weichs, the commander of Army Group B. Neither man concealed from Manstein the gravity of the situation, nor their fear that the Führer's rigid outlook had placed 6th Army in a wholly untenable position. Manstein remained optimistic he could retrieve the situation. The Soviets had never yet resisted a full-blown German counterattack, and despite the manhandling Heim's 48th Panzer Corps had just received, Manstein had no doubt that if he were in the driver's seat, he would be successful. Had he known about 6th Army's supply situation, or its likely odds of breaking out, both of which were bad and getting worse, he might not have been so confident. Meanwhile, at 6th Army's headquarters, similar questions were being asked as to whether or not a breakout made sense. A certain air of resignation had already settled on Paulus, who commented to his chief engineering staff officer that he knew that the history of war has already pronounced judgment on me. Unwilling to disobey the Führer's orders, 6th Army's commander also had to suspect that any attempted breakout would only result in his being relieved of command, with 51st Corps Commander General Seidlitz put in his place. Beneath Paulus, many of 6th Army Corps and divisional commanders, recognizing that the Army's position would rapidly deteriorate, were in favor of mounting a breakout to the southwest to link up with 4th Panzer Army. In the trenches, on the other hand, opinions were more ambivalent. The troops were tired, hungry, and demoralized. Breaking out meant abandoning the relative safety of their defensive positions, as well as their heavy weapons, and venturing out into deep snow to face attacks in the open. Not an inviting prospect. As bad as things looked, many of the men reasoned that the Führer, having invested so much of his personal prestige in the outcome of the battle, would get them out somehow. Manstein would come to the rescue. On the Soviet side, the Stavka still had no clear idea of how many troops they had surrounded. Initial estimates put the German pocket somewhere in the neighborhood of 85,000 to 90,000 troops, only about 40% of the real number. Yet when Don Front's General Rokossovsky attempted to cave in its northern flank starting on the 25th, he made scant progress over 2 days against heavy resistance and suffered prodigiously in the process. The same happened when Yeremenko started pushing against the pocket's southern perimeter. Rokossovsky and Vasilevsky agreed that a more deliberate approach was required. A patient, careful man, Rokossovsky began laying plans and accumulating the heavy tanks and artillery required for crushing Paulus's command. The next time he tried attacking, he was determined that things would be different. Operation Mars. At 07:30 on the morning of 25 November, only 6 days after Operation Uranus was launched, thousands of Red Army guns, mortars, and rocket launchers opened another shattering bombardment all around the perimeter of the Rzhev salient. Operation Mars had begun. There were few men more ardent in their admiration for brute force than Georgy Zhukov and his underling Ivan Konev, and they displayed it now, with a massive artillery preparation to be succeeded by an equally massive infantry assault. Unlike at Stalingrad, however, German intelligence had been more attuned to the portents trickling in. Red Army desertion was up. Simple math said that an increase in the rate of enemy soldiers crossing the lines meant, first, that more Soviet troops were in the area, and second, that they might be slated for something that made the rank and file uncomfortable. Furthermore, German planes and artillery observers had spotted increased activity on the roads behind the Soviet front. By late November, Colonel General Walter Model, head of Ninth Army, was convinced that he was about to be assaulted. The night prior to the attack, he put his units on high alert. That might not have mattered much, as German forces in the salient were far from robust. Around the perimeter was spread the usual patina of Heer infantry divisions, a dozen in all. They were backed by 3 veteran panzer divisions, 1st, 5th, and 9th, the 8th SS Cavalry Division, and 2 motorized infantry divisions, including the formidable Grossdeutschland. There were 2 problems, however. First, most of those panzer divisions had been stripped of men and tanks to bolster German forces for the summer offensive in the south, and were down to a single panzer battalion apiece. The infantry divisions were weaker too, for the same reason. Most of their regiments had only 2 battalions instead of 3. Second, because of its very nature, the salient was threatened from 3 sides. Danger could therefore develop from all directions. In fact, it most likely would. However, other tactical factors worked to erode Soviet chances for success, at least initially. The morning of the 25th dawned with overcast skies, fog, and moderate to heavy snow falling throughout the entire area. Visibility in some places was no more than 20 meters. With snow coming down at more than an inch an hour, Red Army aviation wasn't able to get off the ground. Likewise, the preparatory artillery bombardment had to fire blind, since forward observers couldn't see their targets. Deep snow on the ground slowed the Soviet attackers, although it played similar havoc with what few mobile forces the Germans had available. The terrain in the area, particularly on the western side of the salient, was also much less conducive to movement than away south in the steppes. The Rzhev featured heavy pine forests crisscrossed by small, deep rivers, not at all ideal tank country. Most significantly, Walter Model was a defensive maestro. Unlike the ambivalent warnings Paulus had received prior to Uranus, Model's intelligence officers had provided him with solid knowledge of the sectors Zhukov's forces were most likely to hit. Model was nothing if not industrious, and he'd not been tardy in preparing them. His units were already deeply dug in from the summer battles, with well-sighted, interlocking fields of fire, and beefed up where possible with minefields and wire. Buckets of pre-registered artillery counterfire were made ready to go. In some, the tea leaves foretold another attritional slogging match in the making, unless the Soviet attacks got off to a truly fabulous start. The tea leaves in this case did not lie, because the Red Army's attacks did not start well at all. The Germans hated Soviet artillery by now, of course, hated and feared it, but they were adapting to it. One of the things they had noticed was the onset of the Red Army's Katyusha rocket attacks usually meant the preparatory bombardment was coming to an end. Hence, around all four of the main attack areas in the Rzhev, this same basic scenario played out. As soon as Stalin's organs howled out their final notes and the last echoes of the Soviet artillery faded away, the Germans scrambled from their dugouts and raced to the firing line. On cue, massed Soviet infantry formations began emerging wraith-like from the falling snow, with the whitewashed shapes of support tanks looming behind. The Germans greeted them with sheets of automatic weapons fire, punctuated by the harsh cough of hidden AT guns. Given the volume of Red Army artillery and the weight of the massed formations, it was almost inevitable the Soviets would tear holes somewhere in their initial assault sectors, and so it proved. The cost, though, was appalling. In the east, Soviet 20th Army's assault echelons made it across the frozen Vazuza River, blasting a 4-mile-wide hole through the first line of 5th Panzer and 78th Infantry Division's defenses. But the Soviets took 50% casualties in the process. A supporting jab several miles north by 31st Army against 102nd Infantry Division was stopped in its tracks with hellish losses. Further south in 20th Army's sector, progress was uneven, with too many troops trying to get across the river at too few crossing points. As a result, no supporting artillery made it into the narrow bridgehead the Soviets carved out, meaning subsequent attacks at the head of the salient would have to go in unsupported by heavy weapons. Likewise, the inevitable German counterattacks wouldn't be met with artillery fire either. The Germans, for their part, were waging a desperate fight for survival along the primary axis of 20th Army's attack. Despite stubborn resistance, the forces directly in the path of the Soviet steamroller had been either destroyed, driven off, or surrounded. However, the Germans did their typically credible job of maintaining strong defenses on both shoulders of the breakthrough. During the confusion of the initial assault, several groups of cut-off lancers also rallied to strong points within the salient located within the small villages that dotted the area. Often equipped with a few heavy weapons, and sometimes tanks, these redoubts remained a stubborn thorn in the Red Army's side. German guns, in many cases, commanded the tenuous logistical routes the Red Army were obliged to traverse to resupply their forward tank formations. The result of the first day's fighting in the east side of the Rzhev salient was the Soviets making progress but falling short of their goals. Many of the Red Army's first echelon units had been wrecked in the process, while the Germans, even when cut off, were still resisting fiercely. The situation was more static on the salient's north side. Here, the Soviet 39th Army had forced the Germans back a couple of kilometers, but had not scored a breakthrough. This should have come as little surprise, for unlike the attacks on the western and eastern sides of Model's fortress, the thrust across the Molodai-Tud River didn't contain substantial Soviet armored formations. The results reflected it. Several Red Army infantry assaults were sent reeling back across the river. All day long, the Germans fought stubbornly, gave ground only reluctantly, and always managed to retreat in an orderly fashion. By the end of the first day's assault, the Germans, though sorely pressed, still held their bent lines in a contiguous fashion. The situation was bad, but manageable. It was in the west, however, that things had gone worst for the Heer. On the northwest portion of the salient, 22nd Army smashed a 4-mile-wide gap through the defenses of the German 86th Infantry Division and sent 3rd Mechanized Corps advancing into the winding Luchesa River Valley. The Germans, desperate, threw handfuls of screening units across the path of the advancing Soviets. They worked hard to maintain the shoulders of the breakthrough, calling for reinforcements from the elite Grossdeutschland Motorized Infantry Division, the only mobile reserve in the area. However, the roads into the area were covered with heavy snow and harassed by partisans, meaning no substantial reinforcements could arrive for at least a day. The Soviets were facing the same problems. The Luchesa is a river in name only. It is more like a creek. Its valley is narrow and heavily wooded and has few roads. Not exactly ideal country for effecting an armored breakout, no matter how successful the day's assault had been. Heavy snow and rough terrain did more than perhaps an extra battalion of Panzer Grenadiers might have done to slow the Soviet assault. Thus, while 3rd Mechanized Corps' penetration was threatening, it would take a lot for the Red Army to capitalize on its breakthrough. In the southwest corner of the salient, though, the Red Army developed what looked to be a real threat to the entire Rzhev enclave. Attacking south of the town of WWII, at the junction of the inexperienced 2nd Luftwaffe and 246th Infantry Divisions, the Soviet 41st Army saw great initial success. The forward German defenses in the area were obliterated, with 2 regiments of Luftwaffe troopers essentially destroyed. The 1st Mechanized Corps immediately blew through the gap, driving hard to the east toward German 9th Army's heart. Fresh Red Army assaults seeking to widen the breach were hurled at the town of WWII itself, as it occupied a crucial road juncture. The Germans were in a fight for their lives, as combined tank and infantry attacks pounded the weakened defensive perimeter. If WWII fell, the entire German position in the western end of the Rzhev salient might well collapse with it. The German situation deteriorated still further when a Soviet mechanized brigade wheeled northward out of the main attack vector and cut the main road into WWII, effectively isolating the town. Frantic calls for assistance went out. But with the snow and partisans, the Germans would have difficulty moving substantial mechanized formations to the aid of their embattled infantry forces. General Model immediately executed a prearranged contingency plan that he and his boss, von Kluge, had worked out, shifting 12th, 19th, and 20th Panzer Divisions northward to the succor of the Rzhev salient. Nonetheless, they wouldn't begin entering the battle for several days. For the time being, WWII's defenders would simply have to hold on. Successful as the opening Soviet blows near WWII had been, their price had been brutally high. The Red Army's set-piece assaults were powerful but predictable. By the end of the day, the shattered hulks of T-34s littered the battlefield. Around them, huddled clumps of Soviet corpses lay thickly wherever German resistance was fierce, which is to say, practically everywhere. The lead Soviet echelons had been savaged all around 9th Army's perimeter. Red Army brigades were now the size of battalions. Battalions had been blown down to companies. This meant that subsequent offensive operations would have to be conducted instead by second echelon forces being held in reserve for exploitation. There was a credible danger that they would not have the power necessary to advance through the Germans' tactical defenses and into the operational depth. By 26 November, the basic question shaping Operation Mars had come into focus. The eastern breakthrough by 20th Army, while promising, was hamstrung by grim losses, a narrow salient, checkered with heavily armed German redoubts, and an inability to support its forward forces. In the north, 39th Army was unable to produce any breakthrough at all. Its only role in the forthcoming battle would be to soak up reinforcements the Germans could use elsewhere. In the northwest, 22nd Army probably would not be able to advance quickly enough to exploit the breakthrough it had into the Luchesa River Valley, although they would be pushed mercilessly to do so. Only 41st Army in the southwest had the immediate potential to develop a thrust sufficiently powerful to threaten the entire Rzhev position. Zhukov, being Zhukov, would continue to attack everywhere, regardless of the cost. He knew that battles could hinge on having the last usable formations present at the point of decision, however small they might be. He was determined to drive the Germans to throw in their last reserves, because he knew that he had the upper hand in terms of manpower. Clausewitz had a saying that everything is very simple in war, but the simplest thing is difficult. These difficulties accumulate and produce a friction which no man can imagine exactly who has not seen war. That was true now, with the entire battle starting to boil down to a contest of mastering friction. The Red Army's opening assaults were now concluded, and had shown marked improvements in a number of respects. Yet the Wehrmacht was not easily impressed, and unless one consistently brought one's A-game, they were unlikely to give much further ground. Still, it was an open question whether the Germans could shuffle their few mobile reserves around quickly enough to restore the situation on 4 threatened sectors while under constant Soviet pressure and contending with snow, bad roads, and partisans. Simultaneously, the Soviets had to demonstrate their own ability to keep 41st Army's armored spearhead grinding forward in the face of coalescing German resistance while resurrecting 20th Army's drive as well. That would require reconstituting shattered assault units with fresh troops, pumping new tanks into the tank brigades, and hauling food, ammunition, and fuel forward despite the same bad roads, snow, and withering fire. At the same time, the Soviets would have to guard against German counterattacks along their own flanks. The core question remained, whose military machine would prove more efficient at performing these simple yet difficult tasks? Pacific Theater. The advance to Buna, Gona. In Papua New Guinea, having captured Kokoda on 2 November, the Australians quickly got its airstrip back into operation and brought in more supplies in preparation for pushing the rest of the way to the coast. About 10 miles up ahead lay the Japanese defenses at Oivigarari, some 7 miles in front of the Kumusi River. Here, for the first time in the entire campaign, the Japanese had both of their regiments, 144th and 41st, on the line, and all their artillery as well, under Major General Hirii Tomataro's direct control. The Australians were bringing Major General George Vesey's 7th Division's 2 brigades to the fight, outnumbering the Japanese roughly 4-3. Not great odds against fixed defenses. The result was that Vesey's first attacks went nowhere. Nonetheless, when scouts located an open path to the south of the Japanese defenses on the 10th, Vesey flanked around aggressively and placed a full brigade astride the main track, cutting off one Japanese regiment from retreat. In other words, treating the Japanese to exactly the same sort of roadblock in the enemy's rear that the IJA had used on so many occasions in Malaya, Burma, and the Philippines. The result was a rout, as many of Hirii's soldiers broke and made their way to the rear through the jungle, leaving all their artillery, many of their personal weapons, and about 400 dead behind in the process. The South Seas Force had been definitively smashed, just 3 weeks after Maruyama Masao's division had been similarly smashed on Guadalcanal. November was already shaping up to be a bad month back at Army HQ in Rabaul. The Japanese survivors were shoved back to the flimsy suspension bridge across the normally wide, turbulent Kumusi River at the village of Wairopi, wire rope in the local pidgin. The bridge had been wrecked days before by General Kenny's aircraft. But the stream was fairly low, and contrary to most accounts of the action, the Japanese survivors made it across without anybody being drowned or swept downstream. However, in the confusion of the retreat, General Hirii and his staff got cut off from their forces. Suspecting his main coastal supply base at Garua was under attack, Hirii settled on the ill-advised notion of short-circuiting the lengthy, muddy march back to the coast by rafting down the Kumusi instead. The results were perhaps predictable. The raft got stuck, whereupon Hirii's little party ended up hiking nearly to the river's mouth at Holnacote Bay. Appropriating a native canoe, they made it out to sea and started paddling for the coastal village of Sanananda, only to have the canoe capsize in a storm, drowning the good general, one of the more bizarre deaths of a senior officer in 1942. By the time Hirii managed to get himself killed on the 19th, heavy fighting was already erupting around Japan's final redoubt in Papua. 3 small villages, Buna, the aforementioned Sanananda, and Gona, collectively dubbed Garua by the Japanese, lay along an 8-mile strip of coastline. 3 miles inland, the primary track running from Kokoda intersected several other major trails heading to the coast. Inside this roughly triangular area hunkered the remainder of South Seas Force, nearly 6,000 men, comprising the base personnel, engineering troops, and survivors from Hirii's retreat across the mountains. Against them, Vesey's 2 brigades, 16th and 25th, advanced from the west, while 2 regiments, 126th and 128th, from the American 32nd Infantry Division moved up from the south, the Allies were about to encounter one of the most awful little battlefields of the war. Battlefield actually doesn't well describe the terrain in this corner of New Guinea. Battle Bog was perhaps a more apt moniker, as the area was dominated by a mangrove swamp squatting in the brackish coastal water. The terrain was flat, with a handful of trails rising a few feet at most above the level of the muck. Almost everything else in the region was either submerged or right at sea level, with the water varying from ankle-deep to over a man's head. The undergrowth was often impassably dense, with creepers, vines, and other plants forming a solid green wall. Occasional coconut groves and patches of man-high, knife-edged kunai grasses clung to the few areas of moderate elevation and drier, sandy soil. Besides the environment, a number of other factors were working against the Allies. The Australian 7th was one of the best divisions in the theater, having been victorious over the Kokoda Track and at Milne Bay. However, its brigades were by now very tired. The inexperienced Americans were likewise fatigued from their own approach march and lacked many basic necessities, including jungle uniforms, machetes, the anti-malarial atabrine, and most crucially, artillery and engineering equipment. These items were too heavy to be airlifted, and the northern coast of New Guinea was judged by the U.S. Navy as being both uncharted and too exposed to Japanese attack to risk cargo ships. Waterborne transport from Milne Bay, such as it was, came in the form of a miscellaneous collection of trawlers, schooners, luggers, and ketches, as the U.S. Army histories put it, many of which were sailing craft. Only by begging the Australians did the 32nd Infantry manage to secure a single pair of 25-pounder guns, which were then brought forward, along with the divisional commander, Major General Edwin Harding, on a small coastal convoy. On 16 November, the day before the first offensive was scheduled to kick off, the howitzers were summarily sunk by Japanese aircraft, sending Harding and several of his staff swimming for their lives. Harding's division would have no meaningful artillery support for weeks. For the U.S. Army, whose entire belief structure revolved around expending ammunition rather than men, this was a perilous way of initiating a battle against a dug-in foe. Indeed, for all the recriminations that would later accrue to the 32nd Infantry, there was probably nothing inherently wrong with its infantry battalions that wouldn't have been greatly helped by a few batteries of 105mm howitzers and a very large pile of shells. Firepower can't fix everything, of course. It wasn't going to cure the division's lack of training, for instance. But it could certainly have compensated for a range of ills, particularly when assaulting fixed fortifications in a bloody great swamp. Granted, New Guinea was sitting at the extreme tip of a long supply line stretching back some 8,000-plus miles to America. Nevertheless, killing the enemy with artillery was simply how the U.S. Army did things. It was shameful that the 32nd Infantry Division had precisely none at hand. Allied air power wasn't going to fix this problem. General Kenny rather famously quipped around this time that tanks and heavy artillery can be reserved for the battlefields of Europe and Africa. They have no place in jungle war. The artillery in this theater flies. This was catchy as hell, but also hilariously wrong-headed, especially coming from the mouth of a general as typically savvy as Kenny. All three of the Marine victories in the jungles of Guadalcanal thus far had been fundamentally shaped by superior American artillery. Armor, likewise, had played a significant role at Alligator Creek. Artillery and armor would feature in every American land victory in the Pacific for the rest of the war. Tactical air support was lovely and could do all sorts of wonderful, marvelous things. But delivering pinpoint-accurate bombs on top of camouflaged bunkers hiding under jungle canopy that even men on the ground could barely discern from a dozen feet up the trail was not one of them. Nor did Kenny have enough aircraft at this stage of the game to make saturation bombing work. What was needed in this fetid, godforsaken fen was sustained large-caliber indirect firepower and copious ammunition, and some armor wouldn't have hurt either. This had a lot to do with the type of defenses Hari'i's men had been building for weeks in anticipation of the oncoming onslaught. South Sea's force didn't have much in the way of construction materials to work with. There could be no massive, industrialized outpouring of concrete and steel in the way that the Germans would eventually fortify Normandy's beaches. Instead, the Japanese used what was at hand: coconut logs, dirt, and the jungle's psychotic arboreal growth rate. The result was a devilish web of formidable field fortifications covering every avenue into their final redoubt. Dig a trench 2 feet deep, 4 feet wide, and maybe 10 feet long. Line its perimeter with oil drums filled with sand. Erect a framework of coconut logs that barely clears the tops of the drums. Lay additional courses of logs, and maybe some sheet steel, on top to form a roof. Leave firing slits between the drums and the ceiling, and then mound the entire structure over with dirt and leftover coconut log chunks. Angle the rear-facing exit to protect it from grenades and ensure it is enfiladed by other nearby bunkers. Dig trenches to shield riflemen scuttling in and out. Sow quick-growing jungle vegetation on top, and inconspicuously thin out the firing lanes in front. Within a couple weeks in New Guinea's riotous climate, your new bunker is completely overgrown by plants and indistinguishable from the surrounding natural terrain. It is impregnable to small arms fire and mortars. Only a direct hit by a large caliber gun or a grenade or demo charge somehow shoved through the firing slit will cause it significant harm. The result is the perfect place for 2 or 3 men to fight and die in the jungle while extracting the maximum number of attackers in the process. Imperial troops had sighted dozens upon dozens of these bunkers, small and large, to deny the approaches to their enclave. Since much of the area was swamp, many places had only a few raised trails leading toward the objectives. Japanese bunkers covered all of them, as well as the flanks of whatever ground they were situated on. Interlocking fields of fire from neighboring fortifications made approaching them nearly impossible. Often they were so well concealed that Allied soldiers would be completely unaware of their presence until they literally stumbled on top of one and were cut down. The main Japanese positions were all laterally connected with one another, allowing reinforcements to be shuttled between threatened areas. As the U.S. Army history conceded, the quality of Japan's field fortifications could scarcely have been improved upon. On the 19th, the Americans and Australians began edging forward, encountered the initial Japanese defenses, and were instantly halted in their tracks. Repeated assaults were brought to bloody ruin for practically no gain, while taking fire from seemingly all directions from a phantasmal enemy that killed with impunity. An American later recalled that Japanese positions were amazingly well camouflaged and seemed to have excellent fields of fire. They covered all the natural alleyways through the jungle. Snipers were everywhere, especially in the trees, and so well camouflaged that it was nearly impossible to discern them. Our troops were pinned down everywhere by extremely effective fire. Attempts at outflanking these positions by wading through the swamp were equally ruinous. "We found out that was a losing game," recalled another GI. "It was all water, and wherever there was any highland, that's where the Japanese were dug in." The Australians fared little better, encountering blizzards of interlocking fire. One survivor of the assaults recalled, "We had not a single idea where they were located. We suddenly came under fire and hit the ground. My main objective was to try and locate some source of all this lead flying around." A second recalled intense, concentrated fire, combined with the sort of lethal tricks the Japanese were so skilled at. Those innocent-looking palm trees that were fallen down were in fact not fallen down. They were deliberate fire traps. In short, the Japanese had enfiladed all those fallen palm trees so that if you took cover behind what you thought was cover, in fact, it was a fire trap, and that is where so many of C Company died. General Vasey was deeply concerned about the losses his already tired 7th Division was suffering, noting to General Thomas Blamey about this time, "The Jap won't go till he is killed, and in the process he is inflicting many casualties on us. I'm beginning to wonder who will reach zero first." The Australians had already experienced this sort of deadly business at the hands of Hari'i's retreating men all along the track. But to the Green American troops, This vicious backhand was truly shocking. Douglas MacArthur's intelligence officer, Brigadier General Charles Willoughby, could typically be relied upon to conjure up whatever intelligence estimates his Supreme Commander's rose-colored world required. He did not disappoint here, producing a pre-battle analysis that estimated the Americans were only facing, at most, 800 sick, emaciated, demoralized enemy troops, who would rapidly capitulate or withdraw. These estimates were duly parroted by 32nd Infantry's intel officers as well. In fact, the actual figure was closer to 10 times that. The Japanese had problems of their own. The jungle maladies taking a relentless toll on Allied troops were doing the same to Harii's men. South Seas Force had started the campaign with quite good medical services. But by the middle of November, with the Allies making seaborne supply increasingly difficult, food and medicine were running very short. The men were sick, starving, and basically falling apart at the seams. A South Seas Force survivor, one of the very few, recalled being so sick he could only carry a pistol and was practically blind after dark. Everyone had malaria or amoebic dysentery, and there were many nervous breakdowns or shell shock. The seriously wounded begged the battalion surgeon to kill them. A static defense was the only one the Japanese could offer. Many of their troops were too sick to even crawl. However, just as the U.S. Marines were discovering on Guadalcanal, the overwhelming majority of Imperial soldiers absolutely refused to surrender, no matter how grim their physical condition. The result was a truly hellish affair. Two feverish, debilitated armies grappling at close quarters in the squalor of a pestilential swamp, mercilessly trying to kill each other off before the jungle killed them both. At this point, any narrative of operational or even tactical maneuver becomes meaningless. There was really none to speak of. Over the next 2 bloody weeks of stalemate, the Australians made occasional gains and the Americans practically none, while taking heavy casualties from disease and combat. The heat was infernal, the mud and filth and flies unending, the misery constant. Corpses of friend and foe alike rotted in the muck of no man's land, swaddling the battlefield in an awful stench and cratering the morale of soldiers squatting in the mire for days on end. Many of the coastal vessels the Allies relied on for bringing up supplies from Milne Bay were sunk or disabled by Japanese aircraft. MacArthur's troops, Australian and Americans both, were basically going nowhere. The only bright spot at the tail end of this month of awfulness was the opening of the Dobodura airstrip on the 21st. The Allies now had a functioning airfield practically on Buna's doorstep, meaning more supplies could be flown in, and the more seriously wounded flown out. The Australians also managed flying in a quartet of 25-pounder guns and a small cache of shells. But until something major changed in how the Allies went about their business, Buna and Gona were not going to fall anytime soon, and if the Japanese reinforced by sea, it might not fall at all. As it happened, things were about to change. MacArthur would see to that. Guadalcanal. The Japanese double down. Meanwhile, for the Japanese leadership in Rabaul, the defeat of Sendai Division on Guadalcanal, coupled with what they believed was a smashing victory at Santa Cruz, seemed to offer both peril and opportunity. For the first time in the campaign, both the Imperial Army and Navy were now finally agreed that Guadalcanal had evolved into the decisive contest between America and Japan. Just as with Stalingrad, the military importance of the island itself was being eclipsed by the psychological imperative of simply winning there, seizing the initiative, and crushing the enemy's morale. This was a commendable realization, even if rather late in coming. Obviously, though, things had to change if the campaign was to be swung in Japan's favor. To assess what had gone wrong during Maruyama's attack, the Imperial Army dispatched staff officers from both 17th Army and Army GHQ to the island. What they saw shocked them. Witnessing the shattered, scarecrow survivors from Sendai limping back into Japanese lines after their weeks-long ordeal on the Maruyama Road, they glimpsed firsthand the horrific effects that starvation, disease, and America's formidable firepower had wrought on Japan's vaunted soldiery. One GHQ staffer tersely radioed back to Tokyo that the actual situation on Guadalcanal is beyond imagination. Tokyo and Rabaul immediately made arrangements to ship the 38th Division and substantial quantities of supplies to the island, with the 51st Division to follow in December. Just as in October, that would require running another fast convoy through to the island. However, this no longer seemed as daunting as it had the prior month. In the wake of Santa Cruz, the Imperial Navy believed the American carrier force was no longer a threat. That left just Henderson to deal with. Thus far, the only thing that had really worked against the airfield, even temporarily, had been clobbering it with battleship gunfire. Destroyer and cruiser bombardments were all well and good, but they didn't have the same Promethean impact of Congo and her sisters. This was one area where the Japanese had a real firepower advantage, and with Chester and Nimitz's carriers finally out of the way, there didn't seem to be anything stopping the Imperial Navy from running a repeat of last month's battleship bombardment and suppressing the Cactus Air Force long enough to run another convoy in. Imperial merchantmen duly sailed from Shortland on 11 November. Comprising 11 transports and 12 destroyers, under the command of Rabaul's Tokyo Express expert, Rear Admiral Tanaka Raizo, these ships would deliver 7,000 troops from 38th Division, a month's supplies, and 31,500 artillery shells. Meanwhile, heavy gunpowder would sweep down from Truk. Admiral Kondo Nobutake would lead 4 fast battleships south, along with carrier Junyo, 6 cruisers, and 21 destroyers south to Ontong Java Atoll. Battleships Hiei and Kirishima would then be detached under Vice Admiral Abe Hiroaki to flatten Henderson. The stage was now set for the climactic battle that Japan hoped would decide the campaign in its favor. Prelude to battle. It didn't take long for coast watchers and signal traffic analysis to begin painting a picture for Admiral William Halsey of something important shaping up. His only carrier, Enterprise, was still licking her wounds from the beating she'd taken at Santa Cruz. He had 2 fast battleships, South Dakota and Washington, as well as 8 cruisers and 22 destroyers. Nonetheless, he was hardly fighting from a position of strength. On the 8th, Halsey flew up to Guadalcanal to meet with General Vandegrift. He was treated to an entree of Spam and dehydrated potato stew, followed by a Spam and boiled beans main course. A rather soggy canned peach cobbler, which at least didn't contain Spam, topped off this delightful repast, which was actually streets ahead of the chow the average American soldier on Guadalcanal was currently eating. That night, Halsey experienced for himself one of the destroyer bombardments now all too familiar to Vandegrift's troops. It wasn't the noise that kept me awake, Halsey ruefully admitted later. It was fright. Comsopak now viscerally understood the situation of his beleaguered soldiers. One good piece of news Halsey had for Vandegrift was that Rear Admiral Kelly Turner was shortly bringing in another supply convoy. Despite her damage, Halsey also instructed Enterprise to make ready to sortie for the waters around Guadalcanal. Comsopak had earlier remarked to Nimitz that he was hoping to operate his one remaining carrier fully and with a full equipment of planes. If we do get away with it, and I fully believe we shall, I think a splendid job has been done under the conditions pertaining here. He was right about that. Even without a dry dock in Noumea, Enterprise was patched up and sailed on the 11th with workmen still on board. By the time Turner hauled into Iron Bottom Sound on the 12th, he knew that 2 separate formations of Japanese warships were bearing down on him. One contained battleships and would be arriving that very night. Turner didn't know if their mission was assailing his transports, bombarding the airfield, or both. Whatever the case, his warships were the only things standing in the way. Enterprise and her 2 fast battle wagons would be nowhere close for at least another day. Ashore, grim foreboding was the prevailing mood. No one needed reminding of the awful effects of Congo and Haruna's massive assault just 4 weeks prior. The last thing the Marines needed right now was another bombardment. Turner stripped his anchored merchantmen of all but the most threadbare escort, sending everything else to guard the Sound. For tactical command, he had 2 admirals to choose from, Rear Admiral Daniel Callahan and Rear Admiral Norman Scott, the victor at Cape Esperance the previous month. Scott clearly had the edge in experience, but Callahan was senior by 15 days, and it doesn't seem as if Turner gave the matter a second thought before placing Callahan in charge. His Task Force 67 comprised heavy cruisers San Francisco and Portland, light cruisers Helena, Juneau, and Atlanta, and 8 supporting destroyers, a paltry force to throw in front of 2 enemy battleships and their retinue. Callahan hoisted his flag in San Francisco, which provoked some raised eyebrows. Lloyd Mustin, an officer on Atlanta who would go on to achieve flag rank, noted later that, if Callahan had any understanding of things, he would have given serious thought to moving over to the Helena. At close range, Helena easily had the most firepower of any ship in Callahan's flotilla, and was fitted with a centrometric SG radar set as well. Although the benefit of having an SG set nigh to hand was apparently pointed out to the new task force commander, he either didn't take the hint or simply didn't understand the importance of the matter. Meanwhile, Admiral Scott would be on board the Atlanta. The mood on board the American warships was grimly resigned. Word had gotten out to the rank and file that the Japanese were bringing capital ships into the Sound. Everyone understood what that portended. The 14-inch guns on Abe's capital ships threw a 1,485-pound shell. San Francisco's weighed a quarter that. Those same Japanese shells could perforate the armor on any of Callahan's ships like tissue paper, whereas only the 2 American heavy cruisers could pierce Abe's armor, and then only at practically point-blank range. Therein lay the single ray of hope. If Callahan had a battle plan, he articulated it to no one that survived. Yet credible circumstantial evidence suggests that his actions were driven by pre-war naval war games, which indicated that a pair of heavy cruisers had a slight advantage over a single battleship, if the range was below 6,000 yards. One sailor on the bridge of San Francisco overheard snippets of a private conversation between her skipper, Captain Casson Young, and Callahan. At one point, Young protested, "But this is suicide," to which Callahan replied, "Yes, I know, but we have to do it." Given the rumors already circulating through the American task force, Callahan can perhaps be forgiven for not wanting his battle plan to be promulgated more widely. A short-range engagement also played to another hidden American advantage. Abe unquestionably had it all over Callahan when it came to heavy gunpowder. Things were different in terms of throw weight, though. In fact, there's a compelling 3-way comparison to be made here between Callahan's Task Force 67, Abe's bombardment force, and Bernard Montgomery's 8th Army. Over a given amount of time, Callahan's 13 warships could hurl about a third more weight of shells than either Abe's flotilla or Montgomery's entire artillery park. Helena alone had nearly the same firepower as 4 British infantry divisions. This helps explain why Second World War surface naval battles were so destructive. Automated shell hoists and power loading meant very high rates of fire and an awful lot of metal going out the muzzles. None of these nuances were apparent to Callahan's sailors, though. To them, it didn't matter what the range was. The whole thing looked suicidal. Not only that, but the looming battle labored under an almost ludicrously obvious set of superstitious ill omens. 13 American warships, dubbed Task Force 67, whose digits totaled the same unlucky sum, would be engaging a superior Japanese enemy in the early morning of Friday the 13th. Some of Callahan's sailors found the portents morbidly hilarious, but most greeted the prospect with something akin to dread. Soldiers at least have the luxury of digging themselves places to hide. Sailors have nowhere to run. If the enemy can see you, he can hit you. All in all, remembered one Atlanta crewman, it was hard to keep from shaking. The First Naval Battle of Guadalcanal. As the sun began dropping behind Savo Island on the 12th, a sense of brooding anticipation settled over Iron Bottom Sound. The moon was hidden behind storm clouds, and a stifling, squid-ink blackness descended, occasionally punctuated by lightning. Callahan's flotilla was at action stations, strung out in a 6-mile-long column. Unbeknown to Callahan, Abe's force, advancing through heavy squalls to the north, had briefly doubled back before resuming course toward Guadalcanal, thereby increasing his travel time and the anxiety of the waiting Americans. Abe himself expected no opposition. He assumed the Americans knew he was coming, and further assumed they would have the good sense to clear out before his battle wagons arrived. Accordingly, his heavy guns were loaded with incendiary bombardment ammunition rather than armor-piercing shells. It was not until 0130 on the 13th that Helena's far-scrying SG radar lit up with 3 separate formations of Japanese vessels, 27,000 to 32,000 yards distant. Callahan shifted his course to due north 7 minutes later. However, on board San Francisco, the tactical situation was far from clear. Callahan continually radioed his lead destroyer to relay what they were seeing, but Cushing didn't have an SG set either. He could see no better in the muggy gloom. For his part, Helena's skipper stewed, as his reports to the flag were blandly ignored. The range between the 2 formations started decreasing rapidly, but Callahan declined to open fire. All the while, the Japanese remained oblivious to the presence of the Americans dead ahead of them. Whether planned or not, the net effect of Callahan's northward heading was to bring TF-67 onto a collision course, with his column about to be shoved bodily into the Japanese formation. At 0142, the destroyer Udachi finally detected enemy vessels, radioing a sighting report to Hiei. But Abe's formation had been so badly scattered by the previous rain squalls that he had no idea where Udachi was relative to him. Nor could he himself see the Americans. On board Hiei and Kirishima, there was a sudden stampede to change the ammunition in the 14-inch mounts to armor-piercing. This was ill-considered. The most expeditious way of switching his ammo was simply unloading it through the muzzles by firing at the enemy. Still, the clock kept ticking, with no orders coming from either Abe or Callahan. The 2 forces were now closing on each other at something approaching highway speeds. The situation was now beyond human control, as the inertia of Callahan's formation was hurling it like a spear aimed directly at the heart of Abe's flotilla. 3 minutes later, Callahan's van destroyers began making hard evasive turns to avoid ramming their Japanese counterparts. Atlanta shortly began swerving as well. "What are you doing, Sam?" Callahan barked over the talk between ships, TBS, at Captain Samuel Jenkins, Atlanta's skipper. Jenkins' reply, avoiding our own destroyers, was met by Callahan's accusing him of throwing the whole column into disorder. This was a lot like the pot calling the kettle black, and it was too late now in any case. Callahan's formation was already disintegrating as it began interweaving with Abe's. At 0148, Hiei's searchlight abruptly snapped on, reaching down from on high like the accusing eye of God, and skewering Helena in its baleful, silver-blue glare. Men on her bridge shrank down behind the bulwarks. Meanwhile, Akatsuki's iridescent beam reached out toward Atlanta with the same effect. For a brief moment, everything seemed frozen. Captain Jenkins on Atlanta ordered counter-illumination, but his gunnery officer overrode him, barking out, "Fuck that! Open fire!" over the intercom. The pent-up Americans responded immediately, with Atlanta's 5-inch guns hurling forth a paroxysm of shells. Instantly, it was game on. Every American ship with a target opened up, and the night erupted in a fiery, clangorous hammering. On the TBS, Callahan was yelling over the din, "Odd ships commence fire to starboard, even to port," following up with, "Give them hell," and "We want the big ones." The American skippers needed no prompting regarding target selection. Shooting at whatever was obvious and proximate, and most likely shooting back at you, quickly took priority over any other consideration. The ensuing engagement, a barroom brawl after the lights had been shot out, in the description of one American captain, demands that the historian drop the pen of narrative realism and pick up an impressionist's paintbrush. The reports from both sides of this nautical furball are so fragmentary and conflicting that no definitive account exists concerning who was where or who hit who, and it's almost inconceivable that anybody will ever write one. Within a few minutes, the tactical formations of both sides had devolved into roughly the same organization as if a toddler had taken 27 model warships and simply dumped them into a wading pool. The result was a surreal collage of frantically maneuvering vessels whipping past each other at combined speeds in excess of 50 knots. Targets loomed abruptly out of the darkness, firing from a stone's throw away and then vanishing just as quickly back into the blackness, only to be replaced minutes later by some new enemy closing on an entirely different bearing. Dying ships soon dotted the glassy sea, clots of orange flame reflected in pools of ink, punctuated by occasional explosions. Star shells rose and fell. Beneath them, streams of red tracers from the automatic weapons arced liquescently back and forth between enemies. The larger guns hammered away. A roar so constant, wrote one sailor, as to create the impression that there was no noise at all. Watching from the beaches near Lunga, leathernecks and GIs alike were transfixed by the awesome spectacle, not to mention its overpowering noise. Robert Leckie wrote later of the night reeling from 1,000 scarlet slashes, with the red eye of hell winking in her wounds. The sea, he remembered, seemed a sheet of polished obsidian on which the warships seemed to have been dropped and been immobilized, centered amid concentric circles like shockwaves. The first 10 minutes or so of this slugfest saw two critical things occur, the first being the demise of both American admirals. Having been picked out of the lineup by Searchlight at the outset, it was no surprise that Atlanta was immediately lacerated by Japanese gunfire and a torpedo. Within minutes, she was without power and coasting to a stop. San Francisco, busily engaging the Japanese van destroyers, either mistook Atlanta for an enemy tin can or didn't notice that she had drifted into the line of fire. There were to be other instances of friendly fire on both sides this evening, but none this outsized, as Callahan's flagship devastated her smaller cousin with two quick 8-inch broadsides, smashing Atlanta's bridge and killing Admiral Scott outright. Callahan likely witnessed this, as he momentarily ordered all vessels to check fire. Hardly anyone complied. Almost immediately thereafter, Hiei's vast bulk loomed up, with San Francisco confronting her at a mere 2,200 yards. Callahan's main battery shifted targets and lashed out, managing to deliver the most crucial hits of the night. San Francisco's 8-inch guns punched a pair of holes through Hiei's belt and into her steering machinery compartment, which started flooding. Hiei and Kirishima promptly returned the favor by smashing their smaller opponent with their main and secondary batteries, riddling San Francisco's superstructure, setting her ablaze in 22 places and admitting 500 tons of water. Admiral Callahan and most of his staff were mowed down on the signal bridge. A deck above, the skipper, executive officer, and next in line of command were also killed, leaving San Francisco momentarily out of control. Her sole surviving bridge officer, Lieutenant Commander Bruce McCandless, was subordinate to the ship's damage control officer, but the latter was fully occupied below decks, keeping the ship's keel pointing down rather than up, and ordered McCandless to take the con. McCandless, recognizing the impact the flagship's actions would have on the ships coming up behind her, turned San Francisco's vacillating prow back into the fight. That said, Callahan's and Scott's deaths, by about 0203, ratified the already undeniable fact that tactical control over the melee, such as there was, had now devolved almost solely onto the shoulders of the individual American skippers. The second crucial event was Admiral Abe's canceling his bombardment mission. His flagship Hiei had been an outsized character in the drama of the evening, evoking a sense of awe among the American participants as she plowed massively, inexorably through their very midst. One American sailor noted he could have hit her with a slingshot. Spitting fire in all directions, Hiei seemed to be the biggest man-made object ever created, in the words of another American destroyer man. Size, however, had its downsides. Having flipped on her searchlights at the beginning of the engagement, it didn't take long for Hiei to begin collecting Godzilla-sized helpings of American shells in return. Her looming superstructure was soon set afire, trailing ghostly orange flames, a perfect beacon for enemy gunners. With American light weapons chattering away at her from all quarters, Hiei's captain was wounded. Admiral Abe's chief of staff killed outright, and Abe himself received a blast of shrapnel to the face. At 0200, just 12 minutes into the engagement, he radioed that he was aborting his mission. Shortly thereafter, Abe brought Hiei about and started heading out of the battle, a task made more complicated by her internal communications having been severed and her steering gear rapidly becoming unusable. Most of the Japanese formation followed suit, making for the northern exit of the Sound. But both forces were still fused together like a marble cake, firing wildly on all sides at whatever they could see. It took a while before the mayhem slackened. At 0226, a little more than half an hour after the first shots had been fired, Helena's skipper, now the senior American officer left living, ordered all U.S. vessels to head east and disengage. Task Force 67 had been savaged. San Francisco was afire in 22 places and flooding from a total of 45 major hits above the waterline. Heavy cruiser Portland had received a long lance that crippled her steering and now lay motionless. Atlanta, too, lay drifting and heavily afire from 49 hits, many of them American. Her sister ship Juneau had taken her own long lance at the outset of the engagement, which may have broken her keel. She was now limping away, having fired only a handful of rounds. 2 American destroyers had already gone down from torpedo and gunfire. Another pair were foundering. Only light cruiser Helena and 2 destroyers were still reasonably battle-worthy. On the Japanese side, destroyer Akatsuki had been almost instantly sunk at the outset with almost all hands before she'd even been able to fire torpedoes. Udachi, wrecked and afire from gun hits, perhaps from both sides, was having her survivors taken off in the darkness by Samidare. Destroyers Ikazuchi and Amatsukaze had suffered moderate to heavy damage. Other than the severe blasting Hiei had taken, the rest of the Japanese force, including Hiei's sister ship Kirishima, had emerged relatively intact. Unsurprisingly, Admiral Callahan came in for a healthy amount of post-war criticism for his tactics and the subsequent beating his force endured. In his comments on the engagement, the U.S. Naval War College's president, Vice Admiral William Pye, noted caustically a year later that battles cannot be won by courage and luck alone. Orders issued such as, "Give them hell," "We want the big ones," make better newspaper headlines than they do battle plans. Nevertheless, it seems likely that Pye missed the point that "we want the big ones" essentially was Callahan's plan. Moreover, even if Norman Scott had been in charge of the battle, and even if he had hoisted his flag in an SG radar-equipped ship, it is difficult to see how he could have turned in any better results than Callahan ultimately did. Had Scott attempted fighting a Cape Esperance sort of engagement with a linear gun line at medium range against a Japanese battleship force that also wielded substantial torpedo armament, the most likely outcome would have been an American shellacking, while also forfeiting any real chance of damaging Hiei or Kirishima. The only way to win this battle was to change Admiral Abe's mind and make him abandon his mission. The best way to make that happen was by placing Abe in a highly chaotic situation, disorienting him, and inflicting substantial damage to his flagship. And the only way to achieve that damage was somehow getting San Francisco or Portland to within a stone's throw. In essence, only the crazy plan was likely to achieve the results the Americans needed. Tactically speaking, the battle had been a Japanese victory. Yet, Admirals Yamamoto and Kondo were both furious with Abe for aborting his mission and for fighting as poorly as he did. Abe blandly assuming the Americans would not dare face him meant that he had not been on his toes coming into Iron Bottom, thereby forfeiting the initiative. By all rights, with an alert force and a cautious attitude, Abe should have had every opportunity to stand off and pound Callahan's force into scrap with impunity. Instead, he woke up to find himself in a knife fight. Yamamoto shortly relieved Abe of command and ordered Admiral Kondo to rendezvous with Kirishima and complete the job. Kondo, flying his flag aboard heavy cruiser Atago, came about and set a course for Guadalcanal on the 13th.
Aftermath. Much as with the Battle of Savo Island, morning broke to reveal the Sound littered with injured and dying warships. San Francisco, Helena, and Juneau had cleared out earlier, but Juneau was shortly thereafter sunk by submarine I-26, with all but 10 of her crew killed. This roughly doubled the Americans' casualty roll for the fight to 1,439 sailors killed. Crippled Portland was dragged clear to Tulagi, but not before picking off the equally crippled Udachi. Atlanta, Cushing, and Monson all sank or were scuttled during the day. North of Savo Island lay Hiei, surrounded by her escorts. Her steering compartment had flooded completely just as she rounded the island, whereupon she coasted to a stop, heavily afire. Henderson's aviators discovered her after dawn and eagerly hounded her all day, despite the best efforts of Junio and 11th Airfleet to shield her with Zeros. Enterprise, still well south of Guadalcanal, piled on later in the day. Between her torpedo planes and those of Cactus, the Americans managed putting 3 or 4 more torpedoes into the wounded giant. Hiei's rudder could not be freed, her emergency rudder was lost, efforts at towing her failed, and flooding was slowly overwhelming her. Finally, over her skipper's strenuous objections, Admiral Abe ordered Hiei abandoned, after which her consorts departed to rejoin Kondo. Hiei sank alone, unwitnessed, sometime after dark, the first Japanese battleship to be lost during the war. Meanwhile, Admiral Halsey considered his options. His situation was dire. Sighting reports had revealed another powerful Japanese formation closing on the island. He hadn't heard from either Callahan or Scott and would not definitely know their fates for days. He had only the scantiest information regarding last night's dreadful melee, but what was clear was that he had nothing left in Iron Bottom Sound to fight with. After much debate with his staff, he ordered Rear Admiral Willis Lee into action. Leaving Admiral Thomas Kincaid and Enterprise behind, Lee detached fast battleships Washington and South Dakota with 4 destroyers, came about north, and steamed toward Savo at high speed. His mission? To defeat whatever surface ships the Japanese might send his way. Even 80 years on, the sheer audacity of Halsey's decision still sends shivers down the spine. Yes, Washington and South Dakota were fast, modern, well-protected, and positively bristling with firepower. But with Enterprise still limping around from her Santa Cruz battle damage, Lee's duo were Halsey's last 2 fully functional capital ships in the entire theater. He was now sending them into just about the last place on Earth they should want to pick a fight. Battleships are open water creatures. They like lots of elbow room. Yet Iron Bottom Sound was nothing more than a bathtub for Lee's battle wagons. They could hurl a shell completely across it. So could Kirishima. There were only 3 narrow channels in and out, and precious little space inside for maneuvering. The dreadful perils of Japanese night torpedo attacks in such constricted waters were self-evident, as Halsey's staff vigorously pointed out to their boss. Committing Lee's heavies to battle here, while supported by a mere 4 destroyers, a pathetic screen, hardly worthy of the name, only compounded these hair-raising risks. Lee was being sent into the naval equivalent of a cage match, with few options for extricating himself if things went pear-shaped. Yet nothing more clearly demonstrates Halsey's pugilistic determination to fight for Guadalcanal down to his last bloody rowboat. Unlike Yamamoto, Halsey was willing to push all of his remaining ships into the center of the table, in essence, wagering the entire campaign on the outcome of the big gun showdown now brewing. Unfortunately for Halsey, Lee wouldn't make it to Iron Bottom until the day after tomorrow. Perhaps having learned a cautionary lesson at Santa Cruz, Kincaid's Enterprise task force had loitered further south from Guadalcanal than Halsey's immediate need, to his superior's great disappointment. Cactus had to hang on until Lee's arrival. Meanwhile, Tanaka's convoy, which had retreated back to Shortland after Abe's initial failure, was ordered to begin heading down the slot once again on the afternoon of the 13th. That night, a Japanese heavy cruiser force under Vice Admiral Mikawa Gunichi lofted a flurry of 989 8-inch shells toward Henderson, most of which ended up missing the field. The Japanese paid the price for their inaccuracy the following morning, as both Henderson Field and Enterprise's aircraft made their presence felt. First, they mauled Mikawa's retreating squadron, hitting both heavy cruiser Chokai and light cruiser Isuzu in their boiler rooms, and damaging Chokai's sister Maya for good measure. Doughty Kinugasa, Ioba's savior at the Battle of Cape Esperance, fared worst of all. An American SBD nailed her with a 1,000-pound bomb to the bridge, killing her captain and executive officer, and setting her light oil fuel tanks afire. 4 other near misses opened her seams still further. She later capsized and sank, taking 511 men with her. Mikawa's surviving vessels limped into Shortland that night. With Mikawa having been heavily battered by lunchtime, Tanaka's convoy now found itself in real peril. Enterprise lofted the remainder of her aircraft to hit it, then exited the area for a long overdue overhaul. Her air group would join the Cactus Air Force on Henderson. Over the course of that afternoon, American aviators ripped Tanaka to pieces. By nightfall, he had lost 6 of his 11 cargo ships, with another damaged, and was down to only 4 merchantmen and 5 destroyers. Tanaka judged that prospects looked poor for the operation. Combined Fleet, though, ordered him to continue heading for Guadalcanal. Yamamoto apparently hoped that Kirishima's return to Iron Bottom Sound that evening would finish off Henderson and allow Tanaka to deliver what was left of his cargo. Churning down from the north now came Admiral Kondo, intent on finishing the job that his subordinate Abe had botched 2 nights earlier. Yet he was bringing only Kirishima with him, having left her sisters Haruna and Kongo near the Antong Java atoll with the rest of the main body. The reason was ammunition. Type 3 incendiary shells were seen as the most effective ammo to use against Henderson, but they were scarce as hen's teeth at this time. So Haruna and Kongo had shifted almost all of theirs over to Hiei and Kirishima and were then left behind to provide anti-aircraft screening for Junyo. This was a fatal error on Yamamoto and Kondo's part. With the Japanese finally gotten on board with the notion that Guadalcanal's fate was decisive to the Empire, bringing Kirishima's 2 sisters along to ride shotgun on Kondo's bombardment mission would have made much more sense, rather than guarding a single feeble carrier well out of combat. Meanwhile, Battleship Mutsu and Super Battleship Yamato rode at anchor back in Truk. This was likely due to fuel constraints, a similar lack of suitable bombardment ammunition, the danger of Iron Bottom's constricted and largely uncharted waters, and the slower speed of the 2 heavier battle wagons to get out of Henderson's air envelope if need be. Yet the result was that Kondo was now heading into an absolutely critical operation with far less firepower than he might have had if the Imperial Navy had been as willing as Halsey to push all their chips into the middle of the table. The Second Naval Battle of Guadalcanal. By the evening of 14 November, Willis Lee's pair of bruisers, preceded by their derisory screen, were steaming up the west coast of Guadalcanal, seeking battle. Fortunately for Halsey, he had put precisely the right man in precisely the right ship at precisely the right place and time. A 7-time Olympic medalist in riflery, Lee ironically had poor eyesight and sported heavy Coke bottle glasses. Short and a notoriously sloppy dresser, the admiral looked like an Arkansas farmer, according to one American officer. Yet Lee's mind was highly mathematical, and he was perfectly comfortable with the underlying calculus that defined the arcing parabolas in his chosen field, gunnery. He was also endowed with a freakish spatial awareness. Lee declined to use a plotting board during mooring or complex divisional maneuvers because, unlike mere mortals, he simply didn't need one. Performing intricate time-motion problems in his head was child's play. As for the newest technology in Admiral Lee's profession, radar, he didn't merely understand it, he was intimate with it, and had embraced it in a way many technicians 30 years his junior could not claim. After being piped aboard Washington back in August, the Admiral had personally overseen the installation of her new radar and then begun putting an already exemplary fire control team through its paces. Lloyd Mustin, on Atlanta, recalled that Lee was the perfect example of an officer who made sure everyone knew what he wanted done. During gunnery exercises 2 months later, Atlanta's crew had watched incredulously as Washington, all but her mast tops invisible at 35,000 yards, nailed salvo after tightly controlled salvo directly into their wake. Washington had been transformed into a nautical assassin. All BB-56 needed was the right victim. Vice Admiral Kondo was even now closing on Savo with his emergency bombardment force. He planned to send light forces sweeping ahead on either side of Savo to ascertain the presence of any American formations and then bring his bombardment unit into the Sound. Unlike Abe 2 nights earlier, he expected a fight. Japanese aircraft had glimpsed Lee's force in the afternoon, but had incorrectly identified the 2 American battleships as cruisers. Thereafter, no sighting report to the contrary would sway Kondo from his conviction that he faced nothing too formidable. Kirishima was a fast, powerful warship, and the Japanese had found her and her sisters eminently useful. Yet, she was also of First World War vintage, and a battlecruiser by original design. Her forte was speed and firepower at the expense of protection. In a straight-up shootout against a modern fast battleship like Washington, or particularly South Dakota, Kirishima didn't really stand a chance in hell. Actual combat, though, was rarely fair, and night combat even less so. If she found herself in the right situation, Kirishima's 14-inch guns could still be deadly. After circling Savo from the north, Lee headed east into Iron Bottom Sound, then came back around to head for Tessafaranga. As soon as he did so, at 22:52, Washington's radar lit up with contacts to the north of Savo at some 18,500 yards. Unbeknownst to Lee, Japanese lookouts in Kondo's eastern sweeping unit, a light cruiser, and a pair of destroyers had detected him more than 30 minutes prior. Once again, Japanese optics had proven superior to American radar. Despite this, their lookouts misidentified Lee's battle wagons as new-type cruisers. The 2 American battleships opened fire on them at 23:17, whereupon the Imperial warships quickly decided that prudence was the better part of valor, laid smoke, and retreated north. However, as Lee's van destroyers passed to the south of Savo, disaster struck. A second Japanese screening force, light cruiser Nagara and 4 destroyers, had been lurking a bit west of the island, concealed from American radar by the island's backdrop. In short order, Nagara's brood sank one of the American tin cans with gunfire, blew another out of the water with long lances, and damaged the remaining pair so heavily that they were forced out of the action, with one later sinking. South Dakota, meanwhile, suffered a self-inflicted malfunction in her main circuit breakers that knocked out all electrical power. Her radars flickered into blackness. She swung out of line to starboard to avoid the burning American destroyers ahead of her, putting them on her port beam. Unfortunately, this had the effect of also leaving her backlit by their fires, and her hulking profile immediately attracted attention. Washington, on the other hand, hauled out to port, thereby remaining hidden to view. By all rights, the sudden demolition of Lee's entire screen and South Dakota's electrical own goal should have portended disaster. It was now just 1 functional American ship versus 14 Japanese. But Lee's luck held. Kondo, coming up behind his screening units, was now presented with a worthy and largely blind South Dakota as a target for Kirishima and his cruiser's guns. It was not the sort of target he was expecting. Indeed, up to this point, Kondo had continued dismissing a string of sighting reports from his increasingly agitated lookouts, identifying the American heavies to his front as battleships. But when South Dakota's enormous, backlit silhouette now began looming, Kondo could no longer deny the evidence of the better eyes in his task force. Precisely at midnight, Atago and her sister snapped their searchlights onto the American battle wagon, and all 5 ships in Kondo's bombardment force opened fire. In about 4 minutes, South Dakota collected no fewer than 27 hits, ranging from 3.9-inch to 14-inch. Her superstructure was badly riddled, which, in combination with continuing problems with her bulky circuits, made her own counterfire ineffectual. Despite the punishment the Japanese were dishing out to her topsides, South Dakota's armored citadel and watertight integrity were damaged not at all. In the meantime, Washington continued west, hidden by the sable backdrop of Guadalcanal and invisible to Kondo's lookouts. Up to this point, her radar had struggled to present a clear picture of the dispersed Japanese formations, as well as South Dakota's position, which was in her radar's blind arc astern. As soon as Kondo's searchlights reached out and illuminated South Dakota, however, the tactical picture immediately snapped into focus. Lee ordered 2 of his 5-inch mounts to fire on the searchlights. Then, selecting the largest blip on his SG set, Lee ordered Washington to fire at it with her entire main battery of 9 16-inch guns. The distance was 8,400 yards, hardly point blank, but certainly body-punching range, as one of Washington's officers described it. When Washington opened on Kirishima, her gunnery could scarcely have been more devastating. Caught unawares in mid-swing at South Dakota, Kirishima was simply pulverized. At such short range, Washington's heavy shells had sufficient kinetic power to punch a shell through Kirishima's armored belt, completely through the ship, and then out the other belt. Washington's after-action report claimed that her first salvo most likely hit, and that the second undeniably did. Japanese survivors aboard Kirishima credit Washington's first salvo as a drenching straddle. Lookouts aboard Kondo's flagship Atago reported that she was buried in water columns. Thereafter, Washington rapidly began giving Kirishima a full-on bludgeoning of as many as 20 large projectiles. In retrospect, given the number of shell hits she suffered, it is almost astonishing that none of their lethal fragments managed to set off one of Kirishima's magazines and blow her to Kingdom Come a la the Hood. Still, the real damage was bad enough. Enormous explosions smashed her steering gear, jammed her rudder, knocked out her 2 forward 14-inch turrets, and started fires throughout the ship. Several of Washington's near misses ended up penetrating Kirishima's armor belt below the waterline, slamming into her engineering spaces and causing heavy flooding. Belching smoke and heeling sharply, Kirishima staggered drunkenly out of column to port. She'd been knocked out of the fight in mere minutes. South Dakota took this propitious opportunity to disengage. Though her main armament and propulsion were unscathed, her topsides were a flaming mess. Without radar, and with her radio antennas shot away, she was deaf, dumb, and blind. Her skipper, Captain Thomas Gatch, had no idea where Lee even was. A fire in dozens of places, Gatch also knew he made a fine target for a torpedo attack. He had every right to be concerned, as Kondo's screen had already launched no fewer than 34 long lances toward the Americans. By turning away when he did, South Dakota avoided Kondo's lethal fish and then churned resolutely away from the fight. Meanwhile, Lee briefly maintained a high-speed course to the northwest, feinting toward Tanaka's convoy. Then, fearing torpedo attack himself, he came about as well. As he did, long lances began detonating in Washington's wake. Now was clearly the time to get out while the getting was good. Lee shaped a course south, sweeping close by Lamon Island on his right, always careful to lead the Japanese well away from the damaged American ships he knew were hugging Guadalcanal's west coast. Pursued by a pack of Imperial warships, he had several uncomfortably close sightings of their torpedo tracks passing on either side of his flagship. Eventually, though, the Japanese gave up the chase and returned to Kirishima. Shrouded in smoke and darkness, she lay in agony. Unlike her sister Hiei, there would be no lingering death for Kirishima. No amount of damage control could quench the flames consuming her, nor stem the water cascading into her engineering spaces. Kirishima's captain ordered light cruiser Nagara to take her under tow, but Nagara's skipper wisely wanted no part of dragging around a wallowing battle wagon. A more gullible pair of destroyers were then summoned, but failed in the attempt. As free surface effects began yo-yoing the battleship first to port and then to starboard, it became increasingly evident matters were beyond redemption. Kirishima's captain belatedly ordered her abandoned. Before that had fairly begun, however, she abruptly lurched hard onto her port side and began capsizing. Destroyer Teruzuki was almost trampled underfoot as the battleship's smoldering, 10-story-tall pagoda superstructure heeled over ponderously, landing nearly on top of her. Kirishima's skipper and senior officers were dumped directly into the sea. Down she went at 03:23, taking over 300 men with her. With her, too, went Japan's final chance for victory at Guadalcanal. Nobody yet knew it, but Willis Lee in Washington had essentially decided the campaign. Halsey had won his hair-raising wager. Realizing that the Cactus Air Force would be up and busy in short order, Kondo ordered Tanaka's transports to beach themselves on Guadalcanal as soon as possible. To Tanaka's annoyance, Admiral Mikawa and Rabal objected that this would make the transports more difficult to unload, but he was quickly overruled by both Kondo and Yamamoto. Tanaka's 4 surviving cargo ships duly deposited themselves on Guadalcanal's white sands around 0400, and Tanaka's escorts retired forthwith. The Japanese had less than 2 hours to frantically unload whatever they could from the beach ships before the sound of aircraft engines warming up at Henderson Field announced the beginning of another busy day. Soon enough, scouting aircraft located the stranded merchantmen, and the first Cactus SBDs began tilting into their dives at 0555, followed by many more in the hours to come. Vandegrift's heavy field artillery joined in, followed by the arrival of destroyer Meade. What the dive bombers and field guns had started, Meade's 5-inch and 40mm automatics duly finished, setting 3 transports afire and shooting up anything that moved on the beaches. The result was that General Hyakutake only received 2,000 new troops, along with a 4-day supply of rice and 260 boxes of shells. The rest burned, either on the wrecked transports or on the beach. From 12 to 15 November, the Japanese had lost 2 battleships, a heavy cruiser, 3 destroyers, and 10 fast transports displacing 70,000 tons for the privilege of dumping a couple battalions and roughly a convenience store's worth of food on the beach. Tokyo and Rabaul. It would be right to ask what impact these multiple defeats had on the Japanese. The truth is, very little. In fact, the Imperial Navy didn't think it had lost, which was roughly par for the course. The Japanese announced that 8 American cruisers and 4 or 5 destroyers had gone down, along with heavy damage to 2 battleships and 8 more warships, for the loss of a Japanese battleship, cruiser, and 3 destroyers. Combined fleet's internal estimates were even rosier, with Yamamoto's staff concluding that they had sunk 2 enemy battleships and 18 other warships. The actual total was 2 American light cruisers and 7 destroyers, while the Imperial Navy had suffered more than 5 times the warship tonnage sunk. This would not be the first time the Japanese willed themselves into believing they were inflicting disproportionate damage to their American enemies. Indeed, it was a trend that grew as the war's calamities continued. Yet Combined Fleet's brain trust would have been well advised to apply a simple litmus test to the question of who was victor and who vanquished, namely, whose troops were starving at this moment on Guadalcanal? Likewise, who was positioning themselves better for long-term success on the island? Admiral Turner had delivered a fresh regiment and many tons of supplies without losing a single ship. Tanaka's convoy had been virtually wiped out. Yamamoto and his staff again found themselves sitting between 2 strategic stools. Almost at the same time Kondo was limping back to Truk, fresh reports of woe were arriving from New Guinea. Buna was now invested, and there were indications that the Americans were building an airstrip nearby as well. The mere mention by 17th Army that Buna might have to be evacuated resulted in Yamamoto's chief of staff erupting to his diary regarding these outrageous suggestions. Vice Admiral Ugaki noted that northern New Guinea was a lot closer to Rabaul, 350 nautical miles, than Guadalcanal. Should the Allies develop air bases there, holding Rabaul would be impossible. Clearly, the pressure of having to fight on 2 separate fronts was growing. It was only going to get worse. For its part, the Imperial Army now recognized that 7th Army's commander, Lieutenant General Hyakutake, couldn't very well direct operations in New Guinea while he was stuck on Guadalcanal. Accordingly, on 9 November, a new 18th Army was created under Lieutenant General Adachi Hitazo. All of New Guinea's forces were placed under Adachi, and a brand new 8th Area Army was created to oversee both forces. Its commander was the highly capable Lieutenant General Imamura Hitoshi, the conqueror of Java earlier in the year, and currently its Governor-General. Pried from his comfortable occupation duty in Bandung, Imamura first flew to Truk for consultations with the Navy. He was greeted there by a new central agreement hammered out in Tokyo on 18 November. It instructed Imamura to simply hold in New Guinea for the time being while Rabaul and Truk prepared yet another counterattack on Guadalcanal in January that would finally expel the Americans. After that, New Guinea could be secured. This was exactly the opposite of the thoughts beginning to take shape in the Imperial Navy. To combined fleet, losing Guadalcanal paled before the specter of Allied air forces operating out of New Guinea eventually being arrayed against Rabaul, which was the linchpin of Japanese operations in the entire theater. Arriving in Rabaul on the 26th, Imamura found the staff officers there distinctly skeptical of Tokyo's vision of a renewed offensive. Instead, he was treated to logistical reports describing the calamitous situation on what was now becoming known as Starvation Island. Among other things, they noted that 17th Army's food stocks would be totally consumed that same day. The alternative was withdrawal, and that word had such a nasty ring to Japanese ears that only one of Imamura's new staffers was bold enough to even say it out loud. It would take a few more weeks for Imamura to fully grasp the implications of the situation. For the Americans, costly as these battles had been, their effect was transformative. The U.S. home front, which had nervously followed the seesaw battle on Guadalcanal for months, was finally given a dose of good news. U.S. smashes Japanese fleet in Solomons, announced the New York Times. Admiral Nimitz, after being reminded at a press briefing that he had previously described the Americans as being behind the 8-ball in the Solomons, jovially replied, "I'd say we've gotten some distance away from the 8-ball now." The formerly equivocal Secretary of the Navy, Frank Knox, announced that hard fighting remained, but we can lick them. I don't qualify that. The moral ascendancy, battled over for these many months, was perceptibly shifting toward the Americans. Attacking, rather than defending, was now on everyone's minds. The Battle of Tassafaronga. That said, the Guadalcanal campaign was also notable for its capricious, seesaw shifts in momentum. And merely 2 weeks after having won a great naval victory, the gods of war duly handed the Americans another stunning setback. Given the serious situation on Guadalcanal, Rear Admiral Tanaka Raizo was once again plying his trade, leading a supply run of 8 destroyers down the slot. This time, they were carrying supplies in waterproof barrels, which could simply be shoved over the side when the right time came, to be pulled ashore later by soldiers on the beach. This allowed the supplies to be offloaded quickly, giving the Tokyo Express that much more time to exit the neighborhood before the Cactus Air Force spread its wings the following morning. Tanaka's flagship Naganami and her equally swift sister Takanami were screening 6 destroyer transports, whose torpedo reloads had been landed to free up displacement for more supply drums. They sortied from Shortland on the 29th. American search aircraft quickly spotted Tanaka's approach, and a force under the command of Rear Admiral Carlton Wright was waiting inside Iron Bottom. With Wright's heavy cruiser flagship Minneapolis were a pickup team comprising 3 other heavy cruisers, New Orleans, Pensacola, and Northampton, the formidable light cruiser Honolulu, and 6 destroyers. Wright had only inherited this command a few days prior and was unfamiliar with the battle plan of its previous commander, Admiral Kincaid, which envisioned a more distributed, nonlinear approach to battle. Wright's 4 van destroyers were to operate independently ahead of the main formation. His 5 cruisers were ostensibly operating in 2 units as well, although they were all in a single line-ahead formation. Each tactical unit was led by a ship with an SG radar. Wright also had the benefit of spotting aircraft overhead. None of these advantages, nor Wright's enormous preponderance in gunpowder, would end up mattering. As was seemingly normal in these waters, the night of 30 November was blacker than Satan's heart, with a moonless sky overhung by low cloud cover that blocked out the stars. American lookouts figured the visual range at a scant 2 miles, although the Japanese, with their superior training in night optics, felt it was closer to 5. Tanaka arrived south of Savo at 2240. Hugging Guadalcanal's coast, he intended to drop his drums as close to shore as possible. His ships were almost invisible against Guadalcanal's sable shoreline. Wright's radar, though, began detecting Tanaka at 2306. The Japanese, uncharacteristically, had no inkling of the presence of the Americans until 6 minutes later. The 2 lines of warships, steaming on roughly reciprocal courses, now began edging past each other. Though Wright's destroyers asked for permission to fire torpedoes at 2315, Wright judged the range too long and hesitated for 5 fateful minutes. Tanaka's ship slipped further astern of the American line, opening the range and spoiling the American destroyer's best chances of obtaining hits. At 2320, Wright belatedly gave them permission to begin launching. A minute later, his cruisers opened up with a series of shattering broadsides. Tanaka didn't panic. He had belatedly detected the Americans at 2312, aborted his mission, and ordered all ships to attack. When Wright began firing, Tanaka's torpedo men calmly calibrated their fire control situations by the welter of American gun flashes to their north. As was typical of these early radar-controlled engagements, the Americans were over-concentrating on the closest Japanese warship, the screening destroyer Takanami. As she was being reduced to a flaming wreck, her comrades came about, launched a total of 44 long lances, and then ran for the exits. Wright's cruisers, focused on their busy demolition of Takanami, obligingly maintained their base course to the west-northwest. At 2327, Wright's flagship Minneapolis was struck by 2 long lances, one in her bow, the other in a fire room amidships, launching an enormous arch of flaming seawater higher than her superstructure and leaving her dead in the water. Less than a minute later, New Orleans took a torpedo in her forward magazine, killing every man in her 2 forward 8-inch turrets. To the accompanying screams of tortured metal, the entire bow was ripped off, scraping down the ship's port side as it fell astern and quickly foundered. Her prow, now a flat slab of shredded metal, New Orleans staggered to starboard and then shuddered to a stop. Astern of her, Pensacola hauled out of line to port to avoid ramming New Orleans, but then was hit as well. Burning fuel oil carpeted the cruiser's decks and superstructure, transforming her into an enormous torch. Next astern was Honolulu, whose skipper had the good sense to haul out of line to starboard, while maneuvering radically to clear the shoal of Japanese torpedoes clearly infesting these waters. Northampton, behind her, also briefly ducked out of line, but then made the mistake of coming back to Wright's original course, and received her just reward in the form of 2 Type 93s slamming into her. Heavily afire, with the aft engine room flooded, she too slobbered to a halt. The battle was over. Tanaka escaped. Takanami went down with 197 of her crew. Northampton, listing and burning heavily astern, was beyond redemption, sinking around 0200. It is a tribute to American damage control that Pensacola, New Orleans, and particularly Minneapolis managed to avoid sinking as well. The latter was the only ship ever struck by 2 long lances that lived to fight another day. But all 3 cruisers would be out of the war for the better part of a year, and 395 officers and men had died. Given the victory Willis Lee had turned in only 2 weeks prior, the fiasco at Tassafaranga was a sobering reminder that the Americans still had much to learn about night fighting. A vastly inferior Japanese force, caught flat-footed, had turned the tables and devastated an American flotilla that by all rights should have blown them out of the water. More than 9 months after the Japanese had first demonstrated the capabilities of the Long Lance at the Battle of Java Sea, the U.S. Navy still had no idea what it was up against in terms of Japanese torpedoes. Wright, noting the distance of the enemy vessels from his own gun line, felt it was unlikely that torpedoes with speed distance characteristics similar to our own could have done such appalling damage, and instead pinned the blame on unseen Japanese submarines. The idea that the Japanese might somehow have a better torpedo was apparently outside the bounds of American contemplation, and would remain so until the middle of next year. Nimitz's reaction to yet another cruiser debacle in the Solomons was one of chagrin, but he honed in on the underlying organizational issues. The U.S. Navy needed to stop going up against a war-hardened enemy with pickup teams that had no common doctrine and had never exercised together. By now, the Solomons campaign had not only chewed up most of the American carriers available, but had also run through the majority of the Navy's cruisers as well. Every one of the 13 U.S. heavy cruisers that had fought around Guadalcanal had been sunk or damaged. The campaign's naval burdens were necessarily going to fall increasingly on the shoulders of America's destroyers, who had to be able to go up against Japanese tin cans that were the best in the world at night fighting. Training, training, and more training was Nimitz's recipe for future success. If the Americans deservedly bathed in the angst of Tassafaranga's aftermath, the Japanese found the dregs bitter as well. Tanaka's handling of the battle was criticized by some in the Imperial Navy for being insufficiently aggressive, despite the fact that 6 of his 8 vessels had their decks bestrewn with supply barrels and were in no real position to fight. Likewise, Tanaka's devastating counterblow against Wright's squadron did nothing for General Hyakutaki's starving troops on Guadalcanal. None of Tanaka's supplies had made it to shore.
14. December 1942. Damn you, take it. Joseph Stalin. My confidence in our leadership is rapidly shrinking to nothing. General Wolfram von Richthofen. Go out there, Bob, and take Buna, or don't come back alive. General Douglas MacArthur. An officer gave us a big speech about our great victories to come. I thought to myself, the son of a bitch is crazy. Anonymous Japanese soldier. Grand Strategy Economic. The Manhattan Project. On 2 December 1942, a group of scientists led by Nobel Prize-winning physicist Enrico Fermi assembled in a nondescript concrete vault under the west stands of the University of Chicago's Stagg Stadium. The playing field had long been unused, and the university had relinquished it to Fermi's team at the beginning of the year. They had taken over what had been a squash doubles court and began working around the clock in November, building what they hoped would be the world's first experimental atomic reactor. The result was a 450-ton composite pile composed of layer after layer of graphite blocks, wood framing, and boron and cadmium control rods to contain and control the 55 tons worth of uranium metal and uranium oxide that would power the thing. 25 feet across and 20 feet high, it dominated the entire room. 42 people were now jammed inside the squash court and the balcony overlooking it. The space was unheated, and the Windy City's typically bitter winter had dropped the mercury well below freezing. After an hour of dull preliminaries, given over to removing most of the pile's control rods, Fermi had abruptly called a lunch break. When the group reassembled at 2:00 p.m., it was time to take out the final 13-foot-long control rod, 6 inches at a time. On the scaffolding surrounding the pile, 3 volunteers, dubbed the Suicide Squad, were poised to douse the pile with buckets of liquid cadmium sulfate if things got out of control. Another stood by with an axe, ready to cut the rope of a control rod suspended overhead. 100 feet away, shielded behind 2 concrete walls, a second team had hands poised over switches that would trigger an emergency scram, standing for Safety Control Rod Axeman, of yet more control rods if radiation happened to wipe out the squash court's inhabitants. Fermi, though, remained calm.
Thus far, everything had gone precisely according to his calculations, the same calculations that he'd used to convince General Leslie Groves back in November that there was no danger of this little physics experiment running amok in the middle of America's second-largest city. At about 3:25 p.m., Fermi instructed the control rod to be taken out a final 12 inches. "This is going to do it," Fermi told an associate. "Now it will become self-sustaining." Sure enough, when the rod came out, the intermittent clicking from the neutron counter's speaker modulated to a white noise roar. The pile had gone critical. Fermi ran it for about 5 minutes, then shut it down. The reactor's output had been barely enough to power a light bulb, but the radiation was already reaching dangerous levels. Human-controlled nuclear fission was now a reality. One of the team produced a celebratory bottle of Chianti. Fermi and the team drank from paper cups. 2 weeks later, Vannevar Bush, Franklin Roosevelt's chief science advisor, sent a memo apprising him of the success of Fermi's team in what came to be known as Chicago Pile 1. Bush asked for $500 million for weapons development. He also recommended skipping a larger pilot of the pile and going straight for industrial-scale gaseous diffusion, electromagnetic diffusion, and plutonium plants. He warned the president that delivery of an atomic weapon was unlikely before the middle part of 1945. On 28 December, FDR formally approved the continuance of the project, opening the federal funding floodgates. Though the president would not live to see it, he had just sealed Japan's fate. 4 fundamental questions answered. Here in December, 4 economic questions that had been hanging in the balance all year long could now be answered with at least some certainty. The least important in the global sense was, could the Italian economy, already straining, manage to continue its war effort? The answer was yes, but only just. As the previous discussions on tank, aircraft, and ship production illustrate, in many cases Italian production had peaked in 1941 and was now sliding downhill. Italy was becoming weaker by the month and could do little more than hang on doggedly while her military effort was eclipsed by the other combatants. Although still an important regional power, Italy's battlefield performance was becoming increasingly constrained by the immutable limitations of her industrial base. Far more important was the issue of whether the U.S. economy could transform itself quickly enough into a wartime power to begin contributing to the larger Allied cause within the year. By the end of 1942, the answer was clearly yes. Despite the improvisational start to the year and many bumps along the way, American factories were already beginning to produce phenomenal qualities of war materiel. For example, by the time the curtain was rung down on the end of the year, the U.S. had managed to crank out 27,784 tracked fighting vehicles. This, despite starting the year with only a modestly sized tank industry and relying on its railroad manufacturers to pick up the slack while the auto industry was switching over. A fair percentage of those vehicles would end up going to Britain and the USSR, but the material point remains that America, in the space of 1 year, became the world's largest tank producer. The same was true in aircraft production, which was now completely transformed. In 1939, with annual production of fewer than 6,000 machines, the U.S. lagged well behind the USSR, Germany, the UK. By the end of 1941, it had taken over as the world's largest aircraft producer, with 26,277 aircraft manufactured, and then nearly doubled that number again to 47,836 in 1942. More meaningfully, in terms of weight of aircraft for the Army alone, American production had exploded from 20.2 million pounds in 1940 to 239.8 million pounds in 1942, a 12-fold increase. Altogether, the 3 main Allied powers turned out about 97,000 aircraft during the year. Germany produced roughly 15,000, and Japan and Italy less than 9,000 and 3,000 respectively, meaning that the Allied Axis aircraft production ratio was almost 4-1 in favor of the Allies. American shipyards, likewise, were already beginning to pour forth the enormous cataracts of merchant shipping needed by the Allies, and fleets of new warships were not far behind. The same was true in any category of weapons production one cared to name, and these trends would be increasingly apparent in 1943. By the end of 1942, the arsenal of democracy was a reality. When FDR had coined the phrase in December 1940, just before the Lend-Lease Act was passed, he meant it to connote that America would be the arms supplier to the Western world, particularly Great Britain, in its fight against fascism. The arsenal was now doing much more than that, sending substantial quantities of arms and supplies to the British and Soviets, but with enough left over to arm the swelling ranks of its own forces. Before the war, Hermann Goering had scoffed about American factories being incapable of cranking out anything but household goods. He wasn't laughing now. No matter what weapon or material was being produced, America's approach had unfolded across roughly similar lines. Thinking big, allocating mountains of money, leaning on private industry, relying on the deep substrate of American managerial expertise to utilize mass production effectively, and then scrambling like hell. The year's production story had been messy and chaotic. There had been, and would continue to be, squabbling between the military, civilian administration, and industry regarding the ultimate shape and scope of American production. There had been severe dislocations of American labor, as workers upped stakes and moved in hordes to the new centers of war production. Yet the Americans were improvising successfully and capitalizing on the fundamental soundness of their enormous economic engine. It wasn't pretty, but it was working. That economic transformation was mirrored by the one in America's armed forces. In a single year, the U.S. Army and Air Force had gone from 37 divisions and 67 combat air groups to 73 active divisions and 167 air groups. The Army's manpower had risen from 1.7 million to 5.4 million. 20% of those troops were now fighting overseas. Beginning the war with just 325,000 active and reserve personnel, the Navy by the end of 1942 had nearly quadrupled in size to 1.2 million men. More than 40% of them were now serving abroad. Meanwhile, the Navy's surface tonnage had increased by 800,000 tons in a single year. Far from requiring 2 years to gear up, the United States was already fielding substantial forces on the world's battlefields, with a lot more in the pipeline. By the end of 1942 in the Soviet Union, 2 additional fundamental questions had also been answered. Could the Soviet economy supply sufficient weaponry to its armed forces? And could that same badly damaged economy also manage to keep its domestic population fed and housed so that they didn't simply throw in the towel? In both cases, the answer was yes. Although the second might better be answered, yes, at least so far. The same widespread poverty, lack of adequate shelter, clothing, and above all, food that obtained in the middle of the year still obtained now and showed no signs of relenting. The Soviet home front would remain precarious and a threat to the Soviet war effort until the end of 1943. That same overburdened home front had also been asked to produce massive quantities of war materiel. As Mark Harrison points out, win or lose, and whether playing defense or offense, the Red Army's losses throughout the war were relatively inelastic, amounting to 2,000 tanks, 2,000 aircraft, 300,000 small arms, and about 6,000 artillery pieces and mortars every month. New equipment didn't last long. In fact, it practically evaporated. During the 6 months leading up to May 1942, 44% of the Red Army's entire artillery park was destroyed on average each month, along with 46% of its tanks and 78% of its aircraft. Things had actually improved a bit since then, particularly in terms of artillery. Nonetheless, monthly tank and aircraft losses of 25% to 40% of total inventory would remain the norm for the rest of the war. The slight decline from mid-1942 simply reflected having larger overall pools of equipment. Absolute losses stayed roughly the same, colossal. And yet, somehow, the Soviets were managing. To equip the front, the civilian economy, construction, transportation, trade and catering, and services sectors, which had accounted for 60% of the overall economy before Barbarossa, were basically ignored, decreasing in total output by more than half. Meanwhile, in the heavy manufacturing sector, all of the techniques discussed earlier pertaining to tank and aircraft manufacture, focusing on a small number of models, keeping their design as simple as possible, relying on stampings and other expedient manufacturing processes, and then relentlessly driving cost out of them, were used to wring the most production possible out of the USSR's amputated industrial base. It was working. Labor productivity in the defense sector increased by a factor of between 2 or 3. Simultaneously, productivity was declining in other sectors, most notably agriculture, for the simple reason that farmers had reverted to using cows and hand tools instead of tractors or horses to perform most of the field labor. The expansion of worker productivity in the Soviet defense industry wasn't that remarkable in relative terms. The Germans, British, and Americans all benefited from similar increases in their own war plants as a result of greater reliance on scale and/or mass manufacturing techniques. However, whereas the American workforce only saw their average work week increase by about 7%, in the USSR it ballooned by around 92%. This is, simply put, the basis of the Soviet Union's incredible explosion in overall production. It was fundamentally not driven by an increase in average individual productivity, although that helped, or massive capital infusions. It was instead mainly the result of every able body in the country working a hell of a lot of hours. In Germany in 1942, most plants were running just one shift daily. In the USSR, the defense industry was producing weapons around the clock every day of the week. All in all, as Adam Tooze notes, if there was a true armaments miracle in 1942, it occurred not in Germany, meaning under Albert Speer's self-aggrandizing watch, but in the armaments factories in the Urals. The Soviets thus managed, by dint of massive suffering on both the battlefield and the home front, to survive this most perilous year. Overall, these answers boded well in the long term for the Allies, since economics would be a key determinant in the unfolding conflict. With the U.S. ramping up its production and its military forces, and the Soviets grimly hanging on, the vice that would inexorably crush the Axis was being steadily forged. Battle of the Atlantic. Triton compromised. It had been 10 months since the introduction of four-rotor Enigma and Triton. Thus far, both the American and the Admiralty's efforts at cracking it had gone badly. Some chink in the armor was needed, a method of gaining traction. As it happened, back at the very end of October, U-559 had been blasted to the surface by depth charges off Port Said, Egypt. Though it popped up in darkness, the destroyer HMS Petard immediately swept its bridge with 20mm fire, likely killing the captain. The sub's crew attempted to scuttle, but in the heat of combat did so inexpertly, allowing 3 British sailors to dash aboard and hustle down the hatch. Inside, the boat was flooding, yet the trio managed to smash open cabinets in the captain's cabin and radio cubby, and then hand several armfuls of secret documents up the conning tower. They were then trying to pry the sub's Enigma machine off the control room bulkhead when the sub abruptly started foundering by the stern, taking 2 of the British raiders down with her. Among the documents secured were the Enigma short signal code books for both weather reports and tactical ship sightings. It wasn't until December, however, that the real break came, when the British realized, to their astonishment, that while transmitting weather reports, the Germans were sharing the first 3-wheel positions for both their weather reports and Triton. For weather reports, they simply set the 4th wheel to its neutral setting and then started using the machine as if it were the old 3-rotor model. In essence, by referring to the weather codebook, Bletchley Park was handed the first 3-wheel settings for Triton on any given day, and now only needed to find the 4th. It was a huge break, allowing Bletchley to immediately read 8 days of November's Triton traffic, and much of early December's as well. Finding the 4th rotor setting turned out to be more complex than anticipated, and for the next 6 months, reading Triton would be hit or miss. Moreover, the Germans would change their weather codebook in March 1943, further impeding Bletchley's efforts and causing some scary gaps in message recovery. Nonetheless, like a window curtain pulled aside just enough to allow a glimpse inside a house, U-559's codebooks handed the Allies a significant intelligence windfall at the time the U-boat war in the North Atlantic was becoming more critical. This was yet stunning vindication of the Allies' aggressive efforts to capture U-boats at sea when the opportunity offered, or at the very least, to ransack them for vital cipher material. Convoy battles. Given November's heavy undersea combat, it seemed likely that December would prove a deadly month as well. However, the weather, even more than it usually does in the North Atlantic, turned dreadful this month, and largely remained that way for the next 3. For one 140-day period, 116 days saw gale-force storms or worse on the northern convoy routes, breaking records that had stood for 50 years. "The worst crossing I have ever experienced," remembered one Royal Navy officer of his December ordeals. The difficulties in the corvettes under such weather conditions had to be experienced to be believed. The ships plunged headfirst into monstrous waves, shuddering and groaning as their bows labored to rise and clear off the green seas, swamping the foredecks, over and over and over. What was sea and what was air became almost indistinguishable, as wind mixed with water, mixed with snow, mixed with ice, pelted anyone unlucky enough to be above decks, whipping their exposed skin raw. In such weather, submarine warfare was brutally difficult. Towering waves swept continually over the low islands of the U-boats, forcing the men on watch to strap themselves onto the bridge to prevent being washed overboard. Not a few were lost in any case. For the merchantmen and escorts, conditions were equally miserable, except they didn't have the submarine's option of submerging for a few hours to let the men get some rest in the calmer waters below the storm. Bad as they were, though, most merchant mariners welcomed the tempests, knowing that their odds of being attacked in such foul weather were markedly lower. Nevertheless, Admiral Dönitz's men did their best to keep the pressure on in the seaways. December saw a huge influx of new boats to the U-Luftwaffe, 50 in all. With these in hand, Dönitz was able to deploy several hunting groups, and it was inevitable that they would locate at least some potential targets. Not only that, but B-Dienst was now reading cipher number 3 so effectively that nearly a third of the convoys sent across in the final quarter of the year would end up being attacked. Convoy HX-217 was first. Guarded by the implacable Norwegian escort group B-6, it was attacked in atrocious weather by a group of 6 boats whose numbers swelled as Dönitz began routing more submarines into the fight. The weather was so awful that 2 of the U-boats rammed each other, resulting in the near instantaneous sinking of U-254 with almost all her crew. For the 4th time in as many months, even against long odds, Group B6 showed itself to be one of the most combative of the Allies' escort formations. Using their Type 271 radars to good effect, and continually driving the submarines away from the convoy, they made life exceedingly difficult for Dönitz's green boats. From the 7th to the 10th, HX-217 lost only 3 ships. Most of the German skippers found it impossible to approach closely, let alone shoot. The escorts did not sink any U-boats, although as soon as HX-217 got under air cover, a B-24 nailed one of the trailers. Dönitz quickly called off the operation. At the same time, convoy ON-149 was hit by several submarines in the middle of the Atlantic. 4 different submarines destroyed 4 ships on 6th through 7th December, the largest being the 18,700-ton passenger liner Ceramic, en route from Liverpool to Australia. Almost immediately thereafter, a Force 10 gale hit the area, unleashing towering waves that contributed to the murderously heavy casualties among the ship's passengers and crews. Of the 869 men, women, and children aboard the 4 sunken vessels, only 2 men survived, both of whom had been taken aboard German submarines for interrogation. A week later, in similarly wretched conditions, convoy ON-153, guarded by the inexperienced British escort Group B-7, was attacked by a group of 5 submarines. Between the 16th and 20th, they sank 3 ships, damaged a third, and put under the escort commander's destroyer as well. Loss of life again was heavy, with harsh winds and 40 to 50-foot waves swamping the lifeboats. The destroyer was sunk so suddenly that initially her loss wasn't even noticed. Only 26 of her 196 crewmen came out of the water alive, adding to the toll of 139 mariners drowned. The final convoy battle of 1942 began right after Christmas, as convoy ONS-154 was attacked by 2 groups composed of 19 U-boats. On the face of it, Canadian escort Group C-1 was well equipped. Most of its 6 ships had lately been fitted with Type 271 radar, and 3 had HFDF as well. However, some of them had older meter wavelength radars, and the German submarines would again use their METOX sets to home in on it, thus giving the convoy's position away. As was so typical of this year's frantic operational tempo for the RCN, there had been no time for training. Many of the operators were green and had never used their brand new equipment, some of which was out of calibration in any case. In addition, the Admiralty had rerouted the convoy far to the south, both to avoid rough weather and to be in a position to detach some of the vessels south for African waters. That meant that ONS-154 spent 5 interminable days in the air gap, and many of its escorts were too low on fuel to be handled with requisite aggressiveness. In a final cruel irony, the British didn't manage to crack the Triton traffic between Dönitz and his hunting packs until the convoy was practically on top of 2 separate German scouting lines. All the submarine tracking room could do at that point was helplessly monitor the growing disaster. The shooting started in the early hours of 27 December, with Gunther Ruppelt and U-356 making 2 separate attacks that sank 3 freighters and damaged a 4th, though he himself was sunk almost immediately thereafter. The following day, as one of the thirsty corvettes was refueling along the escort force's oiler, U-225 put a torpedo into the oiler, forcing it to withdraw. With the escort's fuel situation now edging toward disaster, several of them had to temporarily detach to refuel in the Azores. The Admiralty, recognizing the precarious state of the convoy's screen, detached 2 fleet destroyers from an eastbound North African convoy to bolster the defenses. However, there was no way they would manage to arrive before the evening of the 29th. The U-boats didn't give them that time. During the afternoon of the 28th, a lieutenant from the corvette St. Laurent recalled coming up on deck and clearly seeing 5 surfaced U-boats stalking the convoy on either side, just out of range. "Never have I been faced with a situation like it," he remembered. None of the escorts had sufficient fuel to drive them off, and so the subs were taking the time to charge their batteries for the night attack everyone knew was coming. So terrifying was the situation that the ship's crew were trying to catch some shut-eye on deck before their coming ordeal. Their life belts were already inflated. And that night, sure enough, Dönitz's boats tore the convoy apart. Now comprising a dozen submarines, the pack attacked from all sides, completely mobbing the remaining escorts and sinking ships in droves. The skipper of one corvette remembered, "Torpedoes were so numerous that the officer of the watch remarked, 'There goes ours now, sir,' as if next week's groceries were being delivered." By the time Milne and Meteor arrived the next morning, the situation verged on disastrous, with a trail of sinking vessels littering the wake of the convoy. Aided by the destroyer's appearance, the escorts managed to drive off the remaining U-boats, though another 3 ships were lost on the 30th. The final toll, 14 ships sunk for just shy of 70,000 tons, and 486 men killed. After suffering a nervous breakdown on the 31st, the Canadian escort commander was put to bed by the ship's doctor and subsequently sent to other duty. For the Admiralty, ONS-154 was the last straw vis-a-vis the RCN's performance. Another withering post-action report emerged, extending accusatory digits at yet another Canadian escort group protecting yet another highly vulnerable slow convoy. This, despite the fact that the British were themselves to blame for ONS 154's faulty routing, which dumped it on top of a U-boat force outnumbering the escorts more than 3-1 and with too little fuel, because of that routing, to actively defend themselves. Western Approach's command wasn't in a charitable mood. It had been a trying year, with horrific losses on the shipping lanes and nerves stretched tight as more U-boats swarmed into the Black Pit. Commander Roger Wynne, head of the submarine tracking room, had collapsed from overwork earlier in the month. Churchill, worried about mounting shipping losses and falling imports of vital commodities, was again facing mounting political criticism. The shipping crisis was putting everybody on edge, and the Canadians served as scapegoats. On 15 December, Churchill sent a letter to both Canadian Prime Minister Mackenzie King and FDR proposing that several Canadian escort groups be yanked from North Atlantic convoy duty. They were to be sent to the Royal Navy's ASW school at Tobermory, and not to be deployed again until they were deemed up to British snuff. The Canadians were understandably furious, suspecting this was simply an attempt on the part of the Admiralty to get operational control of our ships. Western Approach's CNC Admiral Max Horton sent his more diplomatically minded Chief of Staff, Commodore J.M. Mansfield, across the pond to smooth feathers. He succeeded, assuring the Canadians that the training would only be temporary, whereupon RCN ships would return to the western half of the North Atlantic routes. He also lent a receptive ear to Canadian requests for better equipment. Ultimately, the disaster that befell ONS 154 would turn out to be the catalyst for a raft of changes to Canada's benefit. In early 1943, the Allies would convene an anti-U-boat conference that would completely overhaul the existing convoy system. The British and Canadians would take over the North Atlantic routes, with the RCN finally receiving what it deserved, an operational command co-equal with Western Approach's command, and sole responsibility for all convoying and ASW duties on the western side of the Atlantic. In this, they had an unexpected ally, Admiral Ernest King. King was zealous in his desire for clear, simple command arrangements that kept operators focused on their primary tasks, and he saw value in doing that when it came to protecting this vital sea route. Although the waters off Canada were technically in the larger U.S. Navy sphere of operations, King agreed to Canada's demands to shoulder ASW responsibilities there. This, in turn, would allow the U.S. Navy to pull its own escorts out of northern waters. Instead, the Americans would be solely responsible for guarding the convoys moving across the central Atlantic to resupply Allied forces in North Africa, as well as a new series of tanker convoys that would begin running directly from the Caribbean to the UK. Commerce protection would therefore end up being divided into north-south areas of responsibility, rather than east-west. All of that, though, lay in the future. For now, at the end of 1942, Dönitz's force seemed poised to inflict even greater damage in the months to come, as his hunting packs expanded. And with the mid-ocean air gap being the most reasonable place for U-boats to operate these days, he was loading the Black Pit with everything he had. However, despite disasters like ON 149 and ONS 154, December had actually not been that bad a month for the Allies. As noted, the abysmal weather had made it much more difficult for the Germans to acquire and maintain contact with their convoy prey, and made attacking equally unproductive. As a result, total sinkings dropped by about half, to 63 ships sunk for 316,508 tons. This was the second lowest total of the entire year, and far short of the monthly quota Dönitz needed to prosecute a successful tonnage war. The Allies had been handed a brief reprieve. However, everybody understood that bad weather could only last so long. Moreover, Admiral Dönitz shortly would have a far greater say in determining naval strategy for the Reich. The Battle of the Barents Sea. Dönitz's professional triumph resulted from an ignominious naval action fought on the final day of the year. Now that near-total darkness had settled on the Arctic, hampering the Luftwaffe's activities, the Allies decided that the time was ripe to run another convoy to the USSR. Apparently deciding, too, that the PQ designations was ill-starred, the new effort was styled Convoy JW-51. Its first echelon, JW-51A, departed Lock U on 15 December with 16 vessels. A second convoy of 15 merchant ships, JW-51B, carrying 2,046 vehicles, 202 tanks, 120 aircraft, and 54,000 tons of miscellaneous stores, departed a week later. Given continuing North African commitments, the escort forces for the two convoys were smaller than the massive screens afforded PQ-17 and PQ-18. But each was still screened by nearly a dozen smaller ships, including a fighting escort of torpedo-armed destroyers capable of resisting a surface attack. A force of 2 light cruisers and 4 destroyers, labeled Force R, Rear Admiral Robert Burnett, was also near at hand to support them if need be. Lurking further away was another group built on battleship Anson. JW-51A made it to Archangel without incident. JW-51B, though, was detected by a German plane on 24 December. Admiral Erich Raeder was determined to intercept it. Tirpitz was fresh out of a refit in Trondheim and too far south to be of use. That left the pocket battleship Lützow, the plus-sized heavy cruiser Hipper, and their escort of 6 destroyers. Sortying from Altenfjord, the Kriegsmarine's Vice Admiral Oskar Kummetz split his force into 2 divisions of 3 destroyers and 1 heavy unit apiece, which would catch the convoy between their steel jaws. On the morning of 31 December, Kummetz's forces ran into the convoy and its close escort, while Burnett's cruisers were initially nowhere near at hand. The resulting nautical brawl, the Battle of the Barents Sea, was a confusing 5-hour-long affair, fought in the dim twilight of the polar night between small groups of widely separated warships. Though both sides were using radar, miserable visibility made target identification exceedingly difficult, leading to a thoroughly muddled tactical situation for everybody. At 08:20, in the gray murk, British lookouts spied enemy warships overhauling the convoy from behind, which rapidly resolved themselves to be Hipper and her trio of tin cans. Kummetz split his division in half, sending his destroyers in from the southwest, while Hipper bore down from the northwest. Kummetz assumed the British escorts would attack him, while the convoy would turn away, thereby hopefully sending it straight into Lützow's jaws as she came up from the south. Though the British didn't know it yet, they were between a rock and a hard place. The Germans had Lützow, Hipper, and 6 destroyers. The British nominally had 6 destroyers, 2 corvettes, and 3 smaller warships. One of the destroyers and a trawler had straggled during a storm, and a minesweeper was off looking for them. The corvettes were little faster than the convoy and couldn't possibly stand up to something like a heavy cruiser. That left only the 5 destroyers, none of which carried a gun larger than 4.7 inches, whereas Hipper sported 8-inch rifles, and Lützow carried 11-inch weapons. No help was at hand. Battleship Anson, as was typical for distant supporting forces, was exactly that, distant. Burnett's Force R and its 2 cruisers, HMS Sheffield and Jamaica, were somewhat closer, being 30 miles to the north. However, having emerged from a storm 2 days earlier and operating under radio silence, neither Burnett nor the convoy knew exactly where the other was to be found. At this moment, Burnett was looking for the convoy and was unwittingly heading in the wrong direction, northeast, and away from battle. Unless his cruisers could be brought back into the action, the convoy's destroyers were simply going to have to make do as best they could. This they did, with the Royal Navy's usual grit and professionalism. The screen commander, Captain Robert Sherbrooke in Onslow, laid down smoke to hide the merchants, then engaged the German heavy cruiser. Knowing the Germans would fear torpedoes in the murk, Sherbrooke's vessels met Hipper with barking fire, violent maneuvers, and mock torpedo attacks, forcing her to break away time and again. Meanwhile, the convoy turned south and lumbered away as best it could. For the next hour and a half, the British gamely held off Hipper, greeting her lunges with staccato gunfire and dodging her wrath in return. Unfortunately, the convoy's turn had the effect of bringing the merchantmen straight to Lutzow, precisely as Admiral Cummins had hoped. Captain Sherbrooke, his hands already overfull with just Hipper, had left the convoy screened by his pair of Flower-class corvettes, whose odds against Lutzow and her 3 destroyers roughly equated to a snowball's chance in hell. Lutzow, however, proceeded to drop her end of the deal. Crossing ahead of the convoy in the murk, she and her destroyers passed within 2 to 3 miles of the merchantmen. Astonishingly, Lutzow's skipper was unable to confirm the identity of the plotting vessels off his port beam through the fog and snow squalls, and Lutzow's iced-over optics. Concerned that German vessels might be among them, he declined to open fire. Instead, he hauled out to the east and waited for the weather to clear, leaving the convoy still between 2 hostile forces, but also still unscathed. It was at this moment, after nearly 2 hours of combat, that Burnett's Force R fortuitously appeared. The self-deprecating Burnett, kidded throughout his career that his was perhaps not the sharpest intellect to have ever sailed beneath the white ensign, liked joking that his brains were in the seat of his pants. Maybe so, but he was also brave and lucky, and sometimes that's just as good. Having seen gun flashes on the dimly lit southern horizon, Burnett at first dismissed their importance, considering them to be friendly AA fire. It took 30 minutes for him to reconsider, before belatedly wheeling Sheffield, Jamaica, and his quartet of destroyers about and charging south toward the proverbial sound of the guns. He arrived none too soon. The British screen, with the Cotties wrecked and sinking and Onslow heavily damaged, was finally beginning to fall apart under Hipper's gunnery. Captain Sherbrooke had been badly wounded and blinded by a shell splinter, though he was fighting back with everything he had. But the writing was on the wall. If he didn't get help soon, his little force would be overwhelmed. Sheffield and Jamaica now approached Hipper's unengaged side from the north, while her main battery and radar were trained south. Completely undetected in the dark, Burnett closed to 8 miles. His modern light cruisers were much akin to their American cousins, mounting a dozen 6-inch guns apiece with a high rate of fire and excellent radar-assisted gunnery control. Once their shattering opening salvos rang out, they didn't take long to generate results. The slate-gray seas around Kummetz's flagship began erupting in white geysers. Hipper was hit 3 times, destroying her forward boiler room and inflicting other damage. Kummetz hauled her and his 2 remaining destroyers around to the south for home. This fight was not to his liking, and his orders were stark concerning risking his ship. In the dim twilight, the 3rd of Kummetz's destroyers, Friedrich Eckholt, fresh from sinking the lone British minesweeper Bramble with all hands, mistook Sheffield and Jamaica for Hipper and began falling into line. At a range of only 4,000 meters, Burnett's own badly surprised duo quickly and violently disabused their unwanted companion of any notions of nautical camaraderie. Jamaica noted that by the time she checked fire, after mere minutes, Friedrich Eckholt was already down by the stern, on fire, and a complete shambles. She sank with all hands before she could even retaliate. Lutzow, meanwhile, had belatedly decided that the merchantmen to her west were, in fact, merchantmen, and opened intermittent fire on them with both her 11-inch and 5.9-inch guns. However, poor visibility and ice on her rangefinders hampered her accuracy. She hit nothing. The convoy turned away to the southwest. A snow squall came down, and Lutzow lost contact for good. Hurrying northwest to Hipper's aid, she too ran into Sheffield and Jamaica's 6-inch buzzsaws. Replying with their own much heavier guns, Lutzow again hit nothing. Fearing torpedo attacks, both sides thereupon broke off the engagement. Burnett shadowed Hipper and Lutzow long enough to confirm their departure, then rejoined the convoy. JW-51B made port at Murmansk on 4 January 1943 without having lost a single cargo ship. There are 2 striking features about this action. The first was the edge of morale, combat experience, and the use of radar that the Royal Navy brought to the game. The Germans were brave and technically competent, but sitting idle in the fjords had taken its toll on their training and readiness. It's difficult to escape the impression that Germany's sailors innately sensed this gap in professionalism, just as the French had during the days of Nelson. The Kriegsmarine came into this battle mentally looking over their shoulders. The Royal Navy, on the other hand, had ruled the seas for centuries, and its sailors carried every ounce of that proud tradition into the fight. They were courageous, calculating, and utterly implacable, even in the face of withering odds. Second, the paralyzing effect of Hitler's orders not to risk German surface ships had once again asserted itself. Hitler had good underlying reasons for his cautiousness. He knew there were no more heavy German warships under construction. The Kriegsmarine surface forces were a fixed commodity. As the weaker power, Admiral Raeder had been playing the classic fleet in being strategy, tying up substantial Royal Navy forces by presenting a threat to Allied shipping, thereby nullifying British ships' forces that could have been used more productively elsewhere. However, should Germany's handful of heavy units be destroyed, that threat would vanish, and the Royal Navy's heavy units, currently based out of Scapa Flow, might shortly turn up in the Mediterranean or Pacific. Admiral Nimitz had given somewhat similar orders to Fletcher and Spruance at the Battle of Midway only 6 months prior. They were not to risk their carriers unless presented the opportunity to inflict disproportionate damage to the enemy. However, there were 3 key contextual differences between these similar sets of instructions. First, whereas Hitler was operating from a position of fixed strength, Nimitz knew that the U.S. Navy's sea power would soon be greatly augmented. Second, Nimitz was willing to take risks if the potential payoff was there. Hitler was not. Third, Nimitz was emotionally prepared to accept the consequences of his calculated risk. Perversely, Hitler wasn't emotionally equipped to accept the likely outcome of his no-risk policy. That is to say, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Nimitz understood sea power. The Führer didn't, meaning this rather inclusive-seeming scuffle in the Barents had disproportionately large consequences. To Hitler, heavy surface units were there to conduct duels and bring victories, as the German histories put it. The strategic effect of a fleet in being lay outside his horizon of knowledge. When the Führer learned that his 2 heavy raiders had apparently been driven off by a pack of British destroyers, the presence of Sheffield and Jamaica not yet being known, he flew into a towering rage. Declaring the Navy's surface ships completely useless, he determined to scrap them and use their guns for shore batteries. Admiral Raeder, summoned to the Volschanze on 6 January, resigned. Admiral Dönitz, despite his relative lack of seniority, was advanced to Grand Admiral and placed in command of the entire German Navy. Dönitz would eventually persuade the Führer not to follow through on his threat to send Germany's heavy surface units to the breakers, which would have handed the Allies a bloodless victory. But though the threat of Tirpitz and her cohorts would remain, they would play a much less active role from now on. As Vincent O'Hara noted, before Barents Sea, the German Navy fought 29 surface actions, and a third involved cruisers or larger ships. After Barents Sea, the Navy fought 37 actions, and only 1 involved a heavy unit. Dönitz's ascension also ended any argument over the Kriegsmarine strategy. Almost by default, the submarine would be the Reich's primary naval weapon from now on. A fundamental question not answered. One of the most pressing questions at the beginning of 1942 for the UK was, could the Royal Navy contain the burgeoning U-boat menace which threatened to starve Britain into submission? The answer at the end of the year was that basically the jury was still out. With the benefit of hindsight, one can point to various trends that might have indicated that the U-boat threat was heading toward manageability. The overall efficiency of Dönitz's submarines was declining, and their technological backwardness becoming more pronounced. But in keeping with our mantra in this book, it sure wasn't obvious at the time, it must be noted that the Allies were feeling far from sanguine about their odds against the U-boat. November's shipping losses had been horrifying, and the prior 2 months had been punctuated with disasters like SC-107 and ONS-154. The summer's tanker debacle was by no means fully in the rearview mirror either. Furthermore, with so many German U-boats now congregating in the Black Pit, rerouting convoys was almost irrelevant. It was hardly possible to avoid Dönnitz's packs. British imports had fallen to a shade over 23 million tons for the year, a 20% decline from 1941, and a figure representing less than half of Britain's pre-war import levels. Given all that, the outcome of the Battle of the Atlantic seemed far from certain. Shipping losses were also seriously affecting wartime strategy. At the following month's Casablanca conference, the overriding need to defeat the U-boat threat was perhaps the one thing that all the British and American military chiefs did agree on. In the process, General George Marshall would be forced to relinquish his cherished notion of a cross-channel invasion of Europe in 1943. Not only was American economic mobilization not coming along as quickly as was necessary, as October's feasibility debate had proved, but also the merchant tonnage to build up vast forces in Britain wouldn't be available either. It was vital not to exacerbate the shipping crisis in the North Atlantic. With Allied troops already operating effectively in North Africa, keeping them fighting in that theater simply made a virtue of necessity. As the U.S. Army histories pointed out, economy of tonnage, especially in view of the ever-present U-boat menace in the Atlantic, was, Marshall saw, the major consideration. A British cabinet minister put it more flavorfully, noting, "We must cut the coat of our strategy according to the cloth of our shipping." Until the U-boat was defeated, D-Day was impossible, and at the end of 1942, precisely no one knew when that defeat was going to happen, or even if it would happen. Air War Europe. Air operations. December in Europe proved even less conducive to flying than November, and Bomber Command's sorties fell to just 2,184, its lowest total for the rest of the war. By far, the most spectacular operation of the month was a daylight raid on 6 December against the sprawling Philips complex in Eindhoven, Holland. In actuality, two separate factories. It employed 15,000 Dutch workers and allegedly produced up to a third of the Reich's radio components. A somewhat dubious claim, given the size of German electronics firms like Lorenz, Telefunken, and particularly Siemens. But there was no denying these were important plants, which had the added advantage of being somewhat separated from the neighborhoods around them, meaning Dutch casualties ought to be minimized. The game plan was to go in with 3 separate groups of light twin-engine bombers, 36 A-20 Bostons, followed by 10 Mosquitoes, finished by 47 Hudson Venturas, all of which would come zipping in at treetop height, bomb and strafe the plant, then reform their squadrons and beat it before German fighters could deal with them. It didn't work, or at least not well enough to avoid heavy casualties. Part of the problem was trying to coordinate 3 groups of aircraft possessing different performance characteristics. The superb Mosquito had a cruising speed almost 100 miles an hour faster than the Boston, and the Ventura was another 50 slower than that. The attackers did come in low and fast. So low, in fact, a third of them were damaged by bird strikes, with a few even brushing trees. The initial portions of the attack were successful enough, with about 60 tons of bombs hitting the plants. By the time the Venturas arrived, however, the Germans were fully alerted and chewed the attackers up with flak. Visibility by the end was so constrained by explosions and fires that one Ventura slammed directly into the upper stories of one of the factory buildings. The works were put out of business for 6 months, but 148 Dutch civilians were killed, along with 7 German soldiers. 9 Venturas, 4 Bostons, and a Mosquito were lost, with another plane crashing in Britain for a sobering aggregate loss of 16%. All the remaining Venturas had been damaged by flak. Conventional night attacks were also conducted against Frankfurt, 112 aircraft, Mannheim, 272, and 3 consecutive attacks against Turin from the 8th to the 12th, 442 machines total. Frankfurt and Mannheim were both broadly ineffective because of cloud cover, with Mannheim's only notable losses being a barn with 29 sheep and some turnips, and the roof of a local canoe club set on fire. Not exactly great recompense for 10 bombers going down. Turin was not so lucky, being heavily hit during the first 2 raids, with 285 killed, 210 injured, and fires that burned for days, adding to Italy's misery. The 3rd raid mostly aborted because of icing conditions over the Alps. Only a handful of bombs landed anywhere near the city. An extended period of bad weather then followed before Duisburg was hit on the night of the 20th-21st by 232 aircraft, and Munich the night after by 137. Although the bombers claimed good conditions against Duisburg, the results are unknown. Munich was barely scratched, with all the bombs landing in fields outside of town, possibly lured by a decoy site. Overall, December was dismal, with relatively paltry damage to most targets, Turin excepted, and 217 bombers destroyed, 5.1%. Frustratingly bad weather curtailed American operations as well. Only 4 major attacks were made. On the 6th against Abbeville-Lille, with 85 aircraft, the 12th against Rouen, 78, the 20th against the Luftwaffe base and repair facility at Romilly-sur-Seine, 101 machines, and finally the 30th against the submarine pens at Lorient, 77. Several of the raids saw large abort percentages due to weather, with fewer than half this month's 353 sorties making it to the target. The ones that did press on encountered very heavy resistance, and a pair of bombers apiece were shot down on the first 2 missions. The 3rd operation, against Romilly, turned into a wake-up call. Against attacks on minor targets in France, the Luftwaffe could be discriminating about committing its resources. But a raid against its own base facilities was non-negotiable, and Jagdgeschwader 26 contested it with ferocious elan. As soon as the Spitfire escorts turned back at Rouen, about 60 FW-190s lined up and started harrying the oncoming bombers in relays for more than an hour, mostly from head-on, until they entered the flak zone over the target. Once the fortresses and liberators dropped their loads, the fighters were waiting, this time with some Bf-109s thrown in for good measure. They treated Ira Eaker's men to another deadly hour, all the way back to the Spitfires hovering near Amiens. In the process, the Americans encountered basically every flyable German fighter available in northwest France. 6 bombers went down, representing 8.3% of the aircraft that made it to the target. 31 more were damaged, 2 crash-landed in England, and 1 of those was a write-off. The 306th Bomb Group was well on its way toward cementing its reputation as a hard-luck outfit, losing 3 of the 19 planes it contributed, another dozen damaged, and its unit report concluding glumly, "All crews agree there is no effective way to handle frontal attacks due to limited arc of present 50 cal guns." This had been the deepest penetration raid into France yet, 300 miles each way, with half the mission being beyond the range of fighter cover. In other words, if you were looking for a forecast of what attacking into Germany might look like, the distance to Essen was almost identical, you couldn't ask for much better. And even though the bombing results against the target had been good, the ability of the Germans to prey on American bombers with frontal attacks had been most disquieting. The month's final mission to Lorient on the 30th subtracted another trio of fortresses, including another one from the 306 BG. In all, the Americans lost 17 machines on the month, 4.8% of their airborne sorties, and a brutal 10.3% of the effective sorties that made it to their targets. One might have supposed that December's missions would have caused 8th Air Force's cognitive filters to finally begin falling away, and the quest for an effective long-range fighter escort to be pressed ahead with all due speed. But no such thing. The widespread introduction of the Mustang lay another year away. Thus, neither Bomber Command nor 8th Air Force was exactly ending the year on an up note. Despite the difficulties, there had been some interesting technical and tactical innovations this month. The first being the use of a new British navigational aid, oboe. It was another play on beam navigation, with 2 widely spaced radar stations used to keep tabs on a high-flying aircraft. Every so often, they would ping the plane, whereupon the aircraft's onboard transponders would ping back, giving the station operators a firm fix. The master station would then coach the aircraft along a circular course toward the target, coinciding at the intersection point of the two beams. The system had its limitations. Only one plane could be guided at a time, and its range was limited to about 270 miles, which was barely enough to cover most of the Ruhr, and only then if the plane flew high enough. This made the Mosquito an ideal oboe platform. Oboe also had the advantage of proving almost impossible for the Germans to jam and promised better accuracy than G. Under the right circumstances, it could get bombs within 300 yards of their target. On the night of the 20th, 6 oboe-equipped Mosquitoes used this technique experimentally against a power station at the Dutch town of Luderad. There were the normal technical glitches, with half the oboe sets failing outright. Post-raid photos also showed that the bombs had landed well off the target. But they had also all come down in a very tight clump. Upon further investigation, the problem turned out to be with the navigation maps the British were using, not the oboe equipment itself. Once the maps were properly calibrated, oboe accuracy was quite good, sometimes allowing individual buildings to be hit. That didn't matter much in Arthur Harris's world. Still, oboe-equipped Mosquitoes with the Pathfinder force now promised better pre-raid marking results, so the main force bomber stream coming behind could deliver improved aggregate accuracy. Meanwhile, in the U.S. 305th Bomb Group, Curtis LeMay was already demonstrating why he would go on to become the AAF's foremost tactical innovator, as he was constantly thinking about, tinkering with, and optimizing his group's formations. He was already searching for the Holy Grail, a compact flying configuration that would be as defensible as possible while also putting the greatest weight of bombs on the target. As he recalled later, "I don't think we had to make any change in tactics in England. There weren't any tactics there when we started, because there wasn't anybody there who knew anything about it. Everybody was learning the business from the ground up." That gave an aviator with LeMay's engineering inclinations a great deal of latitude for experimentation. During the 6 December raid against Lille, LeMay introduced the new Javelin Down formation, wherein 18 planes were arrayed in 3 6-plane squadrons, in what would come to be known as a combat box, with each aircraft echeloned down toward the direction of the sun. This allowed the topmost planes to cover their lower squadron mates without experiencing aiming problems due to glare. Viewed from the top, it was a typical-looking triangular configuration, 6 3-plane Vs fitting into a larger V, the Javelin. Viewed from the front, the effect was startling. Every plane, from the highest in the high squadron to the lowest in the low, fell into a single sloped line of 18 bombers, each in his own slot, tilted down toward the sun. By arranging the lead squadron in the middle, trailed by the high squadron to the right and low squadron on the left, more of the group's guns could be trained in all directions. LeMay's innovation was soon copied by the other 4 B-17 groups in 8th Bomber Command and, in the words of historian Roger Freeman, influenced most formations for the rest of hostilities. If the Americans were to start running missions into the Reich, they would need every ounce of firepower at their disposal. The deep breath before next year's plunge. November and December hadn't delivered any radical changes in the European air war on par with what was occurring in North Africa, Russia, or the Solomon Islands. In that respect, it was like the war's other almost purely attritional theater, the Battle of the Atlantic. There, too, bad weather and the dampening of operations now provided both sides a chance to take stock before the larger, fiercer battles everyone knew were coming in the spring. For RAF Bomber Command, it had been the cruelest year of the war, at least measured by the odds of individual survival. The average loss rate had been 4.9%, with 1,716 bombers going down. These grim attritional figures had completely transformed Bomber Command's culture. Max Hastings writes, "The old spirit of the officers' mess as a home, the idea of the squadron as a family, had been replaced by that of a human conveyor belt, a magic lantern show of changing faces. Aviators didn't live long. It was here today, gone tomorrow. This led to a state of human affairs on the airfields that was silently acknowledged at the time yet seems bizarre to us today. The aircrew, Hastings writes, had become passing 3 or 4 month guests on their own stations, leading a parallel, yet utterly different life from that of the huge permanent ground support staff, who remained at one base year after year, drinking in the same pubs and servicing aircraft in the same hangars. Yet the terrible truth was that up to this point, all that blood and treasure hadn't produced much in the way of concrete results. By the end of 1942, another 6,824 Germans had died in air raids, who were almost certainly outnumbered by probably about 8,200 Bomber Command crew fatalities. Harris's force had certainly upped its game in terms of delivering destruction, increasing its tonnage drop by 62%, from 46,000 in 1941 to 74,500 in 1942. But the 136,000 tons of bombs that had been dropped on German holdings to this point in the war represented only 5% of what was going to be dropped during the remainder, and had only destroyed about 2.6% of the residential buildings that would eventually be ruined. Nor had the German economy been much affected, with the official British histories noting, "The damage inflicted on Germany up to the end of 1942, while by no means negligible, had but little effect on her war production or the morale of her population." The German histories agree, stating that bombing to this point had as a whole virtually no effect on German war production. Yet within Britain at the time, there remained a misguided optimism that Germany's economy was already strained to the uttermost and ripe for attack, allowing the Air Ministry to paint a wholly unwarranted rosy picture to Britain's politicians and public, promising far greater results shortly to come. That said, despite this terrible cost in aviators and machines, in terms of warfighting capability, Bomber Command found itself much stronger at year's end. In November 1941, its daily average strength had been 506 bombers. It now stood at basically the same number, 515. However, the force was undergoing a radical transformation in terms of quality. More than half its on-call strength at the beginning of the year had been composed of Blenheims, Whitleys, Hamptons, and Manchesters, which were all out of frontline service now. The only two-engine types still being used were the new Mosquito and the sturdy Wellington. The latter would be relegated from strategic bombing missions in the coming year. Frontline strength in December 1942 totaled 178 Lancasters, 104 Halifaxes, 128 Wellingtons, 17 Mosquitoes, and about 88 Sterlings. 4-engine models now made up 3/4 of the force, whose payload and hitting power had almost doubled as a result. That trend line was only going up as Britain's aircraft factories began hitting their stride. Production of 4-engine bombers stood at 232 units monthly, on its way to nearly 300 by the second quarter of 1943. For their part, the Americans were already turning out 329 monthly and would hit 700 by the same quarter next year. As Hastings points out, in early 1942, the destruction of Germany's cities was still many months away, but their ultimate fate had already been decided. The Allies had always envisioned waging an attritional struggle against the Reich, one that it would be unable to match. Those investments were being made, and there was a formidable level of industrial and planning inertia behind them. On the domestic political front, the picture was more mixed. On the one hand, Harris had at least staved off the threat of Bomber Command being dismembered or placed on the production back burner. He also knew the production investments already in train guaranteed him the ability to widen his offensive next year. On the other hand, bombing was no longer viewed by Britain's top leadership as the only available path to victory, particularly after the Allied successes achieved on both ends of North Africa this past month, coupled with the unfolding German disaster at Stalingrad. All of this inclined Winston Churchill toward keeping his options open. Bombing might win the war, or it might not. But with many different paths to victory now available, it made no sense to constrict them by focusing on bombing alone. As the Prime Minister put it in a memo to Hastings Ismay, he was unwilling to give way to the pleasures of megalomania and commit blindly to Charles Portal's request for 4,000 to 6,000 bombers until he understood more clearly what impact these hefty resource allocation might have on other preparations. Churchill also remained unsure of how the Americans and their bombers fit into all this. In particular, he remained deeply skeptical of their ability to carry out daylight attacks in the coming bomber offensive. He even went so far as to suggest it might be better to forestall a further buildup of 8th Air Force in Britain in favor of shipping over more American divisions in preparation for an invasion, while simultaneously encouraging the American air effort to develop mainly in North Africa. This was nonsensical, and would be shown to be so, but it illustrates Churchill's profound doubts regarding the road to victory being through the air. For the Americans, daylight precision bombing was still in its early days, with 8th Air Force having dropped only about 2,000 tons of bombs so far, compared to Bomber Command's 74,489 tons on the year. Just 2,453 sorties had been flown, including 1,453 by heavy bombers. The German official histories note, as a whole, the successes of the 8th U.S. Air Force at the end of 1942 were still quite unconvincing, and skilled press officers were needed to represent to the American people and politicians what the heavy bombers could achieve, and how decisive the strategic bombing offensive in Europe was to the outcome of the war. Be that as it may, Generals Karl Spaatz and Ira Eaker were still pleased about what had been accomplished, with Eaker fully convinced that daylight precision bombing was the right way to go. Judging by the results to date, his force was 5 times more accurate than Bomber Command, and capable of hitting discrete targets like factories and marshalling yards, meaning fewer aircraft would be needed to destroy them. His losses so far had been tolerable, 2.9% on the year, a far cry from the 4.9% Bomber Command was currently shouldering. His bombers had proven themselves extremely rugged, and his flyers, while clearly still having much to learn, were in the process of doing just that. Yes, there had been bumps in the road, such as Romilly. That was to be expected. One reason for 8th Air Force's continued optimism was knowing their aircraft pipeline was beginning to fill. Worldwide, the AAF now had over 33,000 aircraft of all types on hand, cementing its status as by far the world's largest air force, even without counting the U.S. Navy's machines. Most of those planes were still in the States, but the downstream implications for frontline strength were obvious. America had started the year with 315 heavy bombers on hand, but by the end of 1942 had 2,076, a 6-fold increase, which would quadruple again in 1943. In the course of the year, 8th Air Force had received a total of 1,414 aircraft, 632 of them being heavy bombers. 42 of those had been lost on the year, and many more sent onward to the Mediterranean to jumpstart 12th Air Force, leaving 8th Air Force now with 368. The Americans had shipped over 135,000 tons of materiel in 1942 to support these aircraft, a pittance in comparison to the 1.8 million tons that would be coming in 1943. The AAF therefore had every reason to feel hopeful about the upcoming year, but also a little trepidatious over what missions like Romilly and Lille might portend. If those were any indication of what awaited them in the skies over Germany, it was time to buckle up their chin straps. For the Germans, the aerial picture at the end of 1942 was one of stoicism, still confident in their own martial abilities, but with worrying portents on the horizon. Germany's defenses had held thus far, largely preventing any significant damage to the Reich, while extracting a very heavy toll from its attackers. Civilian morale was doing just fine. And while the German economy was under strain trying to meet the outsized productive needs of the multi-front war that was rapidly coalescing around the Reich's fences, that strain was not being imposed by widespread physical destruction of its physical plant from the air, at least not yet. On the other hand, it was clear that fending off the coming Anglo-American combined bomber offensive was going to require an increasing amount of war materiel. The Luftwaffe was trying to do too much in too many places at once, leading to a distortion of its force structure. By the end of the year, even with the crisis around Stalingrad exploding, the Eastern Front had been stripped of aircraft, falling from about 54% of the Luftwaffe's June total to around 30% now. The rest had been moved to the Mediterranean, the West, or the air defenses of the Reich. Meanwhile, pilot training was already suffering from a lack of avgas and Luftwaffe base personnel, so vital not only for maintenance, but also for mobility of the force in the field, were being sent to fight in the infantry. By year's end, the Luftwaffe's frontline strength had risen by only about 1,000 aircraft from the beginning of the war, standing now at about 5,200 planes. Aircraft production was accelerating dramatically, but so too were losses, with about 9,600 aircraft written off during the year. Meanwhile, the three main allies now fielded more than 24,000 in their frontline units. The picture everywhere was of the Luftwaffe being forced onto the defensive and obliged to play catch-up. For the men near the top of the Luftwaffe, like Erhard Milch and Hans Jesenek, the sensation was one of laboring with increasing futility against the corrupt lethargy and manifest incompetence of Hermann Goering on the one hand, and the Führer's energetic pathologies on the other, meddling constantly and demanding every promising aircraft prototype, no matter its original purpose, be turned into a bomber of some sort, so he can indulge in his misplaced fantasies of striking back against the enemies, increasingly hemming him in. Meanwhile, the men at the tip of the Luftwaffe's spear had more mundane concerns on their minds. Namely, there were a lot more aircraft overhead these days that weren't sporting friendly colors. That problem was destined to worsen in the days and months ahead. Mediterranean Theater. Montgomery advances. Back in Libya, the Desert Fox had lived to fight another day. Try as he might, Bernard Montgomery could not bring Rommel's disorganized forces to ground before his own logistics ran out of steam. The shattered Panzer Army gained the El Agheila position at the west end of Cyrenaica on the night of 23-24 November. The British came up behind them the following day. They were now 600 miles from Alamein as the buzzard flies, and many more than that over the rough pavement of the Via Balbia on the coast. Supplies, and particularly gasoline, were now in short supply, obliging Montgomery to pause. Given the paucity of airfields in the region, not to mention the RAF's own equally compromised logistics, Arthur Cuningham's Western Desert Air Force largely set aside tactical air support and focused on simply putting up enough fighters to keep the Luftwaffe off Monty's back. Consequently, both sides sat staring at each other for the next 3 weeks. The position at El Agheila was naturally formidable, a bottleneck some 20 miles wide, sitting astride the coastal road. To its front lay minefields and fortified strongpoints, and its near southern flank was covered by escarpments, impenetrable salt marshes, and soft sand. Further out, though, one might get around the extreme southern flank of the position, were one willing to take a long left-hand excursion some 60 miles into the deep desert, traversing rather rough, open terrain in the process. For his part, Rommel knew he didn't have the strength to ward off a determined blow. And for all that Agheila was a strong position, it was also potentially a trap. There were no other suitable defensive points nearby. Plans were already being made to build another line at Burat, some 200 miles further down the road. But that raised the specter of what might happen to his Italian foot infantry if he were worsted here. He'd received 2 new infantry divisions, Pistoia and La Spezia, to supplement the remnants of the still largely tankless Trieste and the newly arrived Centauro armored division. The 2 Italian tank divisions between them mustered only 2,000 men and 57 worn-out AFVs. If a strong enemy mobile force got astride his position, Pistoia and La Spezia were goners. They'd never be able to make it back to Burat without a healthy head start. That was, in fact, what Montgomery intended. He'd pinned the Axis defenders in place with a frontal assault delivered by 51st Infantry and 7th Armored. Meanwhile, his most mobile division, 2nd New Zealand, would circle out through the desert to loop in and cut the road some 50 miles behind the front. Montgomery's instincts were right, but Rommel's instincts were equally astute. He suspected just such a maneuver. It was the very thing he would have done if positions had been reversed. By the time the British attacked on the 13th, Rommel's forces were already edging backwards. The following afternoon, the Luftwaffe spotted the New Zealanders already well around his flank and headed northwest for the coastal road. Rommel was itching to counterattack the Kiwis with both 15th and 21st Panzer. But the gas wasn't there, so he issued general retreat orders. By the time the New Zealanders began approaching the coast road on the 16th, they were obliged to watch Rommel's rearguard scooting west out of the trap barely ahead of them. In the end, only 450 Axis troops and a couple dozen tanks and guns were bagged. The march west resumed. Christmas Eve found the British another 150 miles up the road at Sirte. Here, they halted for another 3 weeks to build up yet more supplies. The next step would be a deliberate assault that Montgomery hoped would carry 8th Army the final 250 miles to the great prize they've been aiming at for the past 2 years, Tripoli. Political wranglings in Algiers. Meanwhile, 900 miles northwest in Algiers, General Eisenhower was awakening to the harsh reality that his duties as Supreme Commander extended well beyond the military sphere. 1 million square miles of North Africa were now effectively under his control. While the French administered it politically, Eisenhower was personally responsible for ensuring that French civilian rule served the larger purposes of successfully concluding the Allies' Tunisian campaign. Given the complexities of the French political situation, though, this was no easy matter. In the words of Rick Atkinson, the truth was that a callow, clumsy army had arrived in North Africa with little notion of how to act as a world power. The balance of the campaign, indeed the balance of the war, would require learning not only how to fight, but how to rule. Eisenhower had tremendous gifts in the political arena, but diplomatic needs were distracting him from his primary role as a military CNC. The first intimation of this came in mid-November. The deal Eisenhower cut to install Admiral François Darlan as the head of the French political authority made it into the newspapers, causing a PR catastrophe. Both the British and American public exploded in outrage that an accommodation could have been reached with the former number 2 man in the Vichy government, vilified for months prior as an arch collaborationist with the Nazis. Darlan didn't help things, keeping anti-Semitic restrictions in place and unilaterally detaining large numbers of dissidents. Eisenhower was raked across the coals in opinion columns across the country. The idea that the Allies could accept even the temporary help of a man who was high on the list of those who will be tried for treason by the first free government re-established in France is repugnant to the people of this country, one liberal British journal wrote. The arch-conservative Spectator echoed these sentiments, asking, "If we welcome Darlan with 2 open arms, are we going to welcome repentant German military leaders too?" Roosevelt was obliged to come to Eisenhower's defense, announcing that the political arrangements undertaken by the Allied Supreme Commander were temporary military expedients, justified solely by the stress of battle and designed to save lives and time. The president went on to reassure his fellow citizens that the future French government would not be an extension of the Vichy regime, but would be established only by the liberated French people. Stalin admired the president's realistic view of matters, remarking, "Military diplomacy should know how to use for the war aims not only the Darlans, but even the devil and his grandmother." Meanwhile, marooned back in London, having not been invited to the party, de Gaulle publicly called for French unity, while also continuing to heap scorn on those who symbolize collaboration and usurpation. Darlan was equally embittered, remarking, "I am but a lemon, which the Americans will drop after it is crushed." The Americans never got that chance. On Christmas Eve, a young Frenchman named Fernand Bonnier de la Chapelle waited patiently outside Darlan's office until the admiral returned from lunch, then pumped 2 bullets into him. Darlan died on the operating table. The precise motives for Bonnier's attack were never discovered, as he was convicted so summarily by French authorities that a coffin was ordered for him before his trial even began. 2 days after dispatching Darlan, a wide-eyed Bonnier, certain he would be released for having retrieved France's honor, was trussed like a goat to a post and himself dispatched by a firing squad before he'd even finished saying his prayers. The admiral was buried the same day after a state funeral in which few tears were shed. Though Eisenhower readily admitted that Darlan had served faithfully in his role as a civil administrator, the admiral's sudden removal from the scene lifted a host of political complications from Eisenhower's shoulders with marvelous swiftness. General Henri Giraud took over as the supreme French civilian authority, whereupon it quickly became clear he was in over his head. Darlan's ghost might justifiably have repeated his sage words to Robert Murphy on the night of the Torch invasion. Giraud is a child. He is just a good division commander, nothing more. So indeed it proved. Eisenhower was forced to acknowledge that the man had no political sense and no idea of administration. He was dictatorial by nature and seemed to suffer from megalomania. He did not seem to be a big enough man to carry the burden of civil government in any way. For Eisenhower, who desperately needed some French competence on the managerial front so he could focus on the battlefront, these were ill tidings. Meanwhile, Charles de Gaulle, who, as fate would demonstrate, was not only a big enough man politically, but also had a coherent vision of post-war France's role in Europe, and enjoyed significant backing in France itself, continued rallying popular support. The resulting divided loyalties meant that French forces in North Africa failed to contribute much in the larger effort to eject the Axis from Tunisia, precisely what Eisenhower didn't need at this juncture. 6 months later, when Allied forces finally paraded through the streets of Tunis in victory, Gaullist troops still refused to march with those units pledged to Giraud. A hard road in Tunisia. Delegate your international diplomatic problems to your subordinates and give your complete attention to the battle in Tunisia. Thus did General Marshall gently admonish Eisenhower in December, when the twisted strands of French politics seemed to be wrapping themselves around the ankles of his field commander. All parties were aware that things were not going well at the front. Eisenhower had yet to visit it. By the end of November, Lieutenant General Kenneth Anderson's First Army had come within an ace of hammering its way into Tunis. On the last day of the month, after fighting to exhaustion at the outskirts of Jadida, practically in Tunis's suburbs, the British and Americans had been compelled to call a temporary halt. They were now just 20 miles from downtown and victory. Anderson planned to quickly regroup, then push hard again. The Germans had other ideas. For the very next morning, 1 December, Major General Wolfgang Fischer's newly landed 10th Panzer Division punched Anderson's little multinational army right in the face. The offensive was classic German stuff, an elegant, multi-axial development by several battalion-sized Kampfgruppen, each employing armor, artillery, AT guns, and infantry, and making use of whatever folds in the terrain were available to cover their movements. Along with them came a trio of a new German tank making one of its earliest combat debuts, the 60-ton PZKW-6 Tiger. With elephantine armor and featuring Germany's famously lethal 88mm gun, it was a formidable opponent. Fischer himself led the northernmost group, promptly stripping away Taburba's left flank by capturing the village of Chuigui. The next day, the Germans closed in from both sides, with the Tigers helping cave in Taburba's eastern defenses and capture Point 186. With the high ground next to the town gone, Taburba was now in grave danger. Just as at Majaz al-Bab a month earlier, the polyglot nature of the team playing defense was starkly evident. The majority of the infantry was British, the armor American, the artillery mixed, and they weren't terribly good at working together. All too often, as 1st Armored Division would later report, the two allies fought in each other's presence rather than in close coordination. Frankly, given how poorly British armor worked with British infantry, this was hardly surprising. Likewise, it must be said that since Anderson's force was primarily British, if they wanted American tank support, they were the ones obligated to produce the doctrinal and command framework for integrating those armored assets into First Army's force structure. Nothing of the sort emerged. Nonetheless, there was plenty of blame to go around. American tanks were remarkably cavalier in their approach, displaying a disastrous proclivity for charging the enemy without infantry or artillery support, just as the British had been for years against Rommel. Against Germany's professionals, the inevitable result from such foolishness was yet more Stuart, Lee, and Sherman funeral pyres dotting the scrub. Ultimately, both British 78th Infantry and American 1st Armored would go on to become two of the finest divisions in either country's armies. But here in the hills of Tunisia, their performance was a parade of rookie mistakes. Given all this, the Germans basically had their way with things, methodically prying their opponents out of one position after another. Taborba fell on the 3rd, and Fischer then began working his way back up the valley. The skies chose this juncture to let loose, dousing the battle zone in 3 days of pouring rain, turning the fields into muddy lakes, and slowing movement to a crawl. By the 8th, Anderson was within a hair's breadth of cutting orders to cede Majez al-Bab, until the French reacted in full-throated horror at the notion. Eisenhower instructed Anderson to straighten his lines, but keep Majez well within them. On the 10th, an ill-considered withdrawal from the heights of the Jebel Bu Awkaz, southeast of Taborba, descended into black farce. An American mechanized column, concerned about sporadic artillery fire near the bridge across the river at Burj Tum, declined to cross it to get back to the main highway. Instead, they diverted onto a parallel side road running southwest along the river and began making their way back to Majez al-Bab. The leading vehicles quickly churned the track into a quagmire, bogging the ones behind. By morning, 18 tanks, 41 guns, and 132 half-tracks and trucks were snared so deeply in the muck that they had to be destroyed with thermite grenades to avoid their capture. Tunisian mud and disastrous human judgment, the U.S. Army histories later admitted, had inflicted a loss that was equivalent to a serious defeat at the enemy's hands. The Germans claimed to have destroyed another 36 tanks and sundries as they came up behind. By this time, 1st Armored's Combat Command B had been wrecked. The mud, though, worked both ways, slowing Fischer's advance and grounding Albert Kesselring's Stukas. Majez al-Bab held on by the skin of its teeth. A brooding silence settled over the no-man's land between the two forces as both sides regrouped. Anderson and Eisenhower knew that they would only get one more shot at Tunis before the weather completely shut down the campaigning season for the winter. Anderson reorganized his forces, intending to punch directly at Tunis again with the British 6th Armored and 78th Infantry Divisions. The latter had a regiment of U.S. 1st Infantry attached. U.S. 1st Armored's Combat Command B was now in Corps Reserve, being rebuilt. By this time, the Allies had 20,000 British, 11,800 American, and 7,000 French troops facing an estimated 25,000 Axis combat soldiers. After a month's back and forth in Stuka Valley, the Allies should have had a good feel for the terrain in the area. As it developed, though, their skills in this vital military subject were still lacking. Sitting about halfway between Majez al-Bab and Taborba, bordering the highway that snaked along the north bank of the Majerda, sat an unappreciated prominence soon to be dubbed Long Stop Hill. In actuality, it was a pair of hills jutting out from the larger mountains to the west, Jebel el-Amr, point 290, and the slightly lower Jebel el-Rar, point 243. With wide views all around and commanding the choke point where the road to Taborba passed beneath its flanks, Long Stop was a natural plug to any advance out of Majez al-Bab toward Tunis. Though Allied troops had ample time to reconnoiter its heights back in November, the British later admitted, "We failed to realize its tactical importance." Fischer's men, having taken the hill shortly after Taborba fell, grasped that importance immediately and dug in atop its scrub-covered heights. Eisenhower and Anderson's last throw of the dice kicked off early on 23 December, just as it started raining in earnest once more. A night assault by the Coldstream Guards 2 Battalion successfully carried the highest part of Long Stop Hill, point 290. After midnight, assuming they had accomplished their mission, the British began turning the hill over to a battalion from the 18th Regimental Combat Team. But the Americans, marching through an inky downpour, arrived late and had difficulty occupying all the positions being delivered to them. The Coldstream then made for the rear. Dawn broke to reveal that the Americans had only been given half a hill, as the shadowy heights of the Jebel el-Rar slowly unveiled themselves half a mile further east. Its stony slopes, unseen and unappreciated until this moment, were still occupied by tough German panzer grenadiers, who promptly counterattacked with heavy mortar support. The Americans called for fire support of their own, but the British gunners slated to aid them used different radios, and their fire was desultory at best. Back in the shattered ruins of Majez, the Coldstreams were just sitting down to an overly late breakfast when word came to turn around and march back to aid their American cousins. Disgusted, they complied, but arrived to find the Germans had already reoccupied Point 290. Only then did they discern that Jebel el-Rar's importance, in the words of the U.S. Army histories, had never been appreciated, and that they had left the job half done the night before. A 2-day shooting match in a maelstrom ensued. The downpour was incessant. Radios stopped working, the roads were impassable, and not even mules were available to bring up supplies. The British managed to shove the Germans off Point 290, but Point 243 defied every attempt. Then, on Christmas morning, the Germans attacked from two sides, this time with tanks, and carried Point 290 for good. 1st Infantry Division's commander, Major General Terry Allen, bitterly noted, "Objective lost, mission unaccomplished." The same was true of the Allied campaign as a whole. The race to Tunis had ended in failure. "Things have not gone well, and all my plans have had to be scrapped," wrote General Anderson in a letter to General Alan Brooke. "This is the hand of God," suggested the religious Anderson. Nonetheless, this significant failure caused many fingers to be pointed in directions other than the heavens. The British cast withering aspersions on their cousins' battleworthiness, and the Americans reacted in fury at their divisions being chopped into bite-sized morsels and attached to British outfits that apparently didn't understand how to use them. A fuming Allen, having had one of his battalions shot to pieces and then blamed for the long stop debacle to boot, noted that infantry, like whiskey, loses potency when diluted. In truth, there were plenty of reasons for the failure: poor weather, seas of mud, flimsy Allied logistics, and pathetic frontline support from two bifurcated air forces. However, two primary causes loom above the others. The first was the more cautious landing scheme for Torch settled on back in September. By insisting on securing Morocco at the outset, rather than shifting the center of gravity of the landings further east and seizing Bougie, Bonn, or even Bizerta at the outset, the Americans worsened the odds of securing Tunis before the Germans could react in force. As Anderson later remarked, had the first troops to reach Tunis and Bizerte been American or British, he had little doubt that the French would have swung to our side. But having foregone that final dollop of boldness on top of what was already admittedly a very bold plan, we really had no right to expect success. Then again, given what Axis air power had done to the follow-up landings at Bougie and Bonn on D+4 and 5, any Allied invasions further east, successful or not, would likely have paid a heavy price indeed. Whether a more aggressive landing scheme could have secured Tunis is unknowable, but the more timid design for Torch probably doomed it from the outset. Tunis was simply too far from Algiers. The second reason for Eisenhower and Anderson's failure had to do with the contrasting quality of the combatants in Tunisia. The German army makes war better than we are now making it. These dozen words, culled from a subsequent U.S. Army report, crystallized the matter. The U.S. troops in First Army were amateurs, and the British scarcely better. The Germans were professionals. Kesselring, Fischer, and their men had been making war for something like 170 weeks, the Americans for 7. It showed. Even though they labored under the same conditions of rain, mud, flimsy logistics, and ad hoc formations the Allies did, German tactics were superior. They understood combined arms. Unyielding on defense and unrelenting, fluid and adaptable on the attack, They were always aggressive. By contrast, the Americans didn't know how to scout, didn't know how to direct artillery, didn't know how to coordinate tanks with infantry, declined using adequate camouflage, and didn't particularly relish digging in. Their fieldcraft and grasp of terrain were rudimentary. Junior leadership lacked the necessary drive. Psychologically, all ranks were unprepared for battle. The Americans did not understand in their bones yet that this wasn't a game. War meant killing, and preferably killing the other guy rather than dying yourself. Perhaps to their credit, they had not yet learned to really hate the enemy. That would come. The same lack of craft and ruthlessness was also evident in the top billet. Eisenhower's debut as a field commander had not been auspicious, and everyone knew it. "I am afraid that Eisenhower as a general is hopeless," the ever-critical Brooks scrawled to his diary 3 days after this bitter Christmas defeat. "He submerges himself in politics and neglects his military duties, partly, I am afraid, because he knows little if anything about military matters." This was overly harsh, as Brooke would later admit. Yet it was clear that Eisenhower's command required streamlining and focusing, and needed substantial British input in doing so. As if in answer to the withering stress he had been placed under during the preceding 2 months, the very morning that Longstop was lost, Eisenhower came down with a severe case of the flu, leaving him bedridden for days. When he got back on his feet, Ike would start grappling with the business of reshaping his army and putting plans together for a spring campaign to take Tunis. Given that the Axis forces would also have 2 months' respite to put their own defenses in order, the spring fighting promised to be much harder, larger scale, and bloodier. Eisenhower would have to resign himself to winning a siege rather than running another race. Axis logistics in the Mediterranean. Even as affairs on the ground in Tunisia wound down to a disappointing end for the Allies, the Axis supply situation began to deteriorate alarmingly. The resurgence of Malta as an operational base and the increasing heft of the WDAF operating out of Egypt were beginning to drive up Italian losses on the seaways. In the last 4 months of 1942, the Axis had seen around 170 ships comprising 300,000 tons sent to the bottom in the Mediterranean, the bulk of them Italian, and most of them sunk by aircraft and submarines. By year's end, with the British and Americans firmly ashore in Morocco and Algeria, those same sea lanes were becoming exposed to interdiction from the west, too. It had been a painfully slow process for the Allies to get their forward airfields up and running in Algeria, a task made worse by the primitive road system and equally primitive condition of most of the available strips. From Casablanca to the Tunisian border, a distance of over 900 miles, there were only 4 all-weather airfields: Port Lyautey, Tafaraoui, Oran, Maison Blanche, Algiers, and Bonn. When the weather fell apart, the rural fields promptly followed suit. One British fighter squadron's war diary entry during the December rains was typical. "Kites bogged. Pilots spent most of the day trying to unbog them. In fact, a shambles for Christmas Day." American heavy bombers were obligated to operate from Morocco for want of concrete runways further forward, necessitating sorties of 1,200 miles. Despite these handicaps, by early December, Allied aircraft were starting to lean on the Axis convoy routes and their few remaining terminuses. The first of these was Tripoli. With Rommel in full retreat, and the correlation of forces on the ground now strongly favoring Eighth Army, Tripoli's fall could not be long in coming. Whereas it had previously only been exposed to attacks from long-range bombers, its harbor was now in range of the WDAF's forward bases. Not surprisingly, cargo dispatched to Libya plunged from the 80,000 to 90,000 tons per month that had prevailed during the summer to a mere 12,981 tons in December. Only 47% of that cargo actually made it to Tripoli, and of that, only 1,167 tons made it to Rommel, less than a pittance. With Libya teetering on the brink, the bulk of cargo now had to be sent to Tunisia. It wasn't a long run, only some 300 nautical miles from Naples to Tunis. The waters, though, were confined. The Axis had previously laid minefields to control the channel between Sicily and Tunisia. These same fields now proved a trap, because Italian ships were obliged to thread a pair of narrow lanes, meaning they sailed in a predictable fashion. Worse yet, the British began sneaking their own submarines and fast mine layers into the corridors, a delicate, dangerous business to be sure, and began laying counterfields. Meanwhile, Allied aircraft based at Malta and Algeria were both within striking range. British warships and torpedo boats lurked in the waters between Sicily and Sardinia, while their submarines lay in wait off Naples and the north coast of Sicily. The sea was now alive with danger. The result was an aquatic charnel house, as the Axis convoy routes became dotted with the fiery pyres of burning vessels, along with the oil slicks, flotsam, and bobbing corpses that marked their graves. Italian sailors soon began calling the run what it was, the route of death. British Malta convoys had endured terrible ordeals in these same waters only a few months earlier. Yet, as Italian historian Marcantonio Bragadin notes, those trials only lasted a few days at a time. For their part, Italian mariners were in many cases obliged to run this gauntlet constantly for the next 4 months, a murderous struggle that was hopeless and offered only the promise that the next day would be worse than the previous one. Allied heavy bombers were beginning to hit the ports and airfields at Tunis and Bizerte around the clock. The local railway system was on the brink of collapse, with little tonnage being moved from the ports to the front. Fear of air raids caused the local stevedores to flee the docks, obligating German soldiers to unload their own cargo. By January, the aggregate port capacity of the 5 largest ports in Tunisia, Tunis, Bizerte, Sousse, Sfax, and Gabas, would be hacked down from 7,500 tons daily to barely 2,200 tons. Despite these gains, Allied airmen remained frustrated by their command arrangements. On Christmas Day, Jimmy Doolittle sent an exasperated note to his boss Carl Spaatz, who had been one of the leading advocates of a separate American Air Force in North Africa. Doolittle minced no words. Let's stop our wishful thinking, abandon our 100% bitched-up organization, stop trying to win the Tunisian war in a day, and through forward planning, sound organization, and an appreciation of what air power, when properly utilized, can do, put the goddamn thing on ice. Here was the authentic voice of American military problem-solving, quickly and ruthlessly dumping stupid ideas that didn't work, no matter what doctrine said, and reaching for things that did. North Africa's air assets needed to be organized along functional lines, and without respect to nationality. Put all the strategic bombers in one force, all the tactical aircraft in another, all the maritime assets in a third, along with their staffs and logistical organizations, and make them operate as one. Those changes wouldn't happen for another month or so, but when they did, they would be transformational. Taken together, none of this boded well for Kesselring and Hitler's hopes to drive the Allies back to Algiers. Here in Tunisia was writ the same underlying story playing out across all of Germany's other theaters of action by the end of 1942. For all the tactical style of guys like Wolfgang Fischer and occasional guest appearances from technological terrors like the Tiger tank, they ultimately meant nothing, changed nothing. Tactical successes were paying diminishing returns. They could not erase the broader forces being put in play. The Allies were lining up the air and naval assets to strangle Tunisia, and there wasn't a lot the Axis could do about it. Holding or not holding Longstop Hill wasn't going to change that. An incurable optimist like Kesselring might not have wanted to admit it, even to himself, but he must have suspected that the end in North Africa was now within sight. Eastern Front. The failure of Operation Mars. In the center of the Eastern Front, around the Rzhev salient, the outcome of Georgy Zhukov's Operation Mars was still up for grabs. The Red Army's initial attacks had met with limited success in 2 locations, but had been essentially stalled everywhere else, and at a terrible cost in Soviet blood. That said, German Ninth Army's entire position was still seriously threatened. The question was, which side could overcome the natural hindrances of snow and bad roads and triumph in a grinding contest between Soviet numbers versus German tactical skill? General Walter Model's reputation as one of the Heer's most aggressive and successful defensive commanders was well earned, and he didn't disappoint now. Der Frontschwein began scraping together whatever reserves he could. Anyone who could shoulder a rifle, cooks, clerks, motor pool workers, was shuffled into makeshift defensive units. At the same time, Model played the risky game of thinning out his defenses in areas that appeared less threatened in order to shore up those around Soviet incursions. This meant committing his reserves piecemeal. Grossdeutschland Division was forced to plug holes in 3 separate locations around the perimeter, for instance. There really wasn't any choice in the matter. The other panzer divisions in the salient, 1st, 5th, and 9th, were doing the same. But here was one crucial difference between the situations of Friedrich Paulus's 6th and Model's 9th Army. The latter had something resembling credible mobile reserves at the outset of the attack, whereas the former did not. Somehow, the Germans managed to hold. In dribs and drabs, forcing their way through the snow-choked roads, small Kampfgruppen of Panzer Grenadiers began arriving at the flashpoints and were immediately thrown into combat alongside local infantry forces. In many cases, they made the difference between victory and defeat. Between 27 and 29 November, the Soviet attacks essentially coagulated everywhere. The combination of deep snow, skillful resistance by the outnumbered Germans, and the horrendous initial casualties had all taken their toll. The Soviets were lodged deeply in German lines in several places and were continuing to attack, sometimes savagely. But they were stuck and unable to progress further without substantial reinforcement. Yet the Stavka had almost nothing in the way of assistance to offer. Supporting 2 simultaneous strategic offensives had pushed even the Red Army's substantial resources to the absolute limit. There were only so many tanks and mobile formations to go around. As well, the Stavka had finally learned that reinforcing failure was not conducive to winning a war. Given that Alexander Vasilevsky was clearly on his way to creating a major strategic victory around Stalingrad, the Stavka was much more inclined to put its remaining chips behind Operation Uranus, even if that meant sacrificing the campaign of their most illustrious commander, Zhukov. Accordingly, on 9 December, the Stavka cut tentative orders to Colonel General Pavel Rybalko's reconstituted 3rd Tank Army, currently held in reserve near Vyazma, to deliver the death blow against 9th Army, to prepare for transit south instead. If Mars was going to succeed, it would have to do so with the forces already on hand. Zhukov was still determined not to fail and spent most of the month at the various HQs around the salient, basically leaving Vasilevsky in charge of Stalingrad. Darting from one command post to the next by plane, mixing threats with encouragement, he relentlessly urged the commanders of his weary armies forward. The Germans, he said, were surely at the end of their own resources. One last strong offensive would collapse the fascist defenses somewhere on the perimeter, allowing the Soviets to advance powerful armored forces into the salient's heart. No matter how tired and bloodied the Soviet forces were, Zhukov was determined to feed them into the meat grinder in hopes of achieving a victory. Indeed, in some cases, such as 20th Army, Zhukov's orders took on a punitive air, as battered forces were even further destroyed to little purpose simply because they had failed in their initial efforts. Zhukov's prodding resulted in a series of renewed assaults that basically went nowhere. Both sides took heavy casualties, but the Red Army simply could not make any substantial progress and was now beginning to come under threat of counterattack. In the east, 20th Army was the most immediately imperiled. Its leading armored unit, 6th Tank Corps, had already had its forward brigade cut off, along with a detachment of cavalry. Unless they could break out and reform, 20th Army had no possibility of retaking the offensive. At the same time, in the west, bitter fighting continued around the Soviet breakthrough's northern shoulder at WWII. Yet despite the ferocity of the Red Army's assaults, the town still held. WWII contained a formidable assortment of German divisional and corps artillery, and these heavy weapons, at times employed point-blank over open sights, were simply devastating. The town was still isolated from reinforcement, but the Red Tank Brigade that had slashed north and cut the road into town was now itself imperiled by fresh German reinforcements. More ominously, Soviet units on the southern flank of 41st Army began receiving partisan reports of German mechanized forces marshalling nearby. These reports were not in error. The Germans were finally beginning to assemble forces for a counterattack. In the east, by 29 November, the veteran 5th and 9th Panzer Divisions began stabilizing the situation. Attacking from the south, they cut off 6th Tank Corps and 2nd Guards Cavalry Corps, and were driving the 20th Army's salient back toward its starting position. Meanwhile, on the west side of the salient, the morning of 7 December saw 19th Panzer Division launching its own drive north toward WWII. The Soviets, intent to the last on carrying out Zhukov's ironclad orders to capture the town, continued their assaults on the garrison, even while 19th Panzer was rolling them up from behind. Within a day, the Germans had cut off nearly all of 1st Mechanized Corps and 6th Rifle Corps in the eastern tip of the original break-in. While 19th Panzer finally effected a link-up with the beleaguered WWII, 1st, 12th, and 20th Panzer Divisions began systematically destroying the WWII pocket. Though some Soviets managed to break out on the 16th, they brought none of their heavy weapons with them. Perhaps a quarter of 1st Mechanized Corps' original roster made it back to Soviet lines. The toll was even worse for 6th Rifle Corps, which was essentially annihilated. Operation Mars had now decisively failed. Zhukov would continue attacking, if for no other reason than tying up German reserves that might otherwise be sent southward to relieve Stalingrad. But after 7 December, the issue in the Rzhev was never in doubt. Zhukov would finally terminate his great offensive on 20 December. By that time, all 5 of the armies involved in Mars lay in ruins. Only one of them, the 22nd, still maintained its incursion into the Luchesa Valley. The Germans were too weak themselves to counterattack with sufficient force to eject them. Still, it was clear who had won and who had lost. Operation Mars had been a disaster for the Red Army on the scale of Semyon Timoshenko's spring nightmare at Kharkov. The initial forces allocated to the Rzhev offensive had been between 667,000 and 703,000 men and 1,700 and 1,900 tanks, with an additional 100,000 to 150,000 men and several hundred tanks added as reinforcements over the course of the 4-week campaign. German estimates of Soviet losses, which appear credible, tallied over 200,000 casualties, including 100,000 dead, with between 1,600 and 1,800 tanks destroyed. Soviet figures, while less complete, suggest losses of 100,000 killed and perhaps 235,000 wounded. If so, the Red Army may have lost as much as 40% of its attacking force, a sobering total. Far more powerful than the individual brigades they had replaced, the new model Soviet Tank and Mechanized Corps had demonstrated that they had possessed the requisite strength needed for high-intensity combat operations against the Germans. They packed a punch and had the mass and staying power to sustain offensive thrusts into the operational depths. At one level, then, the Soviets had demonstrated they were beginning to create the sort of mobile formations necessary for conducting mobile warfare against the Wehrmacht. However, these formations were still not the equal of Germany's panzer divisions, particularly at the tactical level. This had been cruelly demonstrated in the Rzhev and would shortly be proven again during the fighting in the immediate aftermath of Stalingrad. In the final analysis, Mars stands in stark contrast with Uranus and illustrates the ongoing contrasts within the Red Army itself. In December 1942, the Soviet military machine had finally demonstrated that it could counterattack against the Wehrmacht and win, but only under certain conditions. Operation Uranus showed how far the Red Army had come over the past 18 months. Operation Mars indicated how far it still had to go, and how costly its lessons would be. Brute force alone could not win the war for the Soviets. They needed to continue learning how to combine mass with deception, maneuver, solid combined arms tactics, logistical planning, and operational art in order to triumph against the Wehrmacht. On the other side of the equation, Mars also demonstrated that the Wehrmacht no longer had the strength to consistently capitalize on the Red Army's tactical failures. The exhaustion of Zhukov's forces would have provided a perfect German opportunity for enlarging the Rzhev salient, if sufficient forces had existed. Yet in the event, Model did not have the power necessary even to restore the original German lines. He had hung on by the skin of his teeth. As Ninth Army admitted in its victory announcement immediately after the battle, only unprecedented sacrifice had allowed the Germans to avoid complete catastrophe. Skillful defense alone could not win Germany's war. Operation Koltsow. Given the initial failed attempts to destroy Sixth Army inside Stalingrad, the Stavka began mulling on a more substantial operation named Koltsow, Ring, to liquidate Paulus. Vasilevsky would oversee Konstantin Rokossovsky's Don and Andrei Yeremenko's Stalingrad fronts in accomplishing the task. Simultaneously, Vasilevsky was also contemplating what the follow-on general offensive, Saturn, should look like. As originally conceived, Saturn would first destroy Italian Eighth Army and then hurtle southwest across the plains in one giant leap to capture Rostov-on-Don. If Saturn succeeded, Army Group A and all the German forces south of the river Donets would be trapped and destroyed. Stalin, reverting to his characteristic impatience, wanted both Koltsow and Saturn, and he wanted them now. However, as the fighting continued, Vasilevsky realized that the determined resistance around the north of Stalingrad meant that capturing the city was going to be much more difficult than originally forecast. Not only that, but 5th Tank Army's inability to force the German defenses on the Chir River indicated that the Red Army didn't have enough strength along that axis of attack either. On 9 December, he reluctantly sent a report to the Stavka, candidly admitting that his original plan of offensive had failed, and calling off Saturn. Shortly thereafter, he began crafting a less ambitious operation called Little Saturn. Here, the immediate objective would again be destroying Italian Eighth Army, followed by a more direct advance against Army Group Don's rear to prevent it from relieving Stalingrad. Vasilevsky quickly ran into flak from Generals Nikolai Vatutin, commander of Southwestern Front, Philip Golikov, commander of Voronezh Front, and their on-site Stavka coordinator, Nikolai Voronov, all of whom still wanted to drive hell-bent for leather toward Rostov. Golikov eventually accepted his orders. Vatutin did not. Stalin, having accepted Vasilevsky's plan, categorically demanded Vatutin's full compliance and brought him into line. As it happened, events near Stalingrad had already begun validating Vasilevsky's caution. Erich von Manstein had just launched his relief effort toward the beleaguered city. Operation Wintergewitter. The Stalingrad Pocket's newly designed savior had originally designed his relief effort, Unternehmen Wintergewitter, Operation Winter Storm, as a classic dual pincer maneuver. In the north, a rejuvenated 48th Panzer Corps, with 11th Panzer Division added to its roster, would strike due east across the River Chir, which would put it only 50 kilometers from Paulus's beleaguered army. Meanwhile, in the south, 57th Panzer Corps, General Friedrich Kirchner, had been released by Army Group A, attached to what remained of Hermann Hoth's 4th Panzer Army, and stealthily moved into place near the town of Kotelnikovo. Striking northeast, it would catch the Soviet encirclement in the underbelly, along the axis that currently had the fewest Red Army troops. However, Manstein's northern pincer fell on hard times even before it was launched. In preparation for Operation Saturn, Prokofy Romanenko's now much depleted 5th Tank Army, along with Lieutenant General Marky and Popov's brand new 5th Shock Army, were already pressuring the line of the Chir. Instead of marshaling for the attack, Manstein's northern forces were obliged to engage in fierce defensive fighting. Manstein reluctantly wired the Fuhrer on the 13th that 57th Panzer Corps is, in my opinion, not in a position to establish a connection with 6th Army, and then went on to hedge his bets regarding the entire operation by noting that a simultaneous strike from the Chir bridgehead was from the beginning a prerequisite for this operation. That left Manstein's rescue mission to be handled by the 2 panzer divisions of Kirchner's 57th Panzer Corps alone, with the remnants of Romanian's 6th Corps and the largely intact 7th Corps, 2 cavalry divisions, screening his flanks. not exactly a robust shield. 23rd Panzer was already worn out from fighting down in the Caucasus. It was down to only 30 tanks before receiving some additional PZ-4Gs to bring it up to 62 vehicles. Still far short of full combat efficiency, but better than nothing. The excellent 6th Panzer, though, was fresh off the train from being rebuilt in France and had 181 tanks and assault guns on its roster. A 3rd Armored Division, 17th Panzer, was due in the area shortly. Likewise, a battalion of brand-new Tiger tanks was also slated for the attack, but didn't arrive in time. By the night of 11 December, Manstein could wait no longer, ordering Hoth to send Kirchner into action before dawn the next day. The Soviets had suspected from the beginning that a German rescue of Paulus might well originate from around Kotelnikovo. Yet they had also assessed that a launch pad on the Chir River offered an even shorter direct route, just as Manstein's original plan had envisioned for his northern pincer. As such, the Red Army had left the Kotelnikovo axis less well protected, which was compounded by the threadbare state of the Red Army units in the area after their exertions in Uranus. The truth also remained that when the Germans had the opportunity to prepare this sort of set-piece attack, they were very difficult to stop. So it proved again this morning. Driving to the northeast, Kirchner simply shredded the Red Army units to his front. Some German formations advanced as much as 30 miles on the first day. 51st Army and its cavalry screen were thrown backward in disorder. The Soviets now faced threats from both inside and outside 6th Army's prison. If Paulus tried breaking out to link up with Manstein, Stalingrad's encirclement might be destroyed. Vasilevsky, however, had a trump card: General Rodion Malinovsky's freshly minted 2nd Guards Army. Malinovsky had been in Stalin's doghouse ever since his southern front had been routed during the opening days of Blau. But he was too good an officer to lose, and he'd served capably north of Stalingrad in the fall. Now he was itching for redemption. 2nd Guards was arguably the most powerful army in all the Kremlin's hosts, composed of 2 overstrength Guards Rifle Corps, a potent mechanized corps with 469 tanks and 2,325 guns and mortars. Although not quite as mobile as a tank army, its seasoned Siberian troops packed an outsized punch. Vasilevsky had originally intended using 2nd Guards to spearhead Operation Saturn, then eventually decided it should be the spearhead for Koltso instead. But now, seeing the danger posed by Manstein's fast-moving attack, Vasilevsky unilaterally ordered 2nd Guards redeployed away from Paulus's Hedgehog and toward Kirchner's oncoming panzers. Rokossovsky was infuriated by Vasilevsky's order, since it dramatically subtracted from the forces he needed for Koltso. Stalin was equally irate, not only because Stalingrad's capture would be delayed, but also at Vasilevsky's temerity in issuing unilateral orders to field formations without first consulting the Stavka, meaning him. Vasilevsky stuck to his guns, arguing forcefully that Manstein's threat took priority. If 6th Army broke out now, Koltso was moot anyway. Stalin, for his part, refused to authorize 2nd Guards' move until he had time to consider the matter. Vasilevsky spent a sleepless night pacing his HQ on the evening of the 12/13th. Finally, at 0500, his phone rang. Stalin barked out 4 words before abruptly hanging up again. "Damn you, take it." By this time, like a man leaning into an increasingly bitter headwind, Kirchner's armored columns had battled forward resolutely to the river Aksai. Crossing it, they reached the microscopic village of Verkhneye Kumsky and the sprawling 8-March state farm nearby. Kirchner was about a third of the way to Paulus's pocket, and here, on 13 December, he ran into a 4-day furball amidst 51st Army's remnants. On the 14th, with Soviet defenses looking increasingly threadbare, Yeremenko desperately shoveled 1st 13th Tank Corps and then General Vasily Volsky's badly weakened 4th Mechanized Corps into 57th Panzer's path. Kirchner's forces were temporarily stymied, with 6th Panzer being driven back almost to the Aksai. However, when 17th Panzer Division entered the battle on the 17th, it turned the tide once again, enabling the Germans to push ahead all the way to the Mishkova. The Stygian chill was now fully as deep as the snow, the going increasingly slow, and Soviet resistance bitter. "Yesterday and today winter really started here," one Soviet soldier noted approvingly in a letter home. For the Germans, the onset of deep winter made advancing that much more difficult. The ground was iron hard. Shells and mortar rounds detonated instantly on contact, spraying shrapnel against troops that couldn't dig themselves in. The same lessons from the previous winter had to be learned all over again. How valuable shelter was, how to keep tanks and weapons usable, and how quickly men froze. With 17th Panzer's addition, the Germans were up to 3 armored divisions. On the 19th, 6th Panzer got around Volskyi's flank, crushed his corps, and flung it aside. Volskyi and his 50 remaining tanks retreated north in disorder. Its mobility restored, 17th Panzer lunged to the Mishkova, crossing it on the 20th. But the Germans had lost 4 precious days around Verkhnye Kumsky. 57th Panzer Corps' strength was failing fast. Kirchner's 3 armored divisions had only 92 tanks left between them. By evening on the 20th, Stalingrad was tantalizingly near. That night, German patrols could make out the flares being fired in the air by 6th Army to mark their forward positions. For 6th Army, a breakout needed to happen in the next day or two, or it never would. On the 19th, Manstein had ordered Paulus to be ready to initiate Operation Donnerschlag, Thunderclap, a breakout to the southwest to link up with Kirchner's panzers, followed by an evacuation back to the line of the Mishkova. Realizing that his offensive was rapidly running out of steam, Manstein informed OKH on the same day it was unlikely he would be able to make it all the way to 6th Army. He had also recently learned that Paulus's army had only 3 days' rations on hand. At 1850 that night, he sent a message to Paulus, urging him to act on his own. Hitler was unmoved. With Manstein having made it this far, he refused to authorize Donnerschlag. Instead, the Führer demanded that a permanent corridor be opened and held until the spring. To help fulfill his vision, he transferred the motorized 5th SS Viking Division to Hoth's 4th Panzer Army. Meanwhile, the Luftwaffe was ordered to immediately fly in 4,000 tons of fuel and 1,800 tons of rations. Flieger Corps 8's commander, General Martin Fiebig, remarked that this was simply impossible to accomplish, as his flyers had only managed to bring in 145 tons a day over the past 4 days. The Führer, as usual, was more than a day late and $1 short in both his strategic vision and his accepting that ends required commensurate means in order to be achieved. Willpower alone could not fuel aircraft, nor fill empty stomachs. For his part, Paulus apparently never seriously contemplated violating Hitler's orders against a breakout. For one thing, there was no universal agreement among his corps commanders that such a thing could have even been pulled off, given the state of the men. One German doctor likened the siege to a large-scale experiment into the effects of hunger, and the effects were now starkly evident. Along with starvation, frostbite casualties were skyrocketing, gangrene was a constant threat, and alarming numbers of men were simply keeling over dead of exhaustion. When Manstein inquired what forces 6th Army could contribute to a breakout, Paulus's chief of staff, General Rudolf Schmidt, replied that about 25,000 soldiers was about all it could muster, out of a strength of 270,000 men. When Manstein responded incredulously, a furious Schmidt replied that 6th Army was living on 60% rations and fighting for its life. Indeed, one survivor recalled that had a breakout been ordered, the men would have been shot down like hares because they were too tired to advance through the thick snow and ice. Schmidt considered a breakout an act of desperation to be avoided until it became absolutely necessary. But the bottom line was that Paulus, an ex-staff officer himself, wasn't the sort of man who was going to buck the system, particularly if Manstein wasn't going to either. And herein lies the rub. This was really Manstein's battle to manage, both in the field and back at OKH. He was now Paulus's immediate superior. Rather than waiting for Paulus to initiate a breakout, Manstein could have simply ordered Sixth Army to commence Donnerschlag whenever he thought best. He had certainly not hesitated in instructing Paulus regarding how the pocket was to be defended. If Paulus was unwilling to obey, Manstein was empowered to replace him with another officer who would. Meanwhile, at the level of Supreme Command, if anyone had a shot at upward managing the Fuhrer and making him see reason, it was Hitler's current favorite miracle worker. Yet in the end, much like Archibald Wavell had failed to thwart Churchill's wishes regarding pumping fresh troops into a doomed Singapore, Manstein was unwilling to directly confront Hitler. Instead, through a lack of moral courage and a need to protect his own reputation, he fed the Fuhrer's false hopes for a future relief, which in turn allowed Hitler to continue evading reality. No matter what Hitler, Manstein, or Paulus decided, Donnerschlag's chances of success were remote, due to the unsuspected presence of Second Guards Army. During the course of any hypothetical breakout, Paulus's exhausted troops could hardly have helped running smack into Malinovsky's bristling outfit, which was even now marching toward the fighting on the Axay River. The only likely outcome from that sort of meeting engagement on the frozen steppes would have been Paulus's army going out in a blaze of glory, rather than mutely starving in place for another 2 months. Thus, Donnerschlag remains another fanciful Eastern Front what-if. However, just as Manstein's initial assault had thrown spanners into Operation Saturn, Operation Little Saturn now duly threw spanners into Wintergewitter in return. It also sealed Sixth Army's fate. Operation Little Saturn. 200 miles northwest of where Kirchner's panzers had ground to a halt, a bit east of Rosach, the Don River's generally southward progress bent sharply to the east. Near the village of Verkhney Mammon, the Soviets still held a small bridgehead on the Don's southern bank. After Vasilevsky had used similar bridgeheads to launch his hammer blows against Sixth Army the previous month, no one in the Axis was under any illusions about what that seemingly innocuous little salient might portend. Indeed, there were several areas along the sector of the Don being held by Italian Eighth Army that augured nothing but trouble. The river was frozen solid by December, and the soldiers of General Italo Garibaldi's Italian Eighth Army noticed that reconnaissance probes by the Red Army had been sharply escalating for days. Though these feelers had been beaten off by Italian artillery, everybody suspected what it meant. "The Russians always attack at dawn," quipped one sardonic Italian officer. "They're as monotonous as their land." So indeed it proved. On the morning of 16 December, Southwest Front's General Vatutin sent his 6th and 1st Guards Armies lumbering into the assault, followed the next day by 3rd Guards Army. The Stavka's goals were enveloping and destroying both Italian 8th Army on the Don and the remaining German and Romanian forces, now known as Army Group Hullet, along the Chir River. However, this was only the means to more important ends, capturing the string of airfields about 120 miles to the south of the Don being used to supply Stalingrad, and also drawing German forces away from any relief effort aimed at the beleaguered city. These were, to say the least, ambitious goals. The same general principles that had worked for the opening of Uranus were again featured here. Extraordinary amounts of firepower aimed along extremely compressed frontages. 6th Army and 1st Guards Army's northern attack, for instance, featured 2 Guards Rifle Corps, 4th and 6th, as assault elements, with 4 complete tank corps for exploitation, all packed into the tiny 16-square-mile bridgehead. Overall, the Red Army was going to employ 425,000 troops and nearly 1,200 tanks against roughly 200,000 Axis soldiers, most of them Italian and Romanian, supported by around 100 tanks. Soviet superiority in artillery was absolute. The Italians would bear the brunt of the attack, which was focused on just 2 of Garibaldi's 11 divisions. The land was a bit more rolling here, with chalky bluffs along the river giving way to scattered copses and farmland south of it. But it was still mediocre defensive terrain. Furthermore, Garibaldi's troops weren't terribly well off when it came to anti-tank weaponry, with each of their divisions being authorized 24 light 47mm anti-tank guns and 6 hand-me-down German 75mm pieces, roughly half what a German infantry division fielded. Italian reserves were pathetic. 6 black-shirt battalions and a pair of light tank battalions whose odds against T-34s were hopeless. There was little German help near at hand either. The anemic 27th Panzer Division, an ad hoc, regimental-sized formation that had only been on the books since late October, was the sole mobile formation anywhere in the neighborhood. A weak German infantry division, a Stu G3 assault gun battalion, and a handful of 88s rounded out the bill. This was an altogether weak hand with which to withstand Vatutin's hammer blows, let alone mount an effective Axis counterattack. Little Saturn nonetheless got off to an anemic start on the 16th, with fire support late and heavy fog bedeviling movement, much the same conditions that had complicated the opening of both Uranus and Mars. Copious sprinklings of German anti-tank mines extracted a heavy toll on Soviet tanks, and a limited counterattack by 27th Panzer checked some of the Red Army's assault groups. That night, the Soviets regrouped their forces, integrating more engineers and, most crucially, committing 3 entire tank corps to the effort. Vatutin started hammering again the following morning, and by lunchtime, the Italians were in terrible trouble. Garibaldi's men fought as hard as their equipment allowed, but in the end, the Red Army's superior armor and artillery simply had to prevail, and it did. Italian 2nd Corps collapsed into rout. 50 miles east, 29th Corps followed suit. By the afternoon of the 19th, the bulk of 8th Army was either smashed, cut off, or trying to escape. Now began another harrowing Axis retreat across the frozen steppes. 2 ragtag columns of Italians, along with dollops of Germans and Romanians, began trudging south with whatever horses, trucks, and sleighs they could lay hands on. They were obliged to play a deadly game of hide-and-seek with the onrushing columns of Soviet armor plunging south into the Axis rear areas. 8th Army's flotsam avoided contact with the Soviets whenever possible, giving battle only when driven to bay, which was often enough to kill thousands. The columns stuck together, but unit integrity all but vanished. It was every man for himself on the snow-swept steppe. The better-equipped Germans ceaselessly demonstrated why they were such callous allies by ruthlessly monopolizing whatever scant shelter and gasoline was to be had. The cold, recalled one Italian survivor, was something murderous besieging us from every side, causing us immense suffering, busying itself with tearing and sucking the life out of our limbs. It was as unhurried as it was untiring. Many of Garibaldi's men didn't make it, freezing or starving to death in exhausted little heaps by the sides of the trail, gunned down in desperate battles trying to escape encirclement, or rounded up by the Soviets. Of those captured, the immobile wounded were almost invariably killed outright or simply left to die. By the end of December, when the shattered remnants of 8th Army staggered into friendly lines, some after epic marches of 150 miles or more across the snowy wastes, Garibaldi could only count 55,000 effectives. Most of these were in the Alpini Corps, which had anchored the western end of the Italian line and hadn't yet come under attack. The survivors of the retreats were emaciated scarecrows, often unarmed, dressed in rags, crawling with lice, and totally unfit to fight. By the end, many were subsisting on little more than rotten frozen turnips. Ultimately, 95,000 Italians would fail to return to Italy. Of the 50,000 to 60,000 prisoners subjected to the Red Army's mercies, only 10,000 would live. Mussolini had been handed a Russian calamity dwarfing anything Montgomery had achieved at Alamein, and yet Italian 8th Army's demise is almost entirely unknown, except among Eastern Front specialists. To the east, what was left of Romanian Third Army was suffering a similar fate at the hands of Dmitry Lelyushenko's Third Guards Army. Romanian First Corps, which had come through the opening attacks of Uranus last month relatively unscathed, was surrounded and destroyed this time around. The remaining Romanian forces began streaming to the rear. The Red Army had now ripped a 100-mile-wide hole in Axis lines. By the 19th, no less than 4 Soviet tank corps, 17th, 18th, 24th, and 25th, along with 1st Guards mechanized, were exploiting as far as 120 miles into the Axis interior, raising havoc as they went. Thus, at the very same time Manstein's Wintergewitter finally breached the line of the Mishkova River, his distant left flank was collapsing, and powerful Red Army mobile forces were aiming at his rear. The most dangerous of the 5 onrushing Soviet tank columns were those of Major Generals Vasily Badanov and Peter Pavlov's 24th and 25th Tank Corps. They had been let loose on deep raids aimed at seizing the crucial German airfields at Tetsinskaya and Morozovsk, which were linchpins of the Stalingrad airlift. Their advance was accompanied by epic hardships, absurd temperatures, deep snow that even a T-34 might blanch at, mechanical breakdowns, and increasingly late fuel deliveries. By the end of their marches, they had literally driven beyond radio range back to Vatutin and Front HQ. By the same token, the utter collapse of Axis forces and their own communications net shielded their advance. Manstein was just as much in the dark on what was occurring on his northern flank as anyone. By 23 December, Badanov had moved into attack position a bit north of Tetsinskaya, while Pavlov was still approaching Morozovsk. Tetsinskaya's Luftwaffe flak troops hastily deployed a pair of 88s and some light flak to cover the road leading to the base. Despite that, the airfield was essentially undefended, and the Luftwaffe general on the scene, Lieutenant General Martin Fiebig, spent more time trying to get an evacuation order from Goering than organizing an effective defense. Goering, assuming the raid involved nothing more than a few tanks, demanded that no aircraft be evacuated until the aerodrome was within Red Army artillery range. Badanov settled matters the next morning. As the dawn fog began clearing, horrified German pilots were greeted by the sight of 20 to 30 T-34s carrying mounted troops bearing down on the east perimeter of the airfield. The noise of the approaching tanks had been hidden by the din of more than 100 aircraft warming up their engines on the flight line. A wild scene ensued, with Junkers transports frantically trying to take off, while T-34s shot at them like fish in a barrel. By about 06:30, it was all over. 24th Tank had entirely overrun Tetsinskaya. Incredibly, only about 50 of the 170 operable aircraft at the field were lost. Given the surreal circumstances of the morning, Flieger Corps 8th's General Fiebig considered this almost unbelievable luck. With the airfield, however, also went priceless fuel and fuel trucks, engine warming equipment, spare parts, bombs, and of course supplies that the men in Stalingrad desperately needed. The following day, Pavlov attempted to do the same at Morozovsk, but Luftwaffe field detachments were more effectively organized, and the weather clear enough to put Stukas overhead that smashed 25th Tank Corps. Even so, the airlift to 6th Army, already going badly, would now be even more hampered as the Luftwaffe was forced to use smaller, more distant airfields. Badanov, Pavlov, and their troops would pay a terrible price for their daring, as counterattacking German troops would shortly cut them off, almost exterminating both corps over the course of the next several days. Both generals barely escaped with their lives and with only a handful of their men in tanks. Indeed, one has to wonder whether wrecking 2 complete tank corps was worth shooting up a few dozen transport planes and capturing, and then almost immediately abandoning, a single airfield. Yet the countervailing changes in Soviet and German morale as a result of the raid told a different tale. Richthofen complained in his diary shortly afterward, "My confidence in our leadership is rapidly shrinking to nothing." For his part, Badanov became the first recipient of the newly minted Order of Suvorov. 2 days before Badanov's T-34s steamrollered Tatsinskaya's tarmac, Manstein had already announced to Hitler that he had no choice but to detach his best division, 6th Panzer, northward to help save Morozovsk and shore up his collapsing left flank. Kirchner's 2 remaining divisions had a mere 19 operational tanks between them. Given that, Manstein let the Führer know in no uncertain terms on the 22nd that Wintergewitter wasn't going to be resumed anytime soon. However, by this time, Kirchner's remaining panzers were already unknowingly sparring with leading elements of Malinovsky's 2nd Guards Army. Forward movement stopped as Soviet resistance coalesced. The next evening, 2nd Guards Army Commander Malinovsky remarked in high spirits to his staff, "Today, we finally repelled a formidable opponent. Now it's our turn." The next morning, Christmas Eve, dawned cold and snowy. Although the overcast meant the VVS could not take to the skies, at 0800, the roar of Malinovsky's guns announced the crushing descent of his Warhammer on the Mishkova. All told, Yeremenko's front threw 149,000 men, 635 tanks, and 1,728 guns and mortars into battle against the 15,500 men and 36 tanks left running in Kirchner's 57th Panzer Corps. No prizes are awarded for guessing the outcome. Kirchner was absolutely flattened and hurled back. The bridgehead at Vasilyevka was lost almost immediately, followed by Verkhnya Kumsky in the afternoon. By Christmas Day, the Germans had been shoved all the way to the Iksai River, only to be blasted back a further dozen miles on the 26th. At this point, the only reserves that could be mustered were from General Ewald von Kleist's Army Group A down in the Caucasus. On Christmas Day, Manstein implored the Führer to transfer 2 armored divisions from 1st Panzer Army, still licking its wounds from its clobbering at Ordzhonikidze the previous month, northward to Hoth, so he could stop Malinovsky's onslaught. The looming prospect of losing the Caucasus and its oil, the whole purpose of Blau at its hopeful onset, only worsened Manstein's increasingly strained relationship with the Führer. After this, Hitler refused to speak with Manstein any further by telephone. On the 27th, Kirchner's 57th Panzer Corps was cuffed back to its starting point at Kotelnikovo, which would fall on the 29th. Wintergewitter's goose was officially cooked. Indeed, the only question now was whether Kirchner's Corps would be able to survive Malinovsky's onslaught. 57th Panzer Corps began retreating headlong for Rostov-on-Don. A fundamental question answered. It was here, on about 29 December, that one of the most outsized questions of 1942 was conclusively answered. Could the Red Army transform itself into a force capable not just of fighting the Wehrmacht, but actually taking the offensive against it? The initial success of Operation Uranus back in November had not been the final word on the matter. It wasn't enough to cut off 6th Army. The Soviets also had to be able to defend their encirclement against the inevitable German counterattack, and then still have enough strength left over to destroy Paulus. Up until this point in the war, whenever the Germans had counterattacked in force, they had pretty much always gotten their way, the battles of Kerch and Kharkov being the most dramatic recent examples. This time, though, even with Manstein in the driver's seat, the Heer hadn't been able to replicate its usual magic. For the first time in the war, an entire German field army was going to be annihilated, and there wasn't a blessed thing Hitler or anybody else could do about it. It is difficult to overstate just how important this development was in creating the conditions for ultimate Allied victory. The USSR was by far the most dangerous of Germany's opponents on the ground, but also the most endangered. If the Soviet Union had failed this test, if Uranus and Little Saturn had flopped, or Wintergewitter had succeeded, the entire shape of the war might have been different. Instead, the Soviets had demonstrated that the Red Army finally had what it took to pull off a convincing victory in a battle of maneuver against the Wehrmacht. Soviet theories of deep battle, deep operations, which had lain largely dormant since Tukhachevsky's demise in 1937, had been vindicated by the end of 1942 and would serve as the basis for the Red Army's ongoing successes. Indeed, the USSR had now demonstrated that it likely had the ability to beat Germany by itself if need be. That was the ultimate meaning of Wintergewitter's failure. For the Soviet Union to emerge triumphant from the grim abyss of the previous 18 months was also indescribably important to Soviet spirits. One Red Army man noted, "Our joy for the soldiers at Stalingrad knows no bounds. Human beings are not automatons, least of all those living in a country that had absorbed such unfathomable casualties among soldiers and civilians alike. Victory and morale go hand in hand, each needing and feeding off the other. Much as Britain's church bells had rung out jubilantly after Alamein, when Stalingrad was finally liberated in early February, the Kremlin's bells would sing their own much-needed and well-deserved victory song. Soviet morale during the summer had teetered on the brink, Stalin's Order Number 227 was an explicit acknowledgement of that fact. Victory then had seemed almost impossible. Now, the emotional dimension of this gargantuan struggle had been completely reversed. Crushing the hated Hitlerites was also deeply satisfying. "I'm in an exceptional mood," one young officer wrote to his wife. "Imagine it, the Fritzes are running away from us." Even in the occupied zones, word got around. A partisan trapped deep behind enemy lines remarked, "Every one of us wants to cry with all his might, 'Hurrah!'" The underlying message to every Soviet soldier and civilian was clear. After Stalingrad, wrote an officer wounded in the Great Battle, not a single soldier had a single doubt about the outcome of the war. Endgame at Stalingrad. For the German High Command, more proximate doom was the matter at hand.
Italy's Count Ciano, who made the journey to the Wolfschanze in mid-month, remarked on how the combination of terrible tidings and the dismal physical location of Hitler's HQ produced what he called a troglodyte life.
Inside the Wolfschanze, the atmosphere is heavy. There isn't a spot of color, not one vivid note. Waiting rooms filled with people smoking, eating, chatting. Kitchen odor, smell of uniforms, of boots. Hitler was spending a lot of his time poring over situation maps, and what they conveyed was multi-axial disaster. Libya, Tunisia, but worst of all, Russia. Given Manstein's defeat and the simultaneous movement of Soviet Second Guards, 5th Shock, and 51st Armies to the west, the fall of Rostov-on-Don loomed as a tangible possibility. Accordingly, it was vital now to begin withdrawing Army Group A from the Caucasus, to prevent their being stuffed in the sack as well. Yet Hitler, as always, was reticent to make that move.
2 nights after a cheerless Christmas, the same day that 57th Panzer Corps was kicked back to its starting line at Kotelnikovo, OKH's Chief of Staff, Kurt Zeitzler, showed up unannounced at Hitler's personal quarters in the Wolfschanze.
Zeitzler had been so moved by 6th Army's dire situation that he'd gone on a virtual hunger strike, limiting himself to 6th Army's rations. Hitler had become so annoyed by his underlings' weight loss and the constant reminders it sent regarding ultimate culpability for 6th Army's fate, the Führer had eventually ordered Zeitzler to resume his normal meals. Now, on the 27th, his still gaunt Chief of Staff begged the Führer to acknowledge the seriousness of the overall situation. Zeitzler warned, if Hitler didn't give Army Group A permission to withdraw, and do it now, Manstein wouldn't be able to retrieve the situation. The Soviets would drive to the Black Sea and take Rostov-on-Don. Axis forces in the Caucasus would be cut off as well, and Hitler would be presented with a second calamity every bit as awful as the one now unfolding. After a brief pause, Hitler responded, "Very well. Go ahead and issue the orders." Zeitzler quickly left. OKH's Chief of Staff was nobody's fool. Knowing the Führer's mercurial personality, he immediately used the phone in the Führer's anteroom to make the necessary calls, pointedly instructing his staff to get the wheels in motion at once. As expected, by the time Zeitzler returned to his own quarters, he received word that Hitler had just rung, telling him to postpone issuing any orders for withdrawal until the next day. Zeitzler thereupon returned the Führer's call to inform him that the orders had already been given and the withdrawal was underway. "Very well," Hitler responded. "We'll leave it at that." Army Group A now at least had a chance at life. But 6th Army, its men starving and running out of ammunition, had in essence now been issued a formal death warrant. By the end of their ordeal, Paulus's soldiers had eaten every remaining horse in the city and were down to between 100 and 200 grams of food a day. Hitler, determined that 6th Army should fight to the last bullet, on 30 January would make Paulus a field marshal in the expectation that he would commit suicide rather than face capture. Instead, the next day, 6th Army's morose, almost non-functional commander was rousted from his squalid headquarters. After a brief haggling with Vasily Chuikov, he was shuffled off into 11 years of captivity. The fighting in and around Stalingrad lasted until 2 February 1943. Eventually, 24 German and Romanian generals would join Paulus in captivity. Luftflotte 4 had managed to evacuate 30,000 sick and wounded survivors by air, but another 107,800 men would become prisoners. Tens of thousands of the wounded and immobile were left to freeze to death or shot out of hand by the Red Army. Of the ones marched into captivity, half would be dead by spring from exposure, malnutrition, and diseases, particularly typhus. Only around 5,000 would eventually return alive to Germany. The remainder of the Axis soldiers caught inside Festung Stalingrad at the beginning of the siege, as many as 206,000 depending on whose sources you consult, lay dead on the field. Equipment losses were equally immense, with over 7,000 guns and mortars captured, along with nearly 170,000 small arms and hundreds of trucks and tractors. Luftflotte 4, which had run the airlift, had been nearly destroyed. In June, at the beginning of Operation Blau, Richthofen had operated 1,610 aircraft, 71% of which had been available on a daily basis. By the time Sixth Army's starving survivors began shuffling to the rear in captivity, Richthofen's force was down to a bare 240 aircraft, only 38% being operational. On a wider scale, Operations Uranus, Little Saturn, and Koltzow, and the final fighting for Stalingrad would lead to the near-total destruction of 6 Axis armies: Germany's 6th and 4th Panzer, Romanian 3rd and 4th, Italian 8th, and eventually Hungarian 2nd. Between the fighting near Stalingrad and the subsequent actions along the Don, some 140,000 Romanian troops would be lost by the end of the year, equivalent to 16 of the 18 divisions they'd fielded in the USSR, and totaling more than half of Romania's entire army. The Hungarians would lose around 125,000, the Italians probably around 114,000, but maybe as many as 221,875. For the first 2 countries, these represented irredeemable calamities. For Mussolini, in combination with Italy's losses in North Africa, they were scarcely less so. Operation Uranus failed to drive Romania from the war, if that was indeed its goal. But by early 1943, the impact of Little Saturn on both Hungary and Italy would lead to their exit from the theater. And while the Romanians would still field forces in the east until 1944, lingering bitterness would remain over Hitler's refusal to allow Group Lascar to break out when there was still a chance, as well as the terrible behavior the Germans had exhibited toward their allies. For their part, the Italians were incensed. "It's an insult to our dead to continue to speak of an alliance with the Germans," one Italian officer remarked bitterly, remembering Eighth Army's terrible ordeal in the snows south of the Don with so little help from its partner. After the withdrawal, the Germans are our enemy, more so than in the War of 1915. Taken together, it's clear that the Soviet winter offensive inflicted telling damage to Germany's alliance structure. The Red Army, as it always would in this war, had paid dearly for its victory. Between Operations Uranus, Little Saturn, and Koltzow, the Soviets would suffer a total of 485,777 casualties, 154,885 of them being irrecoverable losses. These were but a fraction of the total casualties that the Red Army had suffered during the opening phases of Blau, including the retreat through the Donbass and Caucasus, and the numerous counterattacks that had taken place around the perimeter of the German advance. When Blau as a whole is considered, Soviet military losses jumped to 1.2 million casualties, 694,000 being irrecoverable. To this must be added 3,000 tanks, 3,500 guns, and more than 200 aircraft lost during Operations Uranus and Koltzow alone. Civilian losses in Stalingrad itself are unknown, but must have numbered in the tens of thousands, perhaps more. After the battle was over, the Soviets discovered that 9,706 civilians, including 994 children, had somehow lived through the carnage in the ruins of the devastated city. The fighting was far from over on the Eastern Front. The Soviet offensives would continue until the spring thaw, and the Red Army's exhaustion terminated them in yet another Soviet bloodbath around Kharkov in late March 1943. For the Wehrmacht, thanks in part to Zeitzler's efforts, Army Group A would manage a hairbreadth's escape from its trap in the Caucasus. All that lay in the future, however. Here in the snows of December, one thing had been proven beyond all doubt. Hitler's dreams of victory in the East had been irrevocably shattered. For the Third Reich, the writing was now finally and definitively on the wall. Pacific Theater. Two fundamental questions answered in China. Before returning to the culminating combat in New Guinea and Guadalcanal, we need to look back briefly at China. The listener will note that since the Third Battle of Changsha ended in January 1942, the ongoing Chinese War has not figured prominently in this book. Other than the Japanese retribution for the Doolittle raid in April and May, the war in China had largely settled into a state of semi-stasis. There was still combat going on, but no major offensives, though Chinese bloodshed among civilians and soldiers alike remained relentlessly high. By the end of the year, with the Americans and Australians fixated on their respective battles in the South Pacific, there were fewer and fewer headlines regarding the ongoing struggle in the Middle Kingdom. Nevertheless, by December, it was possible to answer the two fundamental questions that had loomed over this oft-forgotten fourth major ally since the beginning of the year. These were whether, after 4 years fighting almost entirely on her own, could China even survive another year of war with Japan? And if so, could China rise above its current defensive stance and make an offensive contribution to the larger Allied war effort? By the end of the year, the answers to both of these were clear: yes and no. China and the Kuomintang survived 1942, but only barely. For Chiang's government, the closing of the Burma Road, and with that, the final, complete isolation of Free China from the outside world, had been a catastrophe, one from which it would never recover. The nationalist regime was still in control of the bulk of its territory, but the Chinese economy was in tatters, and the government only barely able to continue functioning. Meanwhile, the plight of China's civilians remained awful, with rampant inflation and economic disruption, widespread killing in the provinces adjacent to or occupied by the Imperial Japanese Army, and food insecurity and outright famine stalking the land. China remained too big for Japan to tackle, but the Chinese state was increasingly focused on internal matters and simple survival. Militarily, China was no longer in any position to participate in the war in the dynamic, offensive sense that the Americans always envisioned and hoped for, particularly after Joseph Stilwell's squandering of Chiang's remaining elite armies in Burma. Instead, the greatest service China could render was simply remaining in existence and tying down large numbers of Japanese troops in the process. This certainly was a positive contribution and one of very real strategic importance to the larger Allied cause. Yet it never garnered the sort of credit in America, Britain, or the USSR that it truly deserved, where the KMT's hobbled, tar-baby defense often looked more like reticence or lethargy. Meanwhile, at the local, tactical level, all China could really do was continue suffering and hoping that America could win the war, and as promptly as possible. There was no other choice in the matter. Chipping away in Papua. At the end of November, it will be recalled that Australian and American troops assaulting the web of Japanese defenses around Bunagona had been stopped dead in their tracks. General Douglas MacArthur was not a happy man. Unflattering and sometimes untrue reports had begun filtering back from the front, telling tales of American troops malingering, throwing down their weapons, and refusing to fight. With MacArthur having wrongly impugned the fighting abilities of Australian troops during the opening days of South Seas Force's thrust over the mountains, the Australians were now only too happy to return the favor regarding just how badly things were going for 32nd Infantry Division. This was all deeply humiliating to the American theater commander, particularly in the wake of a disaster in the Philippines that was still fresh in many people's minds. The last thing MacArthur needed was another failed campaign with his name on it. He knew, too, the Japanese could easily reinforce Bunagona. Indeed, unbeknownst to him, they had already run in 1,000 fresh troops on 16 November. He had no idea of the mental agonies the Japanese were currently going through trying to determine whether Guadalcanal could even be saved. For all MacArthur knew, should the Japanese triumph there and then turn their full attention to New Guinea, his forces now fighting on the northern coast and lacking a stable nautical supply line of their own could be in real trouble. For all these reasons, Bunagona had to be taken, and taken quickly. That was fair enough. However, the problem lay in MacArthur's inflexible and ignorant approach to attaining his objective.
The commander of First Corps, Major General Robert Eichelberger, was hastily summoned from Australia to Port Moresby, and on 30 November, he found MacArthur on the screened veranda of his Moresby house, pacing back and forth like a caged animal, pouring forth his angst.
American soldiers weren't fighting. Their leaders weren't acting aggressively, and he would not stand for it. MacArthur ordered Eichelberger and his staff to fly to Buna, sack the 32nd Infantry Division's commander, Major General Edwin Harding, and finish the job. Time was critical. Casualties, less so. MacArthur made it clear that Harding's relief wasn't optional either, telling Eichelberger that if he didn't, I will relieve them myself and you too. He capped his tirade with a firm admonition. Go out there, Bob, and take Buna, or don't come back alive. Eichelberger landed in Dobodura the next morning. Gregarious and well-respected for both his soldiering and people skills, he had no intention of firing anybody without first seeing for himself what was going on with Harding's division, particularly since he and Harding had been friends and classmates at West Point. What he discovered was a stinking tropical mess. After 2 weeks of fruitless head-bashing, morale around Buna was in the field latrine. The number of American troops actually fighting on the nominal front line totaled perhaps a few hundred, and most of those either weren't very interested in attacking their hidden enemy or simply didn't know how. They certainly weren't being led effectively. Many more were loitering in rear areas, with no real sense of what they were supposed to be doing. Their physical condition was awful. In the words of one medical officer, the men looked like Christ off the cross. Hungry, filthy, exhausted, and almost uniformly sick. The flagrant disregard for their welfare enraged Eichelberger. In short order, Harding was sent packing, permanently ending their friendship. Many of the regimental and battalion commanders went too. Eichelberger took over, promoting the 32nd's artillery commander to commanding officer and inserting his own staff into key regimental billets. After a 2-day rest to sort things out and get food and medicine to the troops, on 5 December, Eichelberger ordered the division to make a vigorous frontal push, which was immediately brought to a bloody halt everywhere along the line. As it turned out, the easy part was relieving the 32nd senior commanders. Buna's tactical problems were far less tractable. Eichelberger and his staffers quickly began absorbing the realities of the situation, in the process gaining more empathy for the plight of their men. However, back on Port Moresby's most important veranda, MacArthur still wanted results, and wanted them now. Caught between Command Hammer and Japanese Anvil, for the next month, First Corps' leader would wage a desperate battle that even long after the war, he could only recall as a nightmare. In short order, Eichelberger and his men arrived at the only tactics that actually worked against the Japanese defenses. They were a study in dogged, bloody incrementalism, knocking out Japanese fortifications one at a time. Unfortunately, this also meant locating them first, which in turn often entailed losing men cut down during probes, patrols, and abortive advances. Once discovered, some lucky human had to somehow sneak in close enough under covering fire to shove a grenade or satchel charge through the bunker's firing slit. Not surprisingly, these sorties often ended badly, with yet more casualties piling up. Combat was close range, primitive, and mostly fought by small groups because there was practically no ranged fire at hand worthy of the name. Mortars were useless against bunkers. They didn't have the punch needed. Even the Australian 25-pounder, in the words of one American general, annoyed the Japanese, and that's about all. The Americans finally managed to disassemble a 105mm howitzer and stuff into a DC-3, then fly it into Dobodura. Nicknamed Dusty, it was highly effective, but had so little ammunition it was often inactive for days at a time. For the same reason, the 3 other guns of its battery were never even brought in. Allied troops had to compensate for this lack of firepower with sheer determination and, inevitably, a steady tax of maimed and dead GIs. Understandably, the attackers, and the Americans in particular, were demoralized by the grinding, often futile nature of the fight. But they were sustained by the physical or moral courage of Eichelberger and his new commanders, who were up front constantly, leading, cajoling, and personally directing the battle at great risk to themselves. The Japanese, despite their sturdy defenses, were themselves suffering just as cruelly. The Imperial Navy made occasional Tokyo Express-style dashes down to Gona, but General George Kenny's burgeoning air power made these runs exceedingly dangerous. Even a successful mission usually meant only a few hundred fresh soldiers landed, or a pitiful amount of supplies thrown overboard in waterproofed crates and left to drift in with the tide. By the end, Japanese troops inside the triangle were reduced to eating grass, bugs, and in some cases, corpses. If this was the level that Japanese logistics had descended to, every man landed in New Guinea was nothing more than a fresh victim being fed to the implacable jungle. After 3 weeks of brutal, costly grappling, the Australians finally took Gona on 9 December. Entering the village from 3 sides, they encountered scenes of horror. Unburied bodies, some of them weeks old, lay everywhere. In places, corpses had been stacked up as breastworks by the barely living defenders who crouched on other bodies to fire over the top of their rotting bulwarks. Carcasses floated in the lagoon. The stench of decaying flesh was overwhelming. The remaining Japanese defenders fought to the death, but without coherence. Many were dazed, wandering about, yet refusing to surrender, obligating the Australians to cut them down. The Australians captured only 16 live Japanese, most of them stretcher cases, who couldn't manage to kill themselves. On the American front, the 32nd Division ultimately managed to capture Buna Village on the 14th, but was unable to take the airfields nearby, nor the main objective of Buna Mission, closer at Sanananda Point. A few days later, though, a quartet of Australian Stuart light tanks and much of Australian 18th Brigade were dispatched to the area. With their critical help, beginning on 18 December, most of the coastline around the airfields and Buna Mission was finally cleared, albeit at the cost of grim casualties yet again. Now, only the road intersection, Sanananda and Garua, remained in Japanese hands. Yet, these last redoubts contained some of South Sea's forces' most formidable defenses, and the Japanese managed to land 800 fresh troops at Garua on the 29th. Garua and Sanananda held out for another 3 weeks before the Australians and Americans crushed the enemy's final holdouts on 21 January 1943. Thus, by the end of 1942, MacArthur was still several weeks shy of achieving his goal of clearing the Japanese out of Papua. Even with an aggressive general in command, top-down pressure aplenty, and an insensitivity toward casualties, both American and Australian, distinctly unflattering to MacArthur's legacy. None of these things had mattered because of the implacable nature of the jungle and the immutable obstinacy of Japan's defenders. Whether MacArthur liked it or not, jungle offensives against the Japanese weren't going to be won quickly without proper logistical support, heavy weapons, and firepower aplenty. By the time it was all over, 6 months of campaigning had seen South Sea's force landed in Sanananda, marched across the Owen Stanleys and back, and then annihilated precisely where it had started. Losses on both sides had been heavy, but particularly for MacArthur. The Japanese had committed around 18,775 Army troops to the Papuan campaign. Of these, about 11,500 had been killed or died of wounds. 4,000 sick and wounded had been evacuated, and some 350 captured, mostly laborers. The Australians, who had shouldered all of the early campaigning, suffered 5,698 killed and wounded. American casualties were precisely half that at 2,848. Many more had been incapacitated by disease. With roughly 34,000 troops committed between the AIF and U.S., there had been more than 24,000 cases of infectious disease, including more than 14,500 cases of malaria. Thousands of these men were so debilitated that they would never fight again. Taken altogether, the Allies had suffered more than 32,000 casualties, just over 3,000 being killed or missing, to inflict perhaps 15,500 on the enemy. Both 7th AIF and 32nd Infantry Divisions had been wrecked. It had been an extraordinarily costly victory for the Allies. The issue of casualties requires careful consideration. The Second World War represented an existential struggle for both sides. The need for victory was absolute. Even Americans, traditionally averse to expending lives in war, still extol the virtues of generals like Ulysses Grant for their willingness, in Lincoln's words, to face the arithmetic and absorb the losses necessary to win. Under the best of circumstances, reducing Japan's Papuan fortress was going to cost many Allied lives. The hellish environment, coupled with the devilish ingenuity of the defenses, guaranteed that. The more pertinent question, however, was whether those Allied casualties had been suffered judiciously. Here, the verdict is mixed. General MacArthur, logically enough, wanted to wrap up the campaign before the Japanese could reinforce their beleaguered garrison at Bunagona. However, part of facing the arithmetic also meant understanding the actual conditions on the battlefield. Grant may have been accused of butchery during his day, but he had at least lived and ridden with his men and personally surveyed the ground over which they fought. MacArthur never went to see for himself the Kokoda track. Neither did he venture anywhere near Bunagona. By contrast, the Pacific's other theater commander, Admiral William Halsey, had apparently not thought it beneath his pay grade to sample Guadalcanal's various dehydrated potato and spam-based culinary delights, hunker down under a Tokyo Express bombardment, and witness firsthand what Alexander Vandergrift was up against. Halsey was a leader of men. MacArthur was not. Furthermore, despite his glorified title of theater commander, MacArthur had fewer than 3 divisions in combat by the end of 1942. At this point in the war, he was basically a glorified corps commander, and it was his responsibility to understand the realities of the New Guinea battlefield, and then do everything in his power to master them. He failed abjectly at this, particularly with respect to remedying, or even acknowledging, the fact that American soldiers had been committed to battle against formidable enemy fortifications without proper intelligence, supplies, or so much as a single howitzer. MacArthur's statement shortly after the fighting wrapped that the utmost care was taken for the conservation of our forces because the time element was in this case of little importance was a contemptible lie. It is telling, too, that Eichelberger's view of MacArthur's Olympian command style was permanently soured by the experience. Relations between the two were never the same afterwards. Douglas MacArthur would go on to make formidable contributions to the Allied cause during the latter half of the war, as well as during his enlightened and humane post-war stewardship of Japan. These important achievements should not be minimized or overlooked. But by any objective standard, his generalship during the first 13 months of the war was inexcusably awful. He was at least partially responsible for having gotten his Air Force wrecked on day 1 of the war. His defense of Lingayen Gulf had been pathetic. His handling of Baton's logistics grossly incompetent. His leadership during the battles on the main line of resistance non-existent, except for a flood of self-generated press releases extolling the virtues of things he hadn't actually done. Having then been spirited out of the Philippines and handed a wholly unwarranted Medal of Honor for this botched campaign, he proceeded to treat his experienced Australian allies with high-handed condescension. His oversight of the Kokoda campaign was alarmist, ignorant, and slanderous, and his oversight of Bunagona little better. Had MacArthur been anything other than very senior, and freighted with political dynamite that FDR understandably wanted held at planetary remove, he could hardly have helped being retired, cashiered, or banished to some administrative command. Yet somehow, as the German official war history incredulously notes, MacArthur managed to retain the favor of his political masters more than almost any other military commander in the Second World War. Likewise, the U.S. Navy, in the words of Richard Frank, did not cover itself with glory during the Buna campaign, either, and must take its fair share of blame for the logistical woes that beset the fighting there. This was the first, last, and only time the Americans would find themselves resorting to supplying a ground campaign by what might loosely be termed Japanese methods of waterborne transport, that is, barges, sailing schooners, and basically anything that floated. Granted, the investment of Buna and Gona also coincided with the U.S. Navy having its back against the wall at Guadalcanal, while scraping together anything it could to master that fight. Keeping the Buna beachhead in supply during the last 2 months of 1942 was going to be awfully difficult any way you sliced it. The Navy, honestly, hadn't even really tried. This also illustrates the intrinsic linkage between these two campaigns. In a sense, the profligate blood spilled by the 7th Australian and 32nd Infantry Divisions might be considered part of the price tag for the larger victory on Guadalcanal that was now shaping up. Guadalcanal, the changing of the guard. The 9th of December on the embattled island of Guadalcanal marked a watershed, as Major General Alexander Vandegrift handed over tactical command to Major General Alexander Patch, commander of the U.S. Army's Americal Division. 1st Marine Division was being pulled out. 5 months of combat had taken a heavy toll, with the Marines incurring 10,635 casualties, 600 fatal. Of these, only 1,472 had come from combat wounds. The remainder stemmed from disease, with malaria alone accounting for 5,749 casualties. Many of the Marines were so debilitated that while their landing craft bobbed next to the waiting transports, sailors had to help the leathernecks up the cargo nets and onto the deck. A third were so physically ruined that they would never fight again, and rebuilding the division would take months. Despite 1st Marine Division's departure, with Americal now fully ashore and elements of 25th Infantry and 2nd Marine Division either present or arriving shortly, the Americans were building toward an unassailable advantage in ground forces. By 7 January 1943, there would be 50,000 American servicemen of all branches on the island. The Cactus Air Force had been rebuilt as well, and by the end of November was operating 188 aircraft, with more coming. Meanwhile, out in the jungle, the fighting strength of Hyakutake's 17th Army was collapsing from the effects of disease and malnutrition. Many Japanese troops were now too enfeebled to walk, let alone give battle. Its soldiers had been reduced to eating coconuts, grass, roots, ferns, bamboo sprouts, and what wild potatoes they could find. Malaria and other diseases were destroying units wholesale. Of the 6,000 men in the 38th Division, only about 250 were fully combat capable by the middle of December. The 2nd Sendai Division reported at the same time that between starvation, disease, and constant bombardment, it was losing 40 men a day. Though weeks of hard fighting lay ahead for the Americans to clear the island, unless the Japanese could effect some miraculous change, there could be little doubt of the ultimate outcome. Japan's leadership reconsiders. With disasters now overwhelming both 17th and 18th Armies, both Rabaul and Tokyo were finally beginning to face up to the situation on the empire's southern frontiers and its implications. The final straw was cargo ships. On 20 November, Imperial General HQ informed Tojo and his cabinet that in order to keep the twin South Pacific campaigns going, civilian shipping would have to be chopped by another 620,000 tons. This, in turn, would cut Japan's annual steel production by 43%, from 3.5 million to a mere 2 million tons. On 5 December, Tojo told Imperial GHQ that they couldn't have that many ships, prompting an explosion from Lieutenant General Tanaka Shinichi, the Army's head of operations. In a screaming confrontation the following evening, Tanaka branded Tojo an imbecile who was essentially abandoning 17th Army and Guadalcanal. Tanaka lost his job for his effrontery, but the Prime Minister also relented somewhat. Eventually, 490,000 tons of additional shipping would be released to the Army and Navy, despite the risks of dislocating war production. But the question still remained as to whether the situation on Guadalcanal was really retrievable. In typical fashion for the imperial military, no one wanted to address the issue head-on. The word retreat was so foreign to their lexicon that it was impossible to have a rational conversation on the matter. During this period of flux, a member of the Imperial Army's operational staff, Colonel Sanada Joichiro, was dispatched on a fact-finding mission. Passing first through Truk to consult with Yamamoto, Sanada ended up at 8th Area Army HQ in Rabaul. There, he found a mood of profound pessimism among General Imamura Hitoshi's staff. Recent war games around renewing resupply efforts to Guadalcanal had predicted nothing but disaster. Naval officers, too, were quietly pulling Sanada aside to tell him that they considered Guadalcanal a lost cause. However, the Navy couldn't admit as much out loud, having been largely responsible for getting 17th Army into its current mess by first insisting on retaking the island, then failing to deliver the needed supplies. Sanada had the courage to finally say what needed to be said. Returning to Tokyo on 25 December, he bluntly reported to both Army and Naval GHQs that an immediate withdrawal from Guadalcanal was the only feasible option. To his surprise, General Sugiyami Hajime accepted this recommendation with little outward distress. The Navy, for its part, breathed an inward sigh of relief, having been absolved of the need to inform the Army that it couldn't spare the warships needed just to keep 17th Army on the brink of starvation, let alone position them for an effective counterattack. However, the Army now used its leverage to insist that the Navy evacuate 17th Army. General Imamura had warned Colonel Sanada back in Rabaul that if the Navy didn't follow through on that moral imperative, Hyakutake's entire command might commit suicide. Thus, in the space of about 3 weeks' time, the Japanese High Command flip-flopped from trying to save Guadalcanal at the expense of New Guinea to a complete reversal. Now, it was 17th Army that would be pulled out, with New Guinea becoming the Japanese Empire's focal point. This did not sit entirely well with the Imperial Navy, which still felt it was crucial that the Mid-Solomons be defended as a buffer around Rabaul. At the moment, though, the thing that mattered was that there was finally clarity around what needed to happen on Guadalcanal. At an Imperial Headquarters conference held on 31 December, Japan's Chiefs of Staff, General Sugiyama and Admiral Nagano Asami, briefed the Emperor on the developing war situation. Here, they broke the news to Hirohito that further attempts to recapture Guadalcanal were being cancelled, and the surviving troops withdrawn in January. The Emperor was upset, declaring it as unacceptable to just give up on capturing Guadalcanal. We must launch an offensive elsewhere. General Sugiyama responded that the Army would undertake fresh offensives in New Guinea to restore the morale of the troops. Thus, despite Sanada's breath of fresh air, there was still a sense of unreality permeating the Emperor's councils at this crucial juncture in the conflict. That unreality would only get worse as the war continued unraveling for Japan. Assessment. Though the campaign was not yet over, Japanese forces would not be fully extracted until 7 February 1943 after a masterful evacuation effort, a word on the costs of the campaign is in order. Losses had been severe for both sides. By the end, the Japanese would lose a minimum of around 683 aircraft. One source places the number at 892. Aviator losses were at least 1,200 men and may have been as high as 1,882. If the larger figures were true, that equated to 3.5 times the aircraft and 17 times the number of pilots lost at Midway. The Americans had lost around 615 aircraft and perhaps 420 aviators, a significantly lower total, mostly due to the more durable nature of American aircraft, as well as the advantage of fighting close to a friendly base. Naval losses had also been extremely heavy, as tabulated here. Allied, Fleet Carrier 2, Light Carrier 0, Battleship 0, Heavy Cruiser 6, Light Cruiser 2, Destroyer 15, Submarine 0. Japan, Fleet Carrier 0, Light Carrier 1, Battleship 2, Heavy Cruiser 3, Light Cruiser 1, Destroyer 11, Submarine 6. Despite the steep night combat learning curve the U.S. Navy was still in the process of climbing, naval attrition had actually been rather even, with the Allies losing 25 major warships to Japan's 24. The Japanese must be given credit for managing not to lose any more large fleet carriers during the latter half of 1942, whereas the Americans had seen 2 priceless flight decks go to the bottom. Indeed, by the beginning of November, the American carrier force was on the brink of ruin. On the other hand, the destruction of 2 veteran Japanese fast battleships was not inconsequential. Nor were the Imperial Navy's losses of modern destroyers, having started the war with only 68 of these essential vessels. In terms of personnel, 4,911 Allied sailors had given their lives, joined by a minimum of 3,543 Japanese. It was on the ground that the scorecard was truly lopsided. When all was said and done, the Japanese would lose 25,600 men dead on Starvation Island, as Guadalcanal came to be called. The Americans lost 1,769. Granted, many of Japan's casualties came from disease and starvation, but a 14-to-1 kill ratio represents a devastating defeat by anyone's arithmetic. The grand total, air, sea, ground for the Americans and Allied forces was around 7,100 killed and missing in the campaign, as opposed to 30,343 for the Japanese. For the Americans, these casualties were predominantly suffered at sea, by about a 3-to-1 ratio. Japan's losses were primarily on the ground. This brings us back to the attritional sausage grinder. One way of envisioning combat is as an enormous series of ongoing encounters between individuals and small groups of men. Put crudely, everybody brings their dice to the table and sees who gets lucky, or not. The survivors then repeat this exercise, day after day, month after month. Casualties from combat are often permanent. They are also cumulative. The advantages of having more dice are obvious. Likewise, firepower can help load those dice. But a whole host of other soft factors are also crucial to the outcome. Having an aircraft availability rate a bit better than the enemy's, coupled with a well-organized pilot rescue program capable of scooping men out of the water, coupled with a field hospital slightly better stocked with drugs and atabrine, all those things mattered. It could mean that instead of a dozen Wildcats over Henderson Field on a given day, there might be 14 or 15. And those extra pilots each had their own chance to bring their dice to the table and maybe send one of Tojo's planes to its doom. The same thing was true of an infantry battalion out there in the jungle. That same field hospital, plus a few hundred more calories a day, could make a huge difference in the number of riflemen on the line and the rate of fire of the artillerymen backing them up. By the end of a multi-month contest, the party on the losing end of those little equations could be faced with catastrophe. The sausage grinder ate men and materiel at phenomenal rates. But the reason the grinder was currently working for the Americans and not against them was largely due to their superior efficiency in making war. They were doing the little things better than the Japanese, and the little things were adding up. In the process, the high-intensity wars of attrition initiated in the Solomons and New Guinea were already starting to rip apart the fabric of the Japanese military. The South Pacific was turning into exactly the sort of war the Americans needed it to be. A fundamental question answered. One of Japan's most critical questions at the beginning of the war had been whether its opening blows could be made sufficiently humiliating to America's pride that it would be compelled to reach a negotiated settlement with Japan. Failing that, the next question was whether Japan could erect a defensive barrier that would make America's counterattack so costly that it would settle for less than total victory. The first had been answered in June, after Japan's defeat at Midway. No. Now, at the end of the year, with an end in sight of the fighting in both Guadalcanal and Bunagona, the answer to the second was becoming apparent too. No. As savage as the land combat had been in both places, the Americans and Australians had demonstrated they were equal to it. It hadn't been pretty, particularly in New Guinea. But in the end, Japanese stubbornness and willingness to die to a man had availed them nothing. As far as the Allies were concerned, if this was how the Japanese preferred to run their ground game, obdurately and in defiance of any real military logic, fine. But it wasn't going to affect the outcome. The Allies would simply slaughter the Japanese according to the terms they had been handed. With a few notable exceptions in 1944, such as the Japanese offensive against Impel and Operation Ichigo in China, this would be the basic shape of ground combat for the remainder of the war, the Japanese playing defense and the Allies being obliged to wipe them out, one position at a time. Nowhere would the Americans or Australians ever lose a major battle or campaign. The same was largely true of the Allied war effort as a whole. After 1942, the Allies would never ultimately be denied in any theater. 15. Closing. The outcome of the Second World War was determined in 1942, the year that served as the fulcrum for the entire conflict. If I haven't managed to convince you of that by now, I'm not sure what else I can say at this point. One of the reasons for such a lengthy treatment, though, is to demonstrate that one cannot truly understand the war's outcome without looking at all of it, not just a single theme, theater, campaign, or battle. Obviously, this account, long as it is itself an abstraction and oversimplification of the reality and totality that was the war. My hope, nonetheless, is that it presents a wider scope and more holistic approach than most. That said, it is my job in this final chapter to distill matters yet further and explore the themes that emerged. Doing that requires briefly reprising the book's beginning, which presented a list of 22 questions involving the major combatants during 1942. By the end of the year, most of them had been decisively answered. First, the Axis powers. Germany had indeed recovered from the Red Army's counterattack inside Moscow that began the year, but had not managed to fully regain its strength. During its summer offensive in southern Russia, it had managed neither to destroy the Red Army nor to secure the oil it needed. Its military remained potent, but its enemies were quickly gaining both strength and professionalism. Italy had seen its weakening economy flag still further, and while it had made substantial contributions in both North Africa and the Eastern Front, its efforts were already being eclipsed even before losing both those armies. Italy ended 1942 as the most directly threatened of the Axis powers, and increasingly dependent on Germany. Japan, for its part, had launched a brilliant opening offensive that had secured all the raw materials for which it had gone to war. Nonetheless, it had not succeeded in driving the Chinese, British, or Americans from the conflict, and a diplomatic settlement with the Allies was now impossible. It had also failed to hold the Americans and Australians on the frontiers of its new empire, and its losses in the initial battles for the approaches to Rabaul had been heavy. On the Allied side, the economic mobilization of the United States had been improvised and difficult, but also effective, and was now rapidly transforming the country into a military superpower. The Americans had also hammered out a global strategy with the British, created the administrative and logistical apparatus for fighting the war, and begun fielding substantial military forces around the world. Great Britain had fared more unevenly, losing many of its Asian holdings. Despite massive investments, its strategic bombing campaign had not yet returned commensurate results. Likewise, the outcome in the U-boat war remained one of the few unanswered major questions of the year. Nevertheless, the British economy remained robustly productive, and its military had shown that they could now beat the Wehrmacht, producing much-needed victories in the Mediterranean. In the Soviet Union, the domestic economy and civilian population remained threatened by hunger and exhaustion. Yet with news from the battlefront improving, prospects on the home front followed suit. The Red Army's remarkable retooling meant that while it would continue taking heavy losses, it had the ability to defeat the Wehrmacht in battles of maneuver, a crucial step toward ultimate Allied victory. Finally, the oft-forgotten fourth major Allied power, China, had managed to survive the year, barely, but was increasingly hobbled and unable to undertake the offensive. That said, it had delivered crucial contributions simply by remaining in being. Taken together, by the end of 1942, it was clear that the Axis powers had failed most of their crucial tests this year, whereas the Allies had passed most of their own. The ultimate form and timetable of Allied victory were still hidden, with stiff fighting still occurring on all fronts. Yet the new Allied momentum in the war was undeniable. The views among the Axis leadership reflected this, with this passage from the German official histories written in 1990 deserving to be quoted in full. Since the spring of 1942, when the timetable for the objectives set for the current year had collapsed, Hitler and his military entourage had clearly been at their wits' end. From then onwards, they moved in circles, and by the end of the year, when the strategic objectives were outlined again, they found themselves exactly where they had been 12 months earlier, on the threshold of the long war, except for the crucial difference that the overall situation had in the meantime dramatically changed to the disadvantage of the Reich, and all the factors which might then have justified cautious optimism had since disappeared. The time span which Germany had had available until the realization of the American military potential was exhausted. A second front had been established, if not yet on the European continent, then in its proximity, and the hoped-for reversal of British war policy had not taken place. Besides, events in the Pacific area had long ceased to tie down the enemy forces to the extent expected by many German observers, and the prospects of a global war strategy had practically disappeared, with all the Axis partners being overextended. The war had thus reached a phase of strategic hopelessness in a form perceptible to the German operation staffs. This sense of lost opportunities was also reflected in Field Marshal Albert Kesselring's memoirs, when he noted with respect to the Mediterranean theater that Germany had missed the chance of exploiting her one opportunity to deal a mortal blow at England in a part of the world vital for her. The opportunity for spacious strategic planning and a comprehensive revision of political objectives had been squandered for good and all. The mood in Rome was equally gloomy. Count Galeazzo Ciano confided to his diary on 20 January 1943 the details of his conversation with two senior Italian military leaders, who, knowing Ciano's closeness to Mussolini, were groping for some understanding of the regime's next steps in the wake of the catastrophes that had just befallen Italian arms in North Africa and Russia. A long and interesting conversation with Vittorio Ambrosio and Mario Vercellino. These two generals, both worthy and honest men and of patriotic integrity, are very anxious about what is happening. Convinced as they are that Germany will lose the war, and that there is nothing left for us but destruction, death, and disorder, they ask how far we intend to go. I promise that I will talk frankly to the Duce, concealing nothing from him. This is what I can do and must do in order to have peace with my own conscience. Ultimately, however, during discussions with Il Duce over the next few days, it became clear to Ciano that his father-in-law had no clear idea how to master the situation. With Mussolini proclaiming that he was sure the Germans would hold tenaciously, and declaring that operations based in Tunisia could yet retake Libya as well, Ciano bitterly noted, "Thus he continues to lull himself with many dangerous illusions, which distort his clear vision of reality, a reality which is now apparent to everybody." Italy was committed, in Ciano's rueful words, to marching with Germany to the end. Meanwhile, in Truk, on 31 December 1942, Vice Admiral Ugaki Matome, Yamamoto Isoroku's chief of staff, sat alone in his cabin aboard Yamato, writing in his diary. There, he wistfully summarized the expiring annum. The year 1942 is going to pass tonight. How brilliant was the first stage operation up to April, and what miserable setbacks since midway in June. The invasions of Hawaii, Fiji, Samoa, and New Caledonia, liberation of India, and destruction of the British Far Eastern Fleet have all scattered like dreams. Meanwhile, to say nothing of capturing Port Moresby, the recovery of Guadalcanal itself turned out to be impossible. Looking back over all these, my mind was filled with deep feelings. Though it's the fortunes of war, it's most regrettable. Across the Axis by the end of 1942, there was a tangible feeling that the conflict was entering a phase clearly not conducive to their chances for ultimate victory. Not a few Axis leaders now believed their cause was hopeless, a stark contrast to the mood that prevailed just a year prior, when Japan's explosive onset seemed to open up a world of new possibilities for global fascism. Those dreams had now darkened. The war was on a new path and heading in a different direction. By contrast, the mood on the Allied side was transformed as they looked more confidently to the future. During the Lord Mayor's banquet at Mansion House on 10 November 1942, Winston Churchill famously opined, "This is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end, but it is perhaps the end of the beginning." Increasingly, the talk in Allied papers was less about whether the Allies would hold and more about how long winning the war would take. Alan Brooke captured his changed outlook on 1 January 1943 when he wrote in his diary, "New Year started. I cannot help glancing back on January 1st last year when I could see nothing but calamities ahead. Hong Kong gone, Singapore going, Java, etc. very doubtful. Even Burma unsafe. Would we be able to save India and Australia? Horrible doubts, horrible nightmares, which grew larger and larger as the days went on, till it felt as if the whole empire was collapsing round my head. Wherever I looked, I could see nothing but trouble. Middle East began to crumble, Egypt was threatened. I felt Russia could never hold, Caucasus was bound to be penetrated, and Abadan, our Achilles heel, would be captured with the consequent collapse of Middle East, India, etc. And now, we start 1943 under conditions I would never have dared to hope. Russia has held. Egypt, for the present, is safe. There is a hope of clearing North Africa of Germans in the near future. The Mediterranean may be partially opened. Malta is safe for the present. We can now work freely against Italy, and Russia is scoring wonderful successes in southern Russia. We are certain to have many setbacks to face, many troubles, and many shattered hopes, but for all that, the horizon is infinitely brighter." Just a week later, during his State of the Union address on 7 January 1943, FDR had every right to be both proud of his country's achievements and more confident about what lay ahead. He laid out bluntly what had been at stake and what had been gained through the collective labor of the Allies. The Axis powers knew that they must win the war in 1942 or eventually lose everything. I do not need to tell you that our enemies did not win the war in 1942. It is the centrality of that issue, winning or losing the war, and the complexity surrounding its final determination that have effortlessly held my attention for the past 16 years. I came into this project around 2009 wanting to write an operational history of 1942, nothing more. Despite having recently completed a book on Midway, one of 1942's centerpieces, I felt ignorant of the year's larger structure. I had always felt an affinity for 1942, as well as an ongoing fascination with how so-called decisive battles and turning points fit within the broader context of world wars. Above all, I wanted to educate myself regarding the theaters I was less familiar with. I didn't have any preconceived notions of what I might find during my research. There were no big themes or agendas I was hoping to advance. I presumed that they would reveal themselves in due time. Over the course of the project, however, I noticed that my elevator pitch for the book began morphing from, "I'm writing a battle history of 1942," to, "I'm talking about how the Allies turned around their train wrecks that year." That was a story worth telling, because ultimately, the Allies saved the world from totalitarian hegemony and an even more awful human catastrophe than the one that unfolded. Nevertheless, the battle history element remained. There was nothing to be gained by another thematic study. Richard Overy had done that masterfully in Why the Allies Won, while Peter Fritzsche's recent 1942, When World War II Engulfed the Globe, explored the ongoing social impacts of the year. For all that I am a self-described big-picture synthesist, I remain at my core a military historian. I enjoy writing about battles. I wanted to narrate 1942's story within the context of a chronological history of the year's major campaigns, because the timing and flow of the battles themselves and their interconnectedness offered room for exploration. The campaigns also provided narrative openings, periscope moments, as I think of them, for talking about logistics, morale, technology, economics, doctrine, attrition, production, organization, and all the myriad topics that underlay winning and losing on the battlefield. From the outset, I decided to structure the book as a matrix of monthly chapters divided into theater tracks, because it provided continuity for the listener over the course of what I already suspected would be a lengthy work. I also confess to initially thinking that if 1942 went well, its structure might be applicable to a 1943 or 1944. I think writing either of those is very unlikely now, both because I don't feel like spending another quarter of a lifetime on a book, which 1943 or 1944 would certainly warrant, and because many of the themes that I explored in 1942 would likely need to be rehashed in subsequent years. I'm not interested in doing that. This book already represents my unified field theory, such as it is, or why the year and the war turned out as it did. It is my fervent hope that my listeners will return to enjoying more reasonably scaled books on the Second World War instead of monstrosities like this one, smaller in scope and smaller in timeline. That said, I also hope that you will take away some broader points from this big book into your reading of smaller ones. Alan Brooks' diary passage underlines yet again a central tenet of my outlook regarding the year's events and the war's ultimate outcome, namely, it sure wasn't obvious at the time. At more than 8 decades removed at the time of this writing, we enjoy a position of comfort and knowledge surrounding the war's larger circumstances and ultimate outcome that was completely unavailable to any of the war's participants, even those in the highest circles of decision-making. Brooke possessed one of the war's keenest intellects and was well informed about the day-to-day goings-on in his and the American militaries. Yet the progress of events during 1942 utterly escaped his prediction. This should be kept in the back of your mind when trying to assess whether this or that outcome in the war was as predetermined as some narratives might make it seem, particularly for events during the first half of the conflict. Wars are always contingent on results, and fewer of them have inescapable conclusions than we might think. Victory or defeat in one battle shifts the momentum and either opens or closes doors for both sides. It sets the stage for the next encounter, and so on and so on. Though seemingly inconclusive, the Battle of the Coral Sea degraded the capabilities of Japan's carrier force on the very eve of Midway. America's outsized and unexpected victory there reshaped Allied opportunities in the Pacific overnight, and Ernest King immediately seized them, both to initiate the year's ultimately decisive campaign on Guadalcanal and to reorient Anglo-American grand strategy more toward the Pacific. King couldn't have foreseen any of these events, but he was keenly aware that Midway had created emergent options, and he capitalized on them ruthlessly, as great captains of war do. The moral of the story is that the outcome of this global conflict, at least during 1942, was contingent on hundreds of events and on the gradual improvement of Allied military performance. The Allies bought this year's victories fairly, a day at a time, operating in doubt and uncertainty, weathering setbacks and taking numerous lumps, scrambling desperately, adjusting where they could, before eventually putting together packages of military capabilities that secured their first genuinely strategic successes against the Axis. To all outward appearances, those packages seemingly coalesced in the space of about 40 days toward the end of the year, and on 4 widely separated battlefields, which made matters all the more surprising. Yet the reality, as I have tried to show, is that those military improvements were often the result of decisions and initiatives undertaken months earlier. As should be clear by now, there was no single decisive battle that delivered the war into the hands of the Allies, no individual clash that steered what was a global conflict onto a new course by the end of 1942. It wasn't that kind of war, could never be that kind of war. None of the 20-odd big-picture questions that needed answering in 1942 revolved around winning a single battle. Only a few of them even focused on prevailing in a large-scale military campaign. Thus, while Allied victories at traditional narrative signposts like Midway or Stalingrad were clearly crucial to the year's aggregate military progress, ultimate success in the war depended on much more than individual battles. The larger imperative for the Allies in 1942, beyond triumphing at, say, El Alamein, was in creating systems of war-making that were capable of vying with the ones the Axis already had in place. The year opened with a stunning display of the preferred modes of Axis warfare, primarily expressed by Germany's Bewegungskrieg operational model in both the Soviet Union and North Africa, and a strikingly similar method of Japanese trifibious warfare during its dazzling opening campaign in the Asia-Pacific. Both relied on the superior training, experience, and toughness of the Axis armed forces, utilizing speed, shock, and maneuver to destroy their larger, less well-prepared opponents. The Allies had no answer to these throughout the first half of the year. However, by the end of 1942, the picture had changed starkly. On the Eastern Front, the Soviets had demonstrated that their model for armored mobile warfare was workable. Deep battle was alive and well. And while the Red Army was still very rough around the edges, it was now capable of defeating the Wehrmacht in a contest of maneuver. In Egypt, Montgomery's forces were still not Germany's equivalent in mobile warfare, and never would be, but they had proven they could still achieve victory through set-piece battles relying on superior artillery, air power, and logistics. Meanwhile, on the other side of North Africa, the Americans and British had demonstrated that their amphibious capabilities were sufficiently advanced to project substantial military force across oceanic distances and land them against opposition. Granted, those beaches hadn't been held by the Wehrmacht. Yet, as a first essay in the craft, Torch provided a credible foundation on which to build. These Allied victories were indicators that their large-scale war-making systems were beginning to come into their own. There were other higher-level systems at work, too. Beyond tactical and operational-level battlefield improvements, the Allies also had to put in place other systems to support their war machines. The need for Anglo-American grand strategic formulation was one of these, and the result was the Combined Chiefs of Staff, which had worked much better than any analogous mechanism on the Axis side, where there was a notable lack of inter-Axis strategic coordination. Likewise, German strategic and operational formulation became increasingly sclerotic and dysfunctional as Hitler gathered the reins into his own inept hands. Japan, too, would be unable to generate strategic consensus between the Army and Navy for the very simple reason that they, in effect, ran the government, and the Emperor was either unwilling or unable to bring them to heel in service of the larger war effort. The organization of the Allied economic systems deserves mention as well. It certainly didn't hurt to have their war effort underwritten by the hefty bank account of the world's richest nation. Beyond mere matters of cash flow, however, the Allies also went about organizing their economies very effectively. America's approach was different from that of Britain, and particularly the USSR. Regardless, all three proved more efficient and productive than the plunder-based approaches employed by the Axis in occupied Europe and Southeast Asia, which by 1942 were already driving those regional economies into the ground while doing very little to lift production. Yes, there had been bitter internal battles in Washington, London, and Moscow over resource allocation. All the wartime economies suffered from these same problems. Nonetheless, each of the Allies had established reasonably effective mechanisms for hammering out these differences, rationalizing production, and then making their decisions stick. In Germany, by contrast, Albert Speer and Erhard Milch had yet to completely get a handle on these matters, and they never would entirely succeed in eliminating the Wehrmacht's fetishism for weapons performance at the expense of what we might call producibility. Meanwhile, in Japan, the inability of the Army and Navy to share so much as basic research, let alone productive capacity, hampered the output of what was already an overmatched economy. Efficiency is a crucial economic force multiplier, and in almost every instance, the Allies had it, and the Axis didn't. We see similar patterns across other large-scale systems as well. Anglo-American intelligence sharing operated at a level that would have been unthinkable between Germany and Italy, and would ultimately pay vast military dividends on sea and land. In the field of scientific research, likewise, the Allies would capitalize on key British advances in research and development by mating them with America's productive capacity. By contrast, while German scientific prowess was also striking, it was hindered by a lack of raw materials and production, as well as, in many cases, strategic cogency. The Type 21 U-boat, groundbreaking though it was, would arrive too late to reverse the verdict that HFDF, 10-centimeter radar, Hedgehog, Squid, VLR Liberators, Lee lights, and better ASDIC had already rendered on the battle for the seaways. Likewise, the revolutionary V-2 rocket would ultimately represent some of the highest per-shot expenses of the entire war, while doing precisely nothing to reverse the tide of Allied victory. Meanwhile, Britain and America's ultimate scientific expression would manifest itself over Hiroshima and Nagasaki, bringing the war to an end. These same general comments pertain to other systems as well. The Allies were generally efficient in mobilizing their manpower. Their intelligence services performed admirably. Their services of supply were well organized, and, at least in the case of the Anglo-American bloc, their financial power was wielded intelligently and judiciously. All in all, one can understand why it was the presence of these underlying systems, often unseen and unremembered, that in some ways was more crucial than what was happening on the battlefield itself. Marine Colonel and Medal of Honor winner Merritt Edson may have been ultimately responsible for preventing 1st Marine Division's headquarters on Guadalcanal from being overrun in September 1942. Admiral Willis Lee, likewise, should be lauded for almost single-handedly ending the final naval threat to Henderson Field. Yet superior American logistics and organization would also play a decisive role in deciding the larger campaign in Halsey's favor, and not Yamamoto's. These themes are pertinent to more topical, narrowly scoped books on the war. Whenever you see a book purporting to describe the critical battle or turning point in this or that theater of the Second World War, a healthy degree of skepticism is called for. Not that this will curb the appetite by authors or their publishers for creating provocative titles that inflate a book's marketability. Remain suspicious. The war was vast. Richard Overy's phrase that any explanation of the war's outcome requires a broad canvas and a wide brush remains one of my favorite descriptions of that vastness. It also compels us to contemplate the connections between the elements on that canvas. Too often, we are drawn into studies of singular battles and campaigns, which, for perfectly comprehensible reasons of space and topical interest, are presented largely in isolation from each other, and often devoid of sufficient context. Yet, those interconnections are always present. Even a campaign as monumental as Stalingrad was but a single component of the expansive Eastern Front, as the frequently overlooked failure of Operation Mars attests, and an even smaller component in the broader context of a war that spanned the globe. Likewise, Stalingrad's outcome was influenced by factors and events in other theaters. The growing impact of American Lend-Lease aid on Soviet weapons production and caloric intake in the Red Army, the reduction of Luftwaffe transport and tactical aircraft due to the emergency in Tunisia, the reduction of fighters and anti-aircraft weapons on the Eastern Front necessitated by the growing air threat over Western Europe, these were all factors at play that led to Friedrich Paulus's inability to ward off the hammer blows aimed at him. The dedication of fresh German panzer units to Tunisia, likewise, materially subtracted from the forces Erich von Manstein might have had on hand for Wintergewitter. Victory at Stalingrad, too, was influenced by knock-on effects from previous battles, as well as factors from outside the USSR. The presence of British Lend-Lease tanks during the Battle of Moscow enabled the Red Army to conduct that campaign a little more effectively, for perhaps a little longer, and had made the Wehrmacht's winter suffering that much more intense, thereby weakening it marginally for the following summer's campaigning. The same was true of Lend-Lease tanks present at Kharkov, disastrous though that defeat had been for the Red Army. British and American armor in Ukraine in May 1942 hadn't been decisive to Stalingrad's outcome in November, of course. Nevertheless, the impact of those earlier events was cumulative, in that it chipped off just that much more of the Wehrmacht's tough outer casing before Nikolai Vatutin's 5th Tank Army was unleashed on it 6 months later. By itself, Lend-Lease would ultimately have a tremendous impact on the outcome of the war. By the end of 1942, it was already making its presence known around the world, not only in the USSR, but also in Great Britain, Egypt, and Australia. Very shortly, America would be sending substantial quantities of war materiel almost everywhere, allowing American factories to influence the outcome of campaigns clear across the planet, often supplying Allied forces in areas where the Americans had a strategic interest, yet no ability to furnish local combat power. Lend-Lease was another economic force multiplier, in that it allowed the U.S. to use its immense wealth to equip far more men than it could ever have put into uniform itself.
The method for providing this aid was almost always cargo ships, which illustrates yet another point of interconnection in that for the Western Allies, shipping was at the core of everything they did.
A cargo ship lost to a U-boat in the North Atlantic degraded aggregate Allied lift capacity not just to Liverpool, but to Guadalcanal, Alexandria, Murmansk, Basra, and Calcutta. Conversely, the impending liberation of North Africa and the restoration of the Mediterranean to navigation would measurably increase the global Allied pool of this precious commodity by reducing the necessity of Pan-African voyages to deliver goods to the Mideast and India. Shipping was perhaps the most tangible manifestation of the logistical interconnectedness of all the Allies. Finally, the role of nationalist China is worth noting again. Knowing as we do the fate of Chiang's regime and its increasing fragility as the war continued, we tend to overlook China's real contributions during this most crucial year. Yes, that importance was perhaps transitory. By the end of 1942, the Americans and Australians were creating so many problems for the Japanese that imperial military options in China had narrowed down essentially to stasis, and the thought of taking the offensive in Manchuria or India had vanished. However, during the first half of the year, with the Japanese seemingly everywhere triumphant, and the Soviets and British on the ropes, China's continuing ability to act as a sump for Japanese troops and military potential represented an invaluable contribution to the larger Allied cause, and one that has been almost entirely forgotten. All of these points are just as germane when reading more topical books on the war. Those interconnections are still there, but in many cases hidden in the background. When we read an account of a B-17 aviator flying missions over Germany, we are viewing the war through his particular soda straw. Soda straws can be wonderful for sampling the flavors of combat. The personal accounts of Eugene Sledge, Richard Tregaskis, Yoshida Mitsuru, Robert Crisp, or Willie Peter Rees constitute some of the war's finest literature. Yet they remain soda straws, necessarily limited in their field of view, and often unconcerned with the larger events and connection points whirling around them. Fast-forwarding to 1945, Sledge understandably had little capacity for contemplating anything broader than the immediacy of his own survival, sitting in a flooded shell crater amidst the squalor and horrors of Okinawa. We must forgive him that, and meet him where he is. Nonetheless, we should remember the big picture ourselves, because it is always there in the background. This is becoming even more imperative as our supply of soda straws dwindles to its close. Within a few years of this book's publication, there will be no more Second World War soldiers left, and our study of this greatest of all wars will henceforth have to be conducted strictly from its records. Fortunately, these sources, written, oral, and photographic, remain inexhaustible. They are still able to teach us new things, and are still open to reinterpretation. Just as I wrote at the end of Shattered Sword, this account will no doubt be modified substantially in the future, as we continue changing our understanding of the war based on new findings. That is what makes history both joyfully satisfying and endlessly maddening. The final word is never really final. We hope you have enjoyed this production of 1942, Crux of War, by Jonathan Parshall. Narrated by Lee Gadel. Copyright 2026 by Jonathan Parshall. Published by arrangement with Oxford University Press. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated. Tantor is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.